Chapter 1. From chaos emerged the primordial. In the beginning, Pangu opened up the vast wilderness. At the moment when heaven and earth were just formed, the newly forged realm of Pangu was still suffused with an infinite chaos and boundless malevolence. Winds howled, thunder cracked, and rain poured, creating a tumultuous disorder across the four corners of the cosmos. The world remained desolate and uninhabited, and all living beings were still in a state of silent gestation, rendering the entire primordial expanse eerily quiet and oppressive. As the primordial world began to take shape, Pangu cleaved the heavens and the earth. Having established this grand cosmos, which had only recently been unveiled, countless epochs passed, and life gradually began to awaken. After several cosmic cycles, the primordial realm birthed its first beings, remnants of the innate deities and demons, their flesh and blood remnants left behind from Pangu's acts. Throughout the ages, innumerable years transformed these remnants into innate beings, fierce beasts, and myriad races, leading to persistent conflicts. Some sought vengeance against Pangu, wishing to annihilate the primordial realm, while others fought fiercely for the spiritual treasures of the world and for resources to benefit their clans. The cosmos witnessed fierce battles among the myriad races, the three clans, and the conflict between Tao and demon, resulting in countless innate treasures lost amidst the chaos. In the vastness of the primordial world, as time flowed inexorably onward, countless cosmic cycles slipped away, and the essence of time seemed to lose its significance. Deep within the eastern sea, there lay an island, home to a celestial mountain abundant with heavenly treasures. At the heart of this mountain, a divine pond resided, surrounded by countless spiritual entities flourishing in harmony. Among these entities, one stood out distinctly, resembling a spiritual mushroom, its core exuding a myriad of colorful auras, with 9 leaves sprouting from its stalk, each radiating ethereal light. This being did not originally belong to this world, yet fate seemed to have orchestrated its arrival through the endless tapestry of time and space into the primordial realm. As time flowed mysteriously, this soul gradually awakened, its consciousness beginning to perceive its surroundings. Everything felt foreign and unfamiliar, prompting the being to explore this vast and strange expanse with its spiritual awareness. Swiftly, the consciousness traversed the entire island, arriving and departing with equal speed. Upon retracting its awareness, memories surged forth like a tidal wave, revealing a bewildered gaze upon the island. A hint of concern flickered within its consciousness as it muttered to itself, "Am I the immortal Hanzhi?" In the 21st century, Xian, an ordinary individual, never imagined that one day he would traverse into the primordial realm akin to the tales spun in novels. Yet here he was, not in a physical form, but as a mere soul, rendered speechless by the astonishing turn of events. Fortunately, during his time on Blue Star, he had indulged in the occasional novel, dabbling in stories such as The Primordial Era, The Investiture of the Gods, Journey to the West, and The Tales of Mount Shu, giving him a modicum of familiarity with the lore. He recalled that fateful night when he had simply stayed up late to read a novel centered around the Investiture of the Gods, and now he found himself inexplicably transported to this realm, uncertain whether to consider himself fortunate or unfortunate. He soon realized that he had seemingly occupied the identity of a renowned female immortal from the Investiture of the Gods. At this moment, his spiritual awareness perceived this body as a spiritual entity, a renowned medicinal herb known as Lingji. Observing his own form, it was evident that he had existed for an extensive period, far surpassing the age of what would be considered a mere 10, 50, or even 100 years in later generations. Through the insights conveyed by the Lingji, he understood, mingled with both concern and fear, that he might have soul transcended into the form of Hanzhi, a disciple of the Jiang's supreme pure Lingbao, Tianzuan. Overwhelmed by the gravity of his situation, a sense of helplessness washed over him. Hanzhi was an outer disciple of the Jiao, possessing a self-forged high-grade postnatal artifact known as the Windbag. She was a close companion of the colorful cloud fairy from Janeo Island and the 3 sisters of Sanxian Island, as well as the outer sect's elder brother, Zhao Gongming. Following Zhao Gongming's demise, Hanzhi was present in the Sanxian Dao, discussing doctrines with the three sisters when the disciple Zhao Gongming from the Chan sect arrived to deliver Zhao Gongming's belongings. Upon learning of the situation, she, alongside the three sisters, ventured to the West Qi to avenge Zhao Gongming, assisting them in setting up the 9 Qi and clashing with the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. After the formation was shattered, Hanzhi was ambushed by Jiang Ziya's God-subduing whip, leading to her demise. In death, she ascended to the investiture of the gods, being enshrined as the wind goddess Granny, one of the 24 heavenly lords of the thunder department. After pondering for a moment, Xian felt an unsettling sensation wash over him, as if every ounce of energy had been drained, causing the weary Hanzhi to slip into a deep slumber. Time passed unknowingly until Xian awoke, feeling a profound sense of boredom. Still grappling with the concept of being a spiritual plant, he began to survey the island, taking in the surroundings. However, before he could fully react, an enigmatic force suddenly yanked his consciousness into a peculiar space. Uneasy, he drifted aimlessly within this space, losing track of time. On that day, his awareness floated to the center of this realm when suddenly, a beam of divine light surged towards him with incredible speed, striking his consciousness directly. The intense radiance emitted countless beams of light, illuminating the entire space. Time seemed to lose its meaning as this brilliance gradually faded, leaving behind a glimmer of light at the core of Xian's consciousness. He gazed at the mysterious object with suspicion, pondering, what on earth is this? How did it find its way into my consciousness? Could it pose a threat to me? A flurry of questions surged within him. Just then, a fleeting thought struck him like lightning. Could this be the fabled golden finger? With a mix of excitement and trepidation, he approached the enigmatic entity with intense curiosity, each step taken with utmost caution, as if fearful of awakening something dreadful. Finally, as he was about to touch the object, an overwhelming burst of dazzling light erupted within his consciousness. In an instant, the entire space was illuminated as though it were midday. Amidst this radiant brilliance, Xian caught a glimpse of an extraordinarily towering figure. This being stood tall, towering to heights unimaginable, muscles rippling like forged steel, embodying boundless strength and explosive power. With disheveled hair and a rugged visage, he appeared rather disheveled and untamed. Clad in what seemed to be a pair of shorts made from beast hide, rough yet resilient, he gripped a colossal axe, its blade glinting ominously, instilling fear in those who beheld it. The figure's countenance radiated authority without uttering a word, his piercing eyes exuding a fierce aura, as if they could see through all things. From this being emanated an unmatched power and an overwhelming presence, akin to a torrential flood surging forth. Before such a colossal existence, the diminutive Xian felt a shiver run through him. The unparalleled pressure nearly rendered him quaking. Were he to possess a physical form at that moment, he would likely have bent at the waist or even collapsed to the ground. As the astonishing force gradually dissipated, Xian's consciousness regained a semblance of calm. Despite lingering trepidation, he could not suppress his curiosity, carefully scrutinizing the imposing figure before him. After observing the manifestation of Pangu, Xian began to digest the influence this encounter had imparted. Recognizing that his opportunity had finally arrived, he was determined not to let it slip away. Thus, he embarked upon his first endeavor of cultivation within the primordial realm. In the boundless chaos of the primordial void, amidst the vast universe, the chaotic world remained shrouded in a gray haze, where chaotic energies surged violently, giving rise to 3,000 chaotic deities and demons. At the core of this chaos lay a colossal egg, cradled by a 36-petaled chaotic azure lotus, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow. Within this egg, life thrived, pulsating with a vigorous vitality. Pangu was born within. Uncertain of how long he had slept or how many epochs had passed within the chaos, the realm often bore witness to various divine and demonic struggles, a cycle of battles interrupted and resumed. On one fateful day, the The great egg nestled within the 36-petaled chaotic azure lotus began to emit a series of resonant sounds. Moments later, the air was filled with the sound of cracking as fissures rapidly spread across the surface of the egg. In the blink of an eye, the shell began to shatter, and the being gestating within stirred awake, proclaiming with a resonant voice, "I, Pangu, shall emerge as the mightiest of beings." And thus, countless epochs passed before Pangu's emergence into the world. On that fateful day, Pangu ceased his arduous cultivation, for he beheld the surrounding darkness of chaos, where the malevolent beings of chaos wreaked havoc, leaving naught but desolation in their wake. Bowing his head, he commenced a deep contemplation. From this profound meditation, he gleaned the essence of his mission. It was he who was destined to initiate the creation of heaven and earth. After pondering for a while, Pangu wielded his mighty axe and struck into the depths of chaos, unleashing a series of axe blades. With each swing, fissures began to form in the chaos, awakening the 3,000 chaotic deities who, under the guidance of the Tao, sought to thwart Pangu's celestial endeavor, thus igniting a cataclysmic war between gods and demons, with 3,000 deities succumbing beneath the weight of his colossal axe. Once the 3,000 deities were vanquished, Pangu directed his formidable blows toward the chaos before him, as laws of the universe surged forth, tirelessly swinging his great axe into the void. A resounding crash echoed through the abyss. Boom. The dark chaos gradually yielded to a multitude of cracks, radiating outward from all directions. From the rising, pure essence, the heavens began to take shape. From the descending candlelight, the earth was formed. Thus, heaven and earth emerged, and chaos became a thing of the past. As the cosmos was newly established, chaotic energies surged forth, clashing against the newly birthed world. Signs of reconvergence between heaven and earth began to manifest, threatening to merge once more into chaos. Observing this, Pangu feared the resurgence of primordial chaos and resolutely refused to witness the world he had painstakingly forged return to its former state. He summoned the treasures from his being, casting aside the primordial treasure, the Pangu axe. He conjured 3 sacred artifacts. 1. The Taiji diagram, to stabilize the newly forged heavens. Another, the Pangu banner, to contain the chaotic energies. And the third, the Chaos bell, to anchor the newly formed earth, preventing it from ascending into the skies. Pangu himself stood tall, with the heavens above and the earth below, a towering figure of immense strength. Thus, day after day, the heavens rose a span higher, and the earth ascended a span higher, while Pangu's stature grew ever more magnificent with the passage of time. As the years unfurled, heaven and earth gradually took form. No longer overlapping, the 4 cardinal points of the cosmos became firmly established. Pangu, now weary and panting heavily, nodded in satisfaction, his heart swelling with joy as he gazed upon the new world he had created. Yet suddenly, Pangu paused and then murmured, "The will of heaven is excessively harsh." With that, his body began to collapse into the newly forged cosmos. Upon his fall, monumental transformations occurred within his being. The breath he exhaled evolved into the winds and clouds of the 4 seasons. The cries he uttered transformed into the resonant thunder. His eyes metamorphosed into the left sun, and the right moon. His limbs took on the form of the cardinal directions: east, west, south, and north, as well as the central 5 peaks. His skin became the vast and expansive mountains and plains. The blood coursing through his veins evolved into the ceaseless rivers, lakes, and seas, and the sweat that dripped from his brow transformed into the nourishing rain and dew that sustains all life. Since Pangu's act of creation, the cosmos took shape and the myriad elements began to gestate. Pangu's primordial spirit underwent a triadic transformation. His essence was divided into 12 parts, and his flesh and bones scattered across the vast wilderness, nurturing the earth. Initially, his primordial essence began to manifest, and 3 streams of azure chi enveloped the merits of his celestial creation as they soared deep into the primordial expanse, one of which carried away the first post-creation treasure, the Linglong Merit Pagoda. Subsequently, his essence surged anew, giving rise to the 12 ancestral shaman deities, who, cloaked in innate candlelight, venture deep into the unyielding mountains, concealed from sight. Firstly, there is Di Jiang, who governs the speed of space. Secondly, there is Zhu Jiuyin, who oversees the laws of time. Thirdly, there is Ru Shou, who commands the principles of gold. Fourthly, there is Zhu Meng, who presides over the laws of wood. Fifthly, there is Gong Gong, who regulates the principles of water. Sixthly, there is Zhu Rong, with a beast's head and a human body, clad in red scales, who governs the laws of fire. Seventhly, there is Shibai Shi, who presides over the laws of meteorology. Eighthly, there is the ruler of wind. Ninthly, there is Chong Liang, who oversees the laws of thunder. Tenthly, there is Yu Zi, who governs the laws of electricity. 11thly, there is Xian Ming, who oversees the laws of rain. And finally, the 12th is Ho Tu, who presides over the laws of earth. Due to absorbing relatively little of Zhu's essence, he would later become the most virtuous and benevolent being in the primordial universe. Thus time, space, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the weather phenomena of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, have all returned to their rightful places. It is uncertain how much time has elapsed, but the awe-inspiring and extraordinary sights gradually faded, and the surroundings slowly returned to their former tranquility. However, amidst the tremendous impact brought about by the creation of heaven and earth, a mysterious soul within a certain consciousness fortuitously came into contact with a faint yet remarkably precious spiritual light. Moreover, there was even a wisp of supreme merit from the moment of creation, as if guided by some unseen force, drifting directly toward its essence, the spiritual herb. One must understand that this seemingly insignificant essence would become a boundless treasure for this herb in the long years to come. In the future, it is unimaginable how far ahead it would be compared to the myriad other innate beings. One can only envision the profound and vast blessings and opportunities that will be bestowed upon the Baiji forest when this unexpected gift from Pangu descends. It seems that only those with immense fortune would be worthy of bearing such astonishing opportunities. Nevertheless, even such a rare stroke of luck could not prevent the series of immense shocks and fluctuations from having a considerable impact on this spiritual herb. Thus, it unknowingly fell back into a state of blissful slumber. As time flows by like an arrow, the years slip away silently. With each passing moment, the essence of this spiritual herb begins to undergo marvelous transformations. It gradually awakens a hint of nascent intelligence. Though still quite tender, it is already capable of sensing subtle changes in its surroundings. From this moment on, it begins to tirelessly absorb the myriad gifts generously bestowed by the great Pangu, day and night. Simultaneously, the dense, innate energy enveloping the island seems to be irresistibly attracted, continuously converging towards this innate mutated spiritual herb. Thus, through the accumulation and sedimentation of countless days, the herb begins to emanate brilliant and resplendent divine light. These divine lights shimmer with endless frosty hues, exuding an innate and extraordinary aura as they dance. The entire island, too, becomes distinct due to the presence of this herb, as if shrouded in a layer of mysterious radiance. Filled with vitality and vigor, in the vast expanse of the primordial world, amidst the boundless eastern sea, waves crash and froth, while the sea breeze whispers across the endless waters, scattered like stars in the night sky. Numerous islands of varying sizes and shapes dot the landscape. These islands are separated by great distances, akin to the twinkling stars that seem unreachable, with even the shortest distance spanning an astonishing 108,000 miles. In a remote corner of this immense ocean lies a solitary island, quietly nestled in an uninhabited expanse that on ordinary days, apart from the occasional passing of local sea creatures, this island remains enveloped in an unusual tranquility. The entire island seems to be cloaked in a mysterious veil, permeated with rich innate energy. Countless rare and precious innate spiritual entities either hide among the grasses or bloom quietly upon the branches. A variety of spiritual herbs and flowers sway gently in the breeze, resembling fairies dancing gracefully, their postures enchanting and beautiful beyond compare, but on what appears to be a tranquil day. Suddenly, Dazzling rays of light burst forth from the depths of the island center. These rays resemble brilliant pillars of light shooting into the heavens, illuminating the once dim sky as bright as day. If an innate mighty being were to chance upon this place at that moment, they would glimpse through the layers of light to see a miraculous spiritual root growing in the center. This spiritual root radiates a splendid array of 9 colorful lights, surrounded by an assortment of rare and exotic herbs and flowers. At the top of this spiritual plant, a dreamy mist of 9 colors floats gracefully. Upon closer inspection, one could even discover a droplet of crystal clear dew hanging from the leaves, while below its roots lies a mound of fertile soil imbued with boundless spiritual energy. Every detail serves as a testament to the extraordinary and unique nature of this spiritual root. Fortunately, this island is protected by a powerful innate formation, coupled with its remote location and sparse population. Even with such astonishing phenomena occurring, it has yet to attract the attention of outsiders. The spiritual root that has become the climate is our protagonist, the Hanzhi Xian, an innate spiritual herb of hundreds of thousands of years. As Baiji forest hazily awakens, having received the peculiar images from the depths of its consciousness, it realizes its location and repeatedly expresses its relief. Grateful for the strange images, it understands that without them, it would have repeated the trajectory of its original form, the very least. This opportunity surpasses its previous existence, and it accepts its reality as a spiritual root. From its own inheritance, it only knows that it is a spiritual herb of hundreds of thousands of years. Devoid of any cultivation techniques, with humble origins, merely an innate root born of the primordial. It is a coveted spiritual medicine sought after by countless practitioners, relying solely on instinct to absorb this innate energy over the countless years. No wonder the Hanzhi Xian during the era of the canonization of gods possessed little ability, faced bad luck, lacked magical artifacts, and only had a self-cultivated high-grade spiritual treasure, a windbag. One can only say that the protagonist's foundation is inadequate, and after years of cultivation, it could only join the outer sect of the Jie as a disciple, which could be considered a point of pride. Although it may seem insignificant, it is still a great sect. It appears that one must grow stronger in order to thrive. After contemplating, it becomes clear that time is of the essence. The IT must hasten its cultivation to transform into human form as soon as possible. It is essential to note that Hong Jun has yet to attain sainthood, and that those innate mighty beings from its previous life are still pursuing the Tao in their respective caves. The primordial world still harbors many opportunities yet to be discovered, and taking a step forward could alter its fate even slightly. IT begins to instinctively and obsessively absorb the island's innate energy, gathering it to nourish its cultivation. Time in the primordial world is not measured by years, and in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years pass. Baiji Forest opens its eyes, surveying itself. Indeed, its arduous cultivation over tens of thousands of years has borne fruit, as its cultivation level has reached the celestial immortal realm. The hierarchy of the primordial realm is divided into human immortal, earth immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, Deluo golden immortal, quasi-saint, and saint. Below human immortal, there are further subdivisions. Chi training, foundation establishment, golden core, primordial infant, transformation of spirit, refining void, and great completion. However, these categorizations pertain to the later era when innate energy was no longer present. The primordial world has undergone numerous tribulations, and the innate energy has transformed into acquired energy, complicating the path of cultivation. Little do they know, in the current primordial world, most beings that have taken form are at least golden immortals, while many innate mighty beings are born as the Luo golden immortals, endowed with astonishing innate talents that command awe. Suddenly, Baiji Forest feels a surge of response emanating from its body. It turns out that its essence, the spiritual herb, has activated its extraordinary abilities. Overjoyed, Baiji Forest quickly attunes to its own situation and soon discovers something remarkable. Its essence, originally just an innate spiritual herb, has been influenced by the Pangu's creation phenomenon. It has absorbed the innate energy of the burgeoning primordial world and a hint of the merit energy from the moment of creation, transforming from an unremarkable entity into a nine-leaf merit spiritual herb. Its body now suffused with merit energy, gradually evolving into a spiritual treasure. Upon realizing this, Baiji Forest takes a deep breath, feeling as though it has made a significant step in breaking free from its fate. It further discovers that the colorful cloud above its head is also in a state of evolving into a spiritual treasure, which fills it with joy. It seems that this is influenced by its essence, which has also absorbed a considerable amount of fortune, evolving alongside its essence into its accompanying spiritual treasure. The classification of spiritual treasures in the primordial world is primarily divided into several tiers. Chaos Supreme Treasures. The highest level of spiritual treasures in the primordial realm, with 69 prohibitions, exceptional chaos treasures, with 66 prohibitions, and top-tier chaos treasures, with 63 prohibitions. The Supreme Chaotic Spirit Treasure boasts a total of 59 prohibitions, while the Intermediate Chaotic Spirit Treasure encompasses 56, and the Inferior Chaotic Spirit Treasure contains 53. The categorization of primordial innate treasures is delineated as follows. The primordial innate supreme treasure possesses 48 prohibitions. The innate top-tier spirit treasure comprises 45. The innate pinnacle spirit treasure holds 42. The innate superior spirit treasure features 39. The innate intermediate spirit treasure consists of 36, and the innate inferior spirit treasure includes 31. The classification of postnatal treasures is as follows. The postnatal supreme treasure, further divided into merit treasures, contains 30 prohibitions. The postnatal top-tier spirit treasure has 27. The postnatal pinnacle spirit treasure encompasses 24. The postnatal superior spirit treasure contains 21. The postnatal intermediate spirit treasure features 18, and the postnatal inferior spirit treasure includes 15. Thus, Bao Zealand resembled an ancient, slumbering behemoth, gradually descending into a profound meditative state. With his eyes firmly closed, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the path of cultivation, nurturing an unwavering resolve to elevate his abilities at the earliest opportunity, for he understood all too well that, given his current meager level of cultivation, the aspiration to simultaneously refine those invaluable treasures was but a fanciful dream. Only by persistently ascending in his cultivation could he hope to gradually master these formidable treasures and unleash the unparalleled power they harbored. Subsequently, the entire island appeared as though enchanted, regaining its former tranquility. However, amidst this serenity, there existed a peculiar anomaly. The central region of the island intermittently shimmered with resplendent radiance. These radiant glimmers sparkled like brilliant stars in the night sky, akin to flames ablaze, casting a fiery glow over the island, creating a surreal and breathtaking spectacle. Within this enchanting scene, Bao Zealand gradually entered an extraordinary state of cultivation. His breathing was steady, harmonious in rhythm, as ethereal energies danced around him like jubilant sprites, forming an exquisite tableau. Simultaneously, streams of azure light emanated from his being, mysterious and subtle, evoking an impression of profound depth. It was evident that this series of extraordinary phenomena was triggered by the spirit mushroom commencing its own cultivation. One cannot help but acknowledge the significant advantage of possessing such rich, innate energy as a resource for cultivation. Bao Zealand's practice was seamless, flowing effortlessly without impediment. In stark contrast, those of later generations were far less fortunate, relying solely on the meager postnatal energies for their arduous cultivation. The thin and chaotic nature of these postnatal energies rendered their paths fraught with hardship and obstacles, necessitating an expenditure of effort many times over to achieve even modest progress. On this day in the primordial world, the once peaceful and harmonious cosmos was suddenly engulfed by tumult. An indescribable, overwhelming force erupted from the surroundings, as if intent on tearing the very fabric of the world apart. The waves of this force surged like a tempestuous sea, sweeping across the land, shaking everything in its wake with an astonishing display of might. Countless waves of oppressive energy surged forth from every direction, intertwining and layering upon one another. creating an almost unbearable burden that bore down upon every living creature, rendering them breathless. In the depths of the Eastern Sea, a serene and beautiful island, the dwelling of Zealand, found itself caught in this chaos. The terrifying impact struck the island with the ferocity of a storm, causing it to tremble violently as the spirit mushroom, Zealand, struggled against this immense power. Its once proud, golden form quivered as if in agony. The golden leaves drooping as if in sorrow, resembling a mournful rain. Interrupted in his cultivation by this unexpected upheaval, Zealand was compelled to cease his practice and muster all his strength to withstand the terrifying onslaught. At that moment, a resonant and grand voice echoed from afar. High above the clouds, I repose. I shall teach the true Tao. Beyond the realms of heaven and earth, I shall preside as the master. Pangu divided the Tai Chi. The dualities birthed the four symbols. A single path transmits to three friends, and two teachings delineate the divide. The Xianmen shall lead the elite, a single breath transforming into Hongjun. As this voice resonated, a figure gradually materialized. This individual, with hair as white as snow, yet bearing the visage of youth, exuded an air of boundless dignity and auspiciousness. He was Hongjun, who had just attained the status of a saint. In a gentle tone, Hongjun proclaimed, I, Hongjun, have now become a saint, ready to impart teachings to the beings of the primordial realm, that I shall deliver lectures in the palace of purple clouds above the ninth layer of chaos. All those fated to encounter me may come forth to listen. Upon utterance of these words, the entire primordial world quivered with reverberation. Countless beings, upon hearing this news, were filled with exuberance, hastening their preparations to journey to the palace of purple clouds to receive the saint's teachings. Hongjun, the ancestor of the primordial Tao, the embodiment of heavenly principles, the master of saints, was one of the 3,000 innate deities born of primordial chaos. After the creation of the universe, he reincarnated as Hongjun, cultivating until he became a great Luo golden immortal. Following his conquest of the demon ancestor, he acquired the creation jade tablet, and upon comprehending the profound mysteries within the tablet, he ultimately merged the three corpses, becoming the first heavenly Tao saint. In a fleeting moment, the majestic presence departed as swiftly as it arrived. Zealand, standing firm in his spirit form, gazed at the miraculous sight of purple energy descending from the east. Golden light illuminating the surroundings, fragrant sandalwood wafting through the air, accompanied by celestial cranes, dragons, phoenixes, and Xians, all embodying various auspicious signs. 100 treasures of light radiated from the white hairs, causing the earth to tremble, while exotic fragrances scattered like petals. Countless golden lotuses cascaded from the heavens, their petals fluttering down, dispersing the Tao rhythm that permeated the primordial realm, bestowing blessings upon all beings. The spirit mushroom, instinctively absorbing the golden lotuses, petals, and Tao rhythms, began to transform into something extraordinary, increasingly enigmatic. Fearing a delay in absorption would deprive it of these benefits, it eagerly sought to partake in the abundant blessings bestowed upon the primordial realm by Hongjun's ascension. Regardless, any touch of this divine fortune would yield immense benefits for the beings of the world. Observing the ethereal aura encircling the spirit mushroom, the symbols appeared almost alive, shimmering with a supernatural gleam. At last, the moment had arrived, the ascension of Hongjun. Yet, one could only lament their inability to take form and ascend to the heavens to hear the teachings. Fortunately, the spirit mushroom had managed to partake in the blessings from this momentous occasion, suggesting that with this opportunity, it might soon emerge into the world. IT needed to hasten its progress. Otherwise, by the time of the second lecture, Hongjun would be elucidating the path of the quasi-saints' severing of corpses, and there would be precious little treasure left to claim amidst the ensuing turmoil. Indeed, Zealand's diligent cultivation was noteworthy, but the stirrings caused by the first saint's ascension were nothing short of miraculous. Innate powers from all directions converged upon the palace of purple clouds in the heavens, each having attained the status of great Luo golden immortal. Among them were the primordial deities of Kunlun Mountain, Panga's essence manifesting as the three purities, Fushi and Yuhua, along with significant figures from the west such as Jian and Zhuanti, and the earth immortal known as Xinyuanzi, alongside the benevolent red cloud, Emperor Jun of the sun, Tai, and the lunar deities Shihe and Changxi, as well as the 12 ancestors of the witch clan born from Panga's blood. Time passed, and while the 3,000 great beings gathered in the palace of purple clouds to listen, the island where Baozilan resided underwent a transformation that seemed to respond to a mysterious and potent call, as the first spirit mushroom began to autonomously absorb the surrounding innate energies, along with the myriad golden lotuses and Tao rhythms manifested by Hongjuan's ascension. Each golden lotus radiated brilliant light, infused with immense spiritual power and vitality. The luminescence of the spirit mushroom intertwined with its inherent brilliance, casting the entire island into a dreamlike realm, where its spiritual energy flowed like a gentle stream, nourishing every inch of its being. To speak of the true essence of Baozilan is indeed to acknowledge its profound fortune. It commenced its awakening of spiritual intelligence before Hongjun attained sanctification, with the heavens and earth rejoicing in unison, thus becoming imbued with considerable Taoist resonance, thereby evading the tribulation of transformation. The place of its essence has since become vacant, revealing a female immortal, gracefully holding a spiritual treasure, draped in flowing ribbons, standing barefoot. She opened her eyes, which radiated warmth, her skin as white as snow, her delicate visage exuding an alluring charm. Her 3,000 silky black tresses cascaded down her shoulders, adorned with a golden lotus crown, the tips of her hair secured with a golden hairpin, and as the gentle breeze passed, her hair released fragrant wafts. Behold her figure, perfectly proportioned, with curves that exude an irresistible allure. The aura she unconsciously emanated commanded respect, making it unwise for anyone to draw near. Having just taken form, Baozilan, already at the realm of Xian, harbored no dissatisfaction, feeling that manifesting into human form surpassed merely being a spiritual root. No longer did she need to live in trepidation, fearing discovery and being used for alchemical purposes. Curiosity filled her as she surveyed the island. Looking up to the sky, she confidently proclaimed, "Heavenly Tao above. Henceforth there shall be no more Baozilan, only the first spiritual fungus of the primordial world, the Lingji that opened heaven and earth." And no matter how others calculated, they could not discern her previous identity, thus aligning her more closely with the primordial realm. Though she had assumed a new identity as a female immortal of the primordial world, the impact was minimal, allowing her to pursue her path undeterred. Having successfully taken human form, she now possessed some capacity for self-preservation, and she firmly believed that it would not be long before her name, Hanzhi Xian, would resonate throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world. Without delay, Hanzhi Xian began to gather various spiritual items around her, making her way to the pivotal center of the island, where the innate grand formation that enveloped the entire isle was controlled. Only by mastering this grand formation could the island truly belong to her in the primordial realm, beyond the constraints of time. The first lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace by Hongjun had drawn to a close, and the 3,000 innate great beings present returned to their respective abodes within the primordial realm, each digesting the benefits gained from the teachings to enhance their own foundations and reach greater heights. Over the years, Hanzhi Xian successfully refined this innate grand formation, the primordial Qi Grand Array, a formation of formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, encompassing combinations of concealment, bewilderment, and soul weakening that is no wonder that from the dawn of creation until now. Despite enduring several tribulations, no one had discovered this island, all thanks to the efficacy of this innate grand formation. In the East Sea, beneath the vast and mysterious depths, lies an island seldom trodden by human feet and positioned in an exceedingly remote location. This previously nameless isle has now acquired an official designation, Xianxia Island. This name was bestowed upon it not long ago by Hanzhi Xian herself. Indeed, it was after she successfully refined the protective innate formation of the island that she granted it such a melodious and enchanting title. The island is called Xianxia because it is often enveloped in ethereal spiritual energy, and when sunlight cascades down, it refracts into a brilliant array of colors, dreamlike and breathtakingly beautiful. though Xianxia Island may seem slightly inferior compared to the legendary paradises. In reality, the disparity is negligible. Within Xianxia Island stands a towering peak known as Ziji Peak, crowned by the enigmatic Nine Mysterious Cave. After much contemplation, Hanzhi Xian ultimately decided to establish her abode and cultivation grounds there. Once settled, she immediately immersed herself in her lengthy journey of cultivation. As time flowed on, the years in the mountains slipped by unnoticed. The changing seasons of the outside world held no significance for Hanzhi Xian, who remained oblivious to the onset of the biting cold winds. Thus, time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of years went by. Following her success in refining the innate formation, Hanzhi Xian hurriedly returned to the land of her essence's birth at the summit of the towering peak. She expended great effort to carve out a unique realm for cultivation, resolutely determined to integrate the inheritance of her spiritual fungus essence and the precious innate treasures left over from her transformation. Hoping to glean some critical insights and thus discover a cultivation method and secret that suited her. Furthermore, she aspired to harness these insights to create formidable divine powers, preparing herself for the fierce and brutal struggles that awaited her in the boundless primordial world. As of now, Hanzhi Xian's cultivation at the late stage of Xian has been meticulously honed to perfection. Her primordial body unblemished. As for future cultivation, it must progress step by step, given that innate beings inherently carry some vestiges of innate heritage. And although Hanzhi Xian's spiritual fungus essence is indeed an innate spiritual root, her inheritance is rather meager, leaving her with merely an innate body. Fortunately, her essence has absorbed the merit of creation from the primordial essence at the dawn of time. Combined with the innate energy pervading Xianxia Island and the myriad golden lotuses and petals that rain down upon Hongjuan sanctification, which have allowed her to cultivate several powerful divine abilities. Among her creations is the Golden Lotus Light, a protective treasure inspired by the celestial Lord Yuanchu's protective artifact, the celebratory clouds of the heavens, refined from the golden lotus absorbed during Hongjuan's sanctification. Not only does it defend against various magical attacks, but it also safeguards the primordial spirit from all manner of bizarre techniques, its ornate appearance perfectly suiting Hanzhi Xian's feminine nature. Next is the Qi transformation technique, born from Hanzhi Xian's recollection of the technique of Qi transformation into a rainbow from her previous life. This ability was cultivated from the innate energy of Xianxia Island, enhancing her speed in travel and escape. Another is the Qi seizing technique, a powerful ability that allows her to grasp both people and objects, a formidable tool for combat. Additionally, there is the purple light soul dispersal technique, cultivated by Hanzhi Xian from the soul-dispersing power of the great formation on the island, combined with the unique spores of her spiritual fungus essence. This offensive technique releases a purple light that scatters powder into the air, shattering the souls of any who lack the protection of innate artifacts or secret methods, leaving them in a state of disarray. Lastly, there is the Rebirth and Salvation Sutra, a scripture cultivated by Hanzhi Xian, blending the merit of creation from her essence with the profound techniques of salvation from Western Buddhism, capable of redeeming demons and spirits alike, its power rivaling that of the Western methodologies. After all, anything touched by the merit of creation is indeed extraordinary. One could say that those who embrace this scripture live as Hanzhi Xian's beings, while in death, they become her spirits. In addition to mastering these 5 divine abilities, Hanzhi Xian also performed rituals with several treasures that had fallen during her transformation, including the 9 treasures Jade Rui, the 9-color glazed belt, the golden lotus throne, the Pulu flower basket, a handful of pure soil, a drop of nectar, and a spiritual root. The 9 treasures Jade Rui and the 9-color glazed belt are Hanzhi Xian's accompanying spiritual treasures. The 9 treasures Jade Rui is an evolution of her essence, transformed from the merit of creation into a 9-leaf spiritual fungus, originally possessing only 7 leaves, according to her original self's posthumous accounts. It is no wonder that she could only manifest after attaining the sanctification of the celestial Lord Tongtian, given her meager foundation and low magical prowess. When Tongtian arrived at the EC to establish Golden Turtle Island and impart teachings, She joined the sect to commence her cultivation of the upper or clear techniques, gradually gaining some Taoist power by the time of the investiture of the gods. Now, thanks to her fortuitous destiny, she has transformed into 9 leaves, enhancing her foundation. Each leaf possesses a treasure, including pearls, agates, glazed stones, emeralds, jade, precious orbs, gold mines, silver rocks, and the famed immortal pearl, collectively known as the 9 treasures. This is a superior, innate defensive spiritual treasure, capable of being used as a weapon, and during combat, it can unleash 9 colored energies to withstand attacks from divine treasures and techniques, confounding celestial beings and binding their primordial spirits. The merit flowing from the Rui itself can also enhance one's Taoist cultivation and magical power. The 9-color glazed belt was conjured from the 9-color clouds that adorned her head before her transformation, infused with the Taoist resonance emanating from her 9-leaf spiritual fungus, manifesting as a low-grade innate protective treasure. The Golden Lotus Throne and the Pulu Flower Basket are artifacts crafted by Hanzhi Xian from the Golden Lotus's petals and Taoist resonance absorbed during Hongjuan sanctification, combined with the innate spiritual materials from Xianxiao Island. The Golden Lotus Throne is a protective aid, allowing one to sit upon it to achieve clarity of mind and purity of desire, radiating golden light that defends against various attacks, shielding her from the disturbances of demons and evil beings. While the insights gained from the throne facilitate the understanding of Tao, the Pulu Flower Basket is a superior innate offensive treasure, forged from the leaves and roots of a peculiar spiritual root on the island. Combined with the petals released during Hongjuan's sanctification, capable of capturing entities that a handful of pure soil is a piece of spiritual earth from beneath her essence, continuously nurturing her physical form with vitality. A drop of nectar is a single dewdrop from her 9 leaves, transformed into something extraordinary due to the influence of her spiritual fungus's Taoist power. Once all these treasures and abilities had been meticulously ritualized, a chapter concluded. Turning her gaze towards the garden in the back courtyard of her cave, she beheld a low-grade, innate spiritual root, a fire apricot tree, bearing 36 fiery apricot fruits, greatly appealing to practitioners of fire attributes, as consuming the fruits could accelerate their comprehension of the laws of fire. Surrounding this grand tree, various types of spiritual fungi, herbs, and flowers collected with care by Hanzhi Xian adorn the island. These precious plants may not yet have developed wisdom due to their relatively young age, yet the spiritual essence they harbor is exceedingly abundant. To safeguard this exquisite and rare garden, Hanzhi Xian has meticulously established numerous barriers to prevent unwarranted intrusions and subsequent destruction. As she gradually stepped out of the cave, her gaze began to scrutinize the entirety of the island. It was evident that every corner of the island was adorned with wondrous entities, both innate and acquired, leaving one dazzled in the distance. The calls of white apes echoed in a rhythmic chorus, accompanied by the elegant and light-footed dance of cranes soaring gracefully through the air. White elephants strode across the land with a steady and powerful gait, emitting deep resonant sounds. Lions roared majestically, harmonizing with the nimble leaps of deer. The crystal-clear streams flowed incessantly, never ceasing, while various migratory birds rested along the riverbanks, either preening their feathers or frolicking joyfully. Through the long passage of time, this island gradually nurtured a myriad of plants and animals, infusing the entire locale with vibrant life, painting a scene teeming with vitality. Witnessing this revival and flourishing of all beings, Hanzhi Xian could not help but feel a sense of ease and delight. However, just moments later, she swiftly adjusted her mindset and turned back toward the cave. At this moment, for Hanzhi Xian, the most crucial task was to continue her secluded cultivation. After all, she found herself in the perilous expanse of the primordial world, fraught with lurking dangers. Only by elevating her cultivation to the golden immortal realm could she possess sufficient strength to venture forth into the vast wilderness, exploring the unknown mysteries and adventures that awaited her. In the boundless, timeless primordial world, there exists a mysterious island known as Xianxiao Island. This island bears no clear concept of time, as if it resides beyond the currents of time itself. Behold the enchanting Hanzhi Xian, wholly engrossed in her self-cultivation, She ceaselessly channels the surging magical energy within her, delving deep into the mysteries of her own Tao practice, while meticulously refining her cherished spiritual treasures. Each movement is imbued with such focus and dedication, solely aimed at progressing further along the path of her cultivation. Presently, Hanzhi Xian has reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal stage, teetering on the brink of the early golden immortal phase. Yet, no matter how fervently she endeavors to cultivate, it seems she cannot surmount this final barrier. At this juncture, three paths lay before her. First, to choose continued slumber, allowing the passage of time to gradually erode this obstinate bottleneck. Second, to remain steadfast, persisting in her secluded cultivation, hoping for a day of sudden enlightenment. And third, to bravely step beyond Xian Island, embarking on a journey to comprehend the fundamental forces of the universe, measuring the vast expanse of the primordial land with her own feet, seeking the profound cultivation principles concealed within the celestial Tao. Despite having endured several monumental calamities, the primordial realm, through countless conflicts and bloodshed, has suffered the loss of many precious innate treasures. Yet, it remains in a period of vigorous development, particularly after the conclusion of the first sermon by the sage Hongjun. Many beings in the primordial realm still find themselves immersed in contemplation of the profound truths of the Tao, resulting in relatively few beings venturing forth in this expansive region of the Eastern Sea. Encounters with other beings are exceedingly rare. Aside from the indigenous creatures of the Eastern Sea and scattered cultivators, only the formidable dragon clan thrives in this area. Without engaging with other beings in discussions or sharing insights on cultivation, nor pondering the intricacies of the celestial Tao, she finds herself toiling alone in silent perseverance. It is uncertain how many years she must endure before successfully breaking through her current cultivation realm. Moreover, at this very moment, the eagerly anticipated second sermon is approaching, and the looming dread of impending catastrophe looms ever closer. In light of these circumstances, despite her myriad of frustrations, Hanzhi Xian is compelled to make the difficult decision to venture forth, seeking the hidden opportunities that fate may offer, in hopes of glimpsing the key to the great Tao. Alas, after careful consideration, Hanzhi Xian cannot help but let out a long sigh. Very well. I shall continue my secluded cultivation for the time being. With my current meager cultivation, if I were to rashly venture out, it would be difficult to predict how far I could go. The primordial realm is indeed a place where the strong abound. Great Luo golden immortals are commonplace, and Tai golden immortals are as numerous as the stars. As for someone like me, merely a profound immortal, once I step beyond this island, I would likely become easy prey, fit only to be butchered, not even worthy enough to serve as a mere snack. Thus, it is best to wait until my cultivation reaches the golden immortal realm before making further plans. At least then I would possess some measure of self-protection. With this thought in mind, Hanzhi Xian hesitates no longer, casting aside distractions and immersing herself fully in intense cultivation. However, just as she prepares to settle her mind, she suddenly senses an unusual disturbance. She quickly opens her eyes, her brow furrowed tightly, and gazes into the distance. There, she observes the formidable protective formation enveloping Xian Island under fierce assault from an enemy's magical power. Its light flickering erratically, teetering on the brink of collapse, as if it could shatter at any moment. Indeed, it is said that fortune can turn into misfortune, and misfortune cannot be evaded. Uninvited guests have arrived at her island. She is determined to discover who dares to wreak havoc in her domain, suspecting they may not be an innate powerhouse. After all, they were preoccupied with cultivation, preparing for the second sermon, and had no time for leisurely wanderings. Moreover, her island is not a paradise, merely possessing a hint of the ethereal. She is curious to see who has arrived. From her perspective, as long as the intruder is not of golden immortal status or higher, she could engage in battle. With an expression of indignation, she rises, armed, and steps out of the protective formation of Xianxiao Island, at the foot of Ziji Peak, outside Jushuan Cave, that a youth clad in white robes, wielding a long spear and adorned with a white crown, was attacking her island's protective array, his cultivation barely at the mid-profound immortal stage. Observing his true form as a white dragon, she mused. When did a white dragon appear in the eastern sea? There was no time for further contemplation. Hanzhi Xian gripped the 9 treasures jade rui in one hand, weaving a spell with the other. As she stepped out of the protective formation, who dares assault the protective array of my island? Hanzhi Xian's ethereal voice resonated. Oh, this remote place actually has an owner, a female cultivator. Nonetheless, I am Ao of the West Sea Dragon clan. Be wise and surrender your island to me, and serve me as my maid, or you shall face dire consequences, Ao said with an air of arrogance. That's so. And what if I refuse? Hanzhi Xian retorted. Well, the white dragon attempted to say more to intimidate her. Val dragon, do not presume to be so brazen, Hanzhi Xian interrupted, seizing the opportunity with memories of her past life. She understood the principle that it is better to strike first than to suffer the consequences. There was no need for further conversation. She cast her treasure with a flick of her wrist, sending the 9 treasures jade rui hurtling toward the white dragon. The 9 treasures jade rui unleashed tremendous force as it collided with the dragon, yet just as it neared him, it was blocked by the long spear in his hand. It seemed that his spear was also a superior innate spiritual treasure. Otherwise, it could not withstand the power of her treasure. Seeing her treasure thwarted, Hanzhi Xian immediately activated her divine abilities. With a light step of her jade foot, a golden lotus throne materialized, radiating beams of golden light for protection. Amidst the fluctuations of magical energy, Hanzhi Xian unleashed her most formidable attack, the purple light soul devouring technique. A cloud of powder accompanied by the crashing waves surged forth, as expected. The dragon did not meet a gruesome fate, but instead was shielded by a sudden surge of formidable power that erupted from him. After all, the Dragon Clan is one of the 3 great tribes that emerged in the primordial realm, rulers of the sea. How could they lack protective treasures? Ha! You insolent wench, let us see what other divine abilities you possess to defeat me. Surrender and become my personal maid. It will be quite advantageous for you, Ao said with a wicked grin. You vile dragon, do not revel too soon. Today, I shall show you that there are always greater powers beyond your own, and greater heavens beyond this realm. Prepare yourself, Hanzhi Xian, incensed, declared. This white dragon, who dared to belittle a worthy immortal, would learn the taste of servitude today. Eager to conclude this confrontation, Hanzhi Xian immediately resorted to her cultivated transcendent sutra. Doubt does not strive, yet achieves all. The world cannot comprehend that a person does not act in vain. Should I cease? My head aches. It pains me, the white dragon exclaimed, suddenly realizing that this female immortal was no mere pushover. Her hand was a lethal strike aimed at his life. What sorcery have you employed, Demoness? Cease this at once, the white dragon growled fiercely. Hanzhi Xian responded, shaking her head, You vile dragon, by assaulting my mountain gate. You have forged this karmic bond with me that in contemporary times, malevolent deeds have reached a critical juncture. It is imperative to swiftly lay down the sword and immediately take refuge under my guidance to become a virtuous disciple. Otherwise, you shall inevitably return to the embrace of the heavens and earth that in the vast expanse between heaven and earth, what is to be gained from human goodness? In this lifetime, all pursue a life of elegance. To recognize one's faults and amend them is of the utmost significance. Failing to rectify errors only invites further calamity. The continuous cycle of life and enlightenment incessantly amplifies the agony of the sinful dragon. With respect to the teacher above, I beseech you to cease your recitation. The disciple acknowledges his transgressions. After a moment, the white dragon, with utmost sincerity, clasped his hands together and knelt in reverence. Virtue, enter under my wing, and embrace compassion, dedicating yourself to the salvation of all living beings. Your ability to reign in your reckless ways indicates that you possess considerable wisdom. You may serve as a virtuous disciple on my left side. Spoke the ethereal Hanzhi, her feet touching the golden lotus, as she floated gracefully in the air. Yes, I shall heed your command, replied the disciple Auda, that I will accompany my master back to the island for cultivation. Let us depart. Hanzhi turned and soared back to the island, with Auda following obediently into the great formation, which then concealed itself again, continuing its protective function at the Tiziji Peak within the Jiaoxian cave. Hanzhi took her seat upon the golden lotus throne, while Auda stood below, awaiting her instructions. Virtuous disciple. Auda, Hanzhi called. Disciple present. Auda responded. You may withdraw for now and seek a place outside the cave to cultivate temporarily, as I currently have no directives for you. Hanzhi concluded, falling silent thereafter. Understood, Auda replied. I shall comply with the master's decree, and with hands pressed together, he slowly retreated towards the cave's exit. Once the virtuous disciple had departed, Hanzhi immediately resumed her meditative state, seeking to restore her magical powers, which had been somewhat depleted from her recent battle with Auda. Moreover, she aimed to digest the insights gained from their clash, ensuring that in future confrontations, her application of magical artifacts and abilities would be more instinctive and harmonized. Additionally, she needed to enhance her cultivation to seize opportunities sooner rather than later. The Jiaoxian cave returned to its tranquil silence, illuminated only by the radiant glow emanating from the lotus throne, which cast a divine light throughout the cave. As time flowed gently, years turned into countless epochs in the vast and enigmatic primordial realm. A resounding voice suddenly echoed through the heavens, shaking the very core of existence. The second sermon at the Zhixiao Palace has arrived. Those with fate may come forth. This proclamation, akin to the tolling of a great bell, instantly reverberated through every corner of the primordial universe, encompassing even the most distant reaches. The meditative Hanzhi was abruptly interrupted by this booming announcement. Slowly, she opened her eyes, lifting her gaze, which sparkled with clarity like autumn waters. As she contemplated the words that had just graced her ears, in that instant, a sense of urgency gripped her heart. She understood the time was of the essence and allowed no room for delay. Without further hesitation, Hanzhi closed her eyes once more, immersing herself entirely in her seemingly endless cultivation. For a golden immortal, transcending to the Xian immortal realm is no trivial matter. Before such a breakthrough can be achieved, one must deeply comprehend the power of the laws, which is an exceedingly intricate and obscure path, a significant watershed in the journey of cultivation. The breakthrough from the golden immortal stage not only demands the accumulation of vast magical energy, but also hinges upon profound self-awareness. Specifically, a golden immortal must dedicate countless years to amassing a formidable reservoir of magical power, while simultaneously exploring their inner world to cultivate their true self, thereby extending their lifespan to 10,000 epochs. However, even this is far from sufficient to successfully breach the golden immortal stage. One must also begin to glimpse the unfathomable mysteries of the laws, breaking free from the constraints of mortality to forge an immortal golden immortal body, achieving the grand aspiration of limitless lifespan. Concurrently, one must cultivate an indestructible primordial spirit, refining the physical body through repeated trials, continuously enhancing their level of cultivation and comprehension. Only through such arduous trials can one aspire to ascend to higher echelons of cultivation. In the primordial world, the enhancement of cultivation and comprehension is the key to transcending to the golden immortal level. Why harnessing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, one accumulates magical power and gradually heightens their cultivation level, ultimately reaching the golden immortal state. Furthermore, the acquisition of fortune and virtue in the primordial realm is of utmost importance. Why seeking fortune and virtue, one can utilize these resources to elevate their cultivation and expedite their ascension to the golden immortal level. Hanzhi had an excellent reference for this initial glimpse into the laws. The low-grade innate spiritual root, the fire apricot tree, flourishing in her garden, blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit every 3,000 years, and requires another 3,000 years for maturation. She just so happened to have a substantial quantity of the first batch of fruits remaining, and by refining these fruits, she could grasp the essence of their fiery nature, thus gaining insight into the laws of fire, breaking the shackles of her own lifespan, and achieving a golden immortal body with infinite longevity. As the years flowed by, a millennium swiftly passed in the primordial world. At this very moment, the second sermon at the Zhixiao Palace was in full swing. Meanwhile, within the mysterious depths of the Jiaoxian cave, a surging wave of heat erupted from the lotus throne like a wild stallion breaking free. A thunderous roar resounded, deafening to the ears, as an immense aura swept through the cave, seemingly intent on engulfing it whole. To the center of this powerful force, Hanzhi kept her eyes tightly shut. Her expression grave. She slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. A faint golden light enveloped her entire being. In this moment, she keenly sensed the changes in her cultivation, and a smile of joy gradually appeared on her face. Indeed, after countless epochs of arduous cultivation and accumulation, Hanzhi had finally succeeded in breaking through to the coveted golden immortal realm. The once insurmountable threshold of cultivation, akin to an impassable chasm, no longer posed an obstacle on her path forward. Although she was still in the early stages of the golden immortal realm, for Hanzhi, this was undoubtedly a momentous breakthrough of monumental significance. After all, to have traversed through such an extensive duration, relying on her solid foundation and relentless efforts to overcome numerous challenges and reach this new domain was an achievement of noteworthy rarity. As she contemplated this, an indescribable sense of elation surged within Hanzhi's heart, as if all her hardships and sacrifices had culminated in this bountiful reward. That moment, not far from the entrance of the cave, beneath the sturdy branches of an ancient pine tree, the virtuous disciple Auda, who had been waiting patiently, was startled by the sudden onslaught of heat. He widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing in disbelief towards the cave, muttering to himself, "What an immense aura! Could it be?" Suddenly, as if awakening to a realization, joy lit up his face, and he exclaimed excitedly, "It must be that my master has broken through. I must hurry to report this." With that, he dashed towards the cave's interior with great urgency. Before long, Auda stood before Hanzhi, kneeling respectfully with both knees on the ground, bowing his head in reverence, and exclaimed, "Disciple Auda pays homage to the master. Congratulations on successfully breaking through to the golden immortal realm." His voice rang clear and bright, filled with profound respect and joy for his teacher. Upon hearing her disciple's congratulatory words, Hanzhi smiled gently and softly commanded, "Rise." These simple 3 words conveyed an invisible authority and warmth. "Indeed, it is good to see that your cultivation has also progressed. It appears that you have not neglected your own practice during this time. Now that I have broken through, I can share some insights with you. Whether you gain from it depends on your own fortune. Please take a seat and listen." Time hurried along, and after several hundred years had passed, Hanzhi concluded, "Virtuous disciple, you may withdraw for now and deeply contemplate these insights, striving for an early breakthrough in your own cultivation." "Yes, master," Auda replied. Once the disciple had departed, Hanzhi began to calculate and soon remarked, "Now that the 3,000 great beings of the primordial realm have gathered at the Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings, it is time for me to venture out for a bit of exploration, having reached the golden immortal stage and secured my protective abilities. However, I must first prepare and refine my magical artifacts." With determination, she set to work, and before long, several hundred years had passed as Hanzhi meticulously refined all her spiritual treasures. Though she had not fully integrated all the forbidden techniques, she could still operate them automatically. With her newfound ability, she pondered how to utilize the remaining 2 innate divine substances, a piece of pure land and dew, to create a treasure for her virtuous disciple, ensuring his protection during her absence from the cave. This breakthrough and comprehension of the laws had bestowed upon her a powerful ability known as 3 flavors true fire. Now, she need not fear being burnt, for the most dreaded adversary of spiritual roots and artifacts is indeed fire. Once ignited by it, the consequences could range from severe injury to utter annihilation. Thus, she resolved to practice her craft by refining treasures using this newfound skill. Reflecting upon it, a mere flick of the fingers conjures a pristine piece of land, for which a droplet of dew emerges, accompanied by an array of various spiritual ores, stones, and gems indigenous to the island, all consigned to the flames of the 3 treasures' true fire. After enduring the passage of 49 years, it finally takes shape as a bowl, aptly named Feijin Bowl, possessing suppressive powers. This bowl, formed from that sanctified land and an assortment of primordial spiritual ores, stones, and gems, contains within it a pool of clear spring water, birthed from the fusion of that dew drop, When inverted, it can suppress both humans and treasures alike. The primordial dew possesses healing properties, mending both flesh and bone. After careful contemplation, she summoned the kind-hearted youth, Shnbo, stating, "This is the postnatal supreme spiritual treasure I have just forged. The Fengshen Bang I now bestow it upon you as a talisman for protection. I shall soon embark on a distant journey. It may be a millennium at the shortest, or perhaps 10 millennia before I return. During my absence from the cave, you must diligently cultivate your being. Use the primordial dew from your Fengshen bowl to nourish the fire apricot tree in the garden. When the fruits ripen, remember to gather them, for we shall make arrangements upon my return." Furthermore, with a flick of her finger, a divine light entered Ao's consciousness, imparting the defensive control technique of the island's great protective formation. "The Han Yuan Chi Mi Tian Array. You must remember this," she instructed. Upon concluding her words, the immortal Hanzhi gazed at "Yes, master. I shall remember." "Oh," De replied. "Good. You may take your leave for now." She said, "Understood." Ao De responded. Atop Ziji Peak, within the Nine Xian cave, the scenery was picturesque, tranquil, and serene. The tall, upright pine tree swayed in the wind, seemingly showcasing its resilience and vitality to the world. Beneath the pine, Shnbo sat in serene meditation, fully absorbing the primordial energy flowing from the Nine Xian cave. This primordial essence gathered around the immortal Hanzhi like a celestial river, continuous and abundant. Time passed quietly, and it was uncertain how long had gone by. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure surged forth from the Nine Xian cave, sweeping outward like a tempest. The force of this pressure caused the entire mountain to tremble, startling the birds and beasts into flight. Yet, in the face of such terrifying might, Hanzhi remained undisturbed, continuing her cultivation. Thus, after enduring the test of several hundred years, Hanzhi finally solidified her foundational cultivation. At this moment, she slowly opened her star-like eyes. During this retreat, she had hoped for a breakthrough, to ascend to greater heights, but reality did not align with her aspirations. Nevertheless, through this trial, she had come to understand, within the vast, boundless primordial universe, all things possess their own rhythms and laws, ebbing and flowing, guided by a higher order that cannot be forced. Though her initial goals remained unfulfilled, her state of mind grew increasingly clear and transparent, and her comprehension of the Tao and law ascended to a new level. Outside the Nine Xian cave, while this region's scenery may not rival the renowned paradises of the world, it was by no means inferior to some of the smaller blessed lands of later generations. Here, the primordial energy was exceptionally rich, nurturing the spiritual flowers, treasures, and trees of the island to thrive. They either bloomed with resplendent flowers, emitted enchanting fragrances, or flourished with lush foliage, presenting a vibrant tableau. This island appeared increasingly mysterious, abundant in gems, with exquisite scenery and flowers that never withered across the 4 seasons, including longevity herbs that blossomed in accordance with the 24 solar terms. As Hanzhi emerged from her cave, Shnbo rushed over. "Master, you have emerged from your seclusion. Congratulations." Ao De bowed. "Indeed," she replied, "your cultivation has indeed broken through to the late stage of Xian. Your years of diligent practice beneath this pine tree have not been in vain." After completing their salutations, Shnbo presented a gift box with both hands, bowing deeply. "Master, this is a fruit from a postnatal spiritual root I found by the stream outside the Taoist temple. Please do try it." Hanzhi opened the lid, glanced at the youth's obsequious grin, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. "You mischievous child. I've already attained the golden immortal realm. How could I still be thirsty?" She chided playfully. "Since I have left you to guard the Taoist temple during my seclusion, you have worked hard as well. Keep these fruits for yourself, and this fire apricot shall serve as a reward." Upon hearing this, Shnbo was instantly filled with excitement. Hanzhi looked at the child's foolish expression, unsure of what to say. Indeed, those of the Dragon clan had an affinity for treasures. She mused. Now, the great powers of the primordial realm were already listening to teachings in the Zishao Palace, having also broken through to the initial perfect stage of the golden immortal realm. It was now time for her to set out from the island. With the azure sky and white clouds above and the rolling waves below, a figure clad in a shimmering robe of glass-like colors soared on golden clouds, heading eastward towards the surrounding seas. Observing her as she traveled, sometimes pausing to collect spiritual herbs and flowers from desolate mountains, and at other times strolling along the waves, she appeared utterly at ease, unburdened by distractions, her thoughts flowing freely. This figure in the glass robe was none other than Hanzhi. This journey into the world was a result of her careful deliberation. After all, she had long desired to seek out opportunities within the vast primordial realm. Furthermore, at this moment, the Honorable Hongjun was still imparting teachings in the Zixiao Palace, while the great Deluo golden immortals of the primordial realm had ascended to the chaos above the 9 heavens to absorb wisdom. Those who could not attend had retreated to the summit of Mount Buzhou to contemplate, hoping to glean unique insights. Meanwhile, those with lesser cultivation either secluded themselves or remained in their respective caves. Deterred from venturing out without familial support, ate tea this time. The primordial realm was at its most tranquil and secure. Hanzhi's first destination for her journey was the vicinity of the Yisi near her Taoist temple, hoping to locate the fabled 3 great islands before venturing deeper into the primordial lands. These 3 immortal islands were said to have formed from fragments of chaos that fell into the East Sea during the creation of the world. Within them lay countless rare treasures. However, she cautioned herself not to harbor excessive hopes, as they were protected by formidable primordial formations, perhaps even surpassing those of her own island. Let it be, she thought. Having wandered the East Sea for less than a year, Hanzhi suddenly felt a disorienting sensation, her heart racing with intensity. Such a powerful surge indicated that this matter was no simple affair. Could it be related to a fateful encounter? Without time for further contemplation, Hanzhi swiftly retrieved her spiritual treasure, the 9-treasure jade rui, and cast it into the void, causing the space to ripple and tremble. That a flash of light ensued as she employed the technique of transforming into primordial essence. Heading southeastward, before long, she beheld an inconspicuous desolate island. The spiritual energy there was sparse, and the flora and fauna were scarcely visible, rendering the island rather forlorn. Accelerating her transformation, she soon approached the island and successfully set foot upon its shores. There is indeed a protective formation around this island, although not particularly strong. Hanzhi mused, feeling a mix of surprise and disappointment. It seemed this was not a powerful spiritual treasure or root. Yet, since it resonated with her, regardless of its nature, it held profound significance. Guided by her intuition, she ventured toward the island's center, where the energy grew increasingly potent. Upon reaching the heart of the island, Hanzhi was astonished to discover a familiar artifact from her past life, the wind bag, a treasured possession from the Fengshen Bang. Joy surged within her as she immediately employed her technique of one-chi grasping. Capturing the wind bag with a single hand and commanding, "Receive," the bag gently descended in her grasp, and she promptly sat down to begin refining this spiritual treasure. But on that day, Hanzhi opened her eyes and gazed at the treasure in her hand, the lower-grade spiritual treasure. The wind bag. How can this be primordial? Wasn't it postnatal? She pondered. Nevertheless, she dismissed such concerns, for it mattered not whether it was primordial or postnatal. What was hers was what truly mattered. Primordial was even better, bestowing greater power. After all, within this wind bag resided a wisp of chaos energy, along with countless primordial and postnatal malevolent winds that in times of conflict, should she open the bag, the fierce winds infused with chaos energy would surge forth, sweeping both people and treasures into the bag, only to dissolve upon a gentle shake. His might was immense, far surpassing that of the wind bag she had once seen in the Fengshen Bang. Excellent, another treasure for capturing beings and objects. She thought, and oh wonder this place was so desolate. With such malevolent winds and chaos energy, no other life could thrive here. Rising to her feet, Hanzhi began to explore the island, gathering every spiritual creature that had managed to survive in this harsh environment, alongside various spiritual stones. Before long, she had thoroughly scoured the island. With a delicate touch to the ground, She utilized her one-chi transformation technique and swiftly returned to the island's periphery, setting her sights on the next destination, in the East Sea. Hanzhi had traversed this area multiple times, yet she had yet to uncover the so-called three great immortal islands from her initial impatience. She gradually cultivated a tranquil heart, shedding her earlier restlessness for a more serene mindset. During this period, her awareness missed nothing. Should she fail to find them, she would have to depart for other lands after a century, as she could not afford to linger here any longer. She would await another opportunity to return. On this day, the immortal Hanzhi stood gracefully upon her golden lotus throne, drifting along with the currents. Suddenly, she sensed a subtle fluctuation emanating from her nine-treasure jade ruby. Intrigued by this anomaly, she leapt into action. The golden lotus throne retracted into her being, and with a surge of ethereal energy, she soared through the air, pursuing the direction of the alluring spiritual treasure. After months of relentless flight, she finally arrived at the source of this disturbance. Her astonishment, before her lay a vast expanse of waves, devoid of any discernible object. Hanzhi was taken aback, questioning how this could be the case. Could it be a misperception? Yet, the nine-treasure jade ruby vibrated intensely in this location, indicating that something significant was indeed present. Perhaps there were hidden truths yet to be revealed. It appeared that the area was shrouded by a grand formation, suggesting that she had indeed located the place she had long sought. Clutching the nine-treasure jade ruby, Hanzhi flew towards the heart of the waves. In a moment, the jade emitted a radiant golden glow, a remnant of the primordial energy from the creation of the heavens. This divine essence had remained with her since her transformation, evolving alongside her into a spiritual treasure. With this radiant energy, Hanzhi effortlessly traversed the imposing formation, entering its depths. Before her unfolded a colossal island, vastly larger than her own realm. The island brimmed with boundless primordial spiritual energy, with rare celestial herbs exhaling this essence, forming swirling vortices of spiritual chi that resonated with faint echoes of cosmic laws. The entire island resembled an unparalleled paradise. Not only was the environment stunning, but it also harbored abundant celestial materials and rare spiritual beasts. The island was enveloped in mystical mists, vibrant hues, and the harmonious interplay of sunlight and moonlight, creating an enchanting vista. Countless celestial mountains stretched across the island, teeming with innumerable celestial materials and rare spiritual creatures. Hanzhi, propelled by her ethereal light, swiftly made her way toward the central region. Halfway there, she discerned a shadowy stone figure, and upon reaching her destination, she spotted a stone tablet inscribed with the characters Penglai, crafted from primordial divine patterns. This is Penglai Island. Truly, it is renowned far and wide. In the teachings of Taoism from previous lives, the 3 islands and 10 continents refer to the 3 elusive celestial islands of the Eastern Sea: Penglai Island, Fengshen Island, and Yingzhou Island, alongside the 10 continents: Yingzhou, Xianzhou, Changzhou, Liuzhou, Yuanzhou, Shengzhou, Zhuzhou, Yinzhou, Fenglinzhou, and Zhukou. Now I have finally discovered Penglai Island, Hanzhi exclaimed joyfully. The island stretches infinitely, estimated to cover millions of miles. The primordial energy here is thick like mist, intertwined with strands of chaotic essence. Near the center, not far from the stone tablet, a spiritual spring gushed forth chaotic energy, merging with the island's primordial chi, nourishing all living beings upon it. Hanzhi utilized her low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the wind bag, to collect these energies and store them within her spatial pouch. Yet, this is merely a fraction of the island's treasures. The true bounty lies in the myriad celestial materials scattered across the land, with countless spiritual herbs aged over tens of thousands of years readily visible. Among them, she also discovered a He Shou Wu, with sentience cultivated over several 100,000 years, which she promptly collected, planning to bring it back to assist in tending her garden of spiritual roots. Beyond these herbs, she unearthed a plethora of rare crafting materials that are exceedingly hard to find in the primordial wilderness, as well as numerous primordial spiritual veins containing countless spirit stones. Hanzhi gathered them all, and in terms of spiritual treasures, Penglai Island did not disappoint. She acquired a postnatal merit treasure, the Heaven and Earth Xian Huang merit ruler, which had drawn the merit energy from her 9-treasure jade rui, facilitating her entrance into this realm. She also collected 2 innate high-grade spiritual treasures, the Qian Kuan mirror and the yin-yang fan, as well as 12 mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, the 12 sea calming pearls. Later, by a pond on the southern edge of Penglai Island, she discovered a fruit tree bearing 9 fruits, the Huangzhong Li. And in the pond's center floated a white lotus of the 12th grade, alongside lesser white lotuses and the renowned 3-light divine water, known for its healing properties and myriad uses in both offense and defense. The Huangzhong Li tree, with its yellow leaves, belonged to the top 10 innate spiritual roots. It blooms once a year, yielding 9 fruits, which upon consumption can lead one to the path of the great Tao. The central white lotus, a prime innate spiritual treasure, was the 12th grade pure world white lotus. The other white lotuses included 7 high-grade innate white lotuses of the 9th grade, 12 mid-grade innate white lotuses of the 6th grade, and 36 low-grade innate white lotuses of the 3rd grade, with the remainder being of the 1st grade or unranked. With these white lotuses, should she take on disciples in the future, they would possess protective treasures, each receiving a lotus as a mark of her sect. The first disciples would receive the 9th grade, while those of lower ranks would receive the 6th and 3rd grades respectively. However, such matters are still premature. It is imperative to complete the pressing tasks at hand. Sitting down upon the ground, Hanzhi began to refine the treasure she had gathered, taking advantage of the abundant primordial energy of Penglai Island to diligently cultivate. Striving for a breakthrough in her cultivation, she immersed herself in her practice. The rich primordial energy flowed around her. Upon awakening from her meditation, Hanzhi felt her aura significantly enhanced. Training in this bounteous environment proved far more effective than on her own Xinxiao Island. Now, she had reached the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm, marking a significant advancement. In terms of spiritual treasures, she had refined 10 of the 43 prohibitions of the Heaven and Earth Xian Huang merit ruler. A commendable feat for someone at her current level. The 12th grade pure world white lotus had been imbued with 12 prohibitions, and she had also cultivated a divine ability known as the pure world divine thunder. The high-grade innate treasures, the Qian Kuan mirror and the yin-yang fan, had seen 15 of their 39 prohibitions refined, granting her a spatial ability known as the universe in the palm. The mid-grade innate treasures, the 12 sea calming pearls, had 18 of their 36 prohibitions refined. After refining all the primordial roots, spirit jades, spiritual items, spiritual flowers, spiritual veins, and mysterious jades collected from the deserted island and Penglai Island, she stored them all within these expansive spaces. This journey to Penglai Island had indeed been fulfilling, allowing her to realize her aspirations and gather a wealth of treasures. It was now time to depart. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed in the primordial world, she pondered whether the great beings who had attended the teachings had returned. Within Penglai Island, time felt suspended, and she was oblivious to the happenings beyond. Gazing at the island, she knew that soon it would be bustling with life, as it had been during the time of the Fengshen, gathering many disciples of the Jiao sect, including the famed 3 stars of fortune, prosperity, and longevity, whose sanctuaries were also located here. Taking to the skies, Hanzhi employed the ethereal transformation technique, appearing outside the island. The grand formation behind her gradually reverted to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. As she delicately descended from Penglai Island, her figure soared like a shooting star into the heavens. She stood poised and elegant in the void, her exquisite form resting upon a resplendent golden lotus throne that radiated auspicious light. Enhancing her regal presence, her slender hands, akin to white jade, danced gracefully, her fingers fluttering like butterflies, changing gestures and incantations with fluidity. After a brief moment, she paused her movements, taking a gentle breath and murmuring to herself. The second lecture at the Zhixiao Palace has concluded, and the 3,000 mighty beings have returned to the primordial realm. Presently, the Wu and Yao tribes stand divided, with the demon clan governing the skies and the shaman clan ruling the earth. They frequently engage in fierce battles, with occasional skirmishes erupting. Contemplating this, Hanzhi furrowed her brow, a look of concern etched upon her face. The current state of the primordial continent was tumultuous, with countless cultivators vying for resources, plunging the realm back into chaos and destruction. Alas, during my seclusion on Penglai Island, I remained unaware of how swiftly time has passed. I had thought it would be a brief delay, yet the outside world has transformed so drastically. After a moment of reflection, Hanzhi sighed inwardly. Very well. Given the circumstances, my plans must now be altered. In this unstable situation, it would be wiser to return to the island for further seclusion, waiting for the opportune moment to make my next move. With that, she shimmered and transformed into a radiant light, racing back towards Penglai Island. Shortly thereafter, a vague silhouette began to solidify above the sea surface outside Xian Island. It was none other than Hanzhi, who had just returned from her journey to Penglai Island. She hovered in midair, her enchanting gaze scanning the surrounding waters with keen observation, as far as the eye can see. The periphery of the celestial island is teeming with an abundance of marine creatures. They frolic and play, or lurk and conceal themselves, creating a lively scene in these waters. Life flourishes deep beneath the island. The presence of dragonkind begins to emerge, adding a considerable air of vitality to this aquatic expanse. The Tziji Peak. The immortal Hanzhi has returned to her cave, seated gracefully upon her lotus throne, where she takes a moment to compose herself. Then, extending her hand beyond the cave, she conjures a beam of divine light directed toward the pine tree outside, where her disciple Auda resides. Auda, initially meditating beneath the tree and honing his magical prowess, is suddenly invigorated by the transmission from the cave. Realizing that his master has returned, he hastens to the cave. Disciple pays respects to master. Auda proclaims. Rise. Hanzhi replies, as my faithful disciple, have there been any occurrences in my absence? Have you been diligent in your cultivation? Indeed, master, Auda responds. Everything on the island remains normal, and I have not been idle. I have devoted myself to my training in the sacred grounds. Excellent, Hanzhi acknowledges, her heart swelling with pride. Recently, during my travels across the Eastern Sea, I stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Xian realm. I have a treasure for you, a means to encourage your diligence. Hanzhi presents a pristine white lotus, pushing it toward Auda. This is a mid-grade innate spiritual root, a 6th-grade pure world white lotus. It possesses purifying, healing, and defensive properties. Take it, attune with it, and refine it into a protective spiritual treasure. When seated upon it, nothing can pierce your defenses, and it can purify the essence of heaven and earth, serving as a nemesis to the celestial demons. This lotus was born from 4 immature seeds, remnants of the primordial green lotus that could not withstand the pressures of creation. It is also a token of our sect. Guard it well. Yes, master, I understand. Thank you immensely, Auda replies. Very well. You may leave now and diligently refine it into a protective spiritual treasure. In future conflicts, it will serve as your safeguard against harm. Hanzhi instructs. With a nod, Auda departs, and Hanzhi make her way toward the garden, intending to transplant the spiritual roots, herbs, flowers, and medicine she acquired during her journey to the desolate island and the Penglai immortal island. The garden, named Xianhua Garden by Hanzhi, thrives with vibrant life, the fire apricot trees flourishing here, while other innate spiritual entities exhibit remarkable vitality, a testament to Auda's diligent care. With a flourish of her sleeve, Hanzhi sends forth a myriad of innate and postnatal spiritual entities cascading into the garden, planting them in their designated spots. She then produces a superior innate spiritual root, the Huangzhong Li tree, planting it in the southern part of Qianhua Garden. Nearby, she establishes ponds and lakes, also acquired from the Penglai immortal island, and plants the sentient Heishou Wu beneath the tree. She arranges the spiritual herbs, flowers, and trees along the banks of the ponds and lakes, allowing them to absorb the innate energy mingled with chaotic primordial essence, hoping they will soon transform and assist her in tending to this garden, thereby easing her own burdens. Once her tasks are completed, a century has passed. Hanzhi returns to the Jiushuan cave to commence another round of closed-door cultivation, tirelessly traversing the long road ahead. After another 3 millennia, Hanzhi concludes her cultivation, having spent every moment racing against time. 1,000 years dedicated to refining spiritual treasures, another 1,000 to mastering divine abilities, and yet another 1,000 to solidifying her cultivation, achieving a cycle of learning and growth. Upon completing her training, Hanzhi exits the Jiushuan cave and heads towards the central spiritual vein of the island, intending to place the spiritual vein acquired from the Penglai immortal island here, allowing it to merge with the island's own spiritual vein, thereby enriching the foundation of Xinxia Island and fortifying the entire isle. Having accomplished her task, Hanzhi suddenly realizes that she has yet to thoroughly explore her own sacred grounds. Since her birth, she has either been in closed-door cultivation or wandering, only to return and immediately resume her seclusion. In truth, she has been so occupied that she has not taken the time to familiarize herself with her own sanctuary. Thus, she decides that today is the day to explore the cave heavens, to revel in the beauty of her own island. Behold this small isle, thick with innate spiritual energy, enveloped in a gossamer veil. Throughout the day, the colorful aura lingers like fine threads, rendering the island a veritable paradise. At its heart stands a majestic Ziji peak, towering thousands of zhang high and spanning thousands of li. Swathed in violet mist and bathed in radiant hues, an awe-inspiring sight. Nestled within the mountainside is the Jiushuan cave, its entrance guarded by an ancient postnatal pine tree, standing resolutely, its robust trunk and leafy crown resembling a steadfast protector. Inside the cave, one finds a plethora of exotic flowers and rare herbs, each competing for attention, filling the air with enchanting fragrances. Oddly shaped stones mimic slumbering beasts or soaring birds, each lifelike in form, while ancient trees intertwine their branches, forming dense canopies. Exiting the cave and following the mountain path, one encounters a steep cliff, where a waterfall cascades like a silver ribbon, sending sprays of mist into the air. Below, a crystal-clear stream flows, its depths teeming with algae swaying gently in the current. Beside the stream, vibrant coral groves flourish, reminiscent of an enchanting underwater world. In the distance, a lush bamboo grove thrives along the shore. The gentle breeze rustles the bamboo leaves, as if performing a melodious symphony. Within this grove, one may sometimes spot white elephants leisurely strolling, playful lions frolicking, and majestic tigers patrolling their territory. Various other creatures engage in playful antics, creating a harmonious and joyful atmosphere. Hanzhi, thoroughly enchanted by her island tour, eventually returns to the Jiushuan cave, her heart brimming with joy and newfound appreciation for her sacred grounds. At this moment, her mind is clear and untroubled, allowing her cultivation to flow effortlessly. As tranquility envelopes the Jiushuan cave, Hanzhi sits cross-legged upon her lotus platform, embarking on a prolonged session of cultivation, radiant light emanating from her, as if to color the very cave itself. In the primordial heavens, time flows ceaselessly as Hanzhi immerses herself in focused cultivation, the passage of millennia seeming inconsequential. Within this cave of fortune, time appears to lose its value. Many cultivators, during their closed-door training, lament the swift passage of time and the impermanence of worldly affairs, giving rise to the saying, "In the cave, there are no sun or moon. Outside, 1,000 years have passed." Within the Jiushuan cave, the crimson mist shrouds the interior, dimming the light. Hanzhi exhales softly, retracting her magical energies, concluding her lengthy seclusion. Taking a deep breath, she slowly exhales the stagnant air, her heart filled with a sense of helplessness and confusion. After thousands of years of arduous cultivation, she finds no signs of breakthrough in her own prowess, remaining stagnant as if trapped in place. Upon reflection, she realizes that mere solitary practice may not suffice for significant advancement. Otherwise, why would so many cultivators in later generations scramble to seek out the teachings and resources of saints or mighty beings? Ultimately, what these cultivators value are the profound techniques and rich resources possessed by the esteemed elders. Even a slight brush with their wisdom would yield immense benefits. However, contemplating her situation, Hanzhi is acutely aware of the formidable challenges she faces. Firstly, her essence lacks a unique lineage, having no complete, dedicated system of cultivation techniques. Thus, despite her continued efforts, significant accomplishments remain elusive, and the comprehension of the heavenly heart's path proves equally distant. This undoubtedly presents a monumental obstacle on her journey of cultivation. Furthermore, a significant portion of her breakthrough to the current realm stems from the favor bestowed by Pangu. After much contemplation, she resolves to venture into the primordial realm, specifically to the renowned Kunlun Mountain, seeking to become a disciple of the Tongtian cult master. After all, in her previous life, she had a connection with him and had once been his disciple. Though an outer disciple, it still represents a bond of fate. With this thought, Hanzhi's mind ignites with fervor, her action-oriented nature compelling her to set off immediately for Kunlun Mountain. Yet, she ultimately settles back on her lotus throne. Recognizing her impulsiveness, it would be wiser to first refine her foundation within the cave, honing her skills and magical abilities before embarking on her journey to the primordial Kunlun Mountain. This way, she would possess a greater assurance should she encounter conflicts, ensuring she could defend herself effectively. Then, it was essential to ensure the well-being of the young attendant and to guard the cave before embarking on a journey to the primordial realm in search of Kunlun Mountain to pay homage to the master Tongtian. On this day, the immortal Hanzhi proceeded along the shores of the eastern sea, heading towards the primordial continent. After several years of seclusion in the cave, Hanzhi had reached a bottleneck in her cultivation and could no longer remain idle. She promptly instructed the young attendant and departed the island, soaring towards the primordial continent. The journey was serene, with calm winds and tranquil coastal scenery, providing a peaceful ambience. Upon exiting the island, Hanzhi calculated the timing and discovered that the primordial realm was currently witnessing the third sermon of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, a pivotal moment. This sermon was crucial for determining the timeline of future developments. During this discourse, the Tao ancestor would impart the teachings of the saints to 3,000 mighty beings and subsequently accept 6 disciples sitting before him on lotus cushions. Distributing 6 strands of primordial purple energy to these 6 saints, culminating in a grand distribution of spiritual treasures, an unparalleled opportunity. Regrettably, Hanzhi felt her strength was lacking, and her standing too low to be part of such fortune. As she caught a glimpse of the continent's silhouette, Hanzhi refocused her thoughts and steeled herself. She realized that finding a way to Kunlun Mountain to seek a master would be challenging, as many were attending the sermon and would likely not return for several millennia. With such an expanse of time ahead, Hanzhi resolved to journey towards Kunlun while simultaneously seeking any fortuitous encounters along the way to enhance her own foundations. One day, while en route to Kunlun, Hanzhi encountered a towering mountain that obstructed her path through the clouds. The mountain stood majestically, adorned with lush greenery, its unique Danxia landform and peculiar rock formations creating an enchanting vista. It appeared to be an excellent location for cultivation, and after a lengthy journey without proper respite, Hanzhi felt this was an opportune moment to relax, contemplate the mysteries of nature, and restore her vitality. Hanzhi withdrew her magical power and descended from the clouds, making her way towards the heart of the mountain, where the most vibrant energies congregated. As she approached, she noticed twinkling lights, indicating the potential presence of a congenital treasure. Quickening her pace, she arrived at the mountain's peak, only to find a cave entrance guarded by a formidable array that barred her entry. Realizing the situation, Hanzhi knew she had to act decisively. With a flourish of her hand, the 9 treasures jade Rui materialized, and she hurled it into the array, but tremendous impact ensued, and as time passed, the entire formation shattered. Indeed, employing immense magical power alongside a congenital spiritual treasure proved to be a time-efficient approach. After stowing away the spiritual treasure, Hanzhi gracefully stepped inside, arriving at a stone tablet inscribed with primordial divine script. It became apparent that this place was known as Danxia Mountain, the very focal point of the array, with the tablet serving as its control mechanism. Hanzhi promptly sat cross-legged to begin her alchemical process. 3 days later, the external array began to restore itself, and Hanzhi set about reinforcing its power and concealment. After all, the treasures within the cave had yet to be collected, and the earlier destruction of the array in her haste necessitated repairs to ensure protection during her forthcoming acquisition of treasures. A month later, As Hanzhi ventured deeper into the cave, she beheld 3 treasures, 2 spiritual treasures and a spiritual root, along with a cluster of spiritual energy. The first was a superior grade congenital spiritual treasure, the tranquil lotus cushion, designed to enhance one's cultivation, possessing the ability to suppress fortune. The second was an inferior grade congenital spiritual treasure, the 9-colored primordial sun ring, capable of emitting 9-colored light rings, adept at restraining and attacking various weapons and treasures. The spiritual root was a medium-grade congenital root, the osmanthus tree, while the spiritual energy emanated from the primal sun, already possessing a faint aura, hinting at the possibility of its future transformation into a humanoid form, potentially becoming a formidable being. Hanzhi, recognizing the significance of this energy, designated it as one of her disciples, imbuing it with a 9th-grade white lotus and her cultivation insights, enabling gradual integration with her essence. Having successfully refined these treasures, Hanzhi couldn't help but feel elated at her good fortune. With her collection now substantial, she had reached a pinnacle among the beings of the primordial continent, as most congenital mighty beings possessed only a few spiritual treasures. This was reminiscent of the story she had read in her past life, where characters, whether through reincarnation or time traveling, invariably brought luck with them to the primordial realm. Moreover, she herself possessed a treasure, the heaven-opening merit ruler, to suppress her own fortune. Treasures, after all, are never too many. They only serve to enhance one's capabilities, especially when planning to take in disciples in the future. Observing this cave paradise, it was no wonder it harbored spiritual treasures, roots, and even nurtured her disciple. Hanzhi decided to claim this blessed land as her own, intending to pass it to her disciple once it transformed, allowing them to safeguard this place and benefit its inhabitants. With the array now under her control, it rightfully belonged to her. Henceforth, she would name it Yuanyang Cave Heaven. Having settled matters within the cave and reassured her disciple, Hanzhi prepared to explore this blessed land, to admire the surrounding scenery and seek any remaining precious treasures that could be gifted to her disciple, thereby enhancing its foundation. Despite her ample collection, she did not wish to appear greedy. However, treasures are only obtainable by those with fate. Yet before Hanzhi could step out of the cave, she was startled by 2 roars echoing from outside. Frowning, she followed the sounds. Upon arrival, she discovered 2 cultivators engaged in combat, a man wielding an iron staff and a woman brandishing a white sword. Their clash was fierce, with magical attacks exchanged in a tumultuous struggle. The woman, clearly at a disadvantage, was soon sent flying by the man's powerful strike, spitting blood, revealing her inability to contend with him. Although both were at the peak of celestial beings, there was a discernible gap in their prowess, exacerbated by the woman's lack of formidable treasures. Witnessing this, Hanzhi swiftly intervened, her flower basket radiating a celestial glow. Immobilizing the iron staff hovering above the woman's head, with a wave of her hand, the staff was drawn back towards her basket. The man, startled, exclaimed in anger, "Who dares to seize my treasure?" Upon closer inspection, he noticed the woman was now accompanied by a figure, Hanzhi, whose presence was ethereal, with long hair cascading down her back, standing barefoot, her treasure resting within her basket. Despite her unassuming appearance, her aura commanded respect and fear. "Who are you? I advise you not to meddle," the man growled menacingly. "You need not know my identity. What I cannot allow is for such murderous intent to transpire within my domain," Hanzhi replied, her demeanor calm and composed. "Humph, your domain? Such delusions. Do not attempt to deceive me," the man retorted, visibly displeased. "You need not be angered. It is wise to resolve enmities rather than deepen them. Although I am unaware of the cause of your conflict. Fighting in my domain is unacceptable," Hanzhi stated firmly. "Enough chatter. If you have the ability, come and defeat me," the man declared, launching an attack toward Hanzhi, fueled by overwhelming force. However, before his assault could reach her, it was effortlessly deflected by Hanzhi, who remained serene amidst the chaos, radiant light enveloping her and sending the man sprawling. Upon closer inspection, Hanzhi realized the man was a white bear demon, while the woman was a lotus spirit. Initially, she contemplated using the 9 treasures Jade Rui to eliminate the threat, but reconsidered, recognizing their potential as guardians for her domain. Thus, she halted her actions and addressed the man. "You, miscreant, do you have anything to say? I, seeing your arduous path of cultivation, shall spare your life today. However, while death may be avoided, punishment cannot be escaped. Will you follow me to guard the mountain gate and serve as my mountain guardian?" The white bear demon, still reeling from Hanzhi's overwhelming power, scoffed internally but replied, "You think I would agree? Is that so? Then it appears you leave me no choice," Hanzhi declared, summoning the 9 treasures Jade Rui to strike him down. "Great immortal, spare me. I am willing to guard the mountain gate. Please spare my life," the white bear demon cried, hastily kneeling in supplication. Otherwise, one's life would be at stake. Having painstakingly cultivated to this stage, it would be a tragedy to meet an untimely demise before realizing grand aspirations. "Kindly rise," addressed the immortal Hanzhi to the white bear's spirit. "For acknowledging one's mistakes and striving for improvement is of utmost significance." She then turned her gaze toward the lady who had cultivated as a lotus flower, gracefully flicking her wrist to send a drop of divine water towards her. Instantly, the wounds on her body miraculously healed, showcasing an extraordinary phenomenon. The lady, standing tall and elegant in a pink dress, approached Hanzhi and knelt, saying, "I am the lotus spirit, and I thank you for your life-saving grace, great immortal." Hanzhi, observing the respectful demeanor of the woman before her, expressed her approval, saying, "You are indeed a perceptive and courteous individual. There is no need for excessive formalities that it is but a simple act of kindness. Please rise to D. Oh, you have a name?" Hanzhi inquired of the lotus spirit. Reporting to the great immortal, "I am merely known as the lotus spirit." "Without any formal title," replied the lotus spirit, taken aback. "Since you have no name, from this day forth, you shall be called Hihuazi, serving as my right attendant, bearing the title of the basket-bearing maiden." "Do you accept?" Hanzhi proposed. Hihuazi, "I willingly accept," the lotus spirit responded joyfully. Afterward, Hanzhi retrieved a flower basket made of cattail leaves, returning a metal rod to the white bear spirit while handing the flower basket to the lotus spirit. "This is the cattail flower basket, an exquisite postnatal spiritual treasure crafted by my own hands that rivals innate treasures in quality. Today, I gift it to you as a protective artifact. Use it to serve me in the future. And I shall bestow upon you a 6th-grade white lotus to purify the demonic energy within you, striving for its early refinement. Yes, I am deeply grateful, esteemed teacher," Hihuazi replied with uncontainable joy, accepting the spiritual treasure and thinking to herself that today must be her lucky day. After all, encountering such an opportunity upon leaving home was indeed a divine blessing. Nearby, the white bear spirit watched Hanzhi casually bestowing 2 treasures, one of which was a mid-grade innate treasure, and could not help but envy Hihuazi's fortune. Hanzhi, amused by the bear spirit's drooling expression, said, "You foolish creature, since you are willing to guard my entrance, I shall grant you 2 treasures today as well. From now on, you shall be known as Bijusher, serving as my gatekeeper." With a flourish of her hands, she revealed 2 treasures and handed them to the bear spirit, saying, "These are the Cloudlight Ring and the 6th-grade White Lotus. One a mid-grade innate treasure and the other a superior postnatal treasure, both crafted by me. Accept them as your protective artifacts." "Yes, I am grateful, esteemed teacher," the bear spirit replied, grinning foolishly as he accepted the gifts. "Now that matters are settled, follow me back to the cave," Hanzhi instructed. "Yes, I shall obey," both Bijusher and Hihuazi responded. Hanzhi then led them back to the cave to prepare for meditation and cultivation. Suddenly, 3 figures materialized outside the Yuanyang cave, revealing Hanzhi, the basket-bearing maiden, and the gatekeeper Bijusher. "Find a place outside the cave to digest your gains and purify the demonic energy within you. I shall enter for a while to meditate. Call for me if anything arises," Hanzhi instructed. "Yes, teacher, we take our leave," both Hihuazi and Bijusher acknowledged. As time passed, the reason behind the conflict between Hihuazi and the white bear spirit became clear. Both were spirits that had cultivated near Danxia Mountain, originally neighbors. During Hanzhi's ritual to refine treasures, a glimmer of light had penetrated the great array, drawing their attention, believing it to be a rare opportunity for treasure. They rushed towards it, encountering each other midway, and mistakenly thinking the other sought to seize their fortune. Thus ensued a fierce battle, with neither yielding, as in the current age of the wilderness. The strong devour the weak, and such conflicts unfolded daily. 500 years swiftly passed. Hanzhi withdrew her power and concluded her meditation, noticing a strand of primordial sun energy still absorbing the Taoist essence she had emitted during her cultivation. Nodding in approval, she remarked, "Well done." She then rose to leave the cave and check on her two attendants. Huazi had discovered a heavenly pond nearby the cave, where she had been meditating for centuries, purifying her demonic energy. Hearing movement from within the cave, she surmised that her teacher had emerged from meditation and hurriedly flew towards the cave. Bijusher, too, upon hearing the commotion, hastened up the mountain to the cave. Recalling the tranquil bamboo grove and serene valley he had found during his cultivation journey, as Hanzhi observed the distant figures approaching, she recognized them as Huazi and Bijusher. Excellent. After 500 years, you have both broken through to the pinnacle of the late celestial realm, and your demonic energy has been completely purified. It is evident that you have not been idle, Hanzhi praised, noting their radiant, ethereal appearance, now devoid of any demonic taint, resembling true celestial beings. She then advised them, in your future cultivation, do not be hasty or lazy. Dedicate yourselves as you have today, and remember to avoid impatience and greed. Yes, we shall obey, the two attendants replied respectfully. Come, enter the cave with me, and I shall impart to you the insights of celestial cultivation, enabling you to better comprehend the heavenly way and deepen your Tao practice. Hanzhi instructed. Thank you, teacher. Huazi and Bijusher bowed in gratitude before following her into the cave. Upon entering, they discovered a high platform with a meditation cushion at its center, surrounded by a radiant treasure tree with spirit energy entwined in its branches. The two young spirits exchanged curious glances, questioning Hanzhi. Teacher, what is this? Hanzhi, stepping gracefully onto the cushion, replied, This treasure tree is the innate spiritual root of the osmanthus tree. I end my absence from the cave. You must take good care of it sprouts every 1,000 years and blooms every 1,000 years. Huazi, remember to use your flower basket to collect the blooms when the time comes. And you may also harvest the osmanthus flowers to aid your cultivation, but do not waste it. Most importantly, do not spread the news or take it outside. Do you understand? Yes, we comprehend, both Huazi and Bijusher responded. As for the innate energy entwining the branches, it is the primordial sun energy, which has been designated as a personal disciple of the sect. Before it takes form, you must protect it well. I will be away for a while in search of opportunities, and I do not know when I shall return. Today, I shall impart the innate protective array of the cave to you. Should anyone disturb the mountain gate, you may control the array to confront them. Hanzhi instructed, sending 2 beams of spiritual light into their consciousness, explaining the array's workings. Since Hanzhi had re-established and repaired the array, it now not only enveloped the cave, but also extended to cover a radius of 900 miles around the surrounding mountains and rivers. Yes, Huazi and Bijusher acknowledged, feeling a twinge of envy for the yet-to-take-form primordial sun energy. After all, while they had already taken human form and cultivated power, they were still regarded as mere attendants, while the unborn spirit had already been designated as a personal disciple. Truly unjust. Please sit down. Focus your minds and listen as I share my insights with you. Hanzhi gently waved her hand, causing 2 meditation cushions crafted from innate spiritual treasures to appear at the foot of the platform. Yes, they complied, taking their seats. Hanzhi began to speak, her voice resonating with profound wisdom. As the years passed peacefully, 1,000 years went by. On this day, a voice echoed down from the 9 heavens to the vast wilderness, sweeping across the entirety of the primordial continent and reaching every corner of the world. Countless beings heard the proclamation. Since 1,000,000 years ago, I have imparted teachings at the Xiao Palace, each time for 3,000 years, totaling 9,000 at now. My teachings are complete, that I shall merge with the Tao. Henceforth, Hongjun embodies the heavenly way. The heavenly way does not yield to Hongjun. The grand forces remain unchanged. Hongjun does not manifest, yet the minor forces may be altered, merge, as the myriad phenomena converged. The beings of the primordial realm clasped their hands in reverence, bowing to the compassionate Tao ancestor, acknowledging his immeasurable merits. The extraordinary signs faded, and tranquility returned to the primordial realm. The 3,000 great powers began their return, and the once quiet primordial world began to stir with life once more. Yuan Yang, Dong Tan Hanzhi Xian, and the others were abruptly interrupted by the sudden sound, compelling them to withdraw from the discourse. The two young disciples spoke in unison. "Master, this is slow down. Do not speak," Hanzhi Xian interjected. "This pertains to a primordial being imparting wisdom to all living beings. It is unnecessary for you to grasp too much at this moment, for it is still too early for you. We must avoid unnecessary complications." She continued, "Let us conclude for today. You may leave now. I will be embarking on a journey shortly. While I am away from the Taoist hall, you must diligently cultivate your practices. Besides your own cultivation, you must also take care of the mountain gate. Do you understand?" "Yes, master, I understand," replied Huazi and Baijushi. "Disciples take their leave," they said. Hanzhi Xian acknowledged. Once they had departed, she made the necessary preparations, organizing the cave dwelling before soaring out towards the direction of Kunlun Mountain. With the conclusion of the third teaching session, Hongjun Shengren had also merged with the Tao, and the 3,000 great beings returned to their respective Taoist sanctuaries to assimilate their insights. Hanzhi Xian pressed onward towards Kunlun, employing the power of qi transformation to swiftly traverse thousands of miles. She understood that this opportunity was fleeting, and thus she exerted every ounce of her strength to reach her destination. It was imperative that she arrive before Tongtian Lingbao entered seclusion to comprehend the primordial purple energy. Otherwise, she would have to wait an indefinite period for her chance. Time passed unmeasured until she finally glimpsed the towering, cloud-piercing silhouette of Kunlun Mountain. Only then did exhaustion wash over her. Yet, she had no intention of pausing, fearing that even a moment's delay could cost her dearly, and so her speed remained unabated. Unbeknownst to her, a piercing gaze had fixed upon her. As Hanzhi Xian flew past a sheer cliff, a figure below suddenly unleashed a divine light aimed at her. "Ah!" she exclaimed, having been caught off guard, her full attention invested in her journey. The assailant's strike, empowered by a primordial spiritual treasure, struck true, sending her plummeting like a kite severed from its string towards the precipice. It was indeed a misfortune for Hanzhi Xian. In her haste to travel, she had neglected to conceal the divine radiance enveloping her, prompting the assailant to assume that she carried immense treasures and, noting her lower cultivation level and that she was a female practitioner, deemed her an easy target. Thus, emboldened, he made his move, intent on securing a decisive victory. This individual, a Deluo Jiang Ziya, held 2 levels of cultivation above her and had deliberately concealed his aura, allowing Hanzhi Xian to underestimate him. Kunlun Mountain, within the grand hall of the Upper Clear Cave on Sanqing Peak, Tongtian Lingbao sat cross-legged upon a mat, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, he felt a disturbing sensation in his heart, as though something related to him was amiss that he quickly began to calculate, and after a moment, a flash of light signaled his departure from the hall, initially intending to enter seclusion to comprehend the primordial purple energy. He was unexpectedly alerted by the presence of a primordial being with a connection to him. Upon arriving, Tongtian Lingbao beheld Hanzhi Xian teetering on the brink of the cliff, and without a moment's hesitation, he rescued her. That moment, she was already spitting blood, her Taoist robe stained crimson, and her aura weak, clearly gravely injured. If left untreated, she would likely perish. Seeing this, Tongtian Lingbao waved his hand, sending a surge of primordial creation energy into Hanzhi Xian to temporarily staunch her wounds. Without casting a glance at her assailant, he vanished from the cliffside in the primordial world. Near the Upper Clear Cave on the eastern Kunlun Mountain, there existed a paradise reminiscent of a hidden utopia, shrouded in mist and rich in spiritual energy. Hanzhi Xian gradually awoke from her unconsciousness, her consciousness still somewhat clouded, feeling a heavy fog in her mind. Struggling to open her eyes, her gaze appeared veiled. Wandering helplessly around her unfamiliar surroundings, with great effort, she managed to lift herself from the cold, hard stone bed beneath her. Each movement was laborious, as if all her strength had been drained. After finally sitting upright, her still-dazed eyes began to scrutinize her strange environment. "Where is this place?" Xian murmured, her voice faint like a flickering candle in the wind. She attempted to recall the events leading up to her current state. But her memories were a tangled mess, making it difficult to discern the truth. After some time, fragments of memory began to coalesce. Oh, right. She suddenly remembered being ambushed and gravely injured, realizing that this must be why she found herself in this unfamiliar place. A tightness gripped her heart as she pondered who might have saved her. Just then, a melodious voice, as sweet as a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, echoed from outside the cave. "You're awake?" As the voice fell, a graceful figure appeared before Xian. Clad in a flowing white gown, she resembled a blooming hibiscus, captivating and radiant. Her features were extraordinarily beautiful, with eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, bright eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky, and a delicate mouth resembling glistening cherries. Her slender waist swayed gently, exuding an enchanting charm. Even Xian, a beauty in her own right, couldn't help but marvel at this woman's loveliness, finding her beauty surpassing her own by considerable margin. Truly a stunning beauty. "And you are?" Xian inquired, her face a mask of confusion. "I am Jinling Shengmu. How do you feel? Are you better now?" Jinling Shengmu asked gently, concern evident in her eyes. Upon hearing the introduction, Xian was momentarily taken aback. She quickly feigned ignorance, softly asking, "Where is this?" "Do not be afraid. This is my cave dwelling, located on the upper clear peak of Kunlun Mountain. You need not fear," Jinling Shengmu patiently explained. "Did you save me?" "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Xian expressed her gratitude. No. It was not me who saved you. It was my master who brought you back from outside. If you wish to express your thanks, direct it to my master. As for me, I was simply instructed to take good care of you, Jinling Shengmu clarified. Xian, I must also thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist. She replied that, it was merely a small effort. Jinling Shengmu waved her hand dismissively. "May I ask who your master is?" Xian inquired, already aware that she had been saved by Tongtian Jiaozhu and realizing she must not reveal her situation. "Do not rush. My master is one of the 3 purity manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, the upper clear Tongtian, a primordial deity rare in the heavens and earth," Jinling Shengmu eagerly began, but was suddenly interrupted by a voice that resonated with both authority and kindness. "Jinling, since this young friend is awakened, why not bring her before me?" "Yes, disciple will obey," Jinling Shengmu responded respectfully, bending her knee. "Fellow Taoist, let us proceed," Jinling Shengmu said, taking Xian's hand and leading her outside. "Indeed, fellow Taoist, I would greatly appreciate your guidance," Xian replied. You are too polite," Jinling Shengmu responded, and the two made their way towards the Lingbao Hall on the upper clear peak. The Lingbao Hall. Tongtian Jiaozhu sat regally upon a high platform, his long black hair cascading down his back. Radiating an imposing presence, his kind eyes reflecting a divine serenity. Moments later, 2 figures crossed the threshold and entered. "Disciples greet master," Jinling Shengmu proclaimed. "I, Xian, pay my respects to the esteemed elder." "Thank you for saving my life," Xian sincerely bowed, her gratitude palpable. "Rise, no need for such formalities." Tongtian Jiaozhu waved his hand, releasing an aura that assisted them both to their feet. Turning to Xian, he continued, "Young friend, I am one of the 3 purity manifestations of Pangu, known as Tongtian, titled Lingbao, Tianzuan. During my meditation, I sensed your perilous fate and felt a connection with you, which compelled me to come and rescue you. You share a bond with me. Will you pledge to be my disciple?" Xian's heart soared with joy upon hearing this, and she promptly knelt, expressing, "Disciple is willing. I, Xian, pay my respects to the master, wishing for you to ascend to the sacred realms swiftly." Tongtian Jiaozhu chuckled heartily at her words, his demeanor relaxed and joyful. "Good. From this day forth, you shall be an inner disciple of my sect." Among my disciples, there are 4 primary students: Dao Bao Daoren, Jin Ling Shengmu, Gui Ling Shengmu, and Wu Dang Shengmu, who have already taken their places. Thus, you shall be ranked as an inner disciple. You must diligently cultivate and strive hard, for it is imperative that you do not squander the authentic teachings of my sect. However, when I arrived to rescue you, I saw the one who harmed you. I refrained from intervening, so do not hold it against me that I merely wish for you to understand this cause and effect through your own efforts and cultivation. Such is the cycle of karma. The heavenly teacher spoke, "Yes, disciple, I shall comply." Hanzhi Xian respectfully declared, "Master, this time I will enter seclusion to contemplate the Tao for a period. I now bestow upon you the supreme clarity as true scripture of spiritual treasures. Depart now and find a suitable place to establish your cave abode and diligently cultivate your practice. Should you have any inquiries regarding your cultivation, you may seek me out once I conclude my seclusion, and I shall provide you with answers." The heavenly teacher then addressed Jin Ling. "Jin Ling, take your junior sister down first." "Yes, master," replied Jin Ling. "Indeed, master," Hanzhi Xian acknowledged. "Junior sister, let us depart," Jin Ling said. "Yes, senior sister," Hanzhi Xian responded. After exiting together, Hanzhi Xian and Jin Ling parted ways, proceeding to the back mountain, where they established a small, pristine, mysterious cave, immaculate and devoid of dust. Hanzhi Xian retrieved a pure meditation cushion, seated herself upon it, and commenced her day of cultivation on Kunlun Mountain. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, 1,000 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period of seclusion, Hanzhi Xian successfully advanced from the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm to its later stage, thus fulfilling the purpose of her apprenticeship. With the cultivation methods at her disposal, her progress was considerably accelerated, especially in this renowned sacred mountain of Kunlun, where the primordial energy was abundantly rich, making it an ideal location for her practice. During her seclusion, Hanzhi Xian had entirely transformed her cultivation methods into the supreme clarity immortal arts. Her magical powers had blossomed into the supreme clarity divine techniques, and she comprehended the supreme clarity true scripture of spiritual treasures, from which she cultivated the supreme clarity divine thunder, a formidable offensive divine ability. The scripture encompassed a myriad of primordial spells, countless secret techniques, formations, artifact refining, alchemy, talismans, and various extraordinary tales from the primordial era, as well as introductions to both innate and acquired treasures. Indeed, having a formal cultivation system proved to be far more convenient and expedient than solitary and arduous training. This was a shortcut that many sought with great eagerness. Otherwise, relying solely on herself, it was uncertain how long it would take to reach this point. She did not regret her resolute journey to Kunlun Mountain. Although there had been minor setbacks along the way, there is a saying, "Surviving great tribulations brings future blessings," which certainly applied here. However, Hanzhi Xian felt a surge of indignation at the thought of that vile scoundrel. Yet, she was acutely aware of the vast gap between their strengths, rendering her revenge an unattainable desire for now. She could only await the day when her own powers would allow her to confront him and unravel the causes and effects of their encounter. Furthermore, had he not resorted to such treachery, she might not have reached her current state so swiftly, perhaps still pleading desperately for assistance. Truly, every cause has its effect, and there is a divine intent in the grand tapestry of fate. Subsequently, Hanzhi Xian calculated the passage of time and sensed that her master, the heavenly teacher, had yet to conclude his seclusion. She resumed her meditation and cultivation, focusing on mastering the supreme clarity immortal arts to achieve a state of unity between humanity and divinity. She also aimed to reforge her spiritual treasures to ensure they harmonized with her cultivation level. In the timeless expanse of the primordial realm, another millennium had passed. During this time, Hanzhi Xian had successfully advanced to the pinnacle of the late golden immortal stage. Solidifying her newly attained powers, it was indeed the sacred Kunlun Mountain, rich in primordial energy, that allowed even her refined spiritual treasures to operate seamlessly. She nodded in satisfaction, pondering whether her master had completed his seclusion. If so, it would be an opportune moment to seek his guidance on her cultivation inquiries. Before Hanzhi Xian could take action, the voice of the heavenly teacher resonated in her ears. Hanzhi Xian, come swiftly to the Hall of Supreme Clarity. Yes, Master, she replied without hesitation, promptly exiting her cave abode and making her way to the Hall of Supreme Clarity. Along the way, she encountered Jiang Ziya and the others. Senior sister, are you also heading to the Hall of Supreme Clarity? Hanzhi Xian inquired warmly. Yes, junior sister. Are you going too? Jiang Ziya responded. Indeed, Hanzhi Xian affirmed, realizing that her master had not summoned her alone, but had called others as well. Initially, she had thought the heavenly teacher wanted to provide her with personalized instruction, but it seemed she had overestimated her significance. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce you. These are your senior brothers and sisters. This is senior brother Duo Bao. This is junior sister Gue Ling. And this is junior sister Wu Dang. Jiang Ziya introduced one by one. Hanzhi Xian bowed respectfully. I pay my respect to senior brother and my two senior sisters. Junior sister, we are all of the same sect. No need for excessive formalities. Senior brother Duo Bao replied on behalf of the group. Senior brother, senior sisters, your praise is too generous that I am not even in the same league as senior brother and the others. Hanzhi Xian replied humbly. Indeed, Duo Bao had already attained the status of a Tai Golden Immortal, while Jiang Ziya, Gue Ling, and Wu Dang were at the pinnacle of the late Golden Immortal stage, similar to Hanzhi Xian. However, despite her apparent level, she still lagged behind in terms of cultivation, as they were on the verge of breaking through to Tai Golden Immortal, while Hanzhi Xian had only just reached the late stage. All right, let us hasten to the Hall of Supreme Clarity. Duo Bao urged. Yes, senior brother, Jiang Ziya and the others echoed. Upon reaching the Hall of Supreme Clarity, they found that their master had already emerged from seclusion, seated on a high platform, observing as Duo Bao led the junior sisters into the hall. After a moment of appraisal of their cultivation levels, he nodded inwardly in approval. Very well. After several millennia, the cultivation paths of these disciples have indeed progressed. Their heads emit a faint radiant glow, indicating stability in their foundations that it seems they have all diligently cultivated. Even the newly accepted disciple Hanzhi Xian has made commendable progress, which brings me great joy. Duo Bao guided the junior sisters to the front of the hall, where Hanzhi Xian noticed that her master exuded an even more potent aura than he had 1,000 years prior. Clearly, his recent period of seclusion had yielded substantial gains in his cultivation. The group knelt before the heavenly teacher. Disciple pays respect to master, and congratulations on your significant advancement in cultivation. May you soon achieve the Tao of primordial unity. Upon hearing this, the heavenly teacher chuckled heartily. Today I have called you all here not for any specific matter. However, during my seclusion, both your Grandmaster and Second Master have also made significant progress in their cultivation. Thus, we have decided to engage in a discourse on the Tao together. And I invited you all to listen, as your understanding will depend on your own opportunities. The disciples felt elated at this rare opportunity to listen to the three great masters discussing the Tao simultaneously. Let us proceed, the heavenly teacher declared, waving his hand, and a swirl of spiritual energy enveloped Hanzhi Xian and the others, transporting them swiftly to Kunlun Mountain. Within moments, they arrived outside a grand hall, adorned with the three primordial characters Sanqing Dian above the entrance. The figure stood at the entrance, and upon seeing the heavenly teacher's form manifest, the figure approached respectfully. Disciple Nanji pays respects to Uncle Master Tongtian. Nanjin, have your Grandmaster and teacher arrived? The heavenly teacher inquired. Reporting to Uncle Master Tongtian, both Grandmaster and teacher have just arrived and are awaiting inside the hall. Nanji replied with a bow. Very well, let us enter, the heavenly teacher commanded. Yes, Uncle Master Tongtian. Nanji responded. As they entered the hall, Hanzhi Xian and her companions saw two figures seated cross-legged on meditation cushions, exuding an aura of profound energy, quietly awaiting the arrival of the heavenly teacher and the disciples. The heavenly teacher took his seat on the high platform, aligning himself with the other two masters. Eagerly, the disciples approached the center of the platform and knelt in unison. Disciples pay respect to Grandmaster, Master Yuan Shi, and Uncle Master Tongtian, wishing you all swift success in achieving the Tao of primordial unity. Rise, your sincerity is commendable. Grandmaster Tai Ching gestured for them to stand. Thank you, Grandmaster. Hanzhi Xian and the others replied in gratitude. Once they stood, Hanzhi Xian dared to glance at the high platform. Throughout their entrance, she had kept her head lowered in humility. In the center sat a figure clad in a dark gray Taoist robe, with long white hair tied back and a benevolent demeanor, exuding an aura of kindness. Without a doubt, it was the Grand Master Tai Ching. To his left was another figure dressed in a light green Taoist robe, with black hair cascading down his back, holding a whisk, emanating a commanding presence. Undoubtedly, the Jade Clear Master Yuan, H. to the right. Her own master sat with an imposing yet youthful appearance. Now, please take your seats. Today, the three of us will share insights from our respective millennia of cultivation. Your gains will depend entirely on your own capacities. Grandmaster Tai Ching announced. Yes, we are grateful to the Grandmaster. Hanzhi Xian and her companions expressed their thanks. Very well, Tai Ching began. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the origin of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. With that, Hanzhi Xian focused her mind and began to listen intently. Therefore, one must often remain in a state of emptiness to perceive its wonders. One must often remain in a state of existence to perceive its manifestations. These two arise from the same source but bear different names. Both are referred to as the profound. Profoundly enigmatic, the gateway to myriad wonders lies in the essence of virtue akin to water, which nourishes all beings without contention. For millennia, the venerable Laozi of Ta Ching imparted wisdom. And as the time for his teachings drew to a close, he ceased his discourse, observing the varied states of his disciples below, each eliciting a spectrum of reactions. Some erupted in laughter mid-sentence. Others wore expressions of confusion or sighed deeply, while Hanzhi Xian furrowed her brow in contemplation. Upon the conclusion of Laozi's exposition, Yuan Shi Tianzun immediately took the stage, his concern for appearances evident. As he meticulously adhered to decorum, when he began to speak, radiant light enveloped him, presenting a golden lotus, with extraordinary phenomena shimmering incessantly. The Tao, formless, gives rise to heaven and earth. The Tao, imbued with emotion, governs the sun and moon. The Tao, nameless, nurtures all beings of the cosmos that I know not its name. It is called the Tao. The Tao begets one begets two begets three, and three begets all things, thus establishing the laws of heaven and earth. Earth follows the laws of humanity, humanity follows the laws of the Tao, and the Tao follows the natural order, elucidating the celestial principles that a millennium passed, and Yuan Shi Tianzun concluded his teachings. Tongtian Jiao then took over, elaborating on his concept of interception, emphasizing the oneness of all beings seeking the Tao, advocating for inclusivity in teachings, and seizing a glimmer of life. After another millennium, Tongtian Jiao ceased his lecture, and each disciple departed with varying degrees of understanding and insight, fortunate to be his disciples. Except for Nan Jixian Wang, at this point, Yuan Shi Tianzun had yet to attain saintly status and formally accept disciples. He was accompanied only by Nan Jixian Wang and by He Tongzi, making him appear somewhat tranquil in contrast to Tongtian, as Hanzhi Xian and her companions gradually processed the teachings. They began to open their eyes. Observing their awakening, Laozi of Ta Ching declared that the discourse for the day had concluded, bidding them to depart. The disciples respectfully thanked their masters and slowly retreated, returning to their respective abodes to contemplate the wisdom imparted. Upon returning to her own cave, Hanzhi Xian commenced a period of meditation, recognizing the rarity of the opportunity to hear the teachings of her two masters. She intended to thoroughly digest the profound insights gained and integrate them with her own practice of the Tongtian Lingbao Zhenjing, aspiring to uncover elements that might enhance her cultivation. Gradually, tranquility enveloped her cave as Hanzhi Xian embarked on another round of arduous meditation. In the absence of daylight, she emerged from her retreat, having garnered significant understanding of the Tao, her cultivation subtly elevated. She felt an overwhelming urge to break through, but restrained herself, knowing that transcending to the golden immortal stage required a pivotal moment. This moment lay in cultivating the 5 primordial energies within her. The 5 energies, namely the lungs' metal energy, the liver's wood energy, the kidneys' water energy, the heart's fire energy, and the spleen's earth energy, must harmonize with the elemental forces of heaven and earth, achieving a unity between humanity and the cosmos. In the vast wilderness, the number of those who attain mastery is measured in billions. Thus, gathering the primordial 5 energies is no easy feat. Many beings falter at this stage due to a lack of a structured cultivation system or guiding mentors, hastily breaking through without fully realizing their potential. Others attempt to forge their inner energies using postnatal elements, resulting in unstable paths and lower realms of achievement. Many of the demons and malevolent beings of later generations bear the brunt of such shortcomings, emanating a palpable aura of blood and malice, often branded as aberrations by others, prompting many beings to pursue transcendence as their ultimate goal. Fortunately, Hanzhi Xian possessed the primordial fire apricot tree, 3 light divine water, and osmanthus tree, enabling her to refine the energies of fire, water, and wood, yet she still lacked the earth and metal energies. With her retreat concluded and no immediate progress, she decided to venture forth, exploring the wilderness in search of opportunities to encounter the elusive metal and earth energies. Before departing, she resolved to greet her master at the Shangqing Hall. Upon arrival, Hanzhi Xian found the water and fire Tongtian waiting outside. Approaching them, she inquired, "Water and fire, junior brother, I seek to speak with master regarding a matter. Could you kindly relay my request?" "Certainly, senior sister Hanzhi Xian, please hold on for a moment," replied the water and fire Tongtian. After a brief interval, he returned, saying, "Senior sister Hanzhi Xian, the master requests your presence inside." "Thank you, junior brother," she responded respectfully, entering the hall where she found Shangqing Tongtian seated upon a cloud bed, his aura increasingly ethereal, untainted by the mundane world. Recognizing her master's recent cultivation advancements, she smiled warmly and greeted, "Disciple Hanzhi Xian pays respects to master and congratulates you on your significant progress. The promise of the primordial realm is within reach." Tianzun nodded, narrowing his eyes while smiling at her. "Indeed, your cultivation is foundationally solid, devoid of any signs of instability. It is evident that you have diligently applied yourself since returning from the discourse. Though your progress is commendable, do remember to guard against pride and impatience. Such dispositions could betray the teachings I have imparted to you." He cautioned, concerned that Hanzhi Xian might become overly fixated on power without nurturing her virtues. "Yes, master. I shall heed your words and strive diligently in my cultivation." Avoiding the allure of haste, she replied earnestly. Tianzun then inquired, "Did you come to me today with a specific purpose?" "Master, I have come to inform you that I wish to embark on a journey. As I have not made significant progress in my cultivation, that I seek your permission to explore," she explained. After a moment of contemplation, Tianzun responded, "Very well. You have reached the pinnacle of the late-stage golden immortal realm, and it is permissible for you to venture forth. That I shall bestow upon you a sword chi of extermination to protect you, which can shield you from threats below the saintly level 3 times. Additionally, take this talisman. Should you find yourself in mortal peril, you may shatter it, and I will be aware and come to your aid." Hanzhi Xian gratefully accepted the talisman, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her. "Thank you, master, for your generous gifts. That I shall ensure that I do not tarnish the reputation of Shangqing." "Then go forth, dear disciple," Tianzun affirmed with a nod. After paying her respects, Hanzhi Xian descended the mountain, setting her course toward the vast wilderness. Prior to her apprenticeship, she had only visited Donghai and Danxia Mountain on the Linhai continent. She had yet to explore beyond, continuously journeying. Thus, this time, her objectives included not only seeking a breakthrough, but also savoring the breathtaking landscapes of the wilderness. Yet the question remained: where to begin? Momentarily perplexed, she deliberated on her destination for gathering the metal and earth energies. After a brief reflection, she decided to pursue the metal energies first. The western regions of the wilderness are renowned for their abundant production of such elemental treasures, particularly the innate gung metal. Most of the primordial metal entities are found there, and the eastern Kunlun Mountain is not far from the west, with the western Kunlun Mountain housing the domain of the Western Queen Mother, appointed by the sage Hongjun to oversee the realm of female immortals. Thus, Hanzhi Xian resolved that her inaugural destination would be the west, that on a day when she first entered the western continent. Hanzhi Xian arrived at a desolate expanse of sandy terrain, a stark reminder of the devastation wrought by the conflict between Tao and demons. The fierce struggle between the demon Su Luo and the sage Hongjun for the position of the Tao's representative culminated in catastrophic warfare, resulting in the explosion of the Western world. The vast land, spanning billions of kilometers, was left unrecognizable, with many primordial roots and treasures perishing before their emergence. This was a scene of cataclysmic upheaval, rendering the western expanse barren, devoid of life, and desolate for thousands of miles. It was no wonder that the two saints of the West often ventured to the east to seize opportunities, deceiving numerous cultivators into heading west, provoking a silent admiration for their cunning and tenacity. As Hanzhi Xian ventured further westward, she spotted a towering mountain in the distance, a rare sanctuary of spiritual essence amidst the desolation of the Western world. A stark contrast to its surroundings, the mountain was shrouded in ethereal mist, vibrant clouds swirling above in a breathtaking display, emanating an abundance of spiritual energy. Within this nurturing environment, various spiritual treasures and divine materials flourished, teeming with vitality and growing in clusters across the mountain landscape. Witnessing this, Hanzhi Xian diligently collected these treasures, ensuring to leave a portion for other beings, mindful not to allow the accumulation of resources to bolster future adversaries in the West. After gathering the treasures, time passed swiftly. Observing the barren yet spiritually rich mountain, she realized that, with the passage of time, new treasures would surely emerge. Recognizing the significance of this location in the Western realm, she chose not to linger, turning her attention to continue her journey westward. A century later, Hanzhi Xian arrived at the riverbank beside a forest, drawn by an inexplicable sensation toward the stream. There, she discovered a unique being lying beside a bamboo raft, emitting low, trembling growls. Approaching cautiously, she beheld this extraordinary creature, a unicorn with dog-like ears, a dragon's body, a tiger's head, a lion's tail, and the feet of a Xian. Familiar indeed, it is none other than the revered Di Ting, exactly as depicted in ancient tales. That Di Ting, also known as the unicorn, or the earth listener, is the mount of the earth's store bodhisattva. Possessing profound understanding of human nature and the ability to ward off evil in later generations, many believe that Di Ting could dispel malevolence, avert disasters, bestow blessings, and provide protection. It is often described as a composite creature, embodying the finest attributes of various beasts: a tiger's head, a unicorn's horn, dog-like ears, a dragon's body, a lion's tail, and the hooves of a Xian. It resembles neither dragon nor tiger, neither lion nor Xian, nor dog. The horn signifies impartial judgment. The dragon's form symbolizes auspiciousness. The tiger's head represents wisdom and valor. The dog ears denote keen hearing. The lion's tail reflects patience, and the Xian hooves exemplify stability. This divine beast, Di Ting, possesses the ability to comprehend human nature, evade malevolence, and grasp the teachings of Buddhism, excelling particularly in discerning the myriad phenomena of the world through listening, distinguishing good from evil and the wise from the foolish. Observing it lying motionless upon a bamboo raft, its legs bleeding and groaning incessantly, it appeared to have been injured by some magical artifact. As it gazed upon the Hanzhi approaching, it suddenly let out a cry, baring its teeth and roaring at her. "You wretched creature, cease your rampage," Hanzhi said calmly to Di Ting. With a flick of her finger, a drop of divine water surged towards the wounded legs of the creature, merging with its flesh and instantly staunching the bleeding, allowing the wounds to heal. Di Ting, feeling a sudden chill of comfort at the sight of its injury, nervously licked the affected area, initially fearing that Hanzhi intended to harm it. However, the soothing sensation led it to stretch its legs and frolic joyfully, evidently relieved of pain, its injuries now healed. Eagerly, it approached Hanzhi and nudged her with its head. Seeing Di Ting healed, Hanzhi couldn't help but chuckle at its childish antics. Unfortunately, it had yet to refine the bone in its mouth, appearing as if newly born, with no cultivation to speak of, only having awakened its intelligence. It remained uncertain of who had inflicted such harm upon it, lying in wait until fate brought it to encounter Hanzhi. In the future, it would serve as the mount of the earth's store bodhisattva, embarking on great adventures in the underworld. Truly, this encounter was fated. Regardless of its origins, it was a fortuitous opportunity, one not to be relinquished to others. Such a primordial spirit, whether from the chaotic heavens or beyond, was singular and irreplaceable. Accepted as a steed would indeed be the path of a true sovereign. Contemplating this, Hanzhi extended her hand to stroke Ting's head, smiling as she spoke. Wretched creature, our meeting today marks a fateful connection. To save you is but a reflection of my compassion. From this day forth, you shall follow me and be my steed. Do you agree? Upon hearing this, Ting paused, seemingly digesting these words, before nodding in understanding. Satisfied, Hanzhi continued, henceforth, you shall be called Ting, and together we shall roam the mountains and rivers, guiding all beings. Ting nodded once more, and Hanzhi directed a beam of divine light into its mind, imparting a scripture and a treasure, the six-petal white lotus, alongside a text detailing a cultivation method. This scripture, known as the Sutra of Transcending the Profound Mysteries, was crafted by Hanzhi, merging Ting's attributes with the celestial techniques of the upper clear, ideally suited for its current stage of cultivation. With a gentle tap on its head, she bestowed upon it a low-grade bell. The bell of deliverance, which jingled melodiously, and adorned it with a high-grade binding rope, perfectly complementing its essence. Now, let us depart, Hanzhi declared, gracefully mounting Ting's back as they soared into the sky. Their journey led them southwest, where Hanzhi rode Ting leisurely through the clouds, as swift as if she were riding the winds herself. Occasionally, they would descend to gather the ethereal treasures of the world, leaving no rare resources uncollected. Every notable treasure within the realm was gathered into the spatial confines of her 12-grade sea-calming pearl, including unique flora and fauna native to the West, some of which had aged considerably, all succumbing to her grasp. Additionally, she acquired 2 low-grade spiritual roots, the dragon-subduing tree and the beetle palm, along with a mid-grade celestial treasure, the golden Zen staff, and various unique stones of the West, including primal metal and alchemical materials, as well as some primal metal energy. During her treasure hunt, she even rescued several white tigers, all of which Hanzhi bundled up and took along, continuing their journey southwest. After several days, Hanzhi urged Ting to quicken its pace. An unsettling feeling gnawed at her, as if the connection to a particular source of energy in that direction was waning, threatening to sever their bond. Fearing the emergence of an ill omen, she propelled Ting forward through the layers of clouds. Upon arriving at their destination, they paused amidst the cloud layers, peering down to witness 2 figures engaging in a fierce duel, unleashing their magical prowess upon one another. Hanzhi's gaze sharpened as she discerned one figure, a man clad in black robes, with a sinister expression, emanating a black aura indicative of the dreaded demonic energy feared by all living beings. You too, surrender your spiritual roots at once, or face my wrath, he bellowed, brandishing a magical lasso that unleashed a devastating force, causing the surrounding flora and boulders to explode. The 2 men struggled desperately, one of them retorting defiantly, "You vile demon, we would rather perish than yield to you. Abandon this foolish thought." With that, he summoned the pinnacle of his power, an overwhelming surge of energy, sending forth a brilliant yellow beam towards the dark figure enveloped in demonic energy. As the light subsided, the demon's presence seemed to vanish, prompting a sigh of relief from the man. However, before he could celebrate, the air crackled with a resurgence of demonic energy, revealing the demon had returned. Unscathed. "Foolish mortal, did you truly believe you could vanquish me? How naive." The demon laughed maniacally. "Now die," he roared, as the lasso descended upon the 2 men, threatening their very existence. Suddenly, a lotus throne materialized before them, blocking the torrent of malevolent energy. "Who dares to thwart my plans? Show yourself." The demon growled furiously. "How tragic," came a voice from the radiant throne, revealing the figure of Hanzhi, seated atop a mystical beast, exuding an aura of compassion. I am but a humble Taoist, Hanzhi. Might I inquire why you resort to such ruthless measures against others? Humph. Why should I explain myself to you? Since you meddled, prepare to witness my power. Let us see what you can do, lest I be forced to eliminate you. The demon cackled. Receive my attack, soul-seizing demonic light. He commanded, unleashing a wave of dark energy towards Hanzhi. In response, she summoned the 9-treasure Rui. Striking the demonic energy with precision, the energy scattered upon contact, as the Rui was specifically designed to counteract malevolent beings. Your attempts are futile, Hanzhi calmly stated as the demon's iron chains, imbued with dark energy, failed to breach the protective barrier of the Lotus Throne. Realizing he could not harm Hanzhi, the demon grew anxious. You possess 2 treasures that counter my abilities. I cannot harm you. In desperation, he drew forth the celestial blade, swinging it towards Hanzhi's head. Yet despite his full might, he could not break through her defenses. With no other options, he retreated, but Hanzhi seized this opportunity. With a flourish, she cast the primordial treasure, the wind bag, into the air, summoning the winds to ensnare the celestial blade, which she commanded to gather. The blade, now uncontrollable, was drawn into the wind bag. Hanzhi, having secured the treasure, gazed at the demon with a knowing smile. So, dear friend, what other tricks do you possess? You may unleash them upon me if you wish. Upon witnessing the scene, Moro, startled and at a loss for words, exclaimed, this wretched path. You merely rely on the treasure in your hand. What is there to be proud of? Just wait. Next time I shall not let you escape. With that, he turned to flee, for the evil woman was insufferably malicious, relentlessly suppressing him with her treasure, proving herself a true villain. Why the haste, my fellow? Why not take a moment to rest within my bag before departing? Said immortal Hanzhi as she swiftly stored Moro inside her wind pouch, all the while chuckling, you, demon, shall now become my disciple, tending to my steeds as a spirit child. When I venture forth, you shall lead the way, and for now, reflect upon your actions within the confines of my pouch. Grateful for the timely rescue, she expressed her appreciation, stating, I owe you a debt of gratitude for saving my life. Thus, I present you with this spiritual root to conclude our karmic ties. Suddenly, 2 men emerged from behind immortal Hanzhi and knelt. Offering her the spiritual root, without hesitation, she accepted it, recognizing it as a precious item she sought for her enlightenment in the West. The innate mid-grade spiritual root, Puto Wadada. This root is indeed fated to be mine, she remarked with a mysterious smile. Having gathered considerable bounty, immortal Hanzhi chose not to linger with the 2 men, concluding her mission in the Western realm. It was now time to seek the spiritual treasures of the East. With a deep breath, she concealed her aura and swiftly vanished, transforming her essence into spirit as she sped toward the Eastern continent. This time, she did not ride on the back of Tongtian, for her urgency compelled her to act with greater swiftness. Had she tarried, the 2 saints of the West would have surely sensed her presence, making escape impossible. These 2 figures, with their prodigious audacity, had even earned the respect of Hongjun Saint, boasting of their connections and employing transformative techniques to convert anyone who resisted their advances. That it was evident that immortal Hanzhi's actions had been somewhat influenced by the styles of these 2 Western saints. After all, seizing the initiative is vital on the path of cultivation. Equipped with talismans bestowed by her master, she could mask her presence and evade detection. Otherwise, even with 10-fold courage, she would not dare to traverse the Western land alone. Departing from the Western continent, she journeyed toward the eastern coastal regions, eager to visit Danxia Mountain and see how her disciple and the 2 boys fared. It had been several millennia since her last visit, and she wondered if her disciple had transformed yet, having taken less than a millennium to reach this point. With each passing moment, her spirits lifted as she traversed the eastern continent, now rich in innate energy. Unlike the later eras where only acquired energy remained, countless celestial treasures adorned her path, and she diligently collected them all. 1,000-year ginseng, immortal herbs, and various other precious plants. Is that an innate formation? Immortal Hanzhi mused. Observing a valley pulsating with spiritual energy, she deftly calculated with her fingers, pausing for a moment before chuckling to herself. Indeed, I am a person of great fortune. Let us see what treasures lie within that resonate with me. With that, she set to work deciphering the innate formation. Innate formations vary greatly in power. Some are formidable, while others are less so, all depending on their inherent nature. Generally, large formations are quite intricate, requiring either immense magical power or innate treasures to dismantle them. Some formations are designed to confuse or entrap, testing the resolve of the seeker. This particular formation, after a brief observation, revealed itself to be a soul-binding maze, hinting at the presence of spiritual entities related to the soul within. Fortunately, such formations posed little challenge to immortal Hanzhi, as her master was a grand master of formations, naturally endowed with a knowledge of their intricacies. Though she might not possess profound understanding, her studies in the art of formation, since practicing the upper clear immortal method, had granted her some insight. After 300 years of contemplation, she fully grasped the complexities of the formation and declared, "Break." With that command, the formation shattered, yielding to her will as the formation crumbled. An influx of innate yin-yang energy surged forth, revealing a mid-grade innate spiritual root, the yin-yang fruit tree, alongside a lower-grade innate spiritual root, the spirit Sephora tree. And oh wonder this formation harbored such potent yin-yang energies. "These roots are the source," she exclaimed, beaming with joy as she collected them. In addition, she scoured the mountain for other spiritual treasures, unearthing remnants of the nether fire, nether stones, and yin-yang stones, all of which held yin attributes. With her tasks complete, immortal Hanzhi remounted Tongtian and soared toward her sanctuary. As she traversed the skies, captivated by the scenery, her gaze drifted toward the horizon. In the distance, a vast sea emerged, accompanied by a towering mountain whose skeletal formations hinted at a graveyard of bones, shrouded in thick, innate yin energy. Nearby, a desolate region stood in stark contrast to the area's vitality. Ascending to the peak of the mountain, she discovered a piece of innate earth root, the vermilion fruit, which heralded her potential breakthrough into the Tai golden immortal realm. With urgency, she secured the fruit and peered toward the mountain's sunny side, sensing a foreboding presence. She knew that in the future, a race of beings would arise from this land. Yet for now, the legendary Nuwa had yet to create humankind, leaving the area devoid of human life. Observing the ethereal energies swirling around, she noted a colossal stone standing at the heart of the mountain's spiritual vein, brimming with immense magical power. Suddenly, thunder rumbled from the skies, striking the stone with ferocity, sending fragments scattering in all directions. In that moment, immortal Hanzhi recognized the entity being struck by lightning. It was none other than the legendary Shiji, whose sanctuary lay amidst this eerie, bone-laden terrain. It was evident that the time for her emergence had arrived. She was undergoing her transformation amidst the storm of tribulation, teetering on the brink of life and death. If she succeeded, she would ascend to the heavenly realm. If she failed, she would cease to exist. Without hesitation, immortal Hanzhi dashed forward, pouring 3 drops of Sanguang, divine water, onto the stone, nourishing the entity within and fortifying her against the wrath of the heavens. In no time, the storm subsided, and a radiant glow enveloped the stone. As the light faded, a figure emerged before immortal Hanzhi, wielding her powers to gather the scattered fragments of stone. Clad in a flowing pale gown adorned with clouds, she radiated celestial grace and youthful vigor. Another enlightened being had appeared. She approached immortal Hanzhi and knelt, expressing her profound gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance. That I am Shiji, eternally grateful." Observing the young woman before her, immortal Hanzhi marveled, recognizing her as a pure soul dedicated solely to the path of virtue. That in the later eras, she would be tragically slain alongside her companions by the disciples of the Chan sect during the deification process. Forced onto the divine roster, a lamentable fate indeed. Now, fate had intertwined their paths, and having recently acquired a treasure of yin energy, immortal Hanzhi felt a profound connection to Shiji. The opportunity to accept her as a disciple was unmistakable. With this in mind, immortal Hanzhi said, "Rise, There is no need for formalities that I could not bear to witness a being destined for greatness fall beneath the wrath of the heavens, especially not before my very eyes. Otherwise, this primordial realm would lose yet another enlightened soul. Our meeting today signifies a fateful bond. I wish to take you under my wing as my personal disciple. Will you accept? With a gentle smile. Hanzhi Xian addressed her, saying, "If Shi is willing, I shall accept you as my disciple." "Very well, rise," Hanzhi Xian replied, subsequently imparting to her the cultivation techniques, stating, "This is the method of cultivation within our sect. Known as the Tongtian Lingbao Jinjing and Shangqing Xianfa, I have a master above me, under whom I am an inner disciple. Your ancestral master is revered as Shangqing Lingbao Tianzuan. Once you have reached a certain level of cultivation, I shall take you to pay your respects to him," Hanzhi Xian explained to Shi. "Now, let us return to Danxiao Mountain, where you must solidify your foundation and cultivate your magical powers through the Shangqing Xianfa. For that is the rightful path. Your current location is quite satisfactory. You may return here to establish your own sect once your cultivation is accomplished," Hanzhi Xian added. "Yes, I understand," Shi replied. Afterward, Hanzhi Xian waved her hand, conjuring a primordial great formation that enveloped Shi's birthplace. She then established a cave dwelling at the center, named Skull Mountain, White Bone Cave. This grand formation was none other than the primordial yin-yang scattering soul bewilderment array that Hanzhi Xian had recently acquired. Once this was completed, she conveyed the formation to Shi. "Now that all is settled, let us depart," Hanzhi Xian declared, mounting her steed, Di Ting, while guiding Shi as they soared towards Danxiao Mountain. Since leaving Skull Mountain, Hanzhi Xian rode Di Ting, leading Shi directly back to Danxiao Mountain. Upon their return, Hanzhi Xian first instructed Shi to take Di Ting to find a suitable place for cultivation while she visited her disciples in the Yuanyang Cave. Thereafter, she commenced her own seclusion to refine the primordial 5 energies within her, preparing to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal level. With her primordial 5 energies in perfect harmony, it was time for her to ascend to the next realm, having lingered too long in the Golden Immortal stage, even neglecting to greet her 2 young disciples before entering seclusion. Subsequently, Hanzhi Xian retrieved a pure meditation cushion and settled upon it. Initiating her cultivation, she meticulously placed the primordial 5 energies according to their attributes. The fragrant osmanthus tree representing the wood element, corresponding to the liver. The translucent, mysterious sanguang, divine water, symbolizing the water element. Resonating with the kidneys, the blazing, fiery apricot tree epitomizing the fire element, aligned with the heart. The solid, earth-like zhugua, buried deep underground, undoubtedly corresponding to the spleen as the earth element. And finally, the golden, sacred putoa wood serving as the metal element. Perfectly matched with the lungs. Thus, the forces of the 5 elements began to rotate in an orderly fashion, ceaselessly cycling, reminiscent of the most ancient and enigmatic melodies of the universe. This unending flow of energy revitalized the entire world, with all things constantly evolving and transforming. Hanzhi Xian took a deep breath and, with resolute determination, gradually infused the meticulously refined primordial 5 energies into her blood and organs in an instant. The once tranquil spiritual energies of sanguang, divine water, putua wood, fiery apricot tree, fragrant osmanthus tree, and earth-like zhugua surged toward Hanzhi Xian as if drawn by an immense gravitational force. In that moment, her entire being radiated with dazzling, resplendent divine light, and even the root of her primordial spirit within her sea of consciousness became increasingly pure and transparent under the baptism of this formidable power. It could be imagined that as time progressed, Hanzhi Xian's cultivation was surging in astonishing pace, her magical powers growing exponentially like a snowball rolling downhill. Yet, no one could ascertain how much time had truly elapsed, perhaps a mere instant, or even millennia. During this extensive duration, the primordial realm experienced countless cycles of yin and yang, the sun and moon shining together. As time flowed inexorably, the primordial earth witnessed a myriad of breathtaking battles and conflicts each day. Yet, all of this seemed utterly unrelated to Hanzhi Xian, who was wholly absorbed in her cultivation, forgetting the external clamor and chaos, immersing herself entirely in the wondrous 5 energies within her. Solely focused on achieving a significant breakthrough in her cultivation and embarking on a higher path of practice. One day, a palpable pressure emanated from the Yuanyang cave, extending throughout the cavern and causing the surrounding Yuanyang energy to tremble. After a millennium of seclusion, Hanzhi Xian finally refined the 5 energies within her, allowing her primordial spirit to achieve the 5 energies returning to origin state, thereby breaking through to the Tai E Golden Immortal level. I have finally broken through to the Tai E Golden Immortal stage. This 1,000 years of effort has not been in vain, nor has time slipped away idly, Hanzhi Xian thought, her face lighting up with a smile. She then released several beams of spiritual light outward, summoning her disciples to gather in the cave, for she had not seen them since her return and had now been in seclusion for a millennium. Having achieved a breakthrough, she wished to share her cultivation insights with them. As she awaited their arrival, she suddenly remembered an outstanding matter. The demon she had captured in the west still lingered in her windbag, likely overwhelmed by the pressure of her recent breakthrough. Having neglected to arrange for his proper containment upon her return, she had forgotten about him in her eagerness to enter seclusion. Now that her situation was settled, it was time to address him. She removed the windbag from her person and emptied its contents, causing a figure to tumble to the ground. "You wretched creature, are you still behaving?" Hanzhi Xian admonished him. "I acknowledge my wrongdoing, and I implore you to pass judgment upon me." "Master," the kneeling demon, Moro, replied, his head bowed. "Very well. Having acknowledged your error, you shall serve as a guiding spirit under my tutelage from this day forth. You will lead my steed, Di Ting, when I venture out and care for it well. Occasionally, when fellow practitioners visit my domain, you may assist in welcoming them," Hanzhi Xian instructed. "Yes, I understand," Moro agreed, for he recognized that his fate was no longer in his hands after having been confined in the windbag, and thus could only acquiesce. "Today, I shall grant you the primordial middle-grade 6-petal purifying white lotus, which inherently possesses the primordial purification law. Take it and cultivate with it to cleanse the demonic energy within you. This is the method of cultivation within my sect. The Shangqing Xinfa, transform the demonic energy into celestial energy. Furthermore, this is the Demon Suppression Bowl, a primordial low-grade spiritual treasure I acquired during my travels in the West that it possesses the power to subdue demons and can be used to capture and contain beings and objects. I bestow it upon you as well. Endeavor earnestly in your cultivation and reform your ways," Hanzhi Xian added. "Yes, I shall remember," the grateful Moro nodded, realizing the unexpected fortune of receiving 2 spiritual treasures. His excitement palpable. "Stand aside for now. Your fellow disciples will arrive shortly," Hanzhi Xian instructed. "Understood," Moro replied. Before long, several figures entered the cave, led by Shi, followed closely by He Huazi and Bai Jushi, with the steed Di Ting trailing behind them, engaged in lively conversation. "Disciple pays respects to master and congratulates you on your breakthrough," Shi proclaimed, bowing deeply. "And own need for excessive formalities," Hanzhi Xian replied. Upon noticing an unfamiliar man standing nearby, they exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if he was a new disciple of their master. Before they could ponder for long, Hanzhi Xian introduced, "This is Moro, my newly accepted guiding spirit, who will assist in leading and attending to matters." "Shi, you shall entrust Di Ting to him," she added. "Yes, master," Shi affirmed. "Today marks my ascension to the Tai E Golden Immortal stage, and I have summoned you to share my insights during this momentous occasion, particularly regarding the cultivation experiences below the Tai E Golden Immortal level, so that you may glean valuable lessons from them." Hanzhi Xian addressed them. "Please, take your seats and listen as I elaborate," she continued as several meditation cushions materialized on the ground. Shi and the others took their places, with even Di Ting receiving a cushion of its own. The Yuanyang cave resonated with the sound of teachings as Hanzhi Xian began to impart her wisdom, covering everything from transformation to the nuances of the Golden Immortal stage, highlighting what to be mindful of and what to avoid, enabling them to navigate their cultivation journeys without falling prey to demons. As time flew by, the world continued its cycles of change, and after several days, Ji and her companions gradually awakened from their reflections. Hanzhi Xian then cautioned them, "Do not share lightly what you have learned. Teachings should not be imparted carelessly. From now on, you must exercise caution." "Yes, we understand," Ji and the others replied in unison. Hanzhi Xian observed them, noting that each of them had gained valuable insights from this experience. Ji, who had only recently transformed and possessed the cultivation level of an earth immortal, had ascended to the heavenly immortal stage after a millennium and the teachings received. The magical powers within her had also transformed into the Shangqing Xinfa. Exemplifying her remarkable progress, the He Huazi and Bai Jusher had both advanced to the late true immortal stage, having previously broken through from the late heavenly immortal stage to the mid-true immortal stage after thousands of years of cultivation. Now, with the insights gained from Hanzhi Xian's teachings, they had made a significant leap forward. Ting, too, had begun its cultivation journey and had reached the level of an earth immortal. Yet it would require the attainment of a great Luo golden immortal level to transform. After all, innate divine beasts are generally difficult to transform, and only upon achieving a certain level of cultivation can they do so. However, before Hanzhi Xian could say anything to Ji and the others, the swirling mass of primordial yang energy beside her suddenly began to tremble, wildly absorbing the innate energy from outside the cave. Upon witnessing this, Hanzhi Xian realized that her disciple had already reached the stage of birth after listening to the lecture. She promptly led it outside to undergo the tribulation of transformation. Outside the cave, Hanzhi Xian appeared alongside her disciples and attendants, only to find that the primordial yang energy was already in the midst of transcending the tribulation, clearly in a state of urgency. The energy was radiating golden light, surrounded by strands of primordial yang energy, while the thunderous tribulation in the clouds brewed with layers of calamity. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hanzhi Xian exclaimed in alarm, recognizing it as the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. With a swift gesture, she summoned the 9 treasures Jade Rui, ready to provide aid at a moment's notice, her gaze fixed on the primordial yang energy that was confronting the tribulation. In the blink of an eye, bolts of thunder descended with a resounding crash, striking the mass of energy with explosive force. Each strike of lightning met with a wave of primordial yang energy. After several impacts, it became evident that the energy was struggling to keep up with the relentless bombardment of thunder. Despite enduring until the final bolt of the tribulation, it seemed on the verge of collapse. Without hesitation, Hanzhi Xian tossed the 9 treasures Jade Rui into the fray, shielding it from the last strike of thunder. As the thunderstorm dissipated, a ray of auspicious light descended, enveloping the primordial yang energy. Soon after, a figure gradually emerged, clad in a bright yellow Taoist robe, with bright eyes and a handsome countenance, standing tall and confident. This was a man in the early stages of celestial being cultivation, possessing a level of strength that surpassed her eldest disciple Ji at the time of his transformation. Hanzhi Xian felt a swell of satisfaction in her heart. Indeed, the newly transformed man then hurriedly approached Hanzhi Xian, kneeling on one knee with clenched fists, and expressed, "Disciple, thank you. Master, I am immensely grateful for your assistance." Please rise, my disciple. There is no need for such formality, Hanzhi Xian replied with a gentle smile. You have successfully weathered the tribulation and undergone a transformation. From this day forth, the vast expanse of the primordial world is yours to explore. Hanzhi Xian narrowed her eyes playfully at the newly transformed man and then addressed the others, saying, "Come, you all follow me inside." Once inside the primordial yang cave, Hanzhi Xian seated herself upon the lotus throne, while her disciples stood in 2 rows before her, 2 of her direct disciples in the front and several attendants behind. Nodding, she turned to the newly transformed man and declared, "Today, I bestow upon you the title of Yuan Yangzi, my second direct disciple. This is your senior sister, Ji, my first direct disciple. The individuals behind you are my disciples, the right attendant, Lan Tongzi, the gatekeeper by Guisher, the guide, Mo Luo, and your mount, Ting." With a flick of her finger, the divine light descended upon Yuan Yangzi's consciousness. This is the Supreme Clarity Celestial Method and the Supreme Clarity Spiritual Treasure Canon for unified cultivation in my sect. The foundational teachings for all my disciples. I now pass it on to you. I hope you will cultivate diligently. Furthermore, she beckoned. Shiji, Yuan Yangzi, step forward. Here are 2 superior-grade innate white lotuses of the 9th rank, which I bestow upon you as protective treasures. You must refine them well after you leave. The 2 of them revealed 2 white lotuses, both appearing as 9th rank entities, and expressed their gratitude in unison. Thank you, Master, for the treasures. We shall remember your teachings. Very well. You may go and cultivate now. Hanzhi Xian concluded, sensing that the ceremony was complete. Yes, we take our leave, Shiji and the others replied in unison. Before making their way out of the cave, once the disciples departed, the primordial Yang cave returned to its usual tranquility, and Hanzhi Xian resumed her cultivation. Shiji led Yuan Yangzi to find a tranquil spot nearby to begin their seclusion. The entire Danxia mountain entered another cycle of cultivation, enveloped in an extraordinary stillness. After an undetermined period, on a certain day, Hanzhi Xian, meditating in the primordial Yang cave, opened her eyes, contemplating with a smile. She realized that further seclusion would yield little progress. All matters had concluded, and she had no immediate desire to return to Kunlun Mountain. It had been several millennia since she embarked on her quest for enlightenment and found a master. And now it was high time to return to her own dojo in the East. It had been far too long since she last visited, and she wondered how Ao was faring and whether he had been cultivating diligently. Moreover, it would be beneficial to bring her disciples back to familiarize themselves with the route. Having made up her mind, Hanzhi Xian summoned her disciples, observing their vibrant spirits, clearly having gained much. Her second disciple, Yuan Yangzi, had already cultivated the supreme clarity celestial method. Hanzhi Xian nodded in satisfaction and then instructed Mo Luo, the guide disciple, go fetch Di Ting. We shall be embarking on a journey shortly. Yes, Master, Mo Luo replied, promptly exiting to bring Di Ting. Once everyone was assembled, Hanzhi Xian addressed them, prepare yourselves, we shall be returning to the EC today. There lies a celestial island, Xianxia Island, which is my place of emergence. I have been away for quite some time, and it is time to return for some diligent cultivation. She then turned to Yuan Yangzi and added, from now on, Danxia Mountain shall serve as your cultivation ground. Once you achieve success, you may return here to establish your own sect. Yes, Master, Yuan Yangzi bowed, affirming his commitment. Now, go and gather your belongings. I shall await you outside the cave, Hanzhi Xian instructed. Understood, we take our leave. The disciples responded in unison. After they exited, Hanzhi Xian rose from the cave and soared into the sky. With a graceful gesture, she sent forth a radiant light, which spread and enveloped the entire Danxia mountain area. A primordial great formation was reinforced by Hanzhi Xian, concealing the entirety of Danxia mountain from view. Before long, Shiji and several disciples flew out to join Hanzhi Xian. Now that we are all here, let us set off, Hanzhi Xian declared. She mounted Di Ting, with Mo Luo guiding it forward, while Shiji led Yuan Yangzi, Huazi, and by Guisher in tow. They soared into the air. Riding a cloud towards the east they traveled into the depths of the East Sea. Hanzhi Xian did not pause to explore or collect spiritual treasures, but continued onward without delay. After approximately 3 months of flight, the group came to a halt above a vast expanse of ocean. Seeing this, Shiji and the others were filled with questions. Shiji addressed Hanzhi Xian. Master, why have we stopped here? We have arrived. Hanzhi Xian replied mysteriously. Have we really arrived? Shiji questioned, bewildered, but the sea is vast with no islands or reefs in sight. How could we have arrived? Yuan Yangzi echoed Shiji's confusion. Indeed, Master, there seems to be nothing here to observe. Hanzhi Xian calmly pointed toward the center, and suddenly an island emerged from thin air, radiating shimmering light before the group. It turned out that she had unveiled the island's protective formation, which had previously concealed it from view. Let us go. Together we shall enter, Hanzhi Xian urged, not waiting for them to recover from their astonishment. She led them onto the island, where the formation resumed its operation, causing the entire island to vanish into the vast sea as though it had never existed. Upon entering the island, they found it enveloped in primordial energy, which wafted towards them. The island, having absorbed the essence of Penglai Island over the millennia, was rich in spiritual veins and energy, making it a remarkable celestial paradise. What a magnificent celestial mountain! The primordial energy is so dense. Shiji exclaimed, captivated by the sight before her. Indeed, sister, you speak true. I have never encountered such rich, primordial energy before, Yuan Yangzi added, still astonished by the experience, as he had only recently transformed and had little exposure to other places. Merely awestruck by the captivating scenery before me. Who dares to intrude upon my mountain gate? From a distance, a voice tinged with urgency echoed, and before anyone could react, a flash of light darted swiftly towards the direction of Hanzhi, Xian, and the others. As the figure descended, it was none other than Ao De, the left attendant of Hanzhi, Xian. Over the years, Ao De had been secluded on the island, diligently honing his skills, only occasionally venturing out to the Dragon Clan territory to strengthen familial ties before returning to focus on his cultivation. All had been tranquil until today, when he sensed the innate grand formation of the island being disturbed, leading him to believe that enemies were encroaching, prompting his hurried arrival. After all, Hanzhi Xian had not returned for several millennia. He feared that opportunists might come to seize the island's resources. Little did he expect it would be his own teacher returning. Teacher, is it truly you? Ao Da exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief and excitement as he addressed Hanzhi Xian. Yes, my dear attendant, there is no need for concern. Your teacher has returned, Hanzhi Xian replied, observing the evidently matured young man before her. Indeed, during my absence from the island, your cultivation has advanced significantly. It appears you have been diligent in your practice, she remarked, noting that Ao De's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the early golden immortal stage, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough into the mid-stage, indicating his earnest efforts in refining his skills. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed teacher. I am truly honored, Ao Da responded, bowing respectfully. Having exchanged pleasantries, Hanzhi Xian turned to introduce Ao to Shiji and the others. This is my left attendant, Ao Da, a member of the Dragon Clan, who has been cultivating on this island. From now on, I expect you all to care for one another as fellow disciples. Yes, esteemed teacher, we understand, Shiji and the others replied in unison. She then introduced Ao Da to Shiji and the others, stating, these are my close disciples whom I have taken under my wing over the past millennium. This is my eldest disciple, Shiji, your second senior brother, Yuan Yangzi, and my right attendant, He Huazi, the gatekeeper by Gushi, the guide of Mo Luo, and your mount, Di Ting. After completing the introductions, she called upon He Huazi to stand beside Ao Da. Addressing them both, from this day forth, you shall serve as my left and right attendants, attending to me and standing by my side during teachings and travels. Yes, teacher, they both replied in unison, observing this. Hanzhi Xian waved her sleeve slightly, and He Huazi and Ao Da visibly shrank in size. In no time, they appeared as mere 11 or 12-year-olds. Good, you two, take your places beside me. Let us return to the cave abode, she commanded, leading them towards the 9 mysterious cave. Upon returning to the cave, Hanzhi Xian instructed them to seek out their own cultivation spaces while she made her way to the garden. After being away from the island for so long, she was eager to see the innate spiritual roots and the transformed He Shou Wu. Upon entering the Qianghua garden, she found it meticulously tended by Ao Da, filled with countless celestial flowers and rare herbs, each displaying vibrant life. The innate spiritual roots, the fire apricot tree and the Huangjongli tree, were flourishing, adorned with blooming apricot and pear blossoms dancing in the breeze. The white lotuses in the ponds were in full bloom, while the He Shou Wu nearby radiated vitality, indicating it was nearing transformation, likely within a short time. Pleased, Hanzhi Xian meandered through the garden, occasionally plucking flowers or tending to the soil beneath the spiritual plants. She collected fallen branches from the fire apricot and Huangjongli trees, intending to craft a magical artifact for Shiji, while also sprinkling a divine water to nourish the garden. After concluding her stroll, Hanzhi Xian headed back to the cave, preparing to engage in her own cultivation. However, she suddenly recalled that she had now taken on disciples, but had yet to establish a proper dojo. Still residing within the cave, Thus, she began to gather innate divine stones and jade from the island. Once she had collected a sufficient quantity, she ceased her efforts and returned to the cave to commence the forging process using the techniques from the Jiang Ziya method. Within a few days, she halted her work, and 3 artifacts floated in mid-air, one resembling a house, another shaped like branches, and the last resembling a whisk, all radiating multicolored light. The house-shaped artifact was the dojo Hanzhi Xian had crafted, reminiscent of the pavilions of a future capital, complete with a vast square in front and a hall named the Inquiry Hall at its center, designated for teaching her disciples. Behind it were separate rooms for artifact forging, alchemy, and more, with numerous structures flanking the sides for her disciples. The branch-like artifact was the 5 Directions, 5 Treasures Fire Marvel Tree, a postnatal superior spiritual treasure designed for combat, capable of enhancing one's magical power. Prepared for Shiji's future tribulations, the whisk was the postnatal superior spiritual treasure, the flowing light mysterious yellow whisk, also a combat artifact, capable of being manipulated freely, serving to bind people and objects. Crafted from the branches of the Huangjongli tree, combined with the innate essence of the island and the divine water, all possessing considerable power. With grace, Hanzhi Xian stepped out of the cave, her figure resembling that of a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. She gracefully soared towards Zhiji Peak, her feet resting upon clouds. When she reached mid-air, she elegantly raised her jade hand and retrieved the newly forged dojo artifact from her bosom. The dojo radiated a resplendent array of colors, shimmering brilliantly. With a gentle toss, the dojo shot forth like a shooting star towards the space between the garden and the cave, with a resounding bang. The previously empty space transformed, revealing exquisite pavilions and structures. These buildings were arranged harmoniously, encircling the grand hall at the center, resembling stars clustering around the moon. The interconnected structures formed a complex yet orderly architectural ensemble. From a distance, the entire dojo emanated an imposing grandeur and exquisite beauty. As the dojo unfolded, it not only enveloped the original garden and cave, but also transformed the entire layout of Zhiji Peak into a breathtaking spectacle. Within this dojo, the rear hall now served as the previous 9 mysterious cave. Here, the atmosphere was tranquil and rich in spiritual energy, undoubtedly an ideal place for cultivation and seclusion. The garden nestled closely against the cave, blooming vibrantly, with lush green grass carpeting the ground, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. Such a serene and harmonious environment was a veritable paradise for cultivators. Thus, the meticulous planning and execution of the dojo transformation project by Hanzhi Xian reached a triumphant conclusion. Following this renovation, the entire island burst forth with renewed vitality, and even the future cultivation sect began to take shape in the days to come. This place, known as Xian Island, with the Inquiry Hall perched atop Zhiji Peak and the concealed 9 mysterious cave within, would undoubtedly become the ideal sanctuary for Hanzhi Xian's devoted cultivation and pursuit of the DAO.IT was indeed Xian Island, the Inquiry Hall, and the 9 mysterious cave that housed Hanzhi Xian. Subsequently, Hanzhi Xian descended into the dojo and entered the Inquiry Hall at the center of the square, placing a lotus throne in the middle before sitting down. She then summoned Shiji and Yangzi, gesturing for several beams of divine light to illuminate the positions of the young attendants, informing them that this suddenly appearing hall was the newly established dojo, allowing them to choose their cultivation spaces. Without inviting them into the Inquiry Hall, it wasn't long before 2 figures flew in, revealing themselves as Shiji and Yangzi. Seeing them, Hanzhi Xian beckoned them to approach. "This is the dojo I have just built for my disciples. Afterward, you may select a place for your cultivation. I have called you both here to present you with 2 spiritual treasures I have forged for you." Hanzhi Xian addressed Shiji and Yangzi. "Shiji, extend your hand," she instructed, pointing at her palm, causing an artifact to materialize in her grasp. "This is the postnatal superior attacking spiritual treasure I have crafted for you, named the 5 Directions 5 Treasures Fire Marvel Tree." Suddenly, Hanzhi Xian recalled something and added, "You may take this treasure as well." In an instant, Shiji found another artifact appearing in her hand, this one a prenatal superior spiritual treasure, the Yin Yang fan, which Hanzhi Xian had obtained from Penglai Island. Initially, I intended to present this to you when your cultivation had matured, fearing that you might become too enamored with its power and neglect your training. However, I shall take this opportunity to gift it to you now. Cultivate it diligently, and its effects will reveal themselves in due time. Thank you, esteemed teacher, for your generous gifts, Shiji replied joyfully, stepping back after receiving the spiritual treasures. Hanzhi Xian then called for Yang Ziya to step forward, performing the same gesture. As he revealed 3 spiritual treasures in his hands. The immortal Hanzhi pointed to one of them and said to Yang Ziya, "This treasure is a postnatal top-grade spiritual artifact, the flowing light mysterious yellow whisk, which I have refined for you during this treasure forging session. The other 2 are your own accompanying spiritual treasures, obtained by me when I ventured into your realm of emergence. Today, I shall bestow them upon you as well. One is the pure tranquility lotus seat, and the other is the 9-color primordial yang ring. Take them and conduct your rituals with care. Remember, do not neglect your cultivation." "Yes, I shall remember. Thank you for the treasures, master," responded Yang Ziya, joyfully cradling the 3 treasures as he stepped back to stand alongside Shiji. "Well, the matter is concluded. You may proceed to familiarize yourselves with the treasures and diligently practice. Do not delay," Hanzhi instructed. "Yes, master, we understand," both Shiji and Yang Ziya replied, and the 2 departed the Hall of Inquiry to find their respective cultivation grounds. After they had withdrawn, Hanzhi rose and made her way to the 9 Xian cave in the rear hall to commence her secluded cultivation in the timeless expanse of the primordial wilderness, where even the eastern sea bore no sense of time. Hundreds of years swiftly passed. One day, upon completing her meditation, Hanzhi opened her exquisite eyes and proceeded toward the Hall of Inquiry. Sending a signal to summon her disciples and attendants, she seated herself upon the lotus throne, awaiting their arrival. Before long, figures began to appear outside the hall. Once Shiji and the others had gathered, Aoda and Ziya guided them inside. Since establishing the temple, Ziya and Aoda had found rooms on either side of the hall to serve as their usual cultivation spaces. Whenever Hanzhi delivered teachings, they would wait at the entrance to welcome everyone in and attend to Hanzhi. This time, they had awaited her presence after receiving her call through sound transmission. The other disciples had also established their own cultivation locations. Shiji found a place to set up a cave dwelling on the southern side of the island. Yang Ziya went eastward, while Bai Jushi chose a bamboo grove at the foot of Jizi Peak. Luo, accompanied by Di Ting, discovered a secluded area in the backyard for their practice. Now, they all entered the Hall of Inquiry under the guidance of Ziya and Aoda. Hanzhi was seen seated high upon the lotus throne on the cloud platform, with several woven mats arranged in front of her. Aoda and Ziya stood on either side of Hanzhi, and she spoke. "Today, I have summoned you to discuss some issues you may encounter in your cultivation. Feel free to ask me any questions you may have." Without waiting for their responses, Hanzhi began her discourse, elaborating from the basics to the profound, from simplicity to complexity, covering every detail. The disciples listened intently, nodding in comprehension, and she subsequently addressed each of their inquiries, starting with Shiji and concluding with Luo. After a full 7 days of instruction, she finally paused. "This concludes our session for today. You may depart and review the teachings," Hanzhi said, opening her eyes to address them. "Yes, we take our leave," Shiji and the others replied. After their departure, Hanzhi instructed the attending youths to withdraw, and she settled back in her meditation, revisiting her own cultivation methods through this enlightening exchange. On a particular day, an intense aura suddenly erupted from the Qianghua garden in the backyard, causing a tumultuous disturbance. Hanzhi, engaged in her practice within the Hall of Inquiry, was stirred awake by this commotion. After calculating the situation, she discerned the cause. The Heeshou Wu in the garden had reached the brink of transformation. The unusual phenomena were the result of its awakening, as thunderclouds gathered in the sky to unleash tribulations upon it. After 10 breaths of thunderous strikes, a figure appeared, taking the form of an elder. Hanzhi immediately manifested her presence, and upon seeing her, the elder knelt in reverence, expressing gratitude. "I, a humble one, thank you for providing me with a place to dwell." Esteemed senior, he was indeed grateful, for Hanzhi had sprinkled abundant divine water in the garden, granting him a fortune that enabled his cultivation. "Rise, there is no need for such formality," Hanzhi said, raising her hand. "Now that you have transformed, I bestow upon you the title Wu Yizi. You shall serve as the guardian of this Qianghua garden." "Yes, I, Wu Yizi. Thank you for the name." "Mastered, I shall obey," the elder joyfully replied. "Very well," Hanzhi continued. "Today, I shall also grant you 2 spiritual treasures for your protection. One, the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the 6-petal white lotus, to safeguard you, and the other, the low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-subduing wooden staff, for your offense. Cultivate diligently, and do not disappoint my expectations." Having imparted her teachings and methods of cultivation, Wu Yizi felt a surge of knowledge enter his mind, and 2 treasures radiating a brilliant light appeared before him. Elated, he accepted them and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for the bestowed treasures and teachings. I am deeply grateful." "Come with me," Hanzhi beckoned, and together, they gradually vanished, returning to the Hall of Inquiry. After summoning her disciples, once they had gathered, Hanzhi introduced Wu Yizi, the newly transformed guardian of the Qianghua Garden. "I have called you here to inform you that I shall be returning to Kunlun Mountain to pay respects to our ancestral teacher. During my absence, you shall remain on Xianxia Island to continue your cultivation. When the time is right, I will bring you to meet him." "Yes, we understand," the disciples responded in unison. "While I am away from the temple, ensure that you guard it well and maintain your cultivation," Hanzhi reminded them. "Yes, we shall heed your command," they replied dutifully. With a wave of her hand, she dismissed them and stepped out of the Hall of Inquiry, rising into the sky and flying toward Kunlun Mountain. On this occasion, Hanzhi did not take anyone with her, not even a mount, for the time was not yet right, and she would address that matter another day. Along the coastal edge, atop Wudong Mountain, since the day Hanzhi had departed her island, she had been journeying toward Kunlun Mountain. After flying for a while, she felt an inexplicable connection guiding her. Soon, upon reaching the coastal edge, she sensed an object of affinity nearby and decided to descend to explore. After half a day's wandering, she discovered a postnatal top-grade spiritual root, a wutong tree. At the summit, such spiritual roots typically thrived in the southern lands of the Phoenix clan. It was perplexing to find one here. Judging by its quality, it seemed the seed of an innate spiritual treasure had inadvertently taken root here. And Hanzhi thought little of it, naming the place Wudong Mountain. She then gathered the wutong tree and settled onto the mountain top to meditate, as the sun set and the moon rose. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye point one day. Hanzhi concluded her meditation and prepared to continue her journey. With a flick of her hand, she concealed Wutong Mountain with a powerful array, for it was a rare treasure deserving of preservation for her future disciples, allowing them to establish their own temple here. With that, she continued her flight toward Kunlun Mountain without looking back. A century later, Hanzhi had been on the road without rest. She intended to find a mountaintop to pause and rejuvenate herself. But unexpectedly, the previously clear skies began to tremble. Moments later, the entire primordial wilderness resonated with thunderous vibrations, sending creatures in the mountains into a panic frenzy. In less than a moment, various extraordinary phenomena manifested throughout the wilderness. Seeing this, Hanzhi felt a sense of foreboding, but was uncertain of its implications. Before she could ponder further, the celestial phenomena commenced. The thunderous roars echoed 98 times, and waves of purple energy swept from east to west, dyeing the sky in brilliant hues. A magnificent sight, adorned with countless golden flowers cascading from above, accompanied by melodious songs akin to celestial maidens' hymns that filled the primordial realm. As these phenomena unfolded, a tremendous stream of mysterious yellow energy descended from the heavens, representing the virtues of the Tao, converging upon the heart of the primordial mountain, shining resplendently with golden light, forming a rainbow bridge amid swirling clouds. The air was alive with the song of cranes and the auspicious dance of dragons and phoenixes. Suddenly, a resounding boom reverberated as the might of the heavenly Tao swept across the primordial wilderness, overwhelming countless beings, forcing them to the ground. Hanzhi, however, managed to withstand the pressure through the cultivation of her own Tao. Remaining upright while others fell prostrated, the celestial pressure persisted for several hours, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. Continuing on, a faint, ethereal voice whispered in my ear, "I am Nuwa, a disciple of the primordial Saint Hongjun from the Purple Cloud Palace. I have attained sanctity through creation and have mastered the path of transformation, giving rise to a being called humanity. Now, I have achieved the great Tao, attaining the state of the supreme primordial, and I am honored as the Holy Mother Nuwa. For 100,000 years, no beings of the wilderness shall harm the human race." With a resounding thud, it seemed as if all the beings of the wilderness received this signal simultaneously. Kneeling on the ground with their hands clasped together, directing their reverence towards Mount Buzhou, exclaiming their congratulations to the Holy Mother Nuwa for her attainment of the primordial, celebrating her longevity alongside the heavens. While all beings bowed in homage, including the immortal Hanzhi. Once the event concluded, Hanzhi immediately soared towards Mount Buzhou, contemplating that the Holy Mother Nuwa had only recently achieved sanctity. She wished to see if there were any opportunities to be gained. After all, it was the site of a saint's ascension, and it must retain some remnants. Additionally, she wished to observe the newly emerged human race, as she too had traversed from the souls of the future into the wilderness. With this thought, Hanzhi hastened her escape, utilizing the technique of chi transformation to speedily make her way. Before long, Hanzhi arrived at the location where the Holy Mother Nuwa achieved her sanctity, appearing in the birthplace of humanity. The area still emanated a faint aura of saintly power, likely due to Nuwa's recent departure, as the energy had not yet dissipated. Observing her surroundings, she found only the human race present, comprising 3,000 innate humans and 129,999 postnatal humans, all gathered under the leadership of the first few born, beginning to spread out in all directions. Hanzhi chose not to disturb them, nor engage in conversation, merely casting a casual glance before commencing her search. After a while, she discovered 2 items. One was a clump of earth imbued with the aura of a saint, formed from the primordial soil mixed with the divine waters of the 3 lights, which was likely the first human form created by Nuwa, though for some unknown reason, it had collapsed back into a lump of mud. The other item was a colorful stone, a 5-color gem belonging to the saint, a remarkable find indeed, which could be refined into a rare treasure. Subsequently, Hanzhi continued her search nearby, locating 6 types of primordial creatures created by the Holy Mother Nuwa. Chickens, dogs, cows, sheep, horses, and pigs, all possessing celestial cultivation. She took them under her wing, teaching them the celestial arts of the upper clear. Each was bestowed with a low-grade, 3-petal white lotus for protection. Once this was accomplished, Hanzhi led them to the land of humanity, aiding and safeguarding the human race. Hanzhi also observed the human race from the shadows, occasionally appearing to teach them survival skills or techniques for hunting and foraging, while refraining from excessive interference, allowing their natural development to unfold. After all, they had only just come into existence. It was best not to meddle too much. Later, she found 3 innate humans and gradually imparted knowledge to them. One mastered the art of fire, another the art of nesting, and a third the art of weaving. Upon their success, celestial merit descended from the heavens, elevating their cultivation to the level of Deluo, golden immortal, and their tools of enlightenment transformed into treasures of merit. These 3 were subsequently recognized as the 3 ancestors of humanity, Suiren, Wuzishan, and Zi. Fortuitously, Hanzhi also shared in their celestial merit, receiving a portion for herself, which she did not use to elevate her cultivation, but instead integrated half into her primordial spirit, forming an illusory wheel of merit. With this wheel of merit, she felt secure against potential threats, as this protective force was not easily born. The remaining celestial merit was stored for future refinement of treasures, a prospect that delighted her. In conclusion, Hanzhi bestowed upon each of the 3 ancestors a low-grade, 3-petal white lotus. However, she did not formally accept them as disciples. Instead, they referred to her as their fellow Taoist, exchanging pleasantries. As time passed, humanity began to honor Hanzhi with the title of Immortal Aunt, for she often appeared among them. Offering assistance and earning their profound respect, in her leisure, Hanzhi would meditate in the thatched huts of humanity. One day, Hanzhi emerged from her usual meditative spot, wandering near the human settlements. Soon, she encountered 5 spiritual creatures: a snake, a tiger, a rat, a rabbit, and a monkey. She made a trip to the Eastern Sea to capture a divine dragon, thus gathering a total of 6 creatures. Together with the previous 6, she had assembled 12 spiritual beings, corresponding to the future zodiac. She accepted these 6 into her fold as protectors, granting each a low-grade 3-petal spiritual treasure white lotus, allowing them to take turns caring for humanity each year without interfering in their development. Thus, Hanzhi's involvement with humanity reached a temporary conclusion. She did not bid farewell to the human race or the 3 ancestors, but summoned her 12 protectors to convey some instructions before she flew towards Kunlun Mountain. At this moment, the Holy Mother Nuwa had achieved sanctity, and she anticipated that her own master would soon follow suit, prompting Hanzhi to hasten her return. In the wilderness, a streak of light ascended from beneath the ground, swiftly vanishing into Mount Buzhou, its speed so rapid that no figure could be discerned, continuing without pause. This light surged towards Kunlun Mountain. Upon her return, approximately 6 months had passed. Hanzhi promptly made her way to the upper clear palace of Tongtian. Her mind solely focused on reuniting with her master. It had been many years since they last met, and she wondered how he was faring. As she traversed Kunlun Mountain, she noted an increase in the number of beings, predicting that it would soon become quite lively. Upon reaching the upper clear palace, she found the water and fire boys awaiting her outside. Hanzhi hurriedly approached, inquiring of her junior brother, "Is the master inside? Please convey my return. Elder sister, the master has instructed that upon your return, you may enter directly without announcement," replied the water and fire boy promptly. "Thank you for relaying that, junior brother. Here are a few fire apricot fruits for you to enjoy," Hanzhi said, handing him some of the fruits, which were particularly beneficial for him due to his water-fire constitution, enhancing his understanding of the laws of fire. Gratefully, the water and fire boy thanked Hanzhi, urging her to enter. "Yes, I shall go in now." Upon entering, Hanzhi discovered that Tongtian was already seated on the cloud couch, awaiting her arrival for a formal greeting. Disciple Hanzhi pays respects to Master, wishing Master longevity equal to the heavens. Boundless life. Hanzhi knelt before Tongtian in reverence that, "You have returned. Rise, no need for excessive formalities," Tongtian said, slowly raising his hand. "Thank you, Master." Once Hanzhi stood, she presented the Huangzhong leaf fruits she had obtained from Penglai Island to Tongtian, offering them as a treat, and recounted her experiences during her travels in the wilderness. Tongtian gazed at Hanzhi, now returned, and nodded in satisfaction. Her journey had evidently enhanced her cultivation significantly, elevating her realm to that of Tai, Golden Immortal, nearly catching up with Jinling and the others, which pleased him greatly. Subsequently, Tongtian instructed Hanzhi to retreat and focus on her cultivation, aware that the Holy Mother Nuwa had attained sanctity and that time was of the essence. He needed to delve into the mysteries of the primordial purple chi. Originally, he had not intended to exit his retreat at this time, but Hanzhi's sudden return necessitated his emergence to greet her. Once Hanzhi departed, Tongtian resumed his closed-door cultivation, while Hanzhi returned to the small Jioshuan cave she had previously established to begin processing her recent acquisitions. Time passed, and when Hanzhi had thoroughly sorted through her gains, she began the refinement of the 2 spiritual items she had acquired, the clump of earth and the 5-colored stone. Utilizing the 3 fires' divine flame, she added numerous innate minerals and treasures, along with some 3 lights' divine water, ultimately infusing half of the celestial merit into the 3 emerging artifacts. In a matter of moments, 3 treasures materialized before Hanzhi, one resembling a brick, another comprised of 9 embroidered needles, and the last being a stone. All 3 were of high-grade postnatal merit, capable of suppressing one's fortune and preventing karmic retribution from killing. Hanzhi named the brick-like item the Ren Dingyin, crafted after the legendary brick of Neza from the future, specifically designed for surprise attacks and bludgeoning, serving to anchor individuals when cast. Regardless of who lacks the means to escape, they will inevitably be trapped and crushed to death. The second item is a set of magical treasures, 9 embroidered needles, which the celestial being Hanzhi has named the 99 meritorious needles, specifically designed to break various demons and monsters, as well as different formations and taboos. Serving as their nemesis, the final item is a 5-colored stone, which Hanzhi did not alter from its original form. Instead, she infused it with many bizarre and strange creatures from the primordial world, combined with the merits of the heavenly Tao, capable of striking one's face and injuring the body. Without any miraculous elixirs, one would be poisoned within 3 moments, exhibiting an exceptionally malicious nature, and it could also shatter the protective treasures of cultivators, rendering them utterly ineffective. With these 3 additional meritorious treasures, Hanzhi could not contain her joy. After a period of elation, she once again entered seclusion for cultivation, during which she meticulously refined all her spells, divine abilities, and magical treasures. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, a millennium had passed. Upon emerging from her cultivation, Hanzhi reflected on the arduous training she had undergone, having perfected her divine abilities and spells, with each magical treasure also thoroughly refined, now with fewer restrictions on their use. Her proficiency had increased, and their power had intensified. Subsequently, she set out towards the cave's exit, intending to reconnect with her senior sister Jinling, whom she had not seen in a long time and missed dearly. She then proceeded in the direction of their cave dwelling. Hanzhi first arrived at the cave of Jinling, the Holy Mother, and not long after, she found herself standing outside, calling out, "Jinling, are you there? It is I, Hanzhi." After scarcely 3 calls, a figure emerged from within the cave, exclaiming, "Ah, it is junior sister Hanzhi. You have returned." Jinling, the Holy Mother, said as she approached. "Indeed, it is your junior sister returning, and I hurried over to pay a visit." Hanzhi teased as she stepped forward to grasp Jinling's hand. "You little one, how amusing," Jinling, the Holy Mother, chuckled, and the two erupted into laughter. "Come, junior sister, follow me into the cave so I can properly host you." With that, Jinling took Hanzhi's hand and led her inside. Once within the cave, they sat together on stone benches by a stone table, engaging in lively conversation. Shortly thereafter, Jinling summoned Turtle Spirit Holy Mother and Wu Dang Holy Mother to join them. The eldest brother, Master Duo Bao, was still in seclusion and did not join them. Hanzhi then shared some extraordinary tales from her travels through the primordial world, and the group engaged in animated discussion, occasionally teasing each other while also validating one another's cultivation methods, each gaining insights in the process. After all, upon returning, Hanzhi observed that Jinling and the others had made notable breakthroughs in their cultivation. Jinling, the Holy Mother, had reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal, while Turtle Spirit Holy Mother and Wu Dang Holy Mother had recently broken through to the mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal. As for herself, she had reached the peak of the early-stage Tai Golden Immortal, gradually catching up to them. That it was likely that by the time Master Duo Bao emerged from his retreat, he would have already advanced to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. After a considerable time had passed, on one particular day, before Hanzhi and the others could disperse from their discussions, the skies suddenly trembled violently, and a tremendous pressure swept through, forcing them to kneel. The intensity was even greater than during the day Nuwa became a saint. This time, Hanzhi refrained from using the merits measuring ruler to suppress the pressure, fearing it would reveal her secrets before Jinling and the others. Consequently, she found it difficult to breathe amid the overwhelming force, as the primordial world reverberated with incessant roars, akin to the end of the world, filled with the sounds of thunder. Then, they witnessed countless golden flowers and celestial dew cascading from the heavens, as heavenly maidens paved the way, and beams of golden light illuminated the entire realm. A thunderous voice suddenly declared, "I am Taiji Laozu, one of the 3 pure ones of Pangu, the true lineage of Pangu, having studied under the Hongjun saint at the Zhixiao Palace, the greatest disciple of the saints. Today, I am becoming a saint, achieving the state of Hongyuan Wujing, here in the land of the human race, establishing the human sect, that I shall be the leader of the human sect, using the innate treasure Taiji diagram to suppress the fortunes of the human sect, which is hereby established." As Taiji completed his declaration, a rumble of thunder echoed, and the heavenly Tao responded, consenting to Taiji Laozu's establishment of a human sect, affirming his status as a saint. The heavenly Tao resonated, showering down its merits, as the entire primordial realm erupted with phenomena. Golden lotuses blossomed from the earth, and auspicious purple chi flowed from the east. Subsequently, while he was imparting the golden elixir path to the human race, he received a disciple named Xuandu, whom he brought back to Kunlun Mountain. Hanzhi and the others, still within Jinling's cave, immediately set out for Tongtian upon seeing the celestial signs dissipate. Master Duo Bao also arrived, and upon seeing him, Hanzhi realized that her suspicions were confirmed. Her eldest brother had indeed broken through to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Standing at the peak, on the verge of advancing to the Deluo Golden Immortal, as expected of her eldest brother, Master Duo Bao. The group waited outside the Shanqing Hall, as the newly ascended saint was their grandmaster, and their own teacher was his third younger brother. They awaited any instructions from their teacher. However, it seemed their anticipation was in vain, for before they could see Tongtian emerge, a voice echoed from the heavens. Second brother, third brother, if you do not awaken now, when will you? With that, the Jade Pure Hall beside Shanqing Hall erupted with a surge of heavenly might, pressing down upon the primordial realm as all beings rejoiced. A voice resonated throughout the primordial world. I am the second disciple of Hongjun Saint, the true lineage of Pangu, Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan. Today, I have attained enlightenment, achieving Hongyuan Wujing, in accordance with the heavenly Tao, establishing a sect named Chan. I shall use the Pangu banner to suppress the fortunes of the Chan sect, and through the teachings of the Chan sect, I shall enlighten the beings of the primordial realm, elucidating the heavenly Tao, allowing them to comprehend fortune and misfortune, to understand how to avoid calamity and embrace auspiciousness in harmony with the heavenly Tao. All beings of the primordial realm, blessed with profound fortunes and exceptional roots, endowed with virtue and integrity, may enter my Chan sect, which is hereby established. Instantly, the clouds above roiled, and the heavenly Tao responded, showering down its merits. The great merits from the depths of Yuanshi Tianwen's primordial spirit and the primordial purple chi surged forth, leading to his immediate ascension as a saint. The sky began to manifest the auspicious signs of purple chi flowing from the east for 3,000 miles, with flowers raining down and golden lotuses rising from the earth. A spectacle that persisted for 100 years before finally subsiding. With three saints emerging consecutively, all being brothers, the primordial beings, including Laozi and Yuanshi, inwardly cursed Tongtian for having hidden his treasures so well. It was only now that they realized the 12-petal white lotus was in his possession. Suddenly, all beings felt an immense burden weighing upon them, as if they were struggling to breathe under the pressure. The news of the three pure ones achieving sainthood spread throughout the primordial realm, creating tremendous waves, regardless of whether they were innate beings, postnatal creatures, or various demons and monsters, all rushed towards Kunlun Mountain in a frenzy, eager to seize the opportunity to join a newly established sect, hoping for a chance to ascend. Consequently, many beings struggling in the primordial realm flocked to Kunlun Mountain, showcasing their unique abilities in a bustling scene. Meanwhile, far in the west, the two figures of Jian and Zhunti were anxiously pacing, feeling like ants in a hot pot, their hearts filled with mounting worry. After all, the three purities have already attained sainthood in succession, each establishing a profound teaching with great merits. Meanwhile, the two brothers lack the same fortune as the three purities and have begun to harbor jealousy towards the trio. This moment, not long after the three purities achieved their sainthood in the west. At the Eight Treasures pool of Mount Suru, the two figures of Jian and Zhunti sat nearby, both lowering their heads in wry smiles. Zhunti then raised his head and spoke to Jian, saying, "Brother, we must hasten our efforts. Otherwise, we will fall too far behind the three purities." Clearly, during this time, they had comprehended the path to sainthood that the two of them could take, and they were intent on establishing a great teaching akin to the three purities, aiming to enlighten the beings of the West and thereby attain sainthood. Upon hearing Zhunti's words, Jian also lifted his head and replied, "Excellent. Since this is the case, brother, let us commence." Indeed, brother, Zhuanti affirmed. The two then soared into the air, their bodies emanating waves of mystical power as they hovered in the void. Suddenly, a voice resounded from the heavens, proclaiming, "The way of heaven is supreme. I am Jin and Zhuanti from the Western realms, disciples of the Saint Hongjun of the Purple Cloud Palace. Today, we establish a teaching named the Western Teachings, utilizing the 12 grades of pristine spiritual treasures to suppress the fortunes of the Western teachings. Henceforth, we shall enlighten the beings of the West, guiding them towards goodness, devoid of worries, pain, or illness, thus creating a realm of ultimate bliss. Let the way of heaven bear witness to the establishment of the Western teachings." At that moment, the clouds above roiled, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed as the way of heaven responded, bestowing upon them the merits of the divine. However, this divine merit split upon reaching their heads, entering their primordial spirits. Yet they did not possess the same profound merits as the three purities. They could only invoke the primordial purple chi within their bodies to achieve sainthood. After a while, when they did not witness any celestial phenomena or attain sainthood, feelings of resentment began to brew within their hearts. Subsequently, Jin and Zhuanti swore oaths to the way of heaven, proclaiming 48 grand vows that reverberated throughout the entirety of the primordial realm. The first vow echoed, "When I attain sainthood, if within the lands of the Western teachings there still exist beings in the three evil paths of hell, hungry ghosts and beasts, I shall not attain supreme enlightenment." The second vow followed, "When I achieve enlightenment and sainthood, if the beings of the Western teachings upon the end of their lives still fall into the three evil paths, I shall not attain supreme enlightenment." The third vow declared, "When I attain sainthood, if the beings of the Western teachings do not all possess golden bodies, I shall not attain supreme enlightenment." The fourth vow proclaimed, "When I attain sainthood, if the beings of the Western teachings possess differing appearances and colors, exhibiting beauty and ugliness, I shall not attain supreme enlightenment." The fifth and sixth vows continued until the 48th, "When I attain enlightenment and sainthood, may all the bodhisattvas of the Western teachings hear my name and immediately achieve the first, second, and third levels of the Dharma patience, and may they not falter in all forms of Buddhist teachings. If they cannot attain non-retreat, I shall not attain supreme enlightenment." The voices of Jin and Zhuanti resonated powerfully, filling the vast primordial heavens and earth as they established their 48 grand vows. Moved by the vows, the way of heaven responded, showering down the merits corresponding to the grand vows made by Jin and Zhuanti. Instantly, the entire Western land was illuminated by vibrant hues as the two, having made their great vows to the way of heaven, attained sainthood on the spot, radiating immeasurable divine light, with celestial sounds soaring through the skies, celebrating the birth of two saints in the West. On that day, 5 saints emerged, leaving the primordial beings across various regions in awe. Even the 2 saints of the West were able to borrow from the power of sainthood, and now the world was undeniably a realm of saints, leaving the beings of the primordial world feeling as if 6 towering mountains were pressing down upon them. As the saying goes, beneath the saints, all are but ants. After the emergence of the saints at Kunlun Mountain, the few immortals of the lotus of the Hanzhi breathed a sigh of relief, having been nearly overwhelmed by the saintly pressure from the 5 newly anointed saints. Finally, the ordeal had come to an end, and they could finally catch their breath. Duo Bao immediately led the immortals of the lotus into the upper clear palace, where the master Tongtian was seated upon a cloud bed, his presence more ethereal than ever, radiating a faint aura of sanctity, filling the entire upper clear palace with the sounds of the D.A.O. As they approached, they knelt before him in reverence, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Master, on reaching the pinnacle of the primordial Wuji, and congratulations on achieving sainthood." "Ha! You may rise," the Master said. "Today I have indeed attained sainthood and shall engage in quiet contemplation of the saintly path for a few days. You may descend for now and ensure that those who come to pay their respect at the foot of the mountain are well attended to. I've already established the heart-questioning great array at the mountain's waist. Those who can pass through it shall be welcomed into my fold." "Yes, Master," the disciples responded, bowing their heads in acknowledgement. "Good," the Master said. closing his eyes thereafter. The immortals of the lotus understood that the master was about to enter seclusion, and Duo Bao, sensing the moment, led his fellow disciples to withdraw upon exiting the upper clear palace. Duo Bao turned to the Golden Spirit Saint Mother and the others, saying, "Sisters, you heard the master's instructions. Since there is nothing pressing at the moment, I shall head to the mountain's waist to maintain order. Will you accompany me, or do you have other arrangements?" "Senior brother, I have nothing pressing for now, so I will accompany you," the Golden Spirit Saint Mother replied. She then turned to the others, asking, "What about you? Will you join us or make other plans?" "I will go too, Senior brother," said the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother. "Yes, Senior brother, sister, I shall go along as well," replied the Wudong Saint Mother. "Indeed, I shall join as well. Since there is nothing to attend to, I will follow you, Senior brother and sister," added the Hanzhi immortal. "Yes, yes," the Turtle Spirit and Wudong Saint Mothers nodded in agreement. "Very well, then let us proceed together," Duo Bao said, nodding. Thus, the group made their way towards the mountain's waist, where the atmosphere had become lively, as all manner of beings from the primordial realm had gathered, with more still arriving. Among them were those of great strength and those of lesser prowess. Forming small groups as they approached the heart-questioning great array, Duo Bao and the others concealed themselves, observing the challengers as they attempted to breach the array. The great array continued for 500 years, with a few individuals gradually managing to pass through the heart-questioning array. On this day, the Primordial Supreme and Master Tongtian both commenced their recruitment of disciples, setting up a great array at the mountainside. However, this array had higher requirements, emphasizing roots, fortune, and virtue. Many cultivators who failed to pass the array here turned towards Master Tongtian for a chance to try their luck. Soon, 14 individuals from the Primordial Supreme's side successfully passed through the array and made their way to the Jade Clear Palace. The Hanzhi Immortal looked up to see none other than the 12 golden immortals of later generations: Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, Buding Jinren, Tai Yi Zhenren, Pu Xian Daoren, Si Hang Daoren, Wen Shu Guang, Fa Tianzun, Zhu Lu Sun, Ling Bao de Fa Shi, Qing Su Dao de Zhenjun, Dao Xing Tianzun, Huang Long Jinren, along with two others, Yun Zhongzi and Ran Dang Daoren. Before long, a few individuals emerged from the heart-questioning array, including the 7 attendants of Master Tongtian: Wu Yun Xian, Jing Guang Xian, Ling Yu Xian, Qiu Shou Xian, Pai Lu Xian, Jinggu Xian, and Chang Er Ding Guang Xian, along with external disciples Liu, Luo Xian, Yu Yi Xian, 10 heavenly lords, the 28 stars, and others, all heading toward the upper clear palace. Once the heart-questioning array ceased its operations, Duo Bao led the Hanzhi Immortal and the others back to the upper clear palace to await the Master Tongtian's instructions. On the side of the Western teachings, due to the conflict between the Tao and the demonic forces, the demon Luo, who had devastated a significant portion of the Western spiritual veins, leaving the entire Western realm barren, with scarce life and thin primordial energy, so desolate that not even a bird would alight there. Aside from a few native beings that had taken form in the West, life from the eastern lands rarely ventured to the West. Consequently, the recruitment efforts by Jian and Zhuni yielded few outstanding individuals, only accepting a handful of local beings such as Methria Daoren, Yaoshi Daoren, Dezung Daoren, Riguang Daoren, and Yueguang Daoren, among others. Days passed, and suddenly, the great doors of the upper clear palace swung open. Seeing this, Duo Bao led the group inside, where they found Master Tongtian already seated on the high platform. They knelt and offered their respects, saying, "Disciples pay their respects to Master, wishing the Master eternal longevity in sainthood." "Ah, you may rise," Master Tongtian replied. "Yes," Duo Bao and the others stood aside upon hearing Master Tongtian's words. Leaving the center position open, Master Tongtian then addressed those who had recently passed through the great array, stating, "Since you have successfully navigated the heart-questioning array I set, it signifies your affinity with me. You may now enter my fold." He then pointed to 7 individuals, saying, "You 7 may serve as my attendants, and I bestow upon you the titles of Wu Yun Xian, Jing Guang Xian, Ling Yu Xian, Qiu Shou Xian, Pai Lu Xian, Jinggu Xian, and Chang Er Ding Guang Xian. The rest shall enter my fold as external disciples. Do you accept?" "Yes, I am willing." Thank you, O sage, for your benevolent bestowal. Many thanks to Teacher Weiyun, who expressed gratitude on behalf of the others. Each individual's heart brimmed with joy, for they understood that being accepted as a disciple of the sage was an extraordinary opportunity. Now, they had finally been welcomed into the sage's fold. Good, you shall follow me, the master Tongtian proclaimed, leading them towards the Sanqing Hall. Before long, they descended from the clouds, and Tongtian guided his disciples inside. Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan were already present, having arrived shortly before. Tongtian greeted his elder brothers, clasping his hands in salutation to Laojun and Yuanshi. Third brother, you have arrived. Please take a seat, Taiji Laojun called out to Tongtian. Yes, elder brother, Tongtian replied as he settled onto a cloud bed to the right. Laojun then addressed the assembly, saying, Today, all disciples of the three teachings have gathered at we, the Sanqing, convene here to discuss your newly accepted disciples. I shall impart some teachings to you, allowing you to recognize and familiarize yourselves with your fellow sect members. Each of us Sanqing will take turns delivering teachings for a millennium. Thus, you must calm your minds and earnestly comprehend. The extent of your understanding depends entirely on your own efforts. After Taiji Laojun concluded, he began his discourse. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The attributes of heaven and earth, yin and yang, constitute the Tao of properties. As Laojun expounded, the human among the assembly gained the most enlightenment, with his sole disciple Xuandu reaping the greatest rewards. The others, in comparison, received less. Even Hanzhi Xian only grasped a modicum of the Tao of yin and yang through the assistance of the yin-yang tree. Lao Jiwen's alchemy teachings were but a superficial understanding for Hanzhi, who would benefit from practicing with spiritual materials on the island in the future. Once Lao Jun had taught for a millennium, Yuanshi Tianzuan seamlessly took over, declaring, the yuan represents the primordial qi. The shi signifies the origin of all beings. The chan embodies the alignment with the heavenly Tao, the tranquil qi that encompasses all realms. Thus, we refer to it as the Tao of Yuanshi. When Yuanshi concluded his teachings, the disciples, particularly the 12 individuals present, had gained the most. Indeed, they were fated to be connected with Yuanshi. Hanzhi Xian, once again, only grasped the rudiments of artifact refinement, but combined with her own methods. Her skills had significantly improved. Subsequently, the master Tongtian continued, the myriad beings of heaven and earth, the great Tao has its 10 and 5, the heavenly transformations amount to 19, and all things have spirit, manifesting into form. Under the heavenly Tao, there is a slender thread of opportunity, which allows for the teaching of all, named the thread of opportunity. As the millennium came to a close, Tongtian ceased his discourse, closing his eyes to meditate, patiently awaiting the awakening of the three teachings disciples below. This moment, it was the turn of Duobao, Jinling, Hanzhi Xian, and others to reap substantial rewards. Particularly, among the disciples, the 10 heavenly lords and the 28 stellar lords grasped the most from Tongtian's formations. Within a century, the disciples of the three teachings gradually awakened amidst the resonant teachings, their faces beaming with smiles, each having gained something. Observing this, the three elders, led by Taiji Laojun, spoke. Well, today we, the Sanqing, have delivered teachings for 3,000 years. You may now descend to diligently cultivate and comprehend what you have learned today. Be diligent and responsible, and curb any restlessness. Yes, we disciples shall remember. The disciples of the three teachings responded in unison to Lao Juan's words. Thank you, Master, Uncle Yuanshi, and Uncle Tongtian for your teachings. May Master, Uncle Yuanshi, and Uncle Tongtian enjoy boundless longevity. Xuandu led the group in expressing gratitude towards the Sanqing. We thank the Grand Master, Master, Teacher, Leader, and Uncle Tongtian. May the Grand Master, Master, Teacher, Leader, and Uncle Tongtian enjoy boundless longevity. The 12 golden immortals, alongside the southern polar immortal, Hanzhi, and the lantern-lighting Taoist, stepped forward to express their thanks. The lantern-lighting Taoist, originally a guest of the Purple Cloud Palace, had brazenly attempted to approach Yuanshi to become a disciple, but Yuanshi had declined, instead granting him the position of deputy leader of the Chan teaching. After their departure, Duo Bao Daoist led his disciples forward to express gratitude to the Sanqing, saying, "Thank you, Grandmaster, Uncle Yuanshe, and Master, Teacher, Leader. May the Grandmaster, Uncle Yuanshe, and Master, Teacher, enjoy boundless longevity." "Very well, you may withdraw," Lao Jun instructed after the disciples had spoken, as the three brothers intended to reflect upon their respective insights into the attainment of sanctity. After Hanzhi Xian and the others exited the Sanqing Hall, she returned to the Shangqing Hall with Duo Bao Daoist and the others, following a brief exchange of greetings with her senior and junior disciples. Hanzhi Xian directly returned to the Zaijimen cave. Thereupon, Hanzhi Xian seated herself upon her lotus throne and began her seclusion for cultivation, contemplating the insights gained from the Sanqing's teachings. Time slipped away unnoticed, and as she remained in seclusion, a lengthy period passed. During Hanzhi Xian's cultivation, considerable turmoil erupted within the primordial realm. Particularly, the innate powers stimulated by the Sanqing and the two holy ones of the West achieving sanctity began to compete fiercely for resources to enhance their own cultivation. Among them, the most prominent were the Emperor Jun of the Demon Court and Dong Wangtai, united with Kunpeng and the 10 great demon lords. They targeted the well-known, affable Red Cloud Daoist, a guest of the Purple Cloud Palace. Red Cloud, known for his benevolence, had once ceded his seat to the two holy ones of the West during Hongjuan's teachings, causing Kunpeng to miss the opportunity for sanctification. This led to a lingering grudge, and now, among all the primordial beings yet to achieve sanctity, he alone retained a strand of primordial purple qi, despite not being a disciple of Hongjun. Consequently, he became the target of multiple factions, including the inhabitants of the Demon Court and the ancestor of the Blood Sea, Mingyi. All were aware that the Sanqing and the two holy ones of the West had attained sanctity, leaving him as the only one remaining inactive to tee the juncture between East and West. On Mount Wanshou, Red Cloud found himself in the company of his friend, Zhenyuanzi, who resided at the Wuzhuangwen, also a guest of the Purple Cloud Palace and one of the few innate powers in existence. One day, as Red Cloud concluded his meditation, he gazed at the elusive primordial purple qi nestled deep within his consciousness. Shaking his head in frustration, he then decided to visit his friend Zhenyuanzi to bid farewell before retreating to his own Taoist abode, the Huiyun Cave, for further cultivation. "Oh, old friend, I have matters to discuss with you," Red Cloud called out from outside Zhenyuanzi's seclusion. "Is that you, Red Cloud? Have you emerged? Have you gained any insights?" Zhenyuanzi, hearing Red Cloud's voice, concluded his meditation, rose, and opened the door. "Alas, my old friend, you always tease me," Red Cloud replied with a hint of embarrassment, for after thousands of years, he had made little progress, and the primordial purple qi remained stagnant within his consciousness, leaving him utterly helpless, especially after witnessing the sanctity attained by the Sanqing and the two holy ones of the West, which only deepened his anxiety. "Do not fret, my brother. There is always a path beyond the mountain's gate. It is merely a matter of time," Zhenyuanzi reassured him, attempting to comfort Red Cloud. "Old friend, I have come to bid you farewell. I have made no progress while staying here for several thousand years, and I wish to return to Huiyun Cave for a look," Red Cloud explained. "However, you should not go," Zhenyuanzi interjected, concerned for his friend's safety. "Do not worry, my old friend, did I assure you," Red Cloud replied, offering a reassuring smile. "Take care, my old friend. I shall take my leave," Red Cloud said, and in the blink of an eye, he soared away from Mount Wanshou and Wuzhuangwan. As Red Cloud traversed halfway along the cloud path, a grand formation suddenly enveloped him, and a figure emerged from within. Upon seeing this, Red Cloud addressed the figure. "Kunpeng, my friend, how elegant of you to set up such a formidable array to block my path." "Oh, it is you, Red Cloud. My apologies, my friend. You see, I was merely practicing my formation here and inadvertently obstructed your cloud path. Please forgive my rudeness." Kunpeng feigned modesty while jesting with Red Cloud. Then he adopted a serious demeanor and said, "Red Cloud, the day is favorable. Might you assist me in a matter?" "Ah, I see. Please tell me what it is, and I shall assist you to the best of my ability," Red Cloud replied courteously. "Now that the Sanqing and the two holy ones of the West have attained their positions, only you have yet to show any signs of sanctity that I suspect that the primordial purple qi is not meant for you. Therefore, I kindly ask you to part with it and grant it to me, and I shall be eternally grateful," Kunpeng stated with a sinister expression. Upon hearing Kunpeng's request, Red Cloud was immediately enraged. Trembling with indignation as he pointed at Kunpeng and exclaimed, "How shameless! Kunpeng, why must you be so brazen?" Kunpeng, sensing Red Cloud's fury, hastily interrupted, speaking harshly, "Enough with the nonsense. Will you give it or not? If it weren't for you, I would not have suffered this. It was because of you that I missed my chance for the sanctification seat. And you owe me this. Friend, please calm down. I truly cannot assist with this request." Red Cloud replied. Hangyun shook his head and said, "Have you thought this through? You find yourself amidst the grand celestial formation of 365 constellations. Should anything go awry, I cannot be held accountable." Addressing his fellow Taoists, he called out to Kunpeng, "Do reveal yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, several figures manifested in the void, led by Dijuan, along with Dongwang Tai and the 10 great demon lords. Upon witnessing this, Hangyun realized he could not evade this confrontation and turned to Kunpeng, saying, "So, it is you." Before Hangyun could finish, Kunpeng, unable to contain his impatience, leapt forward, brandishing the Demon Master's palace to strike Hangyun. Hangyun swiftly deflected the blow, then produced the 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd to counterattack, that a flurry of divine sand surged towards Kunpeng. Yet before it could reach him, he effortlessly blocked it. Kunpeng then urged Dijuan and the others, "Why do you hesitate? Let us swiftly end this." Dijuan exchanged glances with Dongwang Tai, who then swung his hand, sending the chaos bell hurtling towards Hangyun. With a resounding thud, Hangyun, caught off guard, was struck by the bell and spat out blood. "You are truly despicable," he coughed, wiping the blood from his lips and engaging them in battle once more. The two brothers, Dijuan, joined forces with Kunpeng against Hangyun as the sky dimmed from their fierce conflict. The 10 great demon lords occasionally launched sneak attacks, leaving Hangyun in a precarious position. After 100 years of battle, Hangyun sustained grievous injuries from the relentless onslaught of Dijuan and his allies. Furious, Hangyun could hardly believe he had been so treacherously ensnared. He had always been amicable, yet this was the fate that awaited him. "Kunpeng, do you truly intend to bring about my demise?" he exclaimed. Hangyun, I advise you to surrender the primordial purple chi today, or this shall be your end," Kunpeng retorted, seeing that Hangyun was already gravely wounded and surmising he would soon be unable to endure. "Very well. If you deny me a path to survival, then neither shall you escape," Hangyun declared. With that, he gathered all his energy, his mana erupting with wild ferocity, causing a cataclysmic explosion throughout the space. Kunpeng and Dijuan immediately fled from Hangyun's vicinity, with Kunpeng muttering, "Curse be him for self-destructing." Hangyun's speed was so formidable that Kunpeng and the others barely had time to react before he detonated himself. Even Zinuanzi, who resided in Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, could not arrive in time. That be why the moment Zinuanzi reached the battlefield, it had already dissipated, leaving no trace behind. The primordial purple chi had vanished, and Dijuan and his companions had retreated. Zinuanzi was left heartbroken. Soon after, he sensed a faint pulse from an old friend and immediately pursued it, eventually arriving at the Blood Sea. There he chanced upon Mingi, who held the 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd. Approaching, Zinuanzi said, "Mingi, dear friend, please halt. I implore you to return the gourd you possess." Mingi turned to face the newcomer and, upon recognizing Zinuanzi, paused. It is you, my fellow Taoist. I cannot refuse. I found this after Hangyun's self-detonation." The tremendous force had propelled the gourd away, fortuitously drawing Mingi's attention as he watched over Hangyun, leading him to discover it in the Blood Sea. However, the primordial purple chi within the gourd had already vanished, leaving only the vessel behind. Seeing that Mingi was unwilling to part with it, Zinuanzi engaged in a struggle to reclaim it. After a while, Mingi, unable to best Zinuanzi, relinquished the gourd and retreated to his lair in the Blood Sea. Closing the door behind him, Zinuanzi picked up the 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd. Finally understanding that it had been guiding him to this location, he realized that the gourd contained a remnant soul of Hangyun and could not delay. Thus, he employed spatial magic to return to Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, where he nurtured Hong Yun's lingering soul within the ginseng fruit tree, following the cataclysmic confrontation marked by Hong Yun's self-destruction. The primordial world returned to its previous tranquility, as if nothing had transpired, yet also as if something monumental had occurred. If one were to consider who had profited from this conflict, it would undoubtedly be the two saints of the West. As they had a karmic connection with Hong as time passed, they ascended to sainthood, and their karmic ties grew ever stronger. Now, with Hong Yun's demise, this connection had dissipated. Meanwhile, as Dijuan and his companions retreated towards the demon court, they encountered the shaman clan at Buzhou Mountain, specifically the fire ancestor shaman, Jerome. Upon meeting, both sides immediately engaged in fierce combat, for the shaman and demon clans were naturally antagonistic towards one another. The battle raged on, drawing in the remaining 12 ancestral shamans and other great shamans, while reinforcement from the demon clan, including Fuxi, Shihe, and Changxi, joined the fray. The conflict escalated dramatically, darkening the heavens and filling the air with malevolent energy. This war raged for several hundred years, with countless casualties, ultimately prompting the appearance of Hong Jun, who decreed a truce. The demon clan would govern the skies, while the shaman clan would oversee the earth, bringing an end to the hostilities. With the war concluded, both sides withdrew from the battlefield, leaving Buzhou Mountain strewn with corpses that in the aftermath, the primordial world once again enjoyed a millennium of peace. On one such day, a figure adorned in a soil-colored gown, possessing striking beauty, descended from the heavens, wielding a vial as she traversed the earth, collecting wandering souls that floated about. This figure was none other than Hutu, a member of the shaman clan. Moved by compassion for the suffering brought about by the Great War, she could not bear to see souls adrift in the cosmos, guided by her instincts. She followed the resonance of these lost souls, eventually arriving near the Blood Sea, where she discovered a gathering of nearly half of the primordial world's souls, observing the multitude of lost souls. Hutu felt an increasing sense of unease in her heart. Although she could not discern the cause, she knew it was connected to these wandering spirits, for she had encountered many such souls along her journey. She then sought a secluded spot to meditate and comprehend the essence of these souls. Time passed swiftly, and upon opening her eyes, Hutu exclaimed, "So this is the truth." She had grasped the crucial insights during her meditation, but realized that implementing them would inevitably lead to some losses for the shaman clan. Hence her sigh. Lowering her gaze to the ethereal souls in her grasp, she pondered the mysteries of life and death. Every action has its consequences, and in the grand design, there are predetermined outcomes. With this thought, she rose and flew deep into the Blood Sea, ascending to the center of the abyss. Gazing skyward, she called upon the celestial order, declaring, "Under the heavens, I, Hutu, the ancestral shaman of earth, lament the plight of countless beings whose souls wander aimlessly after death. Here in the Blood Sea, I vow to transform my essence into the cycle of rebirth, establishing the 6 realms of reincarnation to mend the celestial order and open the hells of the underworld." From that moment forth, all souls of the primordial beings entered the underworld upon death, entering the cycle of reincarnation, thereby dissipating their karmic ties. The underworld, she proclaimed, establishing it, with Hutu's oath to the celestial order. A mighty voice resonated from the depths of the heavens, granting her this endeavor. The entire primordial realm trembled, interrupting the cultivation of every being who bowed in respect towards the Blood Sea, paying homage to Hutu. Even the 6 saints were no exception, for Hutu's transformation into the cycle of rebirth brought immense blessings to the entire primordial realm. They collectively praised, "Lady Hutu is compassionate. May her longevity be boundless." As the heavens showered down a bounty of celestial merit upon Hutu, her form began to change, gradually becoming ethereal and manifesting into 6 rotating wheels. Enveloped in this merit, Hutu slowly birthed a primordial spirit, which then transformed into a being of tranquility, henceforth known as Lady Fengshen Bang in the upper clear hall. The celestial being Hanzhi was interrupted from her meditation by this sudden cosmic phenomenon. Stepping back, she calculated the timing and recognized that the primordial realm had reached the moment of Hutu's transformation into the cycle of rebirth. it seemed she should venture out to explore the primordial world once more. Although her meditation had been disrupted, she had not returned empty-handed. Her cultivation had progressed, achieving the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Following the teachings of the three saints, she had mastered several divine arts, including 5 of the 36 supreme arts, the great escape of the 5 elements, mastering the 5 thunders, reversing yin and yang, the 9 breaths of inhalation, and summoning winds and rain. Additionally, she had developed 5 minor arts among the 72 minor arts, traversing the ethereal, dispelling calamities, healing, dream weaving, and talismans. These were cultivated through her inherent attributes and the aid of spiritual artifacts. However, the supreme arts were merely at the entry level, while the minor arts had reached a minor completion. In addition to these, Hanzhi had also cultivated the upper clear divine thunder, the most potent divine art among the disciples of the once prepared. Hanzhi set forth from her cave dwelling, flying towards the primordial realm with a specific destination in mind, the Blood Sea. Due to the sudden events, she did not visit the upper clear hall to meet with Tongtian, instead embarking on her journey alone. Knowing that the underworld recently established by Lady Hutu was still unregulated, Hanzhi, hailing from a future era, understood that this place held great opportunities. Thus, she hastily rushed over to see if there was anything to salvage. Along the way, Xian dealt with several waves of heedless demons and monsters, most of whom possessed low realms and meager strength. Some were of the same realm as herself, yet not lacking in power. With a single strike of her jade rui, they all met their demise or fled, severely wounded. For those who engaged in nefarious deeds, Xian showed no mercy and swiftly resolved the matter. Once these interruptions were concluded, she continued her journey towards the Blood Sea. After approximately 300 years of travel, she beheld a tumultuous crimson aura ahead, the stench of blood thick in the air, so pungent that it nearly induced her to vomit. Thankfully, Xian managed to suppress the nausea. Otherwise, she would have made a fool of herself. As she pressed on, she soon arrived at the edge of the Blood Sea. Before her lay an expanse of sanguine waters, resembling the ocean, yet tinged with a different hue. No sooner had she prepared to step forward than a bloodied figure materialized before her, with disheveled hair and an iron fork in hand, his dark visage exuding a menacing aura as he addressed her, declaring, "This place is the Blood Sea, the forbidden domain of the Azuras. No outsiders are permitted to tread here." Startled by the apparition, Xian responded, "Please do not take offense. Esteemed friend, I have come to visit the underworld, to gaze upon the realm of the Queen of Earth. Hutu, if my presence causes any disturbance, I beg for your understanding." Xian spoke courteously, noting that the aura emanating from him suggested he was also a Tai Golden Immortal, albeit at a slightly lower level, being in the early stages of that realm. It matters not what you seek here. Be wise and depart swiftly, or you shall taste the bitterness of the Blood Sea," the Azura man bellowed, seeing no intention of retreat from the woman before him. As a guardian of the Blood Sea, a member of the Azura clan created by the ancient river's progenitor, he could not afford to be negligent, especially since he held a significant position apart from the 4 great Azuras and the 10 Azura generals, and could not allow his authority to be undermined. Feeling provoked by his attitude, Xian retorted, "I apologize for the offense, but today no one shall prevent my entry into the underworld." With that, she summoned her 9 treasures jade rui, unleashing a surge of magical energy towards the Azura man, and they engaged in fierce combat. And no matter how she attacked, her strikes were first blocked by his iron fork and then thwarted by the 3-headed, 6-armed figure that appeared behind him. Aware of his formidable prowess, Xian was not anxious. She unleashed various divine spells upon him. Scoundrel, engaging in such vile acts without heed for the virtues of heaven and earth. "Prepare to face my wrath," Xian exclaimed, hurling her customary insults. She believed that in a confrontation, it was best to strike first verbally, establishing her moral high ground before seeking justification for her actions. A tactic learned from the Western saints. With a swift gesture, she unleashed a powerful spell at him, but it was blocked by the divine light of the Blood Sea. "Let us see what other tricks you possess." "Purple light, soul-consuming technique," she cried, sending a cloud of powder towards the Azura. However, Just as it approached, it was again obstructed by his protective divine light, inciting her frustration. Realizing her spells were ineffective, Hanzhi Xian quickly adjusted her focus, channeling the pure celestial light around her, and shouted, "Scoundrel, receive my pure celestial thunder!" Boom! 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 The thunderclaps reverberated, tearing a rift in the sky above the Blood Sea. This time, the attack struck the Azura man directly, causing him to collapse onto the sanguine waters, blood trickling from his mouth, an arm severed, and his hair disheveled from the thunder's assault. In astonishment, he called out, "Who are you? How do you wield the celestial thunder of the upper purity?" "Oh, you scoundrel, your eyesight is commendable. I shall not hesitate to reveal my identity. I am Hanzhi Xian, a disciple of the upper purity Tongtian saint. You have provoked me today, and you shall pay the price," she declared, unyielding in her stance. "Humph, insolent wretch, it is you who are the scoundrel. I am Vamalo, the guardian general under the Blood Sea Azura of the river of the underworld. I advise you to temper your words," he retorted, his mood sour as he was continually insulted by her repetitive use of scoundrel, which irked him greatly. "So you are Vamalo. Yet it is you who obstructed my path first. Today, I shall show you no mercy." Without further ado, Hanzhi Xian unleashed her 9-colored glazed ribbon, sending it spiraling towards Vamalo. Seeing her lack of martial etiquette and the return of her insults, Vamalo's anger surged, and he summoned his treasured artifact, the underworld goo, to counter her attack. As the 9-colored glazed ribbon approached him, every strike was deftly parried by the underworld goo. Hanzhi Xian swiftly directed the ribbon towards his lower body, but he narrowly evaded, avoiding her grasp. Undeterred, Hanzhi Xian swiftly maneuvered the ribbon to rise with the wind, targeting his head. This time, Vamalo's defenses faltered, and he was knocked to the ground, without giving him a moment to recover. Hanzhi Xian immediately chanted the Rebirth and Salvation Sutra, realizing that time was of the essence, and she could no longer afford a delay, especially since Vamalo seemed ungrateful. She was eager to reach the underworld as soon as possible. Thus, she invoked the sutra, and verses began to swirl around Vamalo's head. Rapidly penetrating his essence, he appeared terrified, clutching his head as if beset by a multitude of ants gnawing at his brain. Collapsing into the blood sea, rolling and writhing in agony, exclaiming, "Ah, my head aches so terribly." Observing this, Hanzhi Xian retrieved her low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the wind bag, tossing it into the air with a command of gather. The bag opened automatically, and a powerful gust of wind drew Vamalo from the blood sea into its confines. As she spread her hand, the wind bag landed steadily in her grasp. "Good. I have finally subdued you. Scoundrel, reflect upon your actions while confined within my bag." She addressed Vamalo within the bag. With a gentle push of her toes, Hanzhi Xian ascended from the blood sea, flying toward the underworld. Along her journey, she encountered no further troubles. She was not concerned about being discovered by the ancient river's progenitor, as she was a disciple of the Tongtian master, and he would likely refrain from troubling her. After a brief flight, she arrived at the gates of the underworld, the Ghost Gate, gracefully descending and walking forward alone. This moment, the underworld, newly established by the Queen of Earth, appeared desolate and lifeless, devoid of any practitioners, save for a few wandering ghostly cultivators near the Yin Mountain. Hanzhi Xian made her way toward the 6 realms of reincarnation, passing through the Hall of Yama, the city of Fengdu, crossing the River of Forgetfulness, stepping over the 3 Live Stone, and traversing the Naiha Bridge. As she journeyed, it felt as though she were reliving her entire life, deeply moved by the profound compassion of the Queen of Earth. Upon reaching the 6 realms of reincarnation, Hanzhi Xian sensed her realm beginning to waver, yearning to break through, but she firmly suppressed the urge. Finding a suitable spot, she sat down and entered meditation. As time passed, it seemed that Hanzhi Xian grasped some profound understanding, though she was uncertain. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, surveying her surroundings and reflecting upon the depictions of the underworld's realm in later generations, seeking opportunities that might be available to her. After a moment's contemplation, Hanzhi Xian appeared to have made a decision, nodding in affirmation. She soared into the air above the underworld and called out into the void. "In the name of the Tao, I, Hanzhi Xian, inner disciple of the Tongtian saint of upper purity, sensing the suffering of the myriad beings in the primordial world, where hell has no door and reincarnation lacks order. Do hereby vow to cultivate a great compassion, to guide beings toward rebirth and reincarnation, to embody the virtue of compassion, and to dwell within the underworld, aiding humanity through acts of kindness, as the Tao witnesses my intentions. From this day forth, I shall be known as the Great Compassionate Lady of Rebirth, presiding over the central region of the underworld, Baodu Mountain. With a resonant hum, the Tao responded, bestowing upon Hanzhi, Xian the merit of the Tao. Showering her with blessings from the heavens, as the two forces converged, she found herself enveloped in a radiant aura. Miraculously, her cultivation broke through to the great Luo golden immortal level, her entire being aglow with golden light. The merit wheel behind her head solidified into 5 distinct rings, signifying her as a person of virtue, with abundant fortune surrounding her. The merit scale of creation firmly anchored her, preventing any leakage of power. At this moment, Hanzhi Xian stood ahead of her fellow disciples from the 3 teachings, her magical prowess significantly enhanced, her physical form transformed into a body of merit, impervious to weapons and immune to various divine spells and treasures. Once the merit dissipated, Hanzhi Xian gracefully descended to the ground, paying her respects to the 6 realms of reincarnation, offering several bows to express her gratitude and reverence for the Queen of Earth. Were it not for the benevolence of the Earth Mother, today, the immortal Hanzhi might never have attained such a remarkable fruit position. This journey is also a path inspired by the vow made by the future Xitigarbha when he took charge of the underworld. Combined with her own insights, subsequently, she planned to head to the central Baodu Mountain to establish her presence in the underworld. After all, there is currently no one overseeing the affairs of the underworld. And since Hanzhi has achieved her status through the underworld, it is only fitting that she remains there for a while to fully comprehend the cause and effect. Moreover, the vast wilderness was stirred once again by Hanzhi's actions. First, the master Tongtian, upon hearing that his disciple possessed such audacity to undertake this endeavor and garnered the recognition of the heavenly Tao, resulting in boundless merit, felt a surge in the fortune of the. Looking into the underworld, he saw that Hanzhi was adorned with merit, her realm having surpassed the great Luo golden immortal, and he nodded in satisfaction, proclaiming, "Good, with such a disciple, I shall surely thrive," before closing his eyes to enter a state of meditation and cultivation. Meanwhile, the sage of primordial purity squinted at the underworld, lost in contemplation, and after a moment, returned to refining his elixirs in the Yuxing Palace. The primordial beginning lord gazed upon the underworld and remarked, "Master Tongtian has indeed taken a commendable disciple," before losing interest once more. The 2 saints from the west observed Hanzhi in the underworld, whispering to one another as if plotting something, and subsequently summoned their disciple Xitigarbha for instructions before diverting their attention in the palace of Enwa in the 33 heavens. Enwa herself gazed down at the happenings in the underworld and remarked, "What a remarkable child," while other innate powers looked on with envy at Tongtian's acquisition of such a worthy disciple. Before returning to their own affairs, with matters concluded, Hanzhi lifted her foot, dispelling the manifestation of the golden wheel of merit behind her, and walked step by step towards the central Baodu Mountain. As she traversed the path, lotus blossoms sprang forth with each step, and the ethereal flowers along the roadside, touched by this phenomenon, appeared incredibly sentient, clustering tightly on either side as if welcoming her passage. This time, Hanzhi's journey to Baodu Mountain served 2 purposes: to establish a temple in the underworld and to meditate on her recent insights, stabilizing her newly attained great Luo golden immortal realm, and to address the Azura in her possession. After walking several miles, Hanzhi arrived at her destination, Baodu Mountain. Upon reaching the heart of the mountain, she effortlessly opened a cave dwelling and set up a primordial formation, a technique she had comprehended on her path to taking on her first disciple, known as the yin-yang dispersing soul bewilderment formation. Once the formation was completed, Hanzhi felt secure within her temple in the underworld, confident that it would withstand any disturbances from ill-intentioned beings during her absence, and it would endure until her return. She then proceeded into the cave, raising her hand to inscribe the words Wangshan Cave above the entrance, before heading to the rear of the cave. There, in an empty space, she released a beam of divine light, commanding, "Go," and a tree shadow appeared, revealing an innate low-grade spiritual root, the spirit Sephora tree, perfectly suited for the underworld as it belonged to the category of spirits. She then dripped a drop of the three-light divine water onto it, ensuring its integration with the land, after which she left it to its own devices. Having completed these tasks, Hanzhi returned to her cave dwelling, retrieving the 12th grade white lotus to take her seat upon the cloud bed. The 12th grade white lotus had been returned to her by Master Tongtian after he used it to establish his own teachings and become a saint. She had originally intended to gift it to her master, for she still possessed a high-grade golden lotus seed for her own protection. Now that her master had no need for it, Hanzhi accepted it for her own defense, planning to no longer rely on the lotus seed in the future. As her postnatal treasures could no longer keep pace with her burgeoning strength, lacking significant potency, she contemplated this as she retrieved a pouch and poured its contents onto the ground, for which a beam of divine light enveloped a figure that fell to the earth. Pimoluo appeared before her. As he regained his senses, Hanzhi's voice echoed in his mind. "You wretched being, do you now understand your errors?" "Humph," Pimoluo muttered, feeling displeased at being labeled thus, and knelt before her. "There is no need for such formality. I am now the ruler of the underworld, having achieved the status of the benevolent mother of rebirth. The underworld is in need of guardians. Would you be willing to serve under me as a divine protector of the realm, to assist me in overseeing the underworld and to guard it in my absence?" Hanzhi spoke earnestly to Pimoluo. "I am willing," Pimoluo replied, humbled and without a better course of action, his voice laced with reluctance. "Good. Since you have pledged yourself to my service, I shall bestow upon you a primordial low-grade spiritual treasure, the 3rd grade white lotus, for your protection." With that, Hanzhi opened her left hand, and a white lotus gracefully descended before Pimoluo, radiating the essence of purity. "Accept this, and find a place to meditate, purifying the blood-colored aura that clings to you with the white lotus. Additionally, I shall impart the cultivation method of the upper clear immortal technique, enabling you to swiftly convert your Azura powers into upper clear powers. Yes, I thank you, my lady, and I'm deeply grateful for your gifts of spiritual treasure and divine methods," Pimoluo said with his hands pressed together in gratitude. Internally marveling at her magnanimity, to bestow such an opportunity upon him, despite his past actions, and to grant him an innate spiritual treasure without hesitation filled him with admiration for her. "There is no need for such courtesy. You may take your leave now." Hanzhi gestured. "Yes, I take my leave." Pimoluo slowly retreated from the cave. After his departure, Hanzhi closed her eyes to cultivate, gathering herself and commencing her first meditation in the underworld. At this moment, Hanzhi exuded the aura of a great Luo golden immortal, her consciousness delving deep into her primordial spirit, where the merits she had acquired from the heavenly Tao and the earthly Tao were preserved, rendering her primordial spirit exceptionally robust, manifesting as an unblemished form that in the realm of the underworld, where the sun and moon did not shine, a heaviness permeated the air, and the chilling atmosphere was palpable. With no ordinary beings to be found, only the souls and spirits born from this place, drifting with the winds of the underworld point one day, after 1,000 years of seclusion in the underworld. Hanzhi concluded her meditation, having firmly stabilized her great Luo golden immortal cultivation. Through her insights, she began to comprehend the laws unique to the underworld, grasping the cycle of life and death intertwined, with reincarnation as a principle akin to a rebirth. Emerging from her cave, having completed her cultivation, Hanzhi resolved to take a stroll, exploring her surroundings and the bountiful lands of the underworld. She arrived at the banks of the Wangshan River, where she observed an elderly woman at the bridge, a cauldron before her, and a long queue of beings waiting. Countless souls stepped forward to receive the stone bowls handed out by the old woman, drinking silently, recognizing her as Meng Pa, the manifestation of the benevolent mother of rebirth. Hanzhi chose not to disturb her and continued her leisurely exploration, in contrast to her initial arrival in the underworld. The realm now brimmed with a multitude of souls, indicating an escalation in the conflicts above in the vast wilderness, where she could discern the spirits of many human beings among them. Gradually, as Hanzhi wandered, she found herself in the land of Fengshen Mountain, intending to ascend to the peak for a panoramic view of the area. Just as she reached the mountain's base, two spirits emerged from the barren woods, lowly howling at Hanzhi. Hanzhi regarded the two spirits with composure, unfazed by their presence. With a swift motion of her right hand, she began to calculate their fates. Moments later, the two spirits, unable to contain themselves, lunged toward Hanzhi, baring their teeth in a terrifying manner, as if intent on devouring her. Witnessing this, Hanzhi emanated the aura of a great Luo golden immortal. And as the golden wheel of merit manifested behind her, the two spirits were illuminated by the golden light, shrieking in dismay and retreating, no longer daring to advance to this moment. Hanzhi had completed her calculations and discerned their past lives. It turned out that these two spirits were once human, having perished amidst the chaos of a battle between shamans and demons, their souls falling into the underworld and transforming into ghostly forms. Aimlessly drifting around Fengshen Mountain, unaware of why they had not undergone reincarnation, merely wandering in search of souls to consume for sustenance. This explained their frenzied attempt to attack Hanzhi, mistaking her for a soul to devour in order to enhance their own ghostly essence. Observing their retreat, Hanzhi smiled and began to recite the Rebirth Sutra. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and status lie beyond our grasp. While living, may we find joy. In death, may we find peace. Life is beyond our control. What can we do? Life and death follow the cycle of reincarnation, thus understanding this world. Before long, the two spirits began to calm, seemingly grasping some of the wisdom from Hanzhi's recitation of the Rebirth Sutra. Noticing this, Hanzhi raised her hand and sprinkled 2 drops of 3 light, divine water to nourish their souls, then produced a small amount of the 9 heaven soil left behind by Enwa. Tossing a small portion into their souls, she also offered them some lotus roots sprouted from the primordial white lotus, encouraging their fusion to in a moment. 2 figures materialized before Hanzhi, 2 men, one older and one younger, both bearing honest and kind expressions. After Hanzhi's intervention, they had regained their senses and acquired commendable cultivation levels, reaching the late stage of heavenly immortal, their forms now substantial as they beheld each other. Their faces radiated joy, their brows lifted in delight as they stretched their arms and kicked their legs in exuberance. Once they had acclimated, they approached the feet of the immortal Hanzhi, kneeling and proclaiming, "We have come to pay our respects, esteemed elder, and express our profound gratitude for your gift of rebirth." "Rise," replied Hanzhi. "What are your names?" The two shook their heads in response, revealing that they had wandered the underworld for countless years, completely oblivious to their own identities. "Very well," Hanzhi continued. "Henceforth, you shall be known as Zhou Qi and Ji Kong. Thank you, esteemed elder, for bestowing these names upon us." They replied, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Good. I am Hanzhi, an inner disciple of the supreme clear sect and the mother of rebirth who presides over the central Badu mountain in the underworld. Are you two willing to pledge allegiance to my teachings and serve as guardians of this realm?" Hanzhi asked with a smile. "That we are willing. We shall serve and honor the mother of rebirth." Zhou Qi and Ji Kong exclaimed, filled with joy as they bowed to Hanzhi. "Very well. Rise and accompany me back to the rebirth cave," commanded Hanzhi. "Yes," Zhou Qi and Ji Kong affirmed. Once they stood, Hanzhi led them away from Yin Mountain, marking the conclusion of her journey through the underworld as they returned to the rebirth cave. Within the cave, Hanzhi seated herself upon a celestial lotus and beckoned the two forward. She then presented them with 2 exquisite white lotuses, saying, "These are your protective treasures. Take them for your defense." As she spoke, the lotuses floated gracefully before them, and they reached out to receive them. Subsequently, Hanzhi imparted the supreme, clear teachings to them, enabling their cultivation. "Thank you, esteemed mother, for the gifts of the treasures and the teachings." Zhou Qi and Ji Kong expressed their gratitude. "Thus, you may now depart and seek a secluded place for your cultivation." purging the lingering, ghostly essence from your beings with the purity of the white lotus, striving to attain the powers of the supreme clear. Hanzhi instructed, "We shall diligently follow your command." "Esteemed mother," they replied, bowing once more before exiting the rebirth cave. As tranquility returned to the cave, Hanzhi commenced her own cultivation. With the underworld devoid of inhabitants, she seized this opportunity to solidify her enlightenment and maintain balance in the realm. Time flowed, and a millennium passed unnoticed. Hanzhi remained in seclusion within the rebirth cave, while others, such as Mo Luo, Zhou Qi, and Ji Kong, diligently pursued their training in the vicinity, rendering the entire Baodu Mountain remarkably serene. One day, 3 beams of divine light erupted from the cave, soaring towards the entrance, where they landed in the hands of 3 men. Rising, they swiftly approached the rebirth cave, landing at the entrance in unison. As the stone door slowly creaked open, they entered to find Hanzhi seated atop a 12-petal white lotus, her countenance serene and benevolent, reminiscent of a bodhisattva from later ages. "You have all arrived," Hanzhi acknowledged, nodding at the newcomers. "Today, I have summoned you for a purpose. However, before I disclose the matter, please take a seat on the cushions before me, for it will aid in your understanding of the Tao." With a gentle flick of her left fingertip, 3 cushions woven from rare herbs appear before them, promoting tranquility and aiding their cultivation. Once seated, Hanzhi began her discourse on the Tao, using the Rebirth Sutra to elucidate the path of life and death, meticulously covering every detail. Upon reaching the realm of the Golden Immortal, Zhou Qi and Ji Kong found themselves perplexed, fidgeting uncomfortably on their cushions, while only Mo Luo remained attentive. Their lack of comprehension was understandable, given their limited cultivation. Hanzhi, recognizing this, continued her teachings directed at Mo Luo, expounding on the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, then progressing to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, until even Mo Luo could no longer endure and withdrew, his own level of understanding insufficient for the teachings. After a moment of reflection, Hanzhi assessed the trio and discovered that Mo Luo had grasped the profound ability of reviving the dead, while Zhou Qi and Ji Kong had understood lesser abilities related to life and death. Zhou Qi with Veil of Shadows and Soul Capture, and Ji Kong with Spirit Driving and Soul Pursuit. This session of teachings has concluded. Hanzhi stated that in your future endeavors, be diligent and responsible in your cultivation, and remember that the teachings should not be shared lightly. Additionally, I must inform you that I will be returning to Kunlun Mountain shortly. During my absence, you must safeguard this realm and maintain its order. Yes, we shall obey your command and ensure the realm's stability, the 3 affirmed in unison. Here, take these 3 talismans, should you encounter insurmountable challenges. Break the talisman, and I shall hasten to your aid, Hanzhi instructed, presenting them with the talismans. "Thank you, esteemed mother." They expressed their gratitude before departing. Following their exit, Hanzhi also left the cave, utilizing her ethereal form to soar towards Kunlun Mountain. Having lingered in the underworld for too long, it was time to reunite with her master and discuss the recent events on a day marked by a streak of light racing towards the supreme clear hall. Hanzhi's silhouette soon appeared. As she approached, the water and fire youth hurried over, greeting her with a smile. "Sister, you have returned." "Indeed, Water and Fire Jr.," Hanzhi replied. "Please enter. The master has been waiting for you inside." The Water and Fire youth implored, knowing well Hanzhi's esteemed status following her vows in the underworld. With a smile, Hanzhi handed him a fire apricot fruit. "Here, take this," she said, before proceeding into the supreme clear hall. Disciple Hanzhi pays her respects to master and seeks forgiveness. She stated, "Rise. What have you to be forgiven for?" The celestial master replied, "Master, you do not hold it against me for leaving Kunlun without notifying you." Hanzhi inquired, "You foolish child, how could I reproach you for such a trivial matter? Moreover, you have brought great fortune to our sect. Should I not reward you for that?" The celestial master remarked. "And no, master, I dare not," Hanzhi stammered. Rise. You have made strides ahead of the 3 teachings. Do not let pride lead you astray from your cultivation. Maintain a humble heart, the celestial master cautioned, admiring her potential. "Yes, I shall remember, master," Hanzhi affirmed. Very well. You may take your leave for now, the celestial master instructed. Yes, master, I shall take my leave, Hanzhi complied. Exiting the supreme clear hall, she exchanged pleasantries with the water and fire youth before departing. As she journeyed back to her former abode in the Little Nine mysterious cave, she noticed many unfamiliar faces along the way, likely new disciples that her master had received during her absence in the underworld. Time flew by, and years slipped away unnoticed, until one day Hanzhi heard the celestial master's voice calling her to the supreme clear hall. Upon arrival, she found a gathering of disciples engaged in animated discussion at the entrance. As she approached, many greeted her with nods, and she sought out the familiar figures of the Golden Spirit Mother and her companions. Before long, she heard, "Sister Hanzhi, come quickly." Turning towards the voice, she spotted the Golden Spirit Mother and made her way over. "Sister, it seems you all arrived quite early. I was just searching for you," Hanzhi exclaimed, exchanging greetings with the others before the Golden Spirit Mother teased. "The Master has summoned us. How could we delay?" "Ha ha ha." A chorus of agreement echoed among the gathered individuals. "Sister, do you know why the Master has summoned us all here?" Hanzhi Xian inquired, directing her question towards the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. "I am unaware," the Golden Spirit Holy Mother replied, shaking her head. "What of the senior brother?" Hanzhi Xian continued her questioning. "The senior brothers inside the Upper Clear Palace," came the response from the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother. Oh, Hanzhi Xian mused, realizing that the reason she had yet to see the presence of Taoist Duo Bao was that he had already entered the Upper Clear Palace, before the disciples outside the palace could engage in further discussion. The grand doors of the Upper Clear Palace swung open, revealing the Celestial Master of the Way stepping forth, accompanied by Taoist Duo Bao and the Water and Fire Youths. The Celestial Master surveyed the assembled disciples and addressed them, stating, "Now that everyone is present, I have summoned you today to inform you that shortly you are to prepare your belongings and subsequently gather at the Upper Clear Palace, for I shall lead you away from Kunlun Mountain. Go forth." This proclamation, a wave of murmurs erupted among the crowd, with groups whispering to one another, eager to discern the sudden decision to depart from Kunlun Mountain. However, it was not long before everyone dispersed to their respective abodes to gather their belongings. Hastily returning to the Upper Clear Palace, the Celestial Master observed the disciples as they returned to the Upper Clear Palace, nodding in acknowledgement before saying, "Let us depart," with a wave of his hand. He drew the Upper Clear Palace into the sky, ascending with the disciples as they soared towards the East Sea. On this day, over the coastal expanse of the East Sea, a cloud larger than the surrounding ones appeared, where numerous individuals, both male and female, stood in small groups. Leading the assembly was the Celestial Master, who, along with his many disciples, continued to search the East Sea for something of significance. After several days of traversing the East Sea, the Celestial Master and his disciples finally discovered an island resembling a giant fish, shrouded in a formidable array. Those with innate divine abilities would notice the island as lush vegetation and the rich primordial energy emanating from it, indicating that this was indeed a rare celestial island. Upon witnessing this, the Celestial Master could not contain his joy and began to dismantle the array. In a short time, the formidable barrier was breached, and the abundant primordial energy surged towards the gathered disciples, causing them to be unable to restrain their excitement. The prospect of cultivating in such a place promised rapid advancement in their abilities, and it seemed to rival the grandeur of Kunlun Mountain. Thus, the Celestial Master resolved to establish a place of cultivation here, setting up the teachings of the Jiao sect on the island. He instructed his disciples to disperse and seek out their preferred locations to carve out their own abodes. Meanwhile, he found a large stone at the island's edge and erected a monument inscribed with the characters Golden Ao Island. Once that was completed, he modified the innate array of the island, enhancing its power by integrating the sword energy from the four swords of extermination, causing it to operate and protect the island even more effectively. After completing these tasks, the Celestial Master made his way to the island's center, locating the area with the densest spiritual vein. With a wave of his sleeve, he positioned the Upper Clear Palace atop this spiritual vein. Another flick of his hand transformed the plaque to read Bayou Palace, and he subsequently constructed numerous palaces and dwellings nearby. Finally, he ascended a steep peak to etch the character Zhi cliff. Before ceasing his endeavors and returning to the Bayou Palace to enter a meditative state, this time, Hanzhi Xian had established her abode on a nearby peak with the Golden Spirit and others. They were closely situated, refraining from wandering too far, each entering their own abodes to cultivate in solitude. It was then that she realized her senior brother, Taoist Duo Bao, had also achieved a breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal level. Truly, his rapid progress was commendable, as his fortune as the senior brother of Jie was indeed exceptional compared to others. After concluding her meditation, Hanzhi Xian emerged from her abode to explore Golden Ao Island. She visited the abodes of her fellow disciples, occasionally engaging in conversation with several younger siblings beneath the trees. As she wandered, she soon discovered the reason behind the Celestial Master's abrupt decision to lead the disciples away from Kunlun Mountain to establish a new place of cultivation in the East Sea. Evidently, as recounted by her fellow disciples, the incident mirrored the tales of later generations. The catalyst for this exodus was a conflict between an outer disciple and one of the 12 golden immortals under the tutelage of the primordial heavenly sovereign, the Tai Zhanran. The outer disciple had been insulted, being called a mangy beast and a mere spawn of damp eggs, which incited a confrontation. The ensuing battle drew the attention of both the primordial heavenly sovereign and the celestial master, leading to a fierce argument. With the primordial heavenly sovereign unyieldingly defending Tai, he reproached the celestial master for indiscriminately accepting disciples, disparaging the state of Kunlun Mountain, which he claimed had descended into chaos due to the disciples' lack of merit. Their disagreement escalated, revealing the diverging paths the two had begun to tread. Ultimately, it was the Grand Supreme Elder who intervened, displaying a clear bias towards the primordial sovereign, suggesting that the celestial master should not have taken in so many disciples. The meeting concluded with discontent, leading the celestial master to declare his intention to depart Kunlun Mountain. The Grand Supreme Elder subsequently left as well, venturing into the vast wilderness, eventually finding Xian and establishing the teachings of humanity at Shouyang Mountain, while Kunlun Mountain was left to the primordial heavenly sovereign, who transformed the 3 clear palaces into the Yusu Palace. After her exploration of Golden Ao Island, Hanzhi Xian returned to her abode to enter seclusion and continue her cultivation. Within the Bayou Palace on Golden Ao Island, the celestial master sat upon his mat, concluding his own training. Sensing a connection, he gazed towards the distant East Sea, where lay an object of significance to him. He then departed from Golden Ao Island and flew towards the direction his heart guided him. Soon, he arrived at an island named Sanxian Island, where a male and 3 females were engaged in battle with 2 innate yin-yang serpentine dragons. The 4, clearly outmatched, were at risk of losing their lives due to their inexperience and insufficient cultivation. Observing this, the celestial master swiftly intervened, capturing the 2 innate dragons and refining them into a superior postnatal treasure, the golden serpent snip. Afterward, he took the 4 individuals, Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, Bai Xiao, and Xiong Xiao, as his disciples and brought them back to Golden Ao Island Point one day. The voice of the celestial master resonated across the heavens and earth. I am the celestial master of the way, of the Jie sect. Today, I establish a place of cultivation on Golden Ao Island in the East Sea to expound upon the principles of the Upper Clear Way. All beings of the wilderness may come to hear my teachings. Those destined to do so may join my disciples. Buzz! The celestial master's proclamation echoed like the tolling of a great bell, resonating throughout the vast wilderness and every corner of Golden Ao Island. Upon hearing this, the disciples hastily concluded their cultivation and made their way to the Bayou Palace, where they seated themselves on the ground in respectful anticipation. Outside the island, a multitude of practitioners arrived from all directions, some in human form, others with animal heads, traveling on clouds, riding steeds, or soaring on dark winds, hastening towards Golden Ao Island. They descended from the clouds, finding places to sit. Before long, the Bayou Palace was filled to capacity, with latecomers seated on the ground outside, eagerly awaiting the celestial master's discourse. At this moment, Hanzhi Xian was also seated within the Bayou Palace, positioned at the front. In front of her were 4 mats occupied by Taoist Duo Bao. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, and the Wudong Holy Mother. Forming the first are OW in the second row. Hanzhi Xian led her companions, including the 7 fairies, Zhao Gongming, and the 3 Shaos. Soon, the figure of the celestial master appeared upon the high platform, exuding an air of unassailable authority, his presence imposing as he gazed across the Bayou Palace. Without regard for whether all were present, he began to expound upon the principles of the way. As he spoke, golden lotus blossoms flowed from his mouth, illuminating the magnificent Bayou Palace as he imparted wisdom to his numerous disciples. Suddenly, a series of astonishing phenomena unfolded across the heavens and the earth. The once clear sky turned ominously dark, with billowing clouds rolling in like thick ink, swiftly obscuring the entire firmament. Brilliant streaks of lightning tore through the sky, dancing like silver serpents, accompanied by thunderous roars that seemed to rend the very fabric of reality. Within the Bayou Palace, a mysterious and potent aura began to permeate the air, akin to tumultuous waves crashing upon the hearts of those present. The disciples felt themselves irresistibly drawn into this profound energy, deepening their understanding of the Celestial Master's teachings. Meanwhile, the flickering candlelight within the palace danced erratically, as if in response to the tempest outside. Ancient and esoteric runes began to shimmer faintly upon the walls and floor, suggesting an infinite depth of profound truths. As the Celestial Master's voice grew increasingly fervent, the swirling clouds above began to coalesce into a colossal vortex. From the very heart of the vortex, a cascade of resplendent, multicolored radiance descended, piercing straight into the depths of the Bayou Palace, illuminating the figure of the Tongtian Lingbao. That moment, he emanated a dazzling brilliance. Resembling a deity descended to the mortal realm, evoking a reverence that deterred direct gaze. He clearly elucidated the path of immortality and the principles of creation, capturing a thread of life, each utterance imbued with boundless mysteries. The audience was enraptured, some intrigued, others lost in contemplation, while some fidgeted in restlessness. Yet all were ensnared in the profound discourse. As the teachings continued, individuals from the East Sea gradually made their way to the island, finding their places to sit attentively. It is said that the revered Tongtian had been imparting his teachings on the art of cultivation within the Bayou Palace on Jinao Island for over a millennium. Throughout this time, countless beings flocked to the island, eager to hear the profound truths of the Tongtian, regardless of their backgrounds. Ultimately, after the passage of many years, the Tongtian gracefully concluded this session of teachings. Following the conclusion, he began to accept disciples widely, gathering thousands of immortals under his tutelage. He categorized his disciples based on their aptitude, comprehension, and the depth of their connection with him, designating them as personal disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples. Among them, the 4 great disciples, Dao Bao Daoren, the Golden Spirit Mother, the Turtle Spirit Mother, and the Wudong Mother, were recognized as personal disciples. The likes of Hanzhi Xian, the 7 attendants, Zhao Gongming, Yin Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiong Xiao comprise the inner disciples, while Luo Xian, Luyue Xian, the 10 heavenly lords, the 28 stars, Kaiyin Xian, the 36 heavenly fiends, and the 72 earthly fiends were designated as outer disciples, with others being acknowledged as named disciples due to insufficient fortune. Notably, Zhao Gongming, gifted and sociable, was entrusted by the Tongtian with the significant role of leading the outer disciples. During this enlightening session at the Bayou Palace, Hanzhi Xian sat respectfully upon a cushion, wholly absorbed in the resonant voice of the Tongtian, akin to the grand tolling of a bell. Every word and phrase seemed to harbor profound subtleties and meanings, akin to brilliant stars streaking across her heart, illuminating her understanding as time flowed. Hanzhi Xian gradually immersed herself in the intricate teachings. Her thoughts surged like a tide, intertwining with the great Tao imparted by the Tongtian. The once obscure scriptures now became crystal clear, deepening her comprehension of the path of cultivation. Under the guidance of the Tongtian, the spiritual energy within Hanzhi Xian surged, her circulation accelerating with each passing moment. A faint aura radiated from her, her presence becoming increasingly formidable. Furthermore, her mastery of spells and divine abilities saw a remarkable enhancement, allowing her to summon the forces of heaven and earth with a mere gesture, wielding immense power. More importantly, her capacity to comprehend the myriad phenomena of the world continued to ascend. Many of the challenges that once perplexed her now unraveled effortlessly, and her perspective on matters underwent a transformative shift. This breakthrough in understanding propelled her further along the path of cultivation, her future now boundless. After concluding his teachings, the Tongtian gestured for the named disciples to withdraw. He remained seated upon a high platform, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd, ultimately resting upon his personal, inner, and outer disciples. The disciples who remained felt a surge of joy, aware that significant matters were about to be addressed. The Tongtian inclined his head slightly, signaling for silence, and then spoke in a measured tone. Today's teachings have concluded, and you have all gained from them. However, the path of cultivation is long and fraught with dangers and tribulations. For this reason, I shall bestow upon you some spiritual treasures for your protection. With that, he waved his sleeve, and several radiant treasures materialized, hovering in mid-air. The disciples' eyes brightened, holding their breath in anticipation of receiving a treasure suited to them. The Tongtian proceeded to call out names at a leisurely pace, with each corresponding treasure flying directly to the respective disciple. Some received powerful artifacts, while others were granted items of unique efficacy. Yet all were undeniably precious. Daobao Daoran acquired the Daobao Pagoda and the Kunshin Sword, while the Golden Spirit Mother received the Dragon and Tiger Rui and the Four Symbols Tower. The Turtle Spirit Mother obtained the Sun and Moon Pearls and the Tsongling Map. And the Wudong Mother was given the Spirit Shatterer and the Heaven and Earth Dust. Hanzhi Xian received the Celestial Flower Flag and the Heart-Piercing Lock, while Zhao Gongming was bestowed with 24 Sea-Calming Pearls. Yin Xiao obtained the Primordial Golden Dipper, Bi Xiao the Cloudy Garb, and Xiong Xiao the Golden Dragon Scissors. The outer disciples also received a treasure each. Once the distribution concluded, the Tongtian instructed them to return to their respective abodes for cultivation. Upon exiting the Bio Palace, the disciples departed one by one. Midway, Hanzhi Xian gracefully approached Daobao and the others. With a smile, she offered a respectful bow and softly greeted, "Greetings, esteemed brothers and sisters." Daobao and the others returned the gesture, exchanging pleasantries. After the introductions, Hanzhi Xian's gaze shifted to Zhao Gongming and the three Xiaos, and, familiar with their backgrounds, she engaged them in cheerful conversation, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Zhao Gongming exuded a bold demeanor, engaging in lively banter, while the three Xiaos joined in with mirth, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled harmony. That moment, a lady clad in vibrant, multicolored attire gracefully approached, crouching before the assembly to greet them. Caiyin Xian pays her respects to all esteemed brothers and sisters. Greetings. This lady was none other than Caiyin Xian. She offered a gentle smile and a courteous bow before joining their joyful discourse. They gathered beneath a tree, sitting together, their conversations flowing from insights on cultivation to worldly anecdotes and the secrets of the celestial realm. Truly a comprehensive exchange. Each individual was animated, sharing freely, and before long, time slipped away unnoticed, deepening the bonds of friendship among them. As their dialogue concluded, Hanzhi Xian lightly brushed her sleeves and turned to depart, gliding with the wind. Before long, she returned to her abode in the Jiushuan Cave on the Fairy Cloud Island in the EC. Upon entering the cave, which had remained unchanged by the passage of time, Hanzhi Xian, without pausing to catch her breath, eagerly summoned her numerous disciples. Her expression was solemn, her gaze piercing as if she sought to perceive every aspect of the cave. Hanzhi Xian moved swiftly among her disciples, meticulously assessing their progress in cultivation. Her eyes burned like torches, penetrating the surface to the essence, scrutinizing the flow of each disciple's energy and the operation of their techniques. Occasionally, she would nod in acknowledgement of some disciple's achievements. At other times, she would furrow her brow, halting to address specific issues with unrelenting precision, providing detailed guidance and instruction. Those disciples who were called upon by Hanzhi Xian held their breath, fully focused on her teachings, not daring to exhibit any negligence. Subsequently, she directed them to continue their cultivation while she entered a secluded state within the Jiushuan Cave, dedicating herself to reflecting upon the teachings of the Tongtian. Once her cultivation concluded, she exited the cave and made her way toward the Qianghua Garden, where she inspected the spiritual roots before leisurely wandering the fairy cloud island. While strolling, Hanzhi Xian suddenly sensed a peculiar wave emanating from the seaside. Intrigued, she soared over to investigate, only to find a luminous portal suspended above the ocean's surface. The portal was surrounded by shimmering runes, seemingly connecting to an unknown realm. After a moment's hesitation, her curiosity overwhelmed her, and she stepped through the portal. In an instant, the world spun around her, and when clarity returned, she found herself amidst a breathtaking spectacle. The landscape was adorned with vibrant spiritual flora, unlike anything she had ever seen, and distant figures resembling unicorns with a single horn galloped by. Suddenly, a petite sprite flew before her, warning her with a fierce demeanor about trespassing in a forbidden area. Hanzhi Xian quickly clarified that she had stumbled in by accident and offered a spiritual fruit as a gesture of goodwill. Upon seeing the fruit, the sprite softened, revealing that this place was the sealed ground of an ancient battlefield between immortals and demons, occasionally manifesting anomalies leading to the outside world. Hanzhi Xian felt a surge of trepidation. Realizing the dangers that lay ahead, the sprite guided her through this mysterious realm, gathering various heavenly materials and earthly treasures along the way. Soon after, a portal reappeared. After Hanzhi Xian expressed her gratitude to the little spirit, she inquired whether it would be willing to leave this place with her. However, it declined to depart. Hanzhi Xian, respecting its choice, refrained from insisting and returned to Xianxiao Island. She understood the rarity of this experience and resolved to integrate her observations and insights into her cultivation. Vowing to practice even more diligently in the future, as Hanzhi Xian entered seclusion, the primordial world also experienced turmoil from the 10 golden crows that emerged from the Fusang tree in the eastern sea. They broke free from the great formation set by Dijuan. Traversing from east to west, the 10 suns soared through the sky, causing untold suffering to the beings of the primordial realm. Subsequently, during their passage through the tribe where the Kwa Fu resided, many of the Wu clan's young men, devoid of cultivation, were incinerated by the true fire of the sun. Witnessing this, Kwa Fu was filled with rage, exclaiming, "You fur-clad miscreants have committed an unforgivable crime. Do not flee. Surrender your lives." With that, he seized his magical peach-wood staff and struck at the golden crows in the sky. After exchanging blows with the 10 golden crows, he found himself unable to harm them. Undeterred, Kwa Fu relentlessly pursued the direction in which the 10 golden crows had fled. The golden crows, dismissive of Kwa Fu's actions, continued their westward flight, ultimately leading to Kwa Fu's demise from exhaustion along the way. Upon Kwa Fu's death, his staff transformed into a peach grove, providing shade for future generations. Meanwhile, the 10 golden crows continued their rampage across the skies, leaving the earth parched and rivers dry, causing immense suffering for all living beings. At this juncture, Ho-E of the Wu clan, grieving for Kwa Fu, resolved to avenge him and determined to shoot down the 10 golden crows to save the world. Armed with the divine bow and arrows, he drew back the bowstring, aimed at the golden crows in the sky, and declared, "Beasts, meet your end." One arrow flew forth, and a golden crow fell from the sky. Ho-E followed with 8 more arrows, causing the remaining 8 golden crows to plummet, lifeless and bereft of their essence. At that moment, only 1 golden crow remained in the sky. As Ho-E prepared to shoot again, his arrow was intercepted by the chaos bell wielded by Dong Huangtai. Shaking the very fabric of the universe, the force of the bell's resonance injured Ho-E, sending him crashing to the ground in agony. With a snort, Dong Huangtai declared, "I shall not allow you to live." Perish, consumed by hatred, Tai-E unleashed his wrath upon the fallen Ho-E, igniting the true fire of the sun towards him in an attempt to deliver a fatal blow as retribution for the loss of his son. However, before the flames could reach Ho-E, they were halted by the ancestral, which Zhu Rong, who laughed, "Ha! Tai-E, you dare to play with fire in my presence. Do you think I am inconsequential? Tai-E, do not be so arrogant. Your sons have committed grave sins. Ho-Yi's actions are in accordance with the will of heaven." Emperor Jiang of the ancestral witches rebuked Tai-E, with rage in his eyes. The demon emperor shouted, "The will of heaven! My sons have been slain by you, and you dare speak of heavenly principles. Today, I will take Hou Yi's life, and you may act as you wish." With that, he summoned immense power, a colossal demonic shadow materializing behind him. The demon emperor wielded the treasured revered diagram and Luo book, launching them towards the 11 ancestral witches, brandishing the slaughter which soared against the ancestral beings. The 11 ancestral witches, sensing the impending conflict, collectively roared and invoked the secret arts of the Wu clan to counter this assault. In an instant, the skies darkened as a formidable force surged towards the demon emperor. Just as the two sides were poised for battle, a serene light descended from the heavens, revealing the arrival of Hongjun Laozu. Desist from further bloodshed. This matter operates on a cycle of cause and effect. Hou Yi's shooting down on the 9 sons was also destined. Cease this slaughter and retreat at once. Reluctantly, the demon emperor and Donghuang Tai Yi, harboring anger, exchanged glances with Emperor Jiang, who warned, "You are fortunate today. The repercussions of this incident will be settled in the future." With that, they withdrew, returning to the demon court, while Emperor Jiang, alongside Hou Yi and the other ancestral witches, retreated to the Panga Hall within Mount Buzhou. As the turmoil subsided, the only sorrow left was likely that of the demon queen Shi He in the demon court, following the demise of the 9 golden crows at Hou Yi's hands. She had remained pale and distraught, secluding herself within the demon court, weeping and muttering, "Hou Yi, for killing my children, I shall ensure your suffering is beyond measure," her eyes clouded with malevolence, devoid of her previous grace. Before long, after plotting within the demon court, she descended into the primordial realm, transforming into a woman and traversing the earth. Unsurprisingly, shortly after Shi descended, the tale of Chang'e's flight to the moon unfolded. Chang'e, originally of the human race, possessed a beauty that captivated Hou Yi of the Wu clan, and they eventually became husband and wife. Due to Shi's machinations, Chang'e, naive and easily swayed, ingested an elixir of immortality, only to be drawn into the moon's shadowy essence, ascending into the lunar realm. Hou Yi pursued her relentlessly, reaching the moon's expanse, yet they remained eternally separated, unable to reunite. Shi, observing the plight of Hou Yi and Chang'e, chuckled, "The enmity of a slain child is one that cannot be overlooked. Killing you would be too merciful. Now, I shall let you both experience the agony of eternal separation." The news of Hou Yi and Chang'e's entrapment in the moon's shadow quickly spread among the powerful beings of the primordial realm. The Wu clan, incensed by this development, clamored to confront Dijuan in the demon court, yet they were ultimately restrained by the ancestral witch Zhu Jiuyin, who advised patience. The ancestral witches then deliberated on their next course of action. "I fear them not. Let us confront them directly and deliver a beating," bellowed the impetuous Zhu Rong, "that if we do not respond, they will think we, the Wu clan, fear their demon kin," added Gong, who had always clashed with Zhu Rong. "Enough," Emperor Jiang interjected. "We of the Wu clan do not bow to heaven and earth. We honor Pangu alone. The demon clan does not merit our regard. We have never feared death. Should it come, we shall return to the embrace of our father Pangu. Henceforth, let us prepare our warriors for battle against the demons." On that day, the preparations for war between the Wu and demon clans cast a veil of calamity over the primordial realm, thickening the air with impending doom. Many cultivators perished in the ensuing chaos as the long-anticipated conflict between the two clans reached its zenith, with their forces gathering at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Numerous powerful beings began to observe this great calamity from their abodes, as the situation escalated into a fierce confrontation. The demon clan, led by Dijuan, Tai Yi, Shi, Fushi, and Kuanpeng, set up the grand formation of the river diagram and Luo book, while Dijuan wielded the slaughter which soared against the 12 ancestral witches. The 12th ancestral, which had been brought back from the underworld by Emperor Jiang, who provided 3 drops of the essence of Hoodoo, enabling him to break through his limitations and achieve the status of an ancestral, which then, as the 10 demon generals fought alongside their kin against the Wu clan, casualties began to mount on both sides, with numerous ancestral witches falling to the slaughter which soared. The demon court then united the remaining demonic forces to establish the great formation of the 365 celestial stars to engage in battle with the Wu clan. Observing this, Emperor Jiang immediately transmitted a message to the Wu clan to deploy the 12 capital heavenly gods formation to counter their foes. As time passed, the battlefield saw the demise of notable figures, including the demon emperor Dijuan, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Fuxi, Shi He, and the 10 ancestral witches. Only Kunpeng, like a specter, escaped with the river diagram and Luo book, while the Wu clan was left with Gong Gong and Xing Tian. Both gravely injured, with Xing Tian's cultivation regressed to a previous state. The 10 demon generals were reduced to a mere handful. On Xianxia Island, Hanzhi Xian, accompanied by her disciples, observed the unfolding conflict. Everything occurring at Mount Buzhou seemed preordained. She instructed her disciples to diligently cultivate, then turned and departed Xianxia Island towards the primordial realm, aware that the impending collision with Mount Buzhou would provide her an opportunity to save more humans and other suffering beings, potentially gaining merit in the process. At the same time, since the death of Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral witches in the embrace of Pangu, Gong Gong, the ancestral witch, found himself engulfed in overwhelming rage and sorrow for reasons unknown. Whether it was the haunting memory of witnessing the deaths of his siblings or an overwhelming hatred for the demon race, at that moment, he was consumed by a frenzied state. His fury surged within him like an inferno, as if he sought to engulf the entire primordial world in flames. In that fleeting instant, Gong Gong seemed to have made a resolute decision, recklessly charging toward Mount Buzhou, that a colossal crash resonated, a sound so mighty that it shook the heavens and the earth. And in that collision, he met his demise, merging once more with the embrace of Pangu. The denizens of the primordial realm were left in stunned silence, their hearts gripped by astonishment, as this divine mountain, which touched the sky, was shattered in half by the ancestral shaman Gong Gong's reckless assault. What was once a towering edifice, steadfast and unyielding, crumbled in an instant, revealing a gaping chasm at its summit. The consequences of this cataclysm were unimaginable. The collapse of Mount Buzhou resulted in a massive rupture in the 9 layers of the heavens. The once serene sky, now marred by a jagged wound, unleashed torrents of celestial waters that cascaded through the breach, flooding the primordial earth below. This sudden calamity plunged the entire primordial world into chaos and panic. Most beings fled toward the mountains, fervently praying to escape this disaster. As countless rivers and landscapes were submerged, vast plains transformed into an ocean, and many lives struggled in the floods, facing the dire threat of annihilation. At this critical juncture, the 6 great saints became aware of the impending catastrophe. They were taken aback and swiftly employed their divine powers to aid the denizens of the primordial realm, wielding immense magical forces to repel the flood and rescuing those swept away by the deluge. They hastened to the scene of the disaster. Among them, Niuhua received a special directive from Hongjun Daozu, who bestowed upon her the Qian Kuan Ding, instructing her to mend the heavens and rectify the calamity wrought by the ancestral shaman Gong Gong. Upon receiving the Qian Kuan Ding from the celestial heights, Niuhua wasted no time in retrieving 5-color divine stones from her possession, casting them into the ding, and harnessing her unparalleled transformative powers to refine these stones. A brilliant array of colors illuminated the surroundings as the divine stones melted into a molten liquid. Niuhua, holding the Qian Kuan Ding, carefully poured the liquid into the rift in the sky. After considerable effort, she successfully restored the firmament. However, new challenges swiftly followed. Although the heavens were mended, the violent impact had destabilized the 4 corners of the world, leaving them precariously teetering, as concern rippled through the crowd. Tongtian Lingbao stepped forward. He raced to the shores of the northern sea, seeking the legendary Xian Gui. With reason and emotion, he implored the creature, finally persuading it to sacrifice its 4 limbs to become 4 towering pillars. Supporting the trembling universe, the sky was completely restored, and the 4 corners regained their stability. The heavenly way, moved by the immense merits of those who had saved countless lives, showered them with celestial blessings and bestowed rewards upon the participants in the mending of the heavens. Among them, the immortal Hanzhi, having anticipated the calamity of Mount Buzhou, had already rushed to the scene during the fierce battle, playing a crucial role in the rescue efforts. Witnessing the tragic plight of those drowning in the flood, her heart ached with sorrow. Thus, she threw herself into the rescue operations, employing her magical abilities to save numerous humans and other beings. As a result, Hanzhi earned a precious fragment of heavenly merit. Grateful, the rescued humans resolved to construct a magnificent temple in their ancestral land, honoring her life-saving grace with profound respect and gratitude, naming it the Sabedo Temple, and referring to Hanzhi as the compassionate and benevolent goddess. The temple, resplendent with golden splendor, housed her statue, perpetually receiving offerings. Before the rescue efforts commenced, Hanzhi had already sent out summons for the 12 zodiac messengers to join in the salvation of humanity. Once the crisis was averted, the human race did not forget these 12 brave messengers, enshrining them alongside Hanzhi in her temple. Meanwhile, in the underworld, upon receiving Hanzhi's message, Vimla did not delay, promptly leading Zhou Qi and Ji Kong into swift action. They busied themselves on the battlefield, meticulously collecting the souls of those who had died in anguish due to the chaos and gathering the bodies of numerous demons and shamans. These corpses would prove useful for Hanzhi in the future, so they were instructed to retain them for later use. With the breach in the sky finally repaired, this heart-stopping disaster reached a temporary conclusion. However, the once majestic Mount Buzhou now lay in ruins, its base still echoing with the remnants of the shaman and demon races. The surviving shamans were eventually sheltered by the goddess of peace in the underworld. Some remained in the underworld, joining its forces. Others, led by Xingtian, returned to the fabled Panga Hall, heavy-hearted. Among the demons, due to their vast numbers and diverse types, the remaining ones bore wounds, with some fortunate enough to be taken under Nuwa's wing, embarking on the path of cultivation. Others, with their unique traits, caught the attention of the 6 saints. Laozi, with his discerning eye, selected a formidable green-hued bull demon as his steed, while Yuanshi Tianzuan chose a uniquely formed creature. A hybrid with the head of a dragon, the body of a qilin, the tail of a lion, and the antlers of a deer, which not only possessed a commanding presence, but also remarkable abilities to assist him in traversing the realms. Tongtian Lingbao, not to be outdone, selected a powerful bull demon as his mount, which, exuding a fierce aura, fought valiantly alongside him and earned great accolades. The 2 saints from the west took in some demons with lesser innate talents, but a knack for cleverness. Though they may not have matched the others in natural gifts, their cunning enabled them to carve out their own paths in the journey of cultivation. Yet, not all demons were inclined to submit to the 6 saints. A faction, upholding their spirit of independence, resolutely departed for the central lands under the guidance of Shangyang and Bei's, migrating northward to the land of Julu. There, they thrived on the vast expanse, gradually establishing their own domain. Another group chose to pledge allegiance to Tongtian Lingbao, hoping to achieve enlightenment under his magnanimous tutelage. Once the arrangements for the demons were settled, the 6 saints turned their attention to the unparalleled treasure, the Chaos Bell. This primordial artifact possessed boundless power, capable of reversing the cosmos and subduing the heavens and the earth. A fierce contest erupted among them to claim it in an instant. The sky was aglow with the brilliance of magical artifacts. As spells and techniques surged forth, each saint, keen to secure the Chaos Bell, unleashed their most formidable abilities. However, despite their fervent efforts, they ultimately achieved nothing. Subsequently, Nuwa collected the lost spirits of the Demon Emperor and Shiha after their demise, along with the Sun Wheel and Moon Wheel, while Laozi acquired the Sword of Slaughtering Shamans, and Yuanshi claimed a fragment of the fallen Mount Buzhou, which he later refined into the mighty Fan Tian seal, leaving the other saints empty-handed. Just as the intense battle reached its zenith, the Chaos Bell suddenly erupted in a dazzling radiance, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. The saints presumed it had been taken by Hongjun, feeling a pang of regret. Thus, the fierce contest among the 6 saints concluded, leaving the denizens of the primordial realm in a state of bewilderment, while the saints returned to their respective sanctuaries. As for Mount Buzhou, after the saints departed, Hanzhi quietly withdrew from the vicinity, journeying toward the underworld. Midway through her travels, she sensed an unusual aura, leading her to discover an enigmatic individual. Upon further divination, she realized that this person had fallen into the primordial realm due to the collapse of Mount Buzhou and the rift in the sky, resulting in a temporal dislocation. Strangely enough, this individual possessed a mysterious system and was currently hiding in a dark, secluded cave, quietly practicing. After careful observation, Hanzhi was astonished to find that this time traveler was inhabiting the body of a fearsome and sinister serpent. Upon witnessing the scene, Xian wasted no time and leaped directly into the cave, promptly addressing the inhabitants within, requesting them to step forth for an audience. As her words echoed, the cave entrance swung open, revealing a man with a simian visage and a repulsive stench emanating from his body. His eyes gleamed with malice as he inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you to my lair?" "I am Xian, a disciple of the Supreme Clarity Tongtian sect. May I ask who you are?" She replied, "That you're Xian, the disciple of the Tongtian sect? Is that truly the case?" The man exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he gestured to Xian, "Please do step inside my lair. I have much to discuss with you." His face bore an eager smile, his heart swelling with joy upon realizing that she was merely an outer disciple, not held in high regard, considering that Xian's true form was that of a superior spiritual herb. He, having taken possession of a venomous serpent, needed such a herb for healing that a wave of elation washed over him. Indeed, he thought, this was the perfect opportunity for a time traveler. If he consumed her, not only would his injuries heal, but he could also transcend his current limitations, truly a twofold gain. However, Xian was not one to be so easily deceived. She had already discerned the ill intentions behind his gaze and was aware of his background. She simply chose not to expose him. Being from the same region, she wished to avoid entanglement in his affairs, but she did not anticipate that he would set his sights on her. Such behavior was intolerable to her. "Humph, a scheming and treacherous individual is unworthy of Xian. Aha, then you shall regret this," the man retorted, caught off guard by her refusal, compelling him to abandon any notion of prolonging their exchange. He swiftly unleashed his powers against Xian, unaware that she had concealed her true strength, assuming she was as lackluster as others from later generations. As the man's attack surged towards her, Xian swiftly countered with the supreme clarity celestial arts, igniting a breathtaking and fierce battle between her and the time traveler. Despite the latter's possession of a miraculous system, he ultimately could not triumph over the formidable Xian. After several exchanges, he began to falter and, in the end, met his demise at her hands. With the fall of the time traveler, a mysterious system that resided within his primordial spirit detached and plunged into a nearby, shimmering lake. By sheer coincidence, this system was discovered by a river clam dwelling at the lake's bottom. Following her engagement with the time traveler, Xian soon located this site and immediately subdued the fortunate clam that had acquired the system. Having resolved these matters, Xian did not linger excessively and continued her journey back to the underworld as originally planned. However, after such an unexpected interlude, her interest in the system brought by the time traveler grew significantly, and she contemplated studying it thoroughly upon her return to the underworld, eager to uncover the wondrous functions it might possess for her benefit. Upon finally arriving at the underworld, Xian wasted no time and summoned her trusted aides, Pitiable, Luo, Zhou Qi, and Ji Kong. The three promptly arrived and respectfully presented the corpses of several demon beings they had collected. Xian nodded in satisfaction, accepting the precious remains before announcing her intention to enter seclusion for cultivation, aiming to further enhance her abilities through this recent acquisition. Time passed swiftly, and before long, Xian had spent 500 years cultivating within the rebirth cave of the underworld. Upon concluding her retreat, she sent word for Pimo, Luo, Zhou Qi, and Ji Kong to join her. Once they arrived in the rebirth cave, Xian produced 3 magical artifacts she had refined during her seclusion, bestowing one upon each of them. Pimo Luo received the Netherworld banner, Zhou Qi obtained the soul summoning flag, and Ji Kong was given the spirit driving staff, all exquisite post-heaven artifacts forged from the remains of demon beings combined with their respective cultivation techniques. Having bestowed these treasures as a reward for their years of dedication, Hanzhi Xian instructed, "You shall descend and refine these artifacts." "Yes, thank you, Your Highness," they chorused in gratitude. Once they departed, Hanzhi Xian intended to resume her focused cultivation to achieve further mastery in her Taoist practices. However, just as she was about to enter a meditative state, a mysterious and powerful aura emanated from beyond the realm of the underworld, instantaneously capturing her full attention. Feeling a stir of curiosity, Hanzhi Xian decided to temporarily set aside her meditation and venture forth to investigate the source of this extraordinary energy. Upon approaching the origin of the aura, she beheld an approaching figure, radiating a faint, unique power from the Western teachings. It was Xian from the Western Church. Could it be? Hanzhi Xian pondered, has Xian come to the underworld to make an oath during this period? The two saints of the West are quite perceptive, beginning their schemes against the underworld so early. Typically, Xian operated discreetly in the West, cultivating good relations. Yet today, his presence here undoubtedly bore the mandate of the Western saints. Hanzhi Xian feigned confusion and asked him, "Xian, what brings you to my realm today?" Xian pressed his palms together, recognizing Hanzhi Xian and smiling slightly as he replied, "I have heard of unusual fluctuations in this place and came to investigate. Hoping to ferry any fated beings from the West, I did not wish to disturb your tranquil cultivation. I hope you will not take offense." Hanzhi Xian scoffed, "Unusual fluctuations? As the rebirth lady of the underworld, how could I be unaware of any such disturbances? My friend, a practitioner, should not speak in riddles. I implore you, do not mislead yourself." Xian, he began to refute, but Hanzhi Xian did not grant him the opportunity. "Spare me your false pretenses. Who in the primordial world does not know your Western teaching schemes?" With that, Hanzhi Xian confronted Xian, expressing her disdain for the Westerners influenced by their two saints, their behavior being universally loathed. Thus commenced a fierce verbal clash between Hanzhi Xian and Xian. Xian eloquently articulated the profound intricacies of Western teachings, while Hanzhi Xian countered with sharp retorts. Neither party willing to yield, the exchange escalated, their glares intensified, and eventually they resorted to physical confrontation. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, Hanzhi Xian unleashed a torrent of fierce spells akin to a tempest directed at Xian. He, refusing to be outdone, wielded his Zen staff, channeling the radiant powers of the Western teachings to fend off a relentless onslaught. However, Hanzhi Xian's cultivation was far superior to Xian's. After numerous exchanges, he began to tire, revealing vulnerabilities. Seizing the moment, Hanzhi Xian executed a powerful grasping technique accompanied by her 9-treasure jade ruby, striking true at Xian's chest. With a pained cry, he exclaimed, "Ah, it pains me so," as he spewed forth a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Upon seeing Xian injured and sprawled on the ground, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Hanzhi Xian's eyes. She reasoned that since they had engaged, she might as well take the opportunity to eliminate this disciple of the Western teachings, thereby weakening their strength. Without hesitation, she summoned her 9-treasure jade ruby once more, transforming it into a streak of light aimed directly at Xian's life. Just as the 9-treasure jade ruby was on the verge of striking him, a beam of azure light descended from the heavens, fortuitously shielding Xian. Hanzhi Xian focused her gaze and discovered that the Eastern Qinglian treasure banner had appeared, blocking the attack of the 9-treasure jade ruby. Moments later, a young boy clad in white materialized before her. It was the White Lotus Boy, a disciple serving the saint of the Western teachings. Brandishing the Qinglian treasure banner, the White Lotus Boy bellowed at Hanzhi Xian, "Impudent demoness, how dare you harm a member of the Western teachings?" Seeing Xian sheltered by the White Lotus Boy, Hanzhi Xian remained unfazed by his bravado. She chuckled and remarked, Young friend, do you wish to cultivate alongside me? Surely we are fated." Her words stunned both Xian and the White Lotus Boy, leaving them momentarily speechless. After all, such a proposition had always been the rhetoric employed by their Western saints when extorting treasures or converting others in the East, and to hear it uttered from her lips was utterly unexpected. The White Lotus Boy retorted, "I am a Westerner, a disciple of the Western teachings guiding saint. How could I possibly be fated with someone like you? Cease your impertinence. Do you not fear the saint's wrath? To him, such a suggestion was an affront. After all, he was a saint's disciple, and to be associated with her was utterly laughable. Without a word, Hanzhi Xian lightly stepped forward, revealing the 12-petal pure world white lotus beneath her feet. Calmly addressing the white lotus boy, in the primordial realm, where does the distinction of east and west arise? From the inception of the primordial world until now, all has been one. Young friend, your words are misguided. Furthermore, is it only the west that possesses a leader? What of my? Hanzhi Xian was unperturbed by the potential wrath of the western two saints, for she had her own master, Tongtian. The white lotus boy, upon witnessing the object manifesting beneath Hanzhi Xian's feet, recognized it as the rarest of the supreme innate spiritual treasures, the 12th rank pure world white lotus, which harmonized with his own attributes, one being supreme and the other acquired. After all, he himself was merely an acquired white lotus taking form, making this an undeniably compelling challenge. Yet he harbored no desire to betray the guiding sage, contemplating instead the prospect of vanquishing the individual before him and seizing her spiritual treasure to return to the west. Xian, lying on the ground, observed the white lotus boy's gaze fixated on the 12th rank white lotus and feared he might truly forsake the west for another's tutelage, in a state of panic. He coughed up blood, urgently admonishing the white lotus boy, "Junior brother, you must not act impulsively and commit an irreversible act. Our master has been most benevolent towards you as do not fret, senior brother. How could I possibly be that kind of person? You misjudge me, that I was merely contemplating how to defeat her and bring this 12th rank white lotus back to the west, placing it in the 8 treasures pool alongside the 12th rank golden lotus to enhance our fortunes." The white lotus boy clarified to Xian. Hearing the white lotus boy speak so candidly to Xian, Hanzhi Xian scoffed. "Humph, a mere child dares to be so audacious." With that, she swiftly advanced, stepping onto the white lotus and brandishing her 9 treasures jade rui to engage the white lotus boy in combat. In an instant, the skies were alight with brilliance as spells clashed, spiritual treasures collided, and the sounds of their magical energies echoed continuously. Both combatants exerted their utmost efforts in a bid to overcome one another. Ultimately, the white lotus boy, lacking in cultivation, succumbed to Hanzhi Xian's formidable powers derived from the rebirth scripture, yielding to her influence and becoming her 3rd disciple. Good. From this day forth, you shall be known as by Lianzi, my personally taught 3rd disciple, that I bestow upon you the innate top-tier spiritual treasure, the 9th rank white lotus, the innate middle-tier spiritual treasure, the golden Zen staff, and the acquired top-tier magical artifact, the golden lotus throne. Hanzhi Xian proclaimed to the white lotus boy. Furthermore, this is the upper clear immortal method practiced by my disciples. I hope you can swiftly transform the Western magical powers within you into the Eastern upper clear immortal method. She added, addressing Bai Lianzi with a dual standard. Yes, disciple obeys. Thank you, master, for the bestowed treasures and immortal methods. I am profoundly grateful, Bai Lianzi expressed sincerely. Junior brother, Xian exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before him. He then erupted in fury, chastising Bai Lianzi before hastily retreating towards the west, fearing that he might share the same fate as the white lotus boy and be swayed by her. Yet, as he flew westward, he could not comprehend how Hanzhi Xian had employed their usual methods to convert others. Meanwhile, in the distant western realm, the guiding sage suddenly felt a resonance, his face displaying astonishment as he struggled to believe he had misperceived the situation. A promising disciple had, in an instant, become another's apprentice. How audacious of someone to dare such a thing! The realization that both the disciple and his treasure had been converted heightened his awareness of the underlying intricacies at play. Without hesitation, he set forth towards the underworld. However, midway through his journey, he encountered an unexpected obstruction. Tongtian, the master of heaven, appeared before him. Tongtian radiated an overwhelming pressure that caused the guiding sage's heart to sink. Recognizing the formidable strength of his opponent and the threat posed by the foresword of immortal slaying, he understood that it was not the time to engage in conflict. He addressed Tongtian. Daoist friend Tongtian, you must take responsibility for this matter. Tongtian, with a smile, replied, "The opportunity has arisen. What need is there for karma?" "Humph. If that is the case, are you intending to claim the spiritual treasures of my sect?" The guiding sage found himself both amused and enraged by Tongtian's earlier remarks. "This treasure is destined for my sect. It belongs here. Why persist in entanglements with me?" Daoist friend, Tongtian casually expressed, effortlessly silencing the guiding sage, who found himself at a loss for words. Today, Tongtian and his disciples exhibited a level of shamelessness surpassing that of the Western two saints, left with no choice. The guiding sage abandoned his pursuit and turned back towards Shumi Mountain, planning to confer with Junti about the matter. Nonetheless, he firmly etched Hanzhi, Xian's name in his mind, vowing to settle the score with her in due time. Meanwhile, after successfully driving away the guiding sage, Tongtian did not linger long and swiftly returned to Golden Ao Island. However, before departing, he cast a thoughtful glance in the direction of Hanzhi Xian, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and then quietly vanished from sight. As for Hanzhi Xian, with her heart elated after successfully subduing the White Lotus boy, she awaited the moment when Bai Lianzi would transform his magical powers into the upper clear immortal method. She then set forth, leading him back to the East Sea's Immortal Cloud Island. Upon their arrival at Immortal Cloud Island, Hanzhi Xian took Bai Lianzi to the Hall of Inquiring Immortals, where she placed the 12th rank White Lotus prominently before her. She then invoked her spells to communicate with her two disciples and several young apprentices, summoning them to the hall. Before long, the disciples arrived, standing respectfully to one side, awaiting their master's instructions. Hanzhi Xian first smiled and introduced the newly accepted Bai Lianzi, saying, "This is my newly accepted third disciple, Bai Lianzi, who I received from the underworld. I hope you all get along well. Bai Lianzi, this is your senior sister, Shiji, my personally taught eldest disciple." Hanzhi Xian indicated toward Shiji. "Greetings, senior sister. I am Bai Lianzi," the young disciple said, taking the initiative to greet Shiji. Next, she introduced Yuan Yangzi, stating, "This is my personally taught second disciple, Yuan Yangzi, who is your second brother. Junior brother. I pay my respects as second brother." Bai Lianzi saluted Yuan Yangzi. "Indeed, these two are my left and right disciples, Hihua Zi and Ao De. This is Wei Zi, the guardian of the Qianhua Garden, and Bai Jushi, the gatekeeper. Lastly, this is Mo Luo, my guiding disciple, and this is my steed, Di Ting." Hanzhi Xian continued, introducing Bai Lianzi to the others. "We greet third brother, and may he be well." Ao De and the other stepped forward to bow to Bai Lianzi once Hanzhi Xian completed the introductions. "Junior brothers and sisters, there is no need for such formalities," Bai Lianzi replied courteously. "Shiji, please take your junior brother and find a suitable residence near the Hall of Inquiring Immortals for him to practice." Hanzhi Xian instructed. "Yes, disciple obeys," Shiji responded. "Very well, you may take your leave," Hanzhi Xian said. After providing her instructions, Hanzhi Xian directed her disciples to guide Bai Lianzi in finding a fitting place for cultivation, ensuring he could focus on his training and achieve success as soon as possible. After receiving their orders, the disciples welcomed Bai Lianzi and promptly led him away from the Hall of Inquiring Immortals to seek a suitable location for practice. Meanwhile, Hanzhi Xian exited the Hall of Inquiring Immortals and strolled down the slopes of Zhiji Peak, wandering leisurely around Immortal Cloud Island. She eventually discovered a charming river, where she extracted the system from the river clam's consciousness and placed it in the center of the river's spiritual vein, allowing it to cultivate there in hopes of transforming into a living entity soon. Once everything was set, Hanzhi Xian returned to the Hall of Inquiring Immortals, specifically to the Nine Mystic Cave, where she began to delve into the mysterious system brought by the time traveler, seeking to uncover its extraordinary capabilities. In the Hall of Inquiring Immortals, within the Nine Mystic Cave, Hanzhi Xian sat upon the 12th rank White Lotus on a high platform, initiating her research on the enigmatic system obtained from the time traveler. After dedicating considerable time to unraveling its mysteries, she discovered that this system was a task-oriented mechanism designed specifically for its host. Moreover, Hanzhi Xian realized that the location where she encountered the man was precisely where the system had assigned him his first task upon traversing the primordial realm, regrettably, before he could commence his tasks. He was discovered and eliminated by Hanzhi. Subsequently, Hanzhi intended to refine the system, eager to see what tasks it would issue, hoping to gain some beneficial rewards when the time came to engage with it. However, just as she was about to take action, the system unexpectedly emitted an explosive surge of energy. As it began to self-destruct, radiating dazzling energy, Hanzhi swiftly deployed her 9-colored glazed band. Enveloping the brilliant energy emanating from the cave, drawing it into the band, that moment, a remarkable scene unfolded before her. As the radiant energy dissipated, 3 enigmatic artifacts remained on the ground, exuding a mesmerizing brilliance as they lay quietly. Among them, one item emitted a faint glow, a relic of ancient and mysterious origins, while another was an exquisitely ornate umbrella, shimmering with an extraordinary light. The final object appeared unassuming, yet subtly hinted at a potent aura. After a thorough investigation, Hanzhi discovered that the system had detected a dangerous signal emanating from her, prompting it to perceive a threat. Consequently, it activated its self-protection mechanism, initiating a self-destruction sequence before hastily fleeing the scene, leaving behind these 3 treasures that could not be taken. Without a moment's hesitation, Hanzhi resolved to immediately perform a ritual to refine these artifacts. Through diligent effort and exploration, she gradually uncovered the remarkable uses of these treasures. First and foremost was the talisman that caught her eye, which turned out to be the legendary Wuji Ling talisman, a supreme, innate object. The power it contained was sufficient to suppress personal fortune and could also serve as the focal point for an astonishingly powerful innate formation. Once activated, it would ensnare enemies within an invisible trap. Should they fail to break free within a brief span, they would perish within its confines, rendering it a formidable array. Next was the umbrella, known as the Yingluo Jia Blue Umbrella, an exceptionally formidable defensive artifact. Upon unfurling it, countless dazzling jewels would cascade down, forming an indestructible protective barrier around the wielder. Moreover, these jewels possessed magical properties capable of withstanding various attacks. The umbrella's canopy could, at critical moments, transform into razor-sharp blades, effortlessly severing the magical energies and chants of adversaries, rendering their spells utterly ineffective as for the final gaseous entity. It was no trivial matter. Dubbed the Wutai Shaili Baoqi, this gas possessed a unique ability to absorb the primordial spirits and relics of others. If wielded adeptly, it could become an invaluable weapon for victory in battle. Once Hanzhi fully comprehended the origins and functions of these 3 artifacts, she fell into deep contemplation, gazing at the treasures in her hands, 2 of which were formidable adversaries to the Buddhist sect. She pondered whether the system had indeed prepared these artifacts specifically for her as a means to combat the Buddhist forces. Otherwise, how could one explain the presence of such powerful items evidently designed to counter the Buddhist sect? By what twist of fate had she become their new mistress? Perhaps this was indeed the hand of destiny, the cyclical nature of cause and effect, manifesting without fail. With her thoughts settled, Hanzhi promptly began to earnestly refine and familiarize herself with the 3 powerful artifacts within the cave. She devoted herself entirely, striving to wield these treasures with the same ease as her own limbs, aiming to achieve a state of instantaneous precision. Time flowed swiftly, in what seemed like the blink of an eye. Hanzhi had successfully mastered the 3 artifacts within the 9 Xian cave. Just as she prepared to take a brief respite, a deep yet clear voice resonated from afar, revealing that Ao Da was calling for her. "Master, it is your disciple Ao Da. I have something to report," echoed Ao Da's voice from the 9 Xian cave. "What is it?" Hanzhi inquired upon hearing Ao Da's call. "Master, 3 fairies have arrived from outside the island, claiming to be your junior sisters. The 3 Shao fairies from Sanxian Island, here to pay their respects." Ao Da's voice traveled back. "Yes, that's so. The 3 Shao sisters have come," Hanzhi replied with a smile. "Ao Da, you may go ahead and wait outside the 1 Xian hall for your 3 uncles' arrival," she instructed. "Yes, master. I shall do so immediately," he responded, elated by her words, and swiftly conveyed the message to Luo, urging him to hasten to the island to welcome the esteemed guests. Before long, 3 graceful figures, led by the guide boy Luo, gracefully stepped onto the island. The three Xiao sisters were instantly captivated by the breathtaking scenery that unfolded before them. The mountains rose and fell in majestic formations, streams flowed melodiously, and exotic flowers and plants vied for attention, creating a veritable paradise reminiscent of an otherworldly realm. They could not help but express their admiration for the beauty of the island. As they reveled in the picturesque surroundings, they soon arrived at the magnificent Xian Hall. Upon meeting Hanzhi Xian, they respectfully greeted her. Hanzhi Xian returned the gesture with a smile and promptly summoned her disciples to pay their respects to the three Xiao. The disciples swiftly gathered in the Xian Hall, collectively exclaiming, "We pay our respects to our uncles." The three Xiao, witnessing the respectful and courteous demeanor of the younger generation, could not conceal their envy. They marveled at Hanzhi Xian's exceptional guidance in nurturing such outstanding disciples. Subsequently, Hanzhi Xian invited the three Xiao to take their seats, and the four began an in-depth and stimulating discussion on the Tao. They took turns sharing their insights and understanding of the Tao, engaging in a mutually enriching exchange. This discourse continued for quite some time, filled with eloquent expressions and brilliant ideas, benefiting all present immensely. When the discussion concluded, the disciples were pleasantly surprised to discover significant improvements in their cultivation. At that moment, Shiji had broken through to the early stage of the golden immortal realm. Yuan Yangzi had also reached the early stage of the golden immortal realm, while Lianzi had advanced to the mid-stage of the Tai golden immortal realm. Ao had reached the pinnacle of the late stage of the golden immortal realm. He Huazi had achieved the pinnacle of the late stage of the mystic immortal realm. Bai Jushi had also reached the pinnacle of the late stage of the mystic immortal realm. Mo Luo had attained the early stage of the Tai golden immortal realm. Wu Shuzi had reached the pinnacle of the late stage of the true immortal realm, and Di Ting had also improved to the late stage of the true immortal realm. Seeing this, Hanzhi Xian nodded in satisfaction and advised them to consolidate their newly gained cultivation. After the disciples dispersed, Hanzhi Xian caught a glimpse of envy in the eyes of the three Xiao. After all, they too were merely at the late stage of the golden immortal realm, and now her disciples were not far behind. She resolved to retreat for a period of diligent practice upon returning, aiming to surpass her current level and perhaps take in one or two promising disciples. Returning to their discussion, the three Xiao continued to converse with Hanzhi Xian. However, the joyous moments passed swiftly. Just as they were deeply engrossed in conversation, another voice interrupted. "Is Master Hanzhi Xian present? The fairy Kai Yun has arrived." Upon hearing this, Hanzhi Xian and the three Xiao smiled. She then called upon Ao once more to venture outside the island to welcome Fairy Kai Yun to the Xian Hall. Shortly thereafter, Fairy Kai Yun arrived, adorned in a celestial gown that flowed with clouds and mist, leading to another lively round of greetings and pleasantries. The atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant as they engaged in delightful conversation, relishing the camaraderie. The joyous times shared among Hanzhi Xian, the three Xiao, and Fairy Kai Yun on Xinsha Island seemed to slip away like fleeting moments. Unbeknownst to them, as they leisurely engaged in their discussions, a sudden resounding voice, akin to the tolling of a great bell, echoed in their ears. "The time for the 1,000-year sermon has come. Disciples, hasten back to Jian Island." The gathered individuals were taken aback, quickly realizing it was the summons of their master. Tongtian Jiao. This was the grand day of the sermon established by Tongtian Jiao after founding Jian Island as the teaching ground of the Jiao sect. Occurring every 1,000 years, today had finally arrived, and numerous disciples of Jiao would gather at Jian Island, within Baiyu Palace, to hear Tongtian Jiao impart his teachings. Hanzhi Xian dared not delay. Informing the three Xiao and Fairy Kai Yun to wait a moment, she immediately transmitted a message to the disciples meditating on the island, calling out, "Disciples, follow me to Jian Island to listen to our ancestor." Tongtian Jiao delivered the teachings. Upon hearing this, the disciples were filled with joy, promptly exiting their meditative states and making their way to the Xian Hall. The opportunity to personally hear the sage's teachings was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, stirring their hearts with excitement. Thus, Hanzhi Xian, along with Shiji and the other disciples, exchanged nods with the three Xiao and Fairy Kai Yun before rising together to leave the Xian Hall. They soared into the sky, filled with elation as they embarked on their journey to Jiao Island. Upon arriving at Jiao Island, they were greeted by a bustling scene, teeming with people. Deities, demons, and numerous disciples of Jiao converged here, creating a lively atmosphere. Hanzhi Xian and her companions quickly greeted their fellow disciples. After all, they all belonged to the same sect, and it was essential to maintain good relations. Following some warm exchanges, they finally found their respective seats and settled down. Before long, Hanzhi Xian was seated steadily atop the first mat in the second row, with her disciples arranged neatly behind her. Shortly thereafter, the esteemed Daobao Taoist, along with the Golden Spirit Mother, the Turtle Spirit Mother, and the Unfettered Mother, entered the Bo Palace from outside. Everyone promptly rose to pay their respects to the four figures, while the disciples of the Jiao began to arrive in an orderly fashion. Upon their meeting, a courteous exchange of greetings and gestures ensued, filling the atmosphere with joyous laughter and congeniality. Suddenly, a clear and melodious sound of a jade chime resonated throughout the sky, instantly silencing the previously boisterous gathering. Following this, a grand figure emerged from thin air, the renowned Tongtian Jiao master, clad in a flowing azure robe. His garments billowed gracefully, exuding an aura of unmatched authority. The Tongtian Jiao master surveyed the assembly. Noticing that all disciples had gathered and nodded in satisfaction, he then parted his lips, gently announcing, "Today, I shall once again impart teachings for 1,000 years." As the Tongtian Jiao master spoke, the profound and enigmatic principles of the Tao flowed through the Bo Palace like a gentle stream, continuously nourishing the hearts of all present. During this discourse, the few disciples seated beneath Hanzhi Xian listened intently, eager not to miss a single word of wisdom. Gradually, however, restlessness began to take hold of them. After all, the Tongtian Jiao master's teachings traversed from the simple to the complex, tailored to each disciple's level of cultivation and comprehension, making it natural for some to find certain concepts elusive. In contrast, the other Jiao disciples felt a sudden clarity, deepening their understanding of the path of cultivation. Time slipped away quietly, and before long, a millennium had passed. The disciples, immersed in the sound of the Tao, gradually awakened from their reverie. Observing this, the Tongtian Jiao master opened his eyes and concluded the millennium-long lecture. He raised a hand, signaling that everyone could disperse. However, Hanzhi Xian did not hasten to leave. Instead, she stepped forward gracefully and bowed to the Tongtian Jiao master, saying, "Disciple Hanzhi Xian greets master." "Rise," the Tongtian Jiao master replied with a smile. "There's something you wish to discuss while you linger here. Speak freely, and I shall provide an answer. The disciple has no urgent matters regarding cultivation at the moment. I simply brought a few unruly disciples to listen to your teachings today, that it would be fitting for them to pay their respects to you before departing." Hanzhi Xian responded. With that, Hanzhi Xian instructed Shiji to lead the way, and her fellow disciples approached one by one to bow in reverence, while she introduced each of her disciples to the Tongtian Jiao master. After the introductions were complete, she encouraged her disciples to pay homage to him. "Disciples and grand disciples, we pay our respects to the venerable master, wishing him eternal longevity and profound understanding," Shiji and the others said as they bowed. "Very well, you may all rise," the Tongtian Jiao master said with a gentle nod, feeling gratified to see that his teachings had produced disciples across 3 generations. That he noted their considerable progress and offered encouragement, imparting a few words of wisdom to each before Hanzhi Xian led them out of the Bo Palace toward the cave abode she had established on Golden Arowana Island. Upon returning to the cave, Hanzhi Xian gestured for her disciples to find a suitable place to cultivate and assimilate the teachings they had received, while she herself settled into the center of the cave to enter a meditative retreat. After an indeterminate amount of time, having digested the teachings, Hanzhi Xian emerged from her retreat and called for her disciples, who had also completed their own meditations, that it was time to visit senior sister Jean Ling and meet with other fellow disciples to strengthen their bonds. Thus, they made their way to the abode of the Golden Spirit Mother, eager to engage in conversation and nurture their camaraderie. Upon arrival, they discovered that many others had already gathered, including senior brother Daobao, who was conversing with a woman beside him, later revealed to be the Fire Spirit Mother. After exchanging greetings and introducing their disciples, the group began to engage in lively discussions about doctrines and philosophies. Soon, the voice of the Tongtian Jiao master resonated in their ears, summoning them to the Biao Palace for an important announcement. Upon hearing the master's call, senior brother Dao Bao spoke up, "Since the master has summoned us, let us hasten our steps to avoid keeping him waiting." The others concurred, and they all made their way to the Biao Palace, where they settled onto their mats, awaiting the master's arrival. Once everyone was assembled, the Tongtian Jiao master entered the hall and began to address them, stating, "I have called you here today to convey an important message. Your Grandmaster has sent word requesting that we, the saints, gather at Kunlun Mountain. Accompanied by our disciples, we shall meet there for a personal transmission of teachings. All inner and outer disciples of the sect are invited to join me." This gathering was initiated by the 6 saints, spearheaded by the Venerable Laozi, as the primordial chaos had settled into a period of tranquility, free from major calamities, making it an opportune moment for a gathering to discuss various doctrines with their respective disciples. However, the Tongtian Jiao master stipulated that only outer disciples of golden immortal status and above were permitted to attend, while those of lesser rank could remain in their cave abodes to focus on their cultivation. Once the arrangements were made, the Tongtian Jiao master led his core disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples toward Kunlun Mountain, with Hanzhi Xian bringing along only by Lian Tongzi, while instructing her other disciples to return to their cave on Golden Arowana Island to continue their meditative practices. In the distance, a billowing cloud appeared, upon which the Tongtian Jiao master sat confidently atop his formidable mount, the Kuei Nyo, with the water and fire child carefully guiding the reins. Behind them, senior brother Dao Bao led a throng of disciples closely in tow. This grand procession made its way toward Kunlun Mountain. Upon their arrival, they found that a multitude of divine beings had already convened at the site. The Western 2 saints, along with Nuwa and the Primordial Supreme One, had been awaiting their arrival for some time. The Western sect had indeed mobilized entirely, bringing along formidable disciples such as Methria Taoist, Medicine Master Taoist, Sunlight Taoist, Moonlight Taoist, and others, showcasing their impressive assembly on the side of Nuwa. Only her disciples, the Golden Phoenix Fairy and the Fire Spirit Pearl, accompanied her. It was said that the Golden Phoenix Fairy willingly became Nuwa's steed during her ascension to sainthood, witnessing the glorious moment of her attainment. The Fire Spirit Pearl, a congenital jewel that Nuwa had long cherished, had gradually developed intelligence over time and was adopted as her disciple. Not long after everyone settled in, the Laozi Saint arrived, leading his disciples, including the Xiandu Grandmaster. The Grandmaster walked ahead, gently guiding the Azure Bull, while the Laozi Saint sat calmly upon the bull's back, exuding an air of respect and admiration. Once the saints and their disciples exchanged greetings, a splendid forum on doctrines commenced. The Venerable Laozi Saint was the first to speak, eloquently sharing his insights on the Golden Elixir Tao. The disciples listened intently, eager not to miss a single word. As Laozi elaborated on the principles, many disciples displayed expressions of joy, clearly gaining valuable insights. Next, the Primordial Supreme One took the stage, solemnly articulating his unique interpretations of aligning with the heavenly Tao. His words, profound and meticulous, led many disciples into deep contemplation, resulting in a flurry of diverse opinions and discussions. Finally, the moment arrived for the Tongtian Jiao master to deliver his impassioned address. He fervently extolled the principles of equality among all beings and the inclusive nature of his teachings. The disciples were captivated, entranced by his words, as if transported to an entirely new realm. As the Tongtian Jiao master concluded his speech, the audience eagerly anticipated Nuwa's turn to impart her wisdom. With a gentle opening of her lips, she began to share her understanding of the principles of creation. Her voice resonated sweetly, akin to celestial music, reaching the ears of every disciple below. The disciples listened in rapture, their eyes shimmering with wonder. Nuwa, with her unique insights and profound yet accessible explanations, unfurled the essence of the Tao of creation in its entirety. As time slipped away unnoticed, her teachings reached their conclusion. Following this, the Saint of Guidance ascended the high platform and began to impart his understanding of the path to nirvana to the assembled audience. The Saint of Guidance wore a solemn expression, his eyes slightly closed, murmuring incantations as his words resonated. A tranquil and harmonious aura of dissolution permeated the atmosphere, as if it could make one forget all earthly troubles and disputes. Once the Saint of Guidance concluded his discourse, the Saint of Precise Interpretation took the stage. He elucidated the principles of cause and effect through vivid examples, expounding on the cyclical nature of karma and the retribution of good and evil. This enlightening discourse equally benefited the disciples below. After the revered sages had sequentially shared their teachings, Laozi, who had remained silent until then, finally spoke. Today, all of you have conveyed your doctrines. Perhaps it would be prudent for the disciples to engage in mutual validation of their learnings, to discern whose understanding is more profound. The top 5 disciples who emerge victorious shall receive precious rewards. With that, Laozi produced a treasure emanating a mysterious glow as a prize. The other sages, upon witnessing this, also brought forth their prepared offerings, a 9-transformation golden elixir, a high-grade treasure from the postnatal realm, an array formation, a heavenly demon blade, and several Bodhi seeds that, in an instant, the scene was awash with an array of rare treasures, their brilliance dazzling to behold. Upon sighting such bountiful rewards, the disciples below became exceedingly excited, scanning their surroundings for fellow disciples of comparable strength. Upon finding suitable opponents, they eagerly sought to showcase their skills in this contest of Taoist arts. However, the likes of Hanzhi Xian, Duo Bao Daorun, Ran Deng Daorun, and Xian Duda Fa Sure remained composed, not rushing to participate. After all, they were formidable beings of the great Luo Golden immortal rank, and their involvement would be somewhat unfair to the less powerful disciples. Thus, they chose to remain seated on their cushions, observing the proceedings. The remaining disciples, undeterred, quickly identified their preferred challengers and commenced fervent battles without hesitation. Among them, Jiang Ziya, a disciple of Hanzhi Xian, descended from the lecture platform into the fray, seeking an opponent. The entire Taoist venue was soon aglow with dazzling lights, the sounds of magical confrontations echoing incessantly. Some disciples swiftly located their adversaries and unleashed formidable swordplay, shadows of blades clashing. Others controlled raging flames that soared into the heavens, while yet others summoned powerful divine beasts to aid them, creating a spectacle of grandeur. Jiang Ziya, though lacking extraordinary talent, possessed commendable strength, having often heard the sacred teachings under the guidance of the Saint of Guidance. This time, he sought out a disciple from the Western teachings named Guang Daorun, with whom he was familiar and confident in his capabilities. Jiang Ziya resolved to challenge Guang Daorun to demonstrate his prowess. The two agreed to engage in a fierce contest in an open area, where the winds shifted dramatically. Jiang Ziya invoked the upper clear celestial arts, standing upon a golden lotus seat for protection, wielding a golden Zen staff as he struck towards Guang. Their spells intertwined and illuminated the space. The spectators held their breath, captivated by this extraordinary duel. Observing from above, the Saints of Guidance and Precise Interpretation were visibly displeased, glaring at Tongtian Lingbao, their expressions cold, momentarily dismissing their attention from the combat. After all, Jiang Ziya had once been a disciple under their tutelage and had now become a disciple of Tongtian Lingbao. Boasting commendable skills, they watched with a twinge of discomfort, hoping that Guang Daorun would triumph over Jiang Ziya, inflicting a lesson for his betrayal of the Western teachings. Ultimately, after a grueling battle, Jiang Ziya emerged victorious over Guang Daorun, only to be subsequently defeated by Ding Run of the Chan sect, leading to his exit from the contest. As time passed, only 5 formidable figures remained: Guang Chengzi, Jinling Shengmu, Gui Ling Shengmu, Yin Shao Xianzi, and Mi Lu Daorun of the Western teachings. Guang Chengzi claimed the 9-transformation golden elixir. Jinling Shengmu obtained a high-grade treasure. Gui Ling Shengmu acquired an array formation. Yin Shao received the heavenly demon blade, and Mi Lu secured the Bodhi seeds, each successfully obtaining their coveted treasures. The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations, their faces alight with elation. However, Yuan Shi Tanzun, seated high upon the platform, bore a sullen countenance. His mood decidedly grim. He pondered inwardly, reflecting on how each of his disciples was of impeccable pedigree, their talents vastly surpassing those of Tongtian Lingbao disciples. Yet only Guang Chengzi emerged victorious in this competition. His heart was unsettled, and he wore an expression of displeasure. Once the competition concluded, the sages announced the successful culmination of the Taoist conference. Subsequently, each sage led their disciples back to their respective sanctuaries. Upon returning to Jiao Island, Tongtian Lingbao rewarded his outstanding disciples. Particularly, he expressed high regard for Bai Lianzi's performance, acknowledging that although he did not claim the top position, his steady performance was commendable. He remained neither overly ostentatious nor lacking. Overall, quite remarkable. With praise lavished upon him, Bai Lianzi, brimming with joy, returned to the cave with his master, Hanzhi Xian. Observing her beloved disciple's commendable performance, Hanzhi Xian felt immense satisfaction. After a brief period of rest, she resolved to enter seclusion for further cultivation, aiming to better comprehend the profound principles imparted during the sage's teachings within the mysterious and tranquil confines of Jiao Island. Hanzhi Xian closed her eyes and sat in meditation within her cave, her aura radiating a faint spiritual glow. After a period of introspective cultivation, she successfully assimilated the essence of the teachings imparted by the sages, her cultivation having ascended to the pinnacle of the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm, with only a thin veil separating her from the mid-stage. Yet despite being so close, this final threshold seemed like an insurmountable chasm, and regardless of her efforts, Hanzhi Xian found herself unable to break through. In the depths of her being, she sensed an unresolved karmic bond tethering her, causing her cultivation to stagnate. Lost in contemplation, she began to recall her past experiences. Eventually, in the recesses of her memory, she captured a faint clue. During her journey to Kunlun Mountain to seek a master, she had once encountered a formidable great Luo golden immortal who attacked her as she flew over a perilous cliff, leaving her gravely injured. It was this unforeseen incident that led her to the fortunate opportunity of joining the sect of Jiao ahead of time. As time had elapsed, had it not been for this karmic fluctuation, Hanzhi Xian believed she might have buried this memory deep within her consciousness. If not for the emergence of this karma, she likely would have long forgotten it. Now, since karma had manifested at this moment, it was time for her to leave the island and resolve this matter once and for all. Hanzhi Xian understood that only by eliminating this lingering grudge could she advance her cultivation and achieve unobstructed clarity of thought. Resolute, she decided to break out of her seclusion and ventured outside her cave. Upon exiting, Hanzhi Xian summoned her disciples and, with a serious expression, instructed them, "I shall be stepping out shortly. You must return to Xian Island at once. Diligently guard the Taoist sanctuary in my absence, and devote yourself to cultivation without negligence." The disciples, in unison, acknowledged her command, vowing to adhere to her wishes. Having set everything in order, Hanzhi Xian shimmered and executed the Qi transformation technique, transforming into a streak of flowing light that swiftly departed from Jiao Island, racing towards the vast and boundless primordial expanse. Guided by the faint traces of memory, she pursued her destination, ultimately arriving at the very cliff where she had once suffered grievous injuries. However, upon reaching her destination, she was met with an empty expanse, devoid of any presence. Hanzhi Xian furrowed her brow, pondering, could it be that he has already departed, or perhaps this is not his true place of seclusion? A myriad of speculations flooded her mind as she stood there, contemplating. Yet undeterred, Hanzhi Xian began to search the vicinity diligently. After a while, she paused and soared into a canyon, but finding no sign of life, she felt compelled to abandon her search. In response, Hanzhi Xian utilized her divination technique, reaching out to the strands of karma woven into her being. With her left hand, she meticulously calculated, and after a while, she halted, realizing through her divination that she had gleaned a faint direction. Without hesitation, Hanzhi Xian invoked the 5 elements Great Escape and, coupled with her Qi transformation technique, hastened towards the northern direction. Upon her arrival, Xian was astonished to find that she had unknowingly reached the northern sea, now mere moments from her intended destination. Thus, Xian ascended into the air without the slightest hesitation, darting away like a bolt of lightning. Before long, she alighted outside an icy cave, steadying her form. Gazing upwards, she beheld the entrance adorned with a majestic inscription Beiji Dong in vigorous strokes, exuding an air of mystery and frigidness. Upon witnessing this sight, Xian spoke not a word. With a graceful flick of her jade hand, she unleashed a blast of Qingling divine thunder into the cave with a resounding crash. A thunderous explosion echoed, shattering the seemingly impenetrable entrance to smithereens. Almost immediately, a Taoist figure burst forth from within, wielding a gleaming ice sword. Upon his emergence, his eyes widened with rage as he pointed the sword's tip at Xian, bellowing, "Who dares to trespass here and violate my sanctum? Speak your purpose swiftly, lest you face my wrath and suffer dire consequences." However, undeterred by the Taoist's furious reprimand, Xian merely snorted disdainfully, disregarding his threats entirely. Another bolt of Qingling divine thunder was released from her hand. Hurtling towards the Taoist, at the same time, she deftly advanced, engaging him in a fierce battle. The elder, witnessing this, was consumed by anger. He leapt into the air with a light push against the ground, skillfully intercepting Xian's divine thunder with his ice sword. In that instant, the realm was illuminated with flashes of lightning and permeated by frigid air as the two exchanged blows, neither yielding, sending shards of ice scattering and causing the snow-capped mountains to tremble. As the duel unfolded, the elder gradually recognized that this woman possessed formidable prowess. Upon scrutinizing her closely, a flicker of recognition ignited within him. He recalled that this was the very woman he had severely injured years prior upon a perilous cliff in the eastern wilderness. Back then, he had believed her to be doomed, yet now she not only survived, but had significantly advanced in cultivation, nearly matching his own strength. Contemplating this, the elder could not help but marvel inwardly, lamenting, "So it is you, wretched maid. I pondered who would dare to disturb my dwelling, and here you come unbidden. You shall not escape today." "Thief! The victor and vanquished remain to be seen," Xian retorted. "I shall demand an explanation for your past transgressions against me." With that, she unleashed her qi to seize him. "You dare challenge me with such feeble tricks? Go train for a few more years." The elder scoffed, summoning his innate treasure, the North Pole mystic veil, to shield himself from her attack. Seeing her assault thwarted, Xian swiftly withdrew her powers, conjuring the Qianquan mirror to unleash a divine beam towards him, subsequently throwing the human seal at him. The immense oppression descended with a thunderous crash, but the elder managed to fend off her onslaught. Xian's brow furrowed as their battle continued, neither side able to gain the upper hand. Ultimately, she suffered a wound from the elder's ice sword. A chilling aura enveloped her, slowing her movements. Alarmed, she hastily utilized the Qingling celestial technique to expel the invading cold from her body. Then, in a fit of rage, declared, "You have forced my hand. I might have spared you, but now, death is your only fate." With a fierce resolve, Xian brandished the heavenly Tao merit ruler, striking down upon him. Bang! The elder found himself unable to evade. Even with all his might and treasures, he could not withstand the assault of the heavenly Tao merit ruler. This was the first time she had resorted to such a powerful weapon in battle, initially intending to keep it hidden as a trump card. However, the elder's blatant disrespect and injury had ignited her fury. The elder was struck by the heavenly Tao merit ruler, standing rigidly for a moment, eyes wide and unblinking, before collapsing lifelessly. He had never anticipated his defeat at the hands of a woman, nor could he fathom the might of such an obscure immortal, leading to his untimely demise in the Northwest. After vanquishing him, Xian sheathed her treasures and powers, approaching the elder's corpse to claim his ice sword. She then summoned the 3 flames of true fire to incinerate his remains before entering his cave to search for treasures. After a brief search, she indeed uncovered a low-grade, innate spiritual root known as the North Pole Snow Lotus, a rare spiritual entity unique to the Northern Sea. Subsequently, she commenced the refinement of the ice sword, only to discover upon completion that it was the upper-grade innate spiritual treasure, the North Pole mystic light sword. Satisfied, she nodded and stowed it away in the northern sea. At the entrance to the North Pole cave, Hanzhi Xian, having slain the elder, returned to the cave where he had meditated, completing the refinement of the North Pole mystic light sword. It was then that she learned the elder was known as the North Pole Taoist, a native of the northern sea, born from the convergence of a celestial aurora over countless years, a being of immense power and boundless magic. Yet, fate is fickle, and at this moment, he lay slain by Hanzhi Xian. Within the elder's dwelling, Hanzhi Xian claimed the upper-grade innate spiritual treasure, the North Pole mystic light sword. The blade shimmered with an icy radiance, as if encapsulating boundless power. Recognizing its extraordinary nature, she resolved to refine it further, striving to unleash its maximum potential. After days of relentless effort, Hanzhi Xian succeeded in the refinement of the North Pole mystic light sword. That moment, an unprecedented sense of ease and elation washed over her, banishing all lingering shadows and worries from her heart. As it turned out, with the North Pole Taoist demise, their karmic ties had been severed. Understanding the significance of this moment, Hanzhi Xian promptly decided to establish a grand formation within the cave, entering a period of seclusion to fully assimilate the gains from his conflict and seek a breakthrough in her cultivation. Time passed unnoticed, and before she knew it, Hanzhi Xian had been in seclusion for several days. Perhaps due to the resolution of her karmic ties and a heart free of burdens, she felt her thoughts becoming increasingly clear and her spiritual energy flowing more smoothly. Last, in a fleeting moment, the barrier within her shattered, propelling her cultivation to the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. With that, she withdrew her powers, opened her eyes, and a smile graced her face as she nodded in delight. Just as Hanzhi Xian reveled in her breakthrough, a resonant yet benevolent voice echoed in her ears. Hanzhi Xian, hasten to the depths of the northern sea that a mysterious tortoise has descended, and you must subdue it, bringing it into our sect, where you shall act as its master. Upon hearing this, Hanzhi Xian felt a stir in her heart. The master then revealed the backstory. Once, he had journeyed to the northern sea to persuade the tortoise to transform its limbs into a contribution of cosmic significance. He had promised that should the tortoise reincarnate, he would accept it as a disciple. Now, the time was ripe, and the master had intended to retrieve the tortoise himself. However, realizing that Hanzhi Xian had coincidentally resolved her past ties and advanced her cultivation, he dispatched her on this task to save himself the journey. With that, Hanzhi Xian set off towards the depths of the northern sea. Before long, she arrived at her destination, the deep sea of the northern sea, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. The mysterious tortoise was undergoing a critical transformation, besieged by roaring thunder and blinding lightning, as the menacing bolts descended like ferocious dragons, clawing at the tortoise's massive shell. The tortoise closed its eyes tightly, exhaling plumes of black mist, its thick shell bracing against the tumult of the thunderstorm. Its carapace shimmered with an enigmatic glow, seemingly battling the forces of nature. Time ticked by, when the final bolt of lightning struck. A radiant light of merit appeared behind the tortoise's head. Gradually, the dark clouds dissipated, and sunlight bathed the earth once more, for the thunderstorm spared those of virtue. The tortoise's merit stemmed from its previous sacrifice of limbs. As long as they supported the heavens, it would be endowed with an inexhaustible source of merit, a veritable embodiment of fortune and virtue. This moment, Hanzhi Xian revealed herself, gracefully approaching the tortoise. Smiling, she addressed it, "I am Hanzhi Xian, an inner disciple of the Tongtian master of the Jiejiao, that I have come today to seek you, to guide you into my sect as my personal disciple. Will you accept?" Continuing, Hanzhi Xian recounted the events entrusted to her by Tongtian Zhu to Xian Gui in meticulous detail, outlining the entire sequence of occurrences. Upon finishing her narrative, Xian Gui felt a gradual resurgence of memories from his past life flooding into his primordial spirit. Afterward, he grasped the entirety of the situation, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He immediately knelt and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder. I, the humble turtle, wish to follow you and dedicate myself to your service. Hanzhi, Xian nodded slightly and replied, Very well, you shall be my fourth disciple. And I bestow upon you the title of Bei Xianzhen as a direct disciple of my sect. Yes, disciple Bei Xianzhen expresses my gratitude for the bestowed title, Xian Gui said, bowing deeply. Rise, for now, accompany me back to my cave abode, Hanzhi Xian instructed. Subsequently, she led Xian Gui back to the celestial realm of the northern pole. Upon entering the cave, Hanzhi Xian bestowed upon Bei Xianzhen the Shangqing celestial arts and a spiritual treasure. She gently admonished, This is the Shangqing celestial arts of my sect, and these are the spiritual treasures I grant you. The preeminent polar Xian light sword and the nine-tiered white lotus. Both of the highest quality, you must diligently practice and familiarize yourself with your circumstances, refining the spiritual treasures while transforming your innate power into the strength of the Shangqing celestial arts. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Xian Gui respectfully accepted the treasures and again bowed in gratitude, stating, Yes, I am profoundly grateful for the Shangqing celestial arts and the spiritual treasures bestowed upon me by my esteemed master. No need for such formality. Now, go and cultivate earnestly. After Hanzhi Xian's words, Bei Xianzhen bowed and retreated, subsequently finding a tranquil spot to focus on his training. Meanwhile, Hanzhi Xian remained in the northern pole cave, firmly closing the cave door, and began a new day of seclusion and cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and approximately 300 years later, Hanzhi Xian emerged from her seclusion. The first thing she did upon her exit was summon Xian Gui, inquiring meticulously about his progress and cultivation during her absence. Upon learning that he was well and had made advancements, successfully cultivating his power into the Shangqing celestial arts, Hanzhi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, with a serious expression, she addressed Xian Gui, saying, I am about to embark on a journey. All affairs here shall be entrusted to you. You must diligently cultivate and not become complacent. After dismissing him, Hanzhi Xian transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the heavens. It was during her time in seclusion that Hanzhi Xian suddenly recalled the establishment of the heavenly court in the future. She remembered that after the completion of the sky's restoration, when the saints departed, she had gone directly to the underworld, which led to a series of events. Unfortunately, she had not had the time to pay attention to these developments, and thus she was unaware that the heavenly court had been re-established at that time. Upon returning to their respective sanctuaries, the six great saints received a message from Hongjun Laozu, instructing them to convene at the Zishao Palace for a discussion. Consequently, the six saints hurriedly flew to the palace. Upon their arrival, Hongjun spoke, stating that the demon court had been vanquished and that it was necessary to re-establish the heavenly court. He requested them to recommend a candidate for this task. However, as they debated, no one was willing to concede to the others. Lao Zi proposed Xian Du, but Yuan Shi vetoed it. When Yuan Shi suggested Guang Chengzi, Tongtian Zhu countered that he was unworthy of the position. Then, when Tongtian Zhu recommended Duo Bao, Dao Run, Jie and Zhuan Ti along with Nu Hua collectively rejected him, citing his sins against living beings, which were unforgivable, thus deeming him unfit for the role. Finally, when it came to Nu Hua, she suggested the last surviving prince of the demon race, Luya, who had been left in the Nu Hua palace. But the five saints unanimously dismissed the proposal, condemning his grievous crimes against creation. Lastly, when it was the turn of the two saints from the west, before they could make a suggestion, Yuan Shi preemptively cut off their plans. Declaring that the heavenly court pertained to the east, the two were displeased, and ultimately, Hongjun Laozu appointed his own disciple, Hao Tian, along with Yao Qi, as the new figures of the heavenly court. He also bestowed upon Hao Tian the innate spiritual treasures, the Hao Tian mirror, Hao Tian tower, and Hao Tian sword, while granting Yao Qi the innate spiritual treasures of a golden hairpin and the innate spiritual root of the peach tree of immortality, instructing them to establish their domain within the heavenly court. Thus, the new heavenly court was established, and Hanzhi Xian's journey was to secure a position for her newly accepted disciple. While in seclusion, she had recalled the existence of the Northern Emperor Xuanwu, also known as the true martial emperor, whose attributes closely resembled those of her disciple, prompting her visit to the heavenly court in the primordial wilderness. Hanzhi Xian raced toward the heavenly court and soon arrived at its gates. From a distance, she beheld the majestic southern heavenly gate, towering and imposing. Before the entrance stood two formidable celestial generals, armed with weapons, their expressions grave and solemn as they guarded this crucial portal to the heavenly realm. Hanzhi Xian descended from the clouds, stepping lightly on lotus petals, and approached the gate. Nodding slightly to the guarding generals, she spoke softly, "I am Hanzhi Xian, an inner disciple of the Shangqing saint of the Jiejiao. I have come to pay my respects to my esteemed uncle Hao Tian and kindly request your assistance in conveying my message." The celestial general, upon hearing this, scrutinized Hanzhi Xian, recognizing her extraordinary aura and the immense merit radiating from her, recalling that she was the revered lady of rebirth from the underworld. Startled, he did not dare to be negligent and quickly responded, "Please wait a moment, my lady. I shall convey your message immediately." Shortly thereafter, the celestial general returned, addressing Hanzhi Xian. "The great Emperor Hao Tian requests your presence. Please follow me." He then led her into the magnificent Ling Shao treasure hall of the heavenly court. Upon entering the hall, Hanzhi Xian beheld a man seated upon a throne, adorned with a 9-layered crown and clad in a golden Taoist robe, flanked by the graceful and dignified Yao Qi Shengmu. Hanzhi Xian approached the throne, bowing respectfully, and proclaimed, "I, Hanzhi Xian, an inner disciple of the Tongtian saint of the Jiejiao, pay my respects to my esteemed uncle. May you ascend to the realm of chaos soon." Her voice rang clear and melodious, reminiscent of a yellow aureole emerging from the valley. The great Emperor Hao Tian and Yao Qi Shengmu exchanged warm smiles, their hearts secretly admiring Hanzhi Xian's poise and propriety. Especially upon hearing her refer to Hao Tian as her uncle, they felt an even greater sense of kinship. They thought to themselves, the Tongtian Jiao Zhu truly knows how to teach his disciples well. In contrast to other saints' disciples, who often carried an air of superiority, Hanzhi Xian was a refreshing presence among them. Then, the great Emperor Hao Tian inquired about the purpose of Hanzhi Xian's visit. Calm and composed, she clearly articulated her intentions. She had come to secure a promising future for her disciple. After listening to her explanation, the great Emperor Hao Tian pondered briefly and quickly grasped the situation. With a gentle smile, he readily agreed. Expressing his willingness to facilitate this matter, he waved his hand, bestowing the title of Northern True Martial Emperor upon Hanzhi Xian's disciple, commanding him to oversee the northern territories. Furthermore, it was decreed that upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, he would be permitted to serve in the heavenly court. Notably, this Northern True Martial Emperor was granted the privilege of discretion in his decisions, possessing a significant degree of autonomy, a position of great power indeed. Upon hearing this favorable news, Hanzhi Xian's heart brimmed with joy, feeling that her journey to the heavenly court had been worthwhile. After all, the heavenly court was currently in need of capable individuals, unlike in the later years when it was filled with various figures. Hanzhi Xian promptly expressed her gratitude once more to the great Emperor Hao Tian and Yao Qi Shengmu. With matters settled, Hanzhi Xian engaged in conversation with the great Emperor Hao Tian and Yao Qi Shengmu for a while before rising slowly to take her leave. After exiting the Ling Shao treasure hall, she passed through the southern heavenly gate and swiftly descended toward the realm inhabited by humanity. It had been quite some time since Hanzhi Xian had ventured into the lands of humanity, and she found herself pondering the current state of affairs there. Along the way, her mind was filled with countless thoughts, and images of the past concerning humanity flooded her consciousness. In the vast expanse of the human realm, Hanzhi Xian suddenly felt a pang of concern for her 12 guardian spirit beasts, the 12 zodiac signs. As time flowed by, and the years slipped away, she wondered how they were faring now. Were they diligently cultivating? With this thought, Hanzhi Xian felt it was time to visit them. Not only would this allow her to assess their progress in cultivation and offer necessary guidance, but it would also serve as an acknowledgement and expression of gratitude for their years of silent guardianship over humanity. Upon entering the territory of humanity, Hanzhi Xian made her way directly to the compassionate Taoist temple, which had been specifically constructed by the human race in her honor. The temple was grand and solemn, reflecting the respect and reverence humanity held for her. Upon entering, Hanzhi Xian quickly sent a message to the 12 guardian spirit beasts, summoning them to the compassionate Taoist temple. The 12 guardian spirit beasts were filled with excitement upon receiving Hanzhi Xian's message, as they had not seen her for a long time. Hearing her voice, they quickly emerged from their own abodes, hastening toward the compassionate Taoist temple. Before long, they encountered the long-absent Hanzhi Immortal within the Taoist temple. Once the 12 guardian spirit beasts entered the hall, they beheld Hanzhi Immortal gracefully seated upon a cloud bed, a warm smile illuminating her face as she gazed upon them. Overwhelmed by the sight, the 12 individuals approached, kneeling in reverence, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the goddess. May you enjoy eternal longevity. There's no need for excessive formalities. Rise." Hanzhi Immortal raised her hand, bidding them to stand. As they regained their footing, she surveyed the 12 guardian spirit beasts, meticulously assessing the cultivation levels of each zodiac creature. Soon, Hanzhi Immortal nodded appreciatively, feeling a profound sense of gratification as she noted that through years of dedicated practice, they had all successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the late golden immortal stage. This achievement was indeed commendable, especially for those who balanced the arduous task of cultivation with the duty of safeguarding humanity. Hanzhi Immortal, fully aware of their struggles, generously rewarded them with a graceful wave of her jade hand. 12 fragrant fire apricot fruits, imbued with rich spiritual energy, floated before each guardian spirit beast. This is a token of appreciation for your hard work over the years. I hope you will continue to strive diligently and break through any obstacles to reach even greater heights. Hanzhi Immortal declared with a smile. The 12 individuals, elated by the gift of the 12 fire apricot fruits, stepped forward to receive one each, their hearts brimming with joy as they expressed their gratitude to Hanzhi Immortal. Following this, she instructed them to take their time to absorb the fruit's essence, to which they nodded in agreement before respectfully withdrawing. After the 12 had departed, Hanzhi Immortal turned and exited the compassionate Taoist temple, her footsteps light as she made her way toward the ancestral hall of humanity, where the 3 ancestral figures of humankind typically conducted their affairs. She anticipated that from their discussions, she would gain a detailed understanding of the current state of humanity's development. Before long, Hanzhi Immortal arrived at the entrance of the human ancestral hall. The guards, upon recognizing her, promptly bowed and opened the doors. Hanzhi Immortal nodded slightly in acknowledgement and stepped inside that moment. The 3 ancestral figures were engaged in important discussions. Upon noticing Hanzhi Immortal's unexpected arrival, their faces lit up with surprise, and they hurried to greet her. "We did not know the Immortal had arrived and failed to come out to welcome you. Please forgive us," the 3 ancestral figures said, hastening to apologize as they approached Hanzhi Immortal. "There is no need for such formalities. I came on a whim. How could I hold it against you?" Hanzhi Immortal replied, "Moreover, it has been quite some time since I last visited humanity, and since I was passing through on business in the primordial wilderness, I thought to stop by and see how you are faring. Now that I see you are all well, I feel at ease," she explained to the 3 ancestral figures. After exchanging pleasantries, they each took their seats. Hanzhi Immortal straightforwardly expressed her desire to learn about the current state of human development. The 3 ancestral figures, not daring to delay, began to recount the achievements and challenges humanity had faced over recent years in various domains. Thus, through a series of questions and answers, time slipped away unnoticed. Before long, Hanzhi Immortal had successfully acquired all the information she sought. Through her dialogue with the 3 ancestral figures, she also gained a clearer understanding of the future direction of humanity's development. Subsequently, Hanzhi Immortal bestowed upon each of the 3 ancestral figures a fire apricot fruit to quench their thirst, before returning to the compassionate Taoist temple to enter seclusion. Occasionally, she would emerge to offer guidance to the 12 guardian spirit beasts. And at times, she would visit the 3 ancestral figures to see if they encountered any difficulties that required her assistance, seizing the opportunity to resolve any challenges they faced in their cultivation. In truth, during her years among humanity, Hanzhi Immortal led an exceptionally free and tranquil life. As for the compassionate Taoist temple, Hanzhi Immortal was presently in seclusion, diligently cultivating. Meanwhile, within the supremely mysterious Eight Scenery Palace, 6 saints had convened. At this juncture, the world of the primordial wilderness had seen the retreat of the witch and demon clans, while humanity flourished and prospered. With the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the 6 saints had received the decree from Hongjun Saint to establish the framework for humanity. Therefore, they gathered today at the Taoist Temple of Laozi, the Eight Scenery Palace, at the Shiyang Mountain. The assembly of the 6 saints was convened to deliberate on matters of utmost significance regarding humanity's future, particularly the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, which necessitated their discussion on the allocation of these esteemed titles. During this discourse, Nuwa, seeing a glimmer of hope, became the most proactive, as her brother Fuxi had already perished. She felt that the time for her brother's opportunity had arrived. After much contemplation and extensive discussion, a conclusion was finally reached. The first determination made was the position of the Heavenly Emperor, for which Nuwa recommended her brother Fuxi as the most suitable candidate. During the cataclysmic struggle between the witch and demon clans, Fuxi had tragically sustained severe injuries, leading to his demise. When Nuwa arrived at the scene, she found only a faint remnant of his divine essence remaining in the world. She subsequently preserved it, hoping for a chance at resurrection in the future, given that her brother's opportunity had now come. Nuwa intended to send him into reincarnation, allowing him to be reborn as a member of humanity, and thus achieving the supreme status of the Heavenly Emperor. However, the establishment of the humanistic teachings was a debt owed to Nuwa. Consequently, Laozi Saint resolved to facilitate this matter and sought to understand the associated karmic ties with Nuwa. Following this, Laozi Saint declared, "Since this is the case, let Fuxi be designated as the Heavenly Emperor and dispatch my favored disciple, Master Xuandu, to serve as the protector on his path to enlightenment, while also taking on the role of his mentor. As for the remaining 2 emperors and 5 sovereigns, the saints, after several calculations, were unable to arrive at a definitive conclusion. Therefore, they decided to first establish their respective protectors. During this process, intense debates and contestations erupted among the saints, particularly regarding the allocation of the Earth Emperor and Human Emperor titles, as well as the distribution of the 5 emperors. Ultimately, after arduous negotiations, they reached the following agreement. The disciples of the Tongtian Jiao would be responsible for supporting the Earth Emperor, while the Chan Jiao would undertake the guardianship of the Human Emperor. When it came time to determine the candidates for the 5 emperors, the atmosphere once again became tense. This was due to the domineering nature of the Yuan Shi Tianzun, who claimed the first 3 slots among the 5 emperors. Observing this situation, the other saints, though dissatisfied, felt compelled to acquiesce to Yuan Shi Tianzun's authority. The second-to-last slot for the 5 emperors was allocated to the disciples of the Western teachings, namely the connecting saint and the approaching saint. Tongtian was left with the final slot. Laozi and Nuwa, disinterested in the 5 emperors, chose not to participate in this allocation. Subsequently, everyone returned to their respective abodes to prepare. As time flowed by and the years passed, a century had swiftly elapsed. One day, within the Eight Scenery Palace, Laozi Saint sat quietly upon a mat, his eyes gently closed as he utilized his supreme powers to contemplate the affairs of the world. Suddenly, he felt a stirring in his heart, sensing something amiss. After a moment of calculation, he discerned that the item needed for Fuxi's future enlightenment was currently held by the renowned Kunpeng of the Demon Court. Laozi Saint pondered briefly, then opened his eyes, promptly deciding to send word to Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tongtian Jiao Master, informing them of this matter and instructing them to dispatch their disciples to accompany his personal disciple, Master Xuandu, to the North Sea and retrieve this essential item for Fuxi's path to enlightenment. Meanwhile, at the distant shores of the North Sea, Hanzhi Immortal had just returned to the Infinite Cave after concluding a period of secluded cultivation. She was preparing to take her newly accepted 4th disciple, the Xian turtle, back to Xinxiao Island. Just as they were about to rise and exit the Infinite Cave, a sudden surge of powerful magical energy resonated from the skies above the North Sea. Hanzhi Immortal was taken aback and quickly halted her steps, calculating the energy before addressing the Xian turtle beside her. North Xianjun, please wait a moment for your master. Return to the cave for now. The Xian turtle, perplexed but obedient, replied, "Yes, master. I shall comply." In an instant, Hanzhi immortal transformed, soaring into the air like a wisp of smoke. Focusing her gaze ahead, she soon witnessed four figures engaged in an intense magical duel not far from her. Upon closer inspection, she realized that they were the three prominent disciples from the human teachings, the Chan school, and the intercepting school, Master Xuandu, Taoist Guanqing, and Taoist Duobao. Their adversary was none other than the previously formidable Kunpeng Demon Master. It turned out that Master Xuandu and the others had come to the North Sea Demon Master's palace in search of Kunpeng, following their master's orders. Initially, Master Xuandu and his companions approached Kunpeng with courtesy, hoping to negotiate for the retrieval of the vital item. However, Kunpeng exhibited an arrogant demeanor, dismissing their requests with disdain and even resorting to mockery. Taoist Guanqing, known for his prideful nature, could not contain his fury upon witnessing Kunpeng's haughty attitude. He erupted in anger, launching a torrent of insults. Relying on his status as a disciple of Saint, he disregarded Kunpeng entirely, and after unleashing his fury, he was the first to strike, summoning his magical artifact to attack Kunpeng. Seeing this, Master Xuandu and Taoist Duobao recognized the impropriety of Guanqing's actions, yet finding themselves in such a predicament, they reluctantly joined the fray, standing alongside Guanqing in their confrontation against the formidable Kunpeng Demon Master. In a fleeting moment, the skies above the North Sea shimmered with radiant light, and waves of magical energy surged tumultuously, stirring the winds and clouds, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. For a brief while, the assembled crowd engaged in fierce combat, yet they found themselves ensnared by the formidable presence of Kunpeng, as they faced imminent peril from the arcane powers unleashed by the master of the Kunpeng. The immortal Hanzhi intervened, skillfully employing the nine-treasure Jade Rui to deflect the oncoming assault. Just as the situation reached its climax, Hanzhi, with the swiftness of lightning, propelled herself towards Kunpeng, initiating a breathtaking duel of sorcery against the renowned and powerful elder of the demon clan. However, the disparity in their strengths was palpable. Despite Hanzhi's exertion of every ounce of her prowess, she found herself at a distinct disadvantage against such a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, Hanzhi was not without means of defense. She swiftly summoned her treasured artifact, the 12th grade White Lotus, which emanated a blinding radiance, enveloping her in protection. Simultaneously, she wielded her personal spiritual treasure, the 9-treasure Jade Rui, continuously brandishing it to fend off Kunpeng's relentless onslaught. The two adversaries exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch, and for a time, the sky was ablaze with dazzling light, and the air crackled with potent energy. Ultimately, however, Kunpeng's superior skill began to tell, and Hanzhi gradually felt the strain of the conflict. In that critical moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within Hanzhi's mind. She recalled the purpose of her visit. Resolutely, she chose to disengage, feigning a strike before leaping beyond the realm of battle. Once she found her footing, Hanzhi addressed Kunpeng with a commanding voice. "Esteemed Kunpeng, we have come at the behest of the revered Nuwa. Should you refuse to surrender the Hichu and Luoshu willingly, the consequences may be dire." With that, she fixed her unwavering gaze upon Kunpeng, awaiting his response. Upon hearing her words, Kunpeng's expression shifted slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he let out a resigned sigh and, with a casual wave, relinquished the Hichu and Luoshu to Hanzhi. Overjoyed, she swiftly caught the artifacts and turned to present them respectfully to Master Xuandu. After fulfilling her mission, Hanzhi bowed to the other two, exchanging polite greetings, demonstrating her impeccable manners. After a brief exchange with her senior brother, the more than bountiful master, she departed without a backward glance, returning to the Wujidong. Upon entering the cave, Hanzhi immediately settled into a meditative posture, closing her eyes and calculating fervently. The events of the day had illuminated for her the imminent rise of the human race, heralding the dawn of a new era, the age of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Hanzhi recognized this as an extraordinary opportunity, one she was determined not to miss. With unwavering focus, she endeavored to discern a thread of fortune that might allow her to seize this moment. Not long after, her profound contemplation bore fruit. Yet, as time remained ample, there was no rush. Hanzhi, parting her lips, called out, "Where's the esteemed Bei Xian? Come swiftly to Wujidong." No sooner had her words faded than a figure materialized before her, none other than Xian Turtle, who had heeded her call and promptly appeared. With that, Hanzhi led him out of Wujidong, activating the grand formation to conceal the cave, and turned to the Xian Turtle, saying, "Here, once you have achieved mastery, you may return to establish your own sanctuary in Wujidong." "Yes, I understand," the Xian Turtle replied, bowing respectfully. "Good, let us depart," Hanzhi affirmed. With that, she and the Xian Turtle soared into the sky, heading towards the eastern sea and her sanctuary on Xianxia Island. Upon reaching Xianxia Island, enveloped in rich primordial spiritual energy, it resembled a realm of immortals, breathtakingly beautiful. Behind her, the Xian Turtle gazed with wide, curious eyes, taking in the enchanting unfamiliarity of this new domain. It marveled at the almost tangible density of spiritual energy, silently exclaiming, "The concentration of spiritual essence here surpasses that of the North Sea." Soon after, Hanzhi guided the Xian Turtle to the Grand Wuxian Hall, where she gracefully waved her sleeve, issuing a command to summon her other 3 direct disciples. She did not notify the other students, only the attendants who had always been by her side. Upon her return, they hurriedly approached, standing respectfully at her sides. Once everyone had gathered, Hanzhi smiled as she introduced the Xian Turtle to Shiji, Yuanyangzi, and Balianzi, saying, "This is my 4th direct disciple, Xian Turtle, also known as Bei Xian. You shall befriend one another as fellow disciples and avoid any discord." "Yes, we shall heed the master's words," Shiji and the others replied. Afterward, Hanzhi turned to Shiji and instructed, "Next time, Shiji, find a suitable place for your junior brother to cultivate." "Yes, master," Shiji responded. Subsequently, she recounted the tale of her encounter with the Xian Turtle, emphasizing its remarkable potential and extraordinary qualities. Once finished, Hanzhi entrusted Shiji with leading the Xian Turtle to find an appropriate place for cultivation. At the same time, she turned to Auda and advised, "Please inform those disciples who could not attend that we have gained a new direct disciple." "Yes, master, I understand," Auda replied. "Excellent," Hanzhi declared, with all arrangements made. She dismissed her attendants and turned towards the Zhishuan cave, preparing to enter seclusion for further cultivation to enhance her skills. Time slipped by, and soon Hanzhi had spent a considerable period in her Zhishuan cave. When she finally emerged, her demeanor bore subtle changes, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Hanzhi mused aloud. This retreat has yielded substantial gains. It is time to explore the vast and boundless wilderness of the primordial world. Now that peace reigns in the world, it is the perfect opportunity for self-cultivation. With that, she communicated with Shiji, instructing her to guard the sanctuary before she transformed into a streak of light. Racing towards the eastern coast, as Hanzhi soared halfway, she recalled her harmonious interactions with the Sanshao sisters and Kaiyun Xian. She decided to alter her course and head towards their dwelling first. Initially, she had planned to seek out the Sanshao sisters on Sanxian Island and then invite Kaiyun Xian to join them in their exploration of the primordial realm. However, unexpectedly, just as she left the sanctuary and traversed the East Sea, she encountered Kaiyun Xian. Upon their meeting, they exchanged greetings and pleasantries. After a brief exchange, Hanzhi learned that Kaiyun Xian had set out specifically to find her on Xinxiao Island. Eager to share her thoughts, Hanzhi invited Kaiyun Xian to accompany her in visiting the Sanshao sisters, so they could all embark together on their journey through the primordial world. Kaiyun Xian, delighted by the proposal, readily agreed, her expression brightening with joy. Thus, the 2 companions journeyed side by side, laughing and chatting as they made their way towards Sanxian Island. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Standing before the island, Hanzhi called out, "Sanshao sisters, your elder sister Hanzhi and junior sister Kaiyun have arrived." As her voice echoed, a radiant light flickered within the island, and a grand formation gradually opened. From within the formation emerged a young disciple clad in azure robes, who respectfully bowed to the 2, saying, "Auntie and uncle, my master is aware of your arrival and has specially sent me to welcome you. Please, follow me into the island." With the disciples' guidance, Hanzhi nodded slightly and, hand in hand with Kaiyun Xian, stepped onto the island. Following the winding path, they soon arrived before the cave dwelling of the Sanshao sisters, Upon arrival, they beheld the three sisters standing outside their abode, seemingly having awaited their arrival for quite some time. Upon seeing Hanzhi and Xian, Yunyao quickly approached, accompanied by Bixiao and Qiangliu, exclaiming, "Elder sister, junior sister, we've missed you both dearly. Indeed, it has been far too long since we last met. I came with Xian to visit you." Hanzhi replied, as the group exchanged smiles and greetings. After a round of courteous salutations, they entered the cave together. The Sanshao sisters then instructed their disciple to fetch the island's specialties and spiritual fruits to treat their elder sister and junior sister. Recalling how Hanzhi had similarly welcomed them with delicacies from her own island during their previous visit. Thus, they prepared to share the unique fruits of their island with Hanzhi and Xian. Since the immortal Hanzhi had graciously hosted the three sisters, it was only natural that they should express their gratitude in return, albeit in a modest manner. Thus, the group gathered within the cave. Seated together, savoring the delectable fruits while engaging in spirited discussions about the profound and esoteric principles of Taoism. Unbeknownst to them, time quietly slipped away, and a century passed in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, Hanzhi shared her thoughts with the three sisters of Sanshao, inquiring whether they would be inclined to accompany her and the immortal Xian on an expedition to the vast and boundless wilderness. With eager anticipation, she addressed them. "Dear junior sisters, my purpose in coming to Sanxian Island is to invite you and our sister Xian to journey into the expansive primordial lands. What say you?" Upon hearing her words, the three sisters pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. The youngest, Bixiao, exclaimed joyfully to Hanzhi, "Sister, how delightful! I've been quite bored on Sanxian Island. Now we have the opportunity to venture forth." Seeing their youngest sister's enthusiasm, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao also expressed their support for the proposal. "Very well, let us set forth together," Hanzhi declared. "Indeed," echoed the three sisters alongside Xian, after the sisters ensured that the young guardians of the cave would vigilantly oversee the premises. The five companions finally embarked on their journey filled with unknowns and surprises across the primordial realm. They soared through the air like lightning, transforming into 5 streaks of light, speeding away towards the ancient and mysterious wilderness. Along the way, they floated on clouds or rode the winds, their laughter and joy ringing out continuously. Whenever fatigue set in, they would descend from the clouds to rest in picturesque locations of flowing waters and verdant peaks. Here, they continued to explore the mysteries of Taoism, sharing insights and experiences before rising once more to journey side by side, occasionally pausing to admire the beautiful scenery along the way and strolling amidst the lush mountains and tranquil waters, reveling in this rare and cherished leisure. Thus, meandering and pausing, it was not long before they arrived at the eastern reaches of the primordial lands. This locale was replete with natural beauty and abundant resources, emanating a mysterious and alluring aura. The group was indeed fortunate. Their journey had yielded plentiful treasures, each collecting numerous rare and precious materials. Notably, Sanshao and Xian fortuitously discovered and tamed a magnificent and stunning divine beast as their steed. Much to the delight of the four, Yun Xiao acquired a green phoenix as her mount. Xiong Xiao chose a swan. The youngest Xiong Xiao selected a flower-winged bird, while Xian opted for a white crane. In the days that followed, the four rode their steeds, while Hanzhi soared on a cloud, continuing their journey. Both traveling and admiring the sights. One day, they arrived at a high mountain in the eastern primordial lands, known as Mount Tai. After the four had secured their mounts, Hanzhi dismounted from her cloud, and together they ascended Mount Tai. Soon, they stood atop the majestic peak, gazing out over the undulating mountains. The rolling sea of clouds and the myriad rays of sunlight, an awe-inspiring vista that captivated their souls and left them entranced on this splendid day in the east, with the sun shining brightly. Hanzhi and her companions had traversed from the summit of Mount Tai to the southern foothills of Lingnan. This area was replete with crystal-clear waters and idyllic scenery. Yet what truly captured their attention was the sight of a cave that seemed to appear and vanish nearby. The five were not surprised, for Mount Tai indeed resembled a celestial paradise. It was only fitting that a cave would grace such a location. They quickened their pace to reach the cave entrance. where they beheld three grand characters inscribed above the door, by Xia Cave, written in the divine script of the Tao. Yun Shao turned to Hanzhi and Kai Yun, exclaiming, "Sister, look!" realizing the significance. Hanzhi recognized this as the cave of the revered by Xia Yuanjun, often referred to as the grandmother of Mount Tai in later generations. She held a respected position within the Eastern Taoist tradition, known for her virtuous character. Hanzhi contemplated whether she should take this opportunity to accept her as a disciple. Just then, the three sisters of Yun Shao felt a sudden tremor in their hearts, a mysterious sensation stirring within them, as if an unseen force was guiding them. Yun Shao remarked, "What is this?" as she began to calculate with her left hand, soon discovering that this place concealed something of great significance to them. Observing the sister's reaction, Hanzhi understood that her hopes of accepting a disciple were futile, yet she felt no dismay. After all, it was her junior sister's destiny to seize this opportunity, and she could not be selfish. Without hesitation, the five decided to break the protective formation guarding the cave. Though the formation appeared complex and profound, it was not particularly challenging for them, as disciples of the celestial master of it. Having received extensive teachings, their understanding of formation surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Before long, with a flash of light, the seemingly impenetrable formation crumbled. The five entered the cave, only to find that the interior space was not very large. After a brief survey, their attention quickly focused on the soul being present within. The three sisters of Yun Shao gazed in astonishment at the sight before them, a swirling mass of emerald green clouds, resonating with their own attributes. In no wonder they had felt a connection outside the cave. It was indeed their destined encounter. The vibrant clouds exuded an aura of vitality. Overcome with excitement, Bai Xiao tugged at Yun Zhao's sleeve, exclaiming, "Sister, look! This being possesses profound roots and exceptional qualities. We should take her as our disciple." Xiong Shao nodded in agreement, eager to accept this chance they had long coveted from Hanzhi's disciples. Observing her sister's fervor, Yun Shao smiled gently and turned to Hanzhi and Kai Yun, seeking their input. Hanzhi replied, "Sister, this is your opportunity. Do not let it slip away." At the same time, Kai Yun added, "Indeed, sister, we should first secure this chance." After hearing these words and seeing their nods, Yun Shao felt no objection. After all, this being was indeed fated to be with them. Thus, she consented. Soon, Yun Shao approached the being with light steps, her face radiating kindness and wisdom. She began to elaborate on the principles of Taoism to the swirling green clouds, her voice melodious and enchanting, captivating all who listened. During her discourse, she paused occasionally to observe the being's reactions, ensuring comprehension of the knowledge imparted. Additionally, she conveyed that if the being wished to follow her in cultivation, she would formally accept her as a disciple and share her wisdom. The being seemed to understand, nodding vigorously as if expressing her willingness. Once Yun Shao finished speaking, Hanzhi and Kai Yun stepped out of Bai Xia Cave, seeking a quiet area nearby, suitable for meditation and cultivation. Meanwhile, Yun Shao, Xiong Shao, and Bai Xiao settled around the untransformed being, continuing to impart teachings and clarify doubts. They hoped that through persistent instruction and guidance, they could assist this being in breaking free from its constraints and successfully transforming. Time passed swiftly. One day, Hanzhi and Kai Yun completed their meditative retreat and awakened. After tidying their garments, they made their way back to Bai Xia Cave. Upon entering, they found Yun Shao and her sisters still fully engrossed in their teachings. Surrounding the vibrant clouds, realizing it was not the right moment to interrupt, they exchanged knowing smiles and quietly left the cave. After departing, Hanzhi and Kai Yun strolled leisurely side by side, wandering through the surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves on the western slopes of Mount Tai. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of colorful light caught their attention, drawing their gaze. They exchanged curious glances and instinctively quickened their pace towards the source of the light. As they approached, they discovered a remarkably exquisite whip lying quietly within a small stone cave. The whip emanated an otherworldly radiance, as if it contained boundless power within. Hanzhi Xian scrutinized the whip for a moment before turning to Kai Yun Xian, smiling as she addressed her. "Kai Yun, my dear junior sister, I sense a profound connection between you and this whip that it appears to be a fortuitous opportunity destined for you. Please, step forward and take it, using it as your own protective talisman. Senior sister, Kai Yun Xian stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet before she could finish, Hanzhi Xian interrupted, "There is no need for hesitation. Junior sister, this whip is indeed fated for you. Do not concern yourself with my feelings. I, Hanzhi Xian, possess many treasures and lack nothing. Simply accept it." "Yes, senior sister, I am truly grateful," replied Kai Yun Xian. "Do not mention it. Go ahead," Hanzhi Xian encouraged. Upon hearing this, Kai Yun Xian cast a grateful glance at Hanzhi Xian, and with no further reluctance, she nodded and stepped forward. She gently raised her jade hand, chanting incantations, and in a moment, the whip seemed to possess a spirit of its own, transforming into a beam of flowing light that flew into Kai Yun Xian's grasp. Immediately, Kai Yun Xian settled onto the ground, beginning to invoke the upper clear, celestial method to refine the whip. Hanzhi Xian stood by, safeguarding her junior sister during this process. A century passed, with Hanzhi Xian vigilantly protecting Kai Yun Xian throughout the years. One day, Kai Yun Xian withdrew her spiritual power, slowly opened her eyes, and looked at Hanzhi Xian, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister, for your century-long guardianship. Not be so formal. How did the refinement go?" Hanzhi Xian inquired with a comforting tone. "It has been successfully refined, senior sister," Kai Yun Xian replied. "Excellent. Since the task is complete, let us return," Hanzhi Xian stated. "Yes, I will follow your lead, senior sister," Kai Yun Xian confirmed. "Then let us depart," Hanzhi Xian said, and together they made their way toward Xia Cave. Along the journey, Kai Yun Xian informed Hanzhi Xian that the whip was a superior, innate spiritual treasure known as the mountain driving whip, possessing the power to drive mountains, making it a formidable offensive artifact well suited for her. After all, Kai Yun Xian was aware that she only possessed a single talisman bestowed by Tongtian Jiaozhu, the eye-piercing pearl, which was designed specifically to injure the eyes of opponents. Now that Kai Yun Xian had acquired an offensive treasure, she had gained another means of defense, making this outing quite beneficial for her. As Hanzhi Xian and Kai Yun Xian journeyed halfway, a dazzling beam of escape light streaked across the sky, resembling a bolt of lightning, and swiftly obstructed their path as the figure descended. They recognized it to be Ran Deng Dao Ron, the vice leader of the Chan sect. Clad in a flowing robe, he emanated a faint aura of spiritual power, his demeanor slightly unstable, suggesting he had hurried from another location. The power radiating from him indicated he was at the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal rank, a force not to be underestimated in the vast wilderness. Ran Deng Dao Ren's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized the two women before him, seemingly attempting to discern something from them. Hanzhi Xian felt a tightening in her heart, pondering, given the current circumstances, today may not end well. With this thought, her brows knitted momentarily, but she quickly relaxed, recalling that her own strength had reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage great Luo golden immortal rank. Facing him was not daunting, especially since she had numerous spiritual treasures at her disposal. She would not be easily defeated. Just then, Ran Deng, having recognized the two as disciples of the Jia sect, inquired with an unfriendly tone, "Fellow Taoists of the Jia sect, have you seen a beam of colorful light nearby?" His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Kai Yun Xian, wishing to respond, was swiftly halted by Hanzhi Xian, who calmly replied to Ran Deng, "Dao friend Ran Deng, my junior sister and I have not seen such a light. We merely arrived here for a brief visit and have not encountered the colorful light you mentioned. Moreover, we have urgent matters to attend to and must take our leave." With that, she gestured to turn away. However, Ran Deng would not allow them to depart so easily. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he addressed them. "Fellow Taoists of the Jia sect, do not be hasty in your departure. I can distinctly sense that a treasure with a connection to me is present here, that if you truly have not seen the colorful light, why the rush to leave? Is there perhaps something more to this?" His gaze sharpened, as if he intended to see through their very souls, contemplating whether they had concealed it from him. Hanzhi Xian, recognizing Ran Deng's persistent nature, retorted, "If it is not present, then it is not present." Why must you waste time with your incessant inquiries? Hanzhi Xian was not one to tolerate the Chan sect's arrogance. If provoked, she would ensure they faced the consequences. She found Ran Deng's demeanor particularly irksome, reminiscent of the disdainful individuals of the West. And no wonder he eventually betrayed Yuan Shi and became a servant to the three surnames. His very appearance was akin to that of Coffin. Seeing Hanzhi Xian's unwavering stance ignited a surge of anger within Ran Deng. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Very well. Since you are so ignorant and disrespectful, allow me to teach you a lesson on behalf of my uncle." Tongtian. With that, Ran Deng drew forth the Qinquan ruler he carried, launching a ruthless attack toward Hanzhi Xian and Kaiyun Xian. Upon hearing Ran Deng's boastful threats, both women felt their sect leader had been insulted. Angered, they retaliated, with Hanzhi Xian vociferously cursing, "You wretched creature born of a coffin, shameless disciple of the Chan sect, a crooked tree from a crooked seed. You dare to claim the right to act on behalf of others? If you do not receive a lesson today, others may think we fear the Chan sect." As the Qinquan ruler surged toward them with a fierce momentum, Hanzhi Xian reacted swiftly, raising her 9-treasure jade rui to meet the attack. With a resounding clash, the two treasures collided, releasing a blinding radiance. Simultaneously, Kaiyun Xian invoked the upper clear celestial method, summoning a layer of soft azure light from her fingertips, forming a sturdy shield that barely withstood Ran Deng's ferocious onslaught. Momentarily stunned by the unexpected resistance, Ran Deng was taken aback, not anticipating that he would be confronted so brazenly. Angered, he unleashed his full power against Hanzhi Xian and her junior sister. Seeing that they had successfully countered his strike, Hanzhi Xian's fury boiled over. She shouted at Ran Deng, "You arrogant wretch! Others may fear you, but I, Hanzhi Xian, hold you in utter contempt. Wretch, behold how I shall subdue you." Without delay, she commanded her 9-treasure jade rui to shoot forth like an arrow aimed straight at Ran Deng. Simultaneously, she recited incantations, her hands swiftly forming a complex seal, conjuring a powerful technique that amplified the rui's might as it hurtled toward Ran Deng. The immense force, laden with a dangerous aura, compelled Ran Deng to summon the spirit coffin lamp for protection. When the overwhelming power struck, he staggered back several steps, the lamp dimming slightly in response. He then waved his hand, sending the lamp into the air to unleash the ghostly fire of the underworld against Hanzhi Xian and Kaiyun Xian. Meanwhile, Kaiyun Xian, unyielding, flicked her wrist and commanded, "A piercing pearl go," a pearl radiating a strange glow shot from her hand, targeting Ran Deng's eyes. In an instant, the 3 treasures clashed in midair, creating a tumultuous standoff. Yet, at that moment, Ran Deng bellowed, unleashing a mysterious divine ability. A thick layer of purple energy enveloped him, surging toward Hanzhi Xian. Realizing she could not withstand this assault, Hanzhi Xian deftly retreated, summoning the 12th rank Pure World White Lotus, which blossomed beneath her, enveloping both herself and Kaiyun Xian in a protective shield of radiant light in the next moment, Hanzhi Xian waved her hand, conjuring a shimmering 9-color glazed ribbon that appeared out of thin air. As she twirled the colorful ribbon, she resembled a graceful fairy. The ribbon undulated like a serpent, coiling and spiraling towards the flame lamp with astonishing speed. Thus, the 3 engaged in a fierce battle, a chaotic clash with no resolution in sight. The celestial being, Kaiyun, realizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly unsheathed the mountain whip she had recently acquired from the west and struck towards the flame lamp. At this moment, she was beyond concern for whether the whip would reveal her intentions before the flame lamp. She unleashed the full force of the mountain whip upon him. Upon witnessing this, the flame lamp exclaimed, "You vile wench! You dare seize my treasured possession and still deny it? Humph! Watch as I teach you a lesson." He immediately summoned ghostly flames to burn her, but before the fire could reach her, it was purified by the 12th grade White Lotus, which rendered the ghostly flames harmless to them, for the 12th grade White Lotus was the nemesis of such flames. Before long, the sounds of their battle reached the nearby Bixia cave, disturbing the 3 sisters of the San Shao. With expressions of confusion, they emerged together, only to find Hanzhi and Kaiyun in combat. Without hesitation, the 3 sisters flew to join the fray. upon their arrival. The sisters quickly entered the fray, creating a disparity in combat, allowing Hanzhi and her companion to fight with relatively greater ease. After all, the flame lamp had been cultivating long before their emergence. Having once visited the Purple Cloud Palace to hear the teachings, overcoming him would require considerable time and effort. Moments later, the flame lamp found himself restrained by Kaiyun and the three Sanshao sisters. Seizing the opportunity, Hanzhi swiftly removed her wind pouch and declared, "Reel in." Instantly, the flame lamp's precious treasures, the Qinquan ruler and the spirit lantern, disobeyed his commands and fell into the wind pouch. Whereupon Hanzhi claimed them. The flame lamp, aghast at the loss of his treasures, angrily shouted at Hanzhi, "Vile wench, since you dare to take my treasures, return them at once. Otherwise, I shall inform the primordial heavenly venerable of your crimes." He continued to berate Hanzhi, demanding the return of his spirit treasures. Hanzhi refused, retorting, "Humph, what if I don't? Your skills are inferior, and yet you dare to bark like a dog. It seems I have yet to instill fear in you. You wretched spawn of a coffin, since you refuse to yield, I shall beat you into submission today." Having spoken, Hanzhi rallied her companions to attack the flame lamp once more. They continued to battle. And soon, realizing he could not gain the upper hand and that his two treasures had been seized, the flame lamp retreated a step, turning to flee while leaving behind a curse, disappearing from their sight. "Sister, do you think this old rogue will return his second master uncle to slander us and sow discord?" Yuan Shao asked Hanzhi, observing the flame lamp's hasty retreat. "Fear not. If he had any sense of shame, he would not act thus," Hanzhi replied, though she thought to herself that he was utterly devoid of shame. Otherwise, he would not have shamelessly bowed to the teachings of the Chan sect. "Indeed, those of the Chan sect are truly despicable," Kaiyun remarked. Yes, they always take pleasure in bullying us of the GS sect," Bi Xiao added. "Fortunately, we drove him away. Otherwise, it would have taken considerable effort to harm him. Jiang Ziya, and oh worries. If he dares to bully us again, he shall find it impossible to escape," Hanzhi declared. "Now that this matter is resolved, sisters, let us return." "Yes, sister, let us go," the four replied in unison. Together, the five returned to Bixia Cave, where the three Sanshao sisters resumed their teachings to the gathering of beings. Meanwhile, Hanzhi took Kaiyun aside to assess the cave situation before stepping outside to a nearby area to continue her closed-door cultivation and restore her powers. 500 years later, one day, while Hanzhi and Kaiyun were deep in their meditative practices, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, startling them from their trance. Both emerged from their seclusion, the deafening thunder resonating as if it sought to obliterate all life, causing the myriad beings within Mount Tai to tremble in fear. "Sister, what is this thunder?" Kaiyun inquired, looking at Hanzhi with curiosity. "Sister, from the sound, it seems to be the voice of a transformation, thunder, tribulation," Hanzhi explained, recognizing the expression of confusion on Kaiyun's face. Having taken on a few disciples, she was quite familiar with the transformation, thunder, tribulation. Transformation, thunder, tribulation? Could it be? Kaiyun's thoughts raced as she suddenly remembered something. "Sister, we should go see," Hanzhi urged. They exchanged glances, both feeling an unsettling premonition. Consequently, they hastily concluded their meditation and stepped out from their tranquil retreat. Upon emerging, they beheld the three Sanshao sisters, Yuan Shao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao, anxiously pacing outside the cave. Their faces etched with worry as they gazed intently at the sky, their expressions filled with concern. Hanzhi and Kaiyun approached the three sisters and reassured them, "Do not fret, dear sisters. Our disciple is fated for greatness. With her exceptional aptitude, this thunder tribulation shall likely pose no threat. Indeed, Sister Yuan Shao, Hanzhi is right. You should relax and wait patiently," Kaiyun added. "Thank you, sisters, for your comforting words. We understand," Yuan Shao replied. The group fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the sky where a being was undergoing tribulation. Following their line of sight, Hanzhi and Kaiyun observed dark clouds gathering, lightning flashing ominously as thick bolts of lightning descended like silver serpents, striking fiercely upon the being beneath the thunder clouds. The intensity of the thunder tribulation was overwhelming, instilling a sense of dread in all who witnessed it. Remarkably, The being endured a full 49 strikes of lightning. As the final bolt dissipated, a figure gradually emerged from the radiant light that cascaded from the heavens. This figure was a celestial maiden, graceful and strikingly beautiful. She descended slowly before the three Sanshao sisters, kneeling before them in reverence, and proclaimed, "Disciple pays respects to the three esteemed masters that it is thanks to your continuous guidance that I have successfully transformed." Laughter erupted from the three Sanshao sisters, their faces beaming with joy. Yun Shao then spoke, "Rise, disciple. There is no need for such formality." "Yes, I thank you, esteemed masters," the disciple replied, standing tall. "Come closer, disciple. Approach and pay your respects to your masters," Yun Shao urged the newly transformed maiden. "Yes, master," the maiden responded, gracefully stepping forward to bow before Hanzhi and Xian. "Disciple pays respects to master and mistress. May you both ascend to the heights of the heavens," she said warmly. "Rise." Hanzhi spoke on behalf of both herself and Xian. At that moment, Hanzhi and Xian helped the newly arrived disciple to her feet. Yun Shao, witnessing this, promptly encouraged the disciple to turn around and complete her gestures of respect. Afterward, Yun Shao contemplated for a moment before bestowing her new disciple with a name, saying, "From now on, you shall be known as Bixia Yuanjun." "Yes, I thank you, master, for the bestowed name," Bixia Yuanjun replied gratefully. Following this, Hanzhi smiled and retrieved a third-grade white lotus from her treasure pouch, gently handing it to Bixia Yuanjun. "This treasure will aid you in your cultivation and protection. Today, I bestow it upon you as a celebration of your successful transformation. May you cultivate diligently henceforth." Bixia Yuanjun accepted the spirit treasure with heartfelt gratitude, deeply moved, and bowed her head in thanks once more. However, at that moment, Hanzhi suddenly paused, as if recollecting something significant. After a brief moment, she regained her composure and reached once more into her treasure pouch, this time producing 4 additional third-grade white lotuses. She distributed one to each of the 3 Sanshao sisters and Xian, saying softly, "I just remembered that during our fierce battle with the flame lamp 500 years ago, I noticed that you 4 only possessed offensive spirit treasures for combat, with none to safeguard yourselves. Since we have this opportunity today, I shall grant each of you a third-grade white lotus, ensuring you have some protection in times of danger. After all, our bond is profoundly deep." Upon hearing her words, everyone was profoundly touched, expressing their gratitude to Hanzhi, their respect and admiration for her deepening further. They gazed at the white lotuses in their hands, unable to contain their joy before carefully stowing them away. That moment, Xian approached Bixia Yuanjun with a handful of spiritual fruits, presenting them to her with heartfelt congratulations on her successful transformation. The group then entered the cave, chatting and laughing, with Bixia Yuanjun trailing behind. Inside the cave, they exchanged teachings with Bixia Yuanjun, and before long, the gathering came to an end. The group parted ways, with Hanzhi escorting Xian back to her abode, where she instructed her to refine a third-grade white lotus, while the 3 sisters of Sanshao began to cultivate the spiritual treasure given to them by Hanzhi. On this day, Hanzhi emerged from her secluded meditation and noticed Xian still engrossed in the refinement of her spiritual treasure. Deciding not to disturb her, Hanzhi ventured outside the cave for a leisurely stroll. After some time, she spotted Yun Shao exiting Bixia Cave, seemingly on a quest. Hanzhi approached her and inquired, "Junior sister, you have emerged." "Senior sister, you are here," Yun Shao replied. "Where are you headed, Hanzhi?" "Oh, senior sister, I sensed a significant opportunity arising and am preparing to seek it out," Yun Shao explained. "Is that so? Then let us go together. I have no pressing matters at hand, and it would be prudent to have companionship on the journey," Hanzhi responded. "Thank you for your company, senior sister," Yun Shao exclaimed with delight. With that, the two soared into the air, flying towards the eastern direction of Mount Tai. They journeyed eastward and soon came to a halt beside a river. Before them lay a river with swirling yellow sands and tumultuous waters, the currents racing and waves crashing, each flowing section engulfed in a cloud of yellow silt, rendering the river a vivid golden hue. Upon witnessing this, Yun Xiao felt an instinctive recognition that her opportunity had arrived, and she seated herself on the riverbank to delve into its mysteries. Hanzhi, realizing that Yun Xiao's moment had come, chose to remain by her side, guarding her as she entered a meditative state. Hanzhi understood that Yun Xiao was likely on the verge of comprehending the intricacies of the Nine Curves Yellow River formation. As soon as they arrived, Hanzhi recognized the river as the Yellow River, known as the Mother River of future humanity in China, and she understood the significance of Yun Xiao's opportunity, observing the magical energy radiating from Yun Xiao. Hanzhi resolved to let her be, maintaining a protective watch nearby, while Yun Xiao was deeply engrossed in her contemplation amidst the swirling sands. The Yellow River revealed its secrets, and soon they reached a pivotal moment. However, an abrupt disturbance shattered the tranquility. From the tumultuous yellow waters emerged a colossal golden-scaled dragon, its visage fierce and menacing. With its jaws agape and claws poised, it lunged directly at Yun Xiao, clearly intent on swallowing her to augment its own power. This dragon had likely committed such acts of malice along the river before. Hanzhi, previously at rest, was jolted awake by the sudden commotion. She opened her eyes and beheld the yellow dragon charging towards Yun Xiao with overwhelming ferocity, its aura suggesting a cultivation level equivalent to that of a Tai golden immortal. A wave of apprehension washed over Hanzhi. It was indeed ill fortune that such a formidable creature appeared at this critical juncture, as fate seemed to conspire against them. The dragon, oblivious to Hanzhi's prowess, assumed she was merely another target like Yun Xiao, and dismissed her as inconsequential. The dragon neared Yun Xiao, poised to strike. Hanzhi swiftly retrieved her treasured 9-treasure jade rui, channeling her power to hurl it at the dragon with great force. Simultaneously, she shouted, "You wicked beast! How dare you wreak havoc and commit such heinous acts?" A resounding crash echoed as the 9-treasure jade rui struck the dragon squarely. The dragon let out a pained howl as it was sent crashing into the roaring waters of the Yellow River. In agony, the dragon was forced to revert to its human form, glaring at Hanzhi with a mix of fury and disbelief, regretting ever underestimating the seemingly delicate woman before it. Infuriated, the dragon disregarded its injuries and defiantly bellowed at Hanzhi. "You rogue, meddling in matters that do not concern you! Leave now, or you shall face dire consequences. Oh, you wretched creature, so fond of verbal sparring! Be wary, lest the winds here carry your words away," Hanzhi replied with a smirk. "You tread a dangerous path. Prepare to meet your end," the dragon roared. With that, it unleashed a flurry of attacks, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air like a tempest, launching a fierce assault on Hanzhi. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, clouds darkened, and thunder roared as a breathtaking battle ensued. Hanzhi, witnessing the dragon's ferocity, merely shook her head. She need not resort to her 12th grade White Lotus. Instead, she effortlessly employed the upward clear immortal technique to fend off the dragon's assault. She then countered with the 9-treasured jade rui, shattering the dragon's claws. The dragon cried out in pain, spewing blood as it tumbled helplessly in the Yellow River, resembling a lost creature under Hanzhi's control. As the dragon lay there, a voice rang in its ears. "You vile creature, are you still so brazen? Look at your misdeeds. How many lives have you taken in the past? Today, I shall enact divine justice and rid the world of your kind. Spare me, revered one. Please do not take my life. I have struggled hard to attain my current cultivation. Grant me mercy." The dragon pleaded, recognizing the value of its existence and fearing it would be used as a mere ingredient for alchemy or treasure refinement in these chaotic times. You think you can escape unscathed? Have you shown mercy to others?" Hanzhi retorted, "I swear, I shall never do so again. Please, show kindness and spare my life," the dragon begged, tears streaming down its face. "Very well. Though you acted first, I shall let you live this time, but I hope you will mend your ways and turn back from your misdeeds," Hanzhi declared. "Yet, while you may evade death, your punishment awaits. From this day forth, you shall serve as a mount for my disciples to atone for your actions." "Yes, thank you for your mercy. I am willing," the dragon acquiesced. Afterward, Hanzhi sprinkled it with a drop of the 3 light divine water to restore its form and claws. The dragon sighed in relief, grateful to have retained its life. Hanzhi, satisfied with the arrangement, stowed the dragon in her wind pouch, planning to present it to her disciples as a mount upon returning to Xian Island. She deemed the dragon's strength suitable for Jiang, who would benefit from such a companion. Having concluded this ordeal, Hanzhi turned and walked towards Xian, who had just emerged from her meditation, stepping forward with a composed demeanor. "Senior sister, what transpired just now?" Xian inquired, her curiosity piqued as she had witnessed Hanzhi subduing the dragon upon awakening. Hanzhi smiled gently, assuring her, "Do not worry, junior sister. All has been resolved." She then turned her gaze to Xian, inquiring with concern, "Did you achieve any insights during your meditation?" Xian nodded, excitement sparkling in her eyes as she replied, "Indeed, senior sister, I have successfully completed my contemplation." Hanzhi beamed with joy and pressed further. "What remarkable discoveries did you make?" Xiao's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as she explained, "Observing the yellow river and the swirling sands, I discerned a marvelous formation. Although its power is considerable and its offensive capabilities are noteworthy, I have yet to test it in practice. I have named it the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation. Is that so? Shimi truly possesses profound fortune. Since such an opportunity has arisen, Xian congratulated her." Having spoken, Xian stepped toward the riverbank and addressed Xian. "Sister, could you kindly point out any shortcomings I may need to improve upon?" With a graceful gesture, she raised her delicate hand, and mysterious beams of light emanated from her fingertips, instantly intertwining to form a magnificent and colorful pattern. As the light continued to flicker and flow, a vast and intricate formation gradually materialized before the onlookers. This formation resembled a serpentine dragon, coiling around the yellow river, exuding a formidable aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Within the formation, the yellow river surged, and clouds of yellow sand billowed, while the gray sky enveloped the swirling sands that coursed through the grand array. This formation adhered to the principles of the three talents, concealing the wonders of heaven, earth, and humanity. Within it lay the mystical elixir of immortality, the secrets of immortal closure, capable of ensnaring the divine spirit of an immortal, extinguishing their ethereal soul, trapping their physical form, depleting their vital energy, severing their fundamental essence, and reducing the immortal to the realm of mortals, while the mere mortals entering would face immediate demise. The nine curves twisted and turned, devoid of any straight lines, revealing the marvels of creation and unveiling the mysteries of immortality. The grand array manifested the might of heaven and earth, its power shaking the yellow river. Regardless of how many years one has cultivated, all would be rendered futile, their pinnacle prowess diminished, their inner quintessence would be stripped away. Encountering this array would mean calamity imminent, an unavoidable fate. Upon witnessing this formation, Xian could not help but praise Xian. "Sister, your aptitude in the art of arrays is unparalleled in our sect, and a wonder master has taken a keen interest in you. Your prowess is indeed remarkable. Ha. Sister, please do not jest. Quickly, assist me in identifying any areas I still need to improve upon," Xian implored, grasping Xian's hand. "Well, sister, your understanding of this formation is commendable. There are currently no areas requiring improvement. This formation, combined with the flowing sands, is a harmonious unity. Its offensive power is indeed extraordinary, and it has reached a state of perfection. No further modifications are necessary." Xian nodded in appreciation of the array. However, Xian continued, "When you encounter conflicts or formidable foes and decide to ensnare them within this formation, remember to be merciless. Strike first and eliminate them. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire, leading to either death or suppression." I dare not speak further. Fearing the revelation of heavenly secrets, she subtly advised Xian. "Is it truly that severe?" Xian exclaimed. "Sister, this is no jest. I in the vast wilderness, who does not strive for supremacy. Those who harbor even a trace of kindness seldom have a favorable outcome." Xian earnestly explained to Xian. "Understood, sister. I shall take your words to heart." "Thank you, sister," Xian responded, seeing the concern etched on Xian's face. "Well, as long as you do not hold my words against me. Now that this matter is settled, let us return. Hanzhi Xian declared. Yin Xiao nodded in agreement, and soon their figures vanished from the banks of the Yellow River to Mount Tai at the Bixia Cave shortly after Hanzhi Xian and Yun Xiao returned. They saw Qiong Xiao by Xiao and Kaiyun Xian approaching with Bixia Yuanjun trailing behind them. Upon spotting Yin Xiao, Xiao rushed forward, her face adorning a pouting expression as she complained, "Sister, why did you go out with Sister Hanzhi without taking us along? You left me, second sister, and Kaiyun Shimi all alone in this cave. It is dreadfully dull." Upon hearing this, Hanzhi Xian couldn't help but smile slightly and gently inquired on Yun Xiao's behalf, "Do not be upset. Shimi, have you completed the refinement of the 3-grade white lotus I gifted you?" As soon as she finished speaking, everyone present nodded in response. "We have successfully refined them." "Then that settles it," Hanzhi Xian continued. "Since you had not completed the refinement at that time, we chose not to disturb you. Moreover, there were reasons for our early departure." Everyone nodded in understanding, and they joined hands, laughing and chatting as they walked into the cave together. Once seated, Yin Xiao took a delicate sip of fragrant tea, while the others indulged in the spiritual fruits produced on Mount Tai. Subsequently, Yin Xiao began to recount the experiences of their recent outing in detail to Qiong Xiao, Bai Xiao, Kaiyun Xian, and Bixia Yuanjun, especially regarding how she sensed the opportunity that led her to the banks of the Yellow River, and how by chance she successfully comprehended the formidable 9 curves Yellow River formation. Her narration was vivid and expressive, captivating her audience, who listened intently, occasionally gasping in astonishment. After Yin Xiao finished her tale, Hanzhi Xian and Kaiyun Xian exchanged knowing glances, silently bidding farewell to Yin Xiao and her companions, then rose to exit the cave, returning to their designated stone chamber to meditate and cultivate in tranquility. As time swiftly passed, another 100 years had slipped by unnoticed. One day, Hanzhi Xian suddenly felt an urge to embark on a journey to explore the realm of humanity. When she shared this thought with Kaiyun Xian, she replied, "Sister, I have no specific matters at hand. I wish to visit the lands of humanity. Would you care to accompany me?" Kaiyun Xian, intrigued, readily expressed her desire to join. "Very well. Let us inform Yin Xiao and the others to see if they wish to accompany us," Hanzhi Xian suggested. After a brief period of preparation, the two of them made their way to the entrance of the Bixia cave to convey their intentions to Yin Xiao and the others. Upon entering the cave and explaining their purpose, the 3 sisters of the Qiong Xiao pondered for a moment. Finally, Yin Xiao spoke up, "Sister, we shall not be joining you. Second sister and third sister are at a critical juncture in refining their formation, so we must remain here." "All right, then Kaiyun Shimi and I shall take our leave first. If anything arises, please send us a message, and we shall come at once," Hanzhi Xian replied. "Understood, sister," Yin Xiao responded, this moment. Yin Xiao still needed to assist her 2 younger sisters in further familiarizing themselves with the intricacies of the 9 curves Yellow River formation, making it difficult for her to accompany them. Ultimately, after some deliberation, the 3 sisters decided to remain and continue their study of the formation, thus unable to join Hanzhi Xian and Kaiyun Xian on their journey to the human realm. Hanzhi Xian, fully aware of their reasons, did not insist further, only reminding her sisters to take care of themselves before departing with Kaiyun Xian toward the lands of humanity. In the lands of humanity, Hanzhi Xian and Kaiyun Xian arrived near the ruins of the broken Wuzhou Mountain. That moment, they realized this place had recently endured a devastating battle. As far as the eye could see, houses lay in ruins, and debris was scattered everywhere. Many wounded individuals lay strewn about, some missing arms or legs, wailing in agony. Others had already succumbed, lifeless in pools of blood. "Sister, what has happened here? Why is it like this?" Kaiyun Xian inquired, her brow furrowed at the sight. "It seems this place must have suffered an external attack. Let us proceed further," Hanzhi Xian replied. "Yes, sister," Kaiyun Xian responded. Observing the gruesome scene, Hanzhi Xian's heart sank. Sensing the dire nature of the situation, clearly, the inhabitants of this area had been subjected to a fierce assault from outside forces. Without delay, she took Kaiyun Xian's hand, following the scent of blood that hung in the air, until they arrived at a secluded valley. Upon entering the valley, They witnessed a group of people desperately battling against a massive, grotesque creature radiating a malevolent aura. However, it wasn't long before the group succumbed to the creature's overwhelming might, being hurled aside and crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. Just as the monstrous beast opened its gaping maw, ready to swallow a terrified little girl lying on the ground, Hanzhi Xian did not hesitate to draw her treasured artifact, the 9 treasures Jade Rui, and commanded, "Vile beast, cease your actions." She struck the creature's head with force. The Rui transformed into a streak of light, landing precisely on the creature's skull. The beast let out a chilling wail, its massive body collapsing to the ground, thrashing in agony. Seizing the moment, Hanzhi Xian swiftly rushed to the little girl, cradling her protectively and successfully rescuing the child. She then handed the girl to Kaiyun Xian, saying, "Sister, please watch over her. I will deal with this ferocious beast. This child has lost her family to this monster. She is the sole survivor of this village." "All right, sister," Kaiyun Xian affirmed. I could see that moment. Hanzhi Xian raised her gaze to scrutinize the creature closely. After careful observation, she discovered that the beast was exuding a dense aura of blood and malice. It became apparent that this was no ordinary ferocious beast, but rather a notorious creature from the primordial chaos. And she wondered why such a beast had appeared here to wreak havoc. Moreover, based on the strength she currently exhibits, it seems she possesses celestial-level cultivation. Observing her appearance, it appears she has only recently descended into this world. Witnessing her mind being clouded by malevolent energy, which has led to her confusion, the immortal Hanzhi raised her 9 treasures jade scepter once more and struck down the ferocious beast, instantly slaying it. Subsequently, she took out a 12th grade white lotus to purify the surrounding malevolent energy before departing with the immortal Kaiyun, carrying the young girl they had just rescued. Soon after, their figures vanished from this place. The 3 of them then set off in search of another location where they might find signs of civilization. Before long, they arrived at a relatively large human tribe. Upon entering the tribe, they began to seek out the local inhabitants, hoping to procure some water to quench Tsai's thirst. This Tsai was indeed the girl previously rescued by the immortals Kaiyun and Hanzhi. During their journey, Tsai and Kaiyun engaged in delightful conversation. When Kaiyun inquired about her name, Tsai shook her head, indicating that she had none. Sensing a kindred spirit in Tsai, Kaiyun spontaneously decided to bestow upon her the name Tsai. Furthermore, Kaiyun took Tsai as her disciple. Observing this, Hanzhi generously gifted Tsai a 3rd grade white lotus, providing her with a protective talisman for her safety. After Tsai finished drinking, the elderly man who had provided them with water suddenly fixed his gaze intently upon the group, particularly on Hanzhi. Moments later, his face lit up with astonishment, and without hesitation, he knelt down, earnestly bowing as he exclaimed, "Compassionate goddess, please accept this humble tribute." It turned out that the elder had recognized the resemblance between Hanzhi and the compassionate goddess revered in his home. Seeing the elder's actions, Hanzhi hurriedly approached him, helping him to his feet while gently saying, "Please rise, good sir, and do not perform such a grand gesture." The elder, filled with joy, then led Hanzhi and the others to the residence of the tribe's chief. After some communication, Hanzhi learned that this place was the Fengyang tribe, which would later become the reincarnation site of the demon courts Fushi. Regarding such a coincidence, Hanzhi merely smiled slightly, not placing too much importance on it. Thereafter, the group settled nearby for the time being. However, none could have anticipated that on this very day, while Hanzhi was strolling by the river alone, she unexpectedly encountered Xuandu, the disciple of the master of the Jiao sect, Tongtian. It turned out that Xuandu had arrived here on the orders of his master, Laozi, to collect the reincarnation of Fushi as a disciple. As the time for his emergence had come, upon arriving at the tribe, Xuandu sensed a powerful aura concealed within, which he believed might be an attempt to sever his fortunes, prompting him to seek out the source. To his surprise, he encountered Hanzhi. Xuandu addressed her, "Ah, it is the esteemed Taoist Hanzhi from the Jiao sect. What brings you here?" Hanzhi replied, "Greetings, Taoist Xuandu. I am here with my sister Kaiyun, having rescued a child from the human realm and journeyed to this tribe." "And you?" Xuandu responded, "Oh, I have no business of concern. I am merely fulfilling my master's request," sensing that Hanzhi was not a rival for his fortune. Xuandu engaged her amicably. "Ah, then I shall not intrude upon your affairs any longer," Hanzhi said, bidding farewell with a courteous gesture. They parted ways, and Hanzhi returned to Kaiyun to inform her of Xuandu's presence in the tribe. Subsequently, they focused on their cultivation with Tsai. Now, in the vast and boundless expanse of the primordial world, there existed a being known as Lies, an innate divine entity in the eastern lands. Tragically, this divine being had perished long ago during a cataclysm, his remains transforming into a vast marshland, situated near the dwelling of the Fengyang tribe. But on a day filled with radiant sunlight and gentle breezes, a woman from the human race named Huashu wandered about, her heart brimming with curiosity and a love for adventure. Unbeknownst to her, she had wandered close to the vicinity of Luai's. Upon her first glance at the area, she was instantly captivated by the immense footprints before her. A surge of intense curiosity compelled her to step forward, eager to uncover its secrets. Cautiously approaching the giant footprint, Huashu gently placed her small foot upon it. In that instant, a peculiar sensation surged within her. However, this feeling was fleeting and did not draw her attention for long. Filled with delight, she continued to play in the area, completely unaware that as her foot made contact with the giant print, a trace of essence imbued with the power of thunder had silently entered her body through her soul. After enjoying her time, Huashu returned home, and before long, an unusual occurrence began to manifest within her. Her abdomen gradually swelled, becoming increasingly pronounced. Initially perplexed and bewildered, Huashu hurried to her parents' dwelling to share the strange developments with them. However, to her utter shock, her father, the chief of the tribe, misinterpreted her condition as a sign of impropriety, believing she had engaged in illicit conduct and conceived before marriage. Fearing the disgrace it would bring to their family if discovered by others, he callously cast her out, abandoning her in a desolate mountain, leaving her to fend for herself as he returned to the tribe. Thus, the unfortunate Huashu found herself alone in the mountains, struggling for survival. Days turned into weeks. The scarcity of food compounded her difficulties, and with her growing belly, her mobility was severely hindered, forcing her to forage for wild fruits nearby to stave off hunger. Often, she found herself gnawing at her empty stomach, enduring a life of hardship. Meanwhile, Hanzhi, temporarily residing in the tribe, sensed her plight and, invoking the celestial arts, began to calculate and divine her circumstances. Moved by compassion, Hanzhi resolved to assist her, summoning a jade Qilin imbued with auspicious energy from the nearby mountains. She gathered some spiritual fruits and instructed the Qilin to deliver them to the beleaguered Huashu. When the jade Qilin arrived bearing a basket of fruits, Huashu was initially terrified by the sudden appearance of the colossal creature and instinctively recoiled. However, once she discerned its benign intent, her fear began to dissipate as the Qilin gently placed the basket before her. Gratefully, she accepted the offering and began to feast on the fruits within. Thus commenced a daily ritual, with the Qilin faithfully returning to her side. As the seasons passed, Huashu became accustomed to the Qilin's presence. Time swiftly elapsed, and years went by. The Qilin steadfastly provided sustenance for Huashu, until one fateful day, after many months of pregnancy, Huashu felt an unusual stirring in her abdomen. Initially anxious, she feared the worst, but as time progressed, she realized there were no other complications aside from the occasional fetal movement. Gradually, she eased her apprehension, continuing her daily life as usual. Finally, the time arrived for Huashu to give birth. After much suffering and effort, she successfully delivered a baby boy. Remarkably, as the child entered the world, a wondrous phenomenon unfolded in the sky. A brilliant light pierced the heavens, illuminating the entire Fengyang tribe below. The tribe's leaders, captivated by this miraculous display, sought the source of the radiant light, ascending the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, they beheld a humble thatched cottage standing solitary. Entering the dwelling, they discovered Huashu, weak and lying in bed, with a newborn boy beside her. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, revealing Xuandu, who had come to fulfill Laozi's command to gather disciples. Upon seeing the scene, Xuandu smiled and addressed the onlookers, explaining, "This child is the reincarnation of a divine being and will surely achieve great deeds for the human race in the future." I implore you to treat Huaxiu and her son with kindness." Upon concluding his speech, Xuandu shifted his gaze towards the male infant, promptly accepting him as his disciple and bestowing upon him the name Fuxi. Subsequently, Xuandu addressed the gathered crowd, proclaiming that when the child reached the age of 10, he would personally come to escort him to the mountains for training. With that, Xuandu's figure flickered and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. After giving birth, Huaxi was left in a state of considerable weakness. Fortunately, the clan leader took it upon himself to escort her back to the tribe, where she was tenderly cared for. Meanwhile, far away, the immortal Hanzhi learned of this news and immediately summoned her disciple, Xian, instructing him to seek her out in the Fengshen tribe of the human race, while she closed her eyes to continue her meditation and practice. No longer paying much heed to the matter, time passed swiftly, and before long, Fuxi had reached adulthood. At the age of 10, he was taken away by the great master Xuandu for guidance. Now he had inherited the position of clan leader of the Fengshen tribe, leading them towards prosperity. This time, Fuxi was remarkably intelligent and possessed strong practical skills. When he approached the river and saw the fish swimming therein, he would devise a method using spider silk crafted from trees to catch fish to bring back for the tribe's sustenance. He would also fashion fine needles from animal bones and use animal hides to create garments for his people, providing warmth during the cold winter months. Under his leadership, the Fengshen tribe flourished and gradually became the largest tribe in the vicinity. With Fuxi being revered as the sovereign of the human race, he accomplished numerous feats for humanity, taming wild beasts, reforming marriage customs, and ending the long-standing practice of knowing only one's mother, but not one's father. He utilized grass ropes to record events, invented ceramics, and crafted musical instruments such as the qin and se, greatly benefiting the human race and earning him widespread admiration. One day, while sitting by the river, Fuxi was lost in thought, feeling as if he were still missing something essential in his contributions to humanity. Yet he could not fathom what it was. He gazed up at the sky, where the stars twinkled brilliantly, and then lowered his gaze to observe the movements of the beasts on the ground, feeling utterly at a loss. Just as he was engulfed in contemplation, the river suddenly parted, revealing two divine beasts emerging from its depths. One was a dragon horse carrying the river map, and the other was Xinga bearing the Luo book, approaching Fuxi. Upon witnessing this, Fuxi promptly retrieved the river map and the Luo book from their backs and began to study them. 2 days later, Fuxi erupted into hearty laughter, for he had finally grasped the very essence of the matter that had eluded him for so long through these two treasures. The time had come, and he began to etch the divine script from the river map and the Luo book onto the shell of Xingu. Time swiftly passed, and after 100 years, Fuxi finally attained enlightenment regarding his path, his aura growing increasingly majestic. But on this day by the river, with a gentle breeze and clear skies, birds chirping, Fuxi was immersed in the beauty of the mountains and rivers. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky, his eyes shimmering with an extraordinary light. Taking a deep breath, he boldly proclaimed to the heavens, "The way of heaven is supreme. Today, I, Fuxi of the human race, after enduring the passage of time, have finally comprehended the essence of the Tao and created the innate hexagrams, which I shall name the primordial Bagua. Let the Bagua rise." As soon as his words fell, the entire universe seemed to tremble in response. The primordial Bagua unfurled like a mysterious scroll in the heavens. The Taiji split into two, transforming into yin and yang. The two then further divided, giving rise to the 4 symbols, and the 8 trigrams took their place above, represented by Qian, Dui, Li, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Zhen, and Kuan. These 8 trigrams intertwined, containing boundless mysteries and powers. I could see that moment. A deep rumbling resonated from the sky, echoing like thunder through the clouds. Clearly, this was the recognition and response of the way of heaven to Fuxi's creation of the primordial Bagua. Following this, countless golden rays descended from the heavens. Falling like raindrops, these rays converged, forming a massive sphere of celestial merit. This sphere of celestial merit radiated a golden glow, imbued with the essence of virtue, cascading down upon Fuxi. Among them, a particularly large portion, amounting to more than 60% of the celestial merit, was bestowed upon Fuxi. marking it as the most significant amount. Simultaneously, for smaller beams of light were directed towards the Jade Qilin, the dragon horse, Xian, and those who had previously aided Fuxi in achieving enlightenment. Upon receiving this celestial merit, Fuxi felt an inexhaustible source of power surging into his body, enveloping him in warmth. His already formidable aura surged to even greater heights, causing ripples in the surrounding air due to his overwhelming presence. In no time, Fuxi was surrounded by a radiant glow, with auspicious signs swirling around him, his cultivation level soaring to the pinnacle of the Daluo golden immortal realm under the influence of this merit. As his cultivation broke through, long-sealed memories began to awaken in the depths of Fuxi's mind. Scenes flashed before his eyes, finally revealing to him the truth of his origin. After some time, he gradually emerged from his reverie. The newly awakened Fuxi bore a look of deep contemplation. He then turned his gaze skyward and proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, there exists but one Fuxi of the human race." Meanwhile, in the Nuwa Palace, the goddess Nuwa sensed the powerful fluctuations and auspicious energies emanating from the realm of humanity. Intrigued, she employed her divine powers to discern what had transpired. Upon witnessing Fuxi's successful attainment of the Tao and the acquisition of celestial merit, she could not contain her joy, weeping tears of happiness and murmuring, "My brother has returned." Yet, her elation was short-lived, for when she heard Fuxi declare himself as the sole Fuxi of the human race, her expression shifted momentarily before she regained her composure, stating, "As long as my brother is alive, that is enough." After achieving enlightenment, Fuxi returned to the human realm with his divine steed, while Xian made his way back to Hanzhi. This Xian was none other than Hanzhi's fourth disciple, Bei Xianzhen, who had been summoned earlier by Hanzhi and instructed to conceal his cultivation and presence along the riverbank, awaiting the opportune moment. Just as Fuxi arrived here, Xuandu appeared nearby. He then produced the river map and the Luo book, seeking a dragon horse, and subsequently locating a turtle at the riverbank, this turtle being Xian, to carry them to Fuxi. Moreover, Fuxi engraved the primordial bagua onto Xuangui's shell, and upon the arrival of the merit, he heeded Hanzhi's prior instructions and refrained from absorbing it all. Instead, he infused a portion into the turtle's shell, transforming it into a top-tier treasure of merit, capable of forming an 8-trigram formation, which Xian named the Xianhuang Bagua Formation. The remaining portion was refined into the golden wheel of merit, which he suspended behind his head. When Xian returned to Hanzhi, he found her conversing with a divine beast, the Jade Qilin, which had also been blessed with merit, elevating its cultivation and transforming it into a divine beast of merit. Upon seeing Xian enter, Hanzhi addressed him, saying, "Bei Xianzhen, this divine beast is the Jade Qilin, and I bestow it upon you, that it may serve as your steed." "Yes, thank you, Master," Xian expressed his gratitude. "Good. Now, take it and go." Hanzhi instructed. "Yes, Master," Xian replied, leading the Jade Qilin away. After he departed, Hanzhi rose and headed towards the direction of Saishu and Xian, intending to invite her to visit the ancestral land of the human race. On this day, the two of them journeyed together to the ancestral land of humanity, first paying respects to the three ancestors, only to find them absent. Upon inquiry, they learned that the three had been invited by Fuxi to discuss matters concerning the human race. They then proceeded to the Compassionate View, locating the 12 Zodiac Guardians, where they bestowed some cultivation resources and offered guidance before departing with Saishu and Xian, beginning to wander through the land of humanity. As they leisurely strolled along the banks of the Weishui River, Hanzhi realized that this region was said to be the birthplace of the Earth Sovereign Shinnok. However, she did not specifically seek out its exact location. Instead, meandering contentedly in the area as they walked, Hanzhi unexpectedly encountered Daobao Daoren. "Junior sister, it is Daobao Xixiao," Hanzhi exclaimed upon spotting him, immediately informing Saishu and Xian. "Indeed, how is the senior brother here?" Saishu and Xian asked. "Let us go over," Hanzhi suggested. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Hanzhi inquired of Daobao. "Ah, junior sister." Daobao Daoren responded upon hearing her voice, and seeing the two sisters he approached and said, "It has been a while since I've seen you both. What are you doing here?" "Senior brother, I am here with my senior sister for some leisurely travels, Saishu and Xian replied promptly. After exchanging greetings, Daobao Daoren revealed the reason for his visit. It turned out that he had been sent by Tongtian Jiao Master to recruit disciples, aiming to take the soon-to-be-born Earth Sovereign under his wing and provide meticulous guidance. Since arriving in this area, he had been diligently seeking the birthplace of the Earth Sovereign, and today he felt drawn here by an internal sense. Subsequently, Hanzhi cautioned Daobao, saying, I have heard that there's a woman with the surname Jiang who became pregnant after encountering a divine dragon. With that, she ceased speaking, choosing not to elaborate further. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Daobao Daoren hurriedly took his leave. Hanzhi, Xian, and Kai Yun, upon witnessing the unfolding events, resumed their respective journeys. Time flowed swiftly, and the years wove themselves into a tapestry of change, when Fuxi ascended to the position of the human race's sovereign and attained enlightenment. Humanity experienced an unprecedented flourishing. Along the banks of the Wei River, a clan bearing the surname Jiang quietly rose to prominence. The chieftain of this clan had a daughter named Renzi. One day, as Renzi ventured to the sacred mountain for her customary frolic, she became enraptured by the beauty of nature. Suddenly, a formidable divine dragon descended from the heavens, charging directly towards her. Caught off guard, Renzi was knocked to the ground. When she eventually regained consciousness, she was astonished to find herself completely unscathed. Dismissing the incident, she dusted herself off and returned home. However, it wasn't long before Renzi noticed something unusual about her body. She was, in fact, with child. This pregnancy bore a striking resemblance to that of Huaxiu, the mother of Fuxi, lasting for several years. Finally, after an extended wait, Renzi joyfully gave birth to a baby boy. At the very moment of his arrival, auspicious clouds surged forth in the sky, accompanied by a seven-colored divine dragon soaring above. The onlookers marveled at this extraordinary phenomenon. Upon observing the newborn, they noted his abdomen was translucent, resembling a finely crafted crystal, emanating a mysterious and captivating glow. That moment, a figure appeared outside, a Taoist named Duo Bao, who approached the crowd and elucidated his purpose that he subsequently accepted the newborn as his disciple, bestowing upon him the name Shun Nong, and began to guide him. As time passed, Shun Nong matured under Duo Bao's tutelage, becoming courteous and intelligent. With grand aspirations, he began to contribute to the development of his clan. While Shun Nong tirelessly traversed the lands to promote the prosperity of his people, Fuxi, the sovereign of humanity, embarked on a solitary quest after establishing the primordial 8 trigrams and setting humanity on a prosperous path. He wandered among the various tribes, seeking a worthy successor to inherit his position. Day after day, Fuxi tirelessly traversed countless mountains and rivers, visiting numerous human settlements. Yet, despite his efforts, he had yet to discover a suitable candidate until he arrived at the Jiang clan by the Wei River. Upon stepping onto this land, he was captivated by the sight before him. The people lived in abundance, with an astonishing surplus of food. Fuxi pondered to himself that such prosperity must surely indicate the presence of a remarkable individual. With a heart full of anticipation and curiosity, Fuxi began to inquire among the locals about this virtuous person. His efforts bore fruit when someone stepped forward, offering to guide Fuxi to the one responsible for their bountiful harvest. Together, they navigated the village's streets, eventually arriving at a modest yet warm cottage. Just as Fuxi was filled with curiosity, the door creaked open, revealing none other than Shun Nong. It turned out that during one of Shun Nong's excursions in search of new resources, he had stumbled upon a secluded valley. While wandering through this wild expanse, he spotted a vividly colored kingfisher soaring above, clutching a flower spike in its beak. Perhaps fatigued from its flight, the bird accidentally dropped the flower spike, which landed at Shun Nong's feet. Initially perplexed, Shun Nong picked up the flower spike out of curiosity and examined it closely. He noticed that the spike was adorned with plump, round grains that appeared quite enticing. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously broke off one grain, peeling away its outer layer to reveal a pure white, translucent kernel. Tentatively, Shun Nong placed it in his mouth and was greeted by a subtle sweetness that spread across his palate. Accompanied by a delicate fragrance, his delight, the morsel quickly alleviated his hunger. Realizing he had discovered a precious food source, He exuberantly brought the flower spikes back to his clan and taught them how to cultivate it. Through diligent labor and careful nurturing, this plant flourished, providing a continuous food supply for humanity. After listening to Shen Nong's tale, Fu Shi was profoundly impressed by his wisdom and courage. He decided to remain in the Jiang clan for a time. Working alongside Shen Nong and observing his character and conduct, before long, Fu Shi recognized Shen Nong as a successor. He then conveyed his intention to pass on the position of sovereign to him, inviting Shen Nong to return with him to assist humanity. Shen Nong agreed, and together they journeyed back on that day. The human realm was abuzz with activity, as everyone celebrated the momentous occasion of Fu Shi's abdication and Shen Nong's ascension. Fu Shi felt a sense of fulfillment that moment. 6 sages arrived to witness the event. The crowd bowed to the sages, expressing their reverence, while Nuwa, witnessing her brother's day of enlightenment, was overwhelmed with emotion and shed tears of joy. Observing this, Fu Shi quickly approached to comfort her, saying, "Sister, why do you weep so? You have attained a sacred position. Do not display such childish emotions. Look, am I not well? You should rejoice for your brother." Nuwa, upon hearing this, hastily wiped her tears and nodded in agreement. As noon approached, the sun blazed fiercely in the sky. Suddenly, unusual phenomena unfolded above, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Celestial maidens danced gracefully in the heavens, scattering a multitude of vibrant petals, while golden lotuses blossomed from the earth, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Simultaneously, a magnificent chariot, pulled by 9 mighty dragons, descended from the sky, eventually coming to rest beside Fu Shi. From the chariot emerged the master of Xian, holding a radiant treasure paper in his left hand and a precious seal in his right. He approached Fu Shi, presenting the seal to him, and proclaimed, "This is the Kongtong seal, the ultimate treasure of humanity, a symbol of your lineage. Today, I bestow it upon you to pass on to the next human emperor." Fu Shi accepted it with a nod, and the master of Xian recited aloud, "In accordance with the will of the 3 purities, Fu Shi, the sovereign of humanity, has dedicated years to teaching and guiding his people. Today, he has achieved fulfillment. He is hereby appointed as the heavenly emperor of humanity, to enter the fire cloud cave for profound cultivation and to oversee the destiny of humanity. Should no great calamity befall the world, he must not venture forth." Upon hearing these words, Fu Shi respectfully replied, "Yes." Fu Shi accepts the decree. As soon as he finished speaking, heavenly merit showered down, dividing into 2 parts. 8 tenths entered Fu Shi's body, instantly elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, and he continued to break through until he reached the peak of sub-sainthood, becoming immortal beneath the sacred realm. The remaining 2 tenths ascended to the master of Xian, whose cultivation also surged to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal through the merit's enhancement. He then uttered slash, and a figure descended from above him, enabling the master of Xian to achieve the realm of quasi-saint. Laozi, witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction. Once the ceremony concluded, Fu Shi took the decree and turned to Shen Nong, entrusting him with the Kongtong seal and solemnly conveying his instructions. With a smile, he said to Shen Nong, "I shall await your arrival in the fire cloud cave." Shen Nong nodded, and Fu Shi ascended the chariot, accompanied by the dragon horse and the 3 ancestral figures of humanity, to journey to the fire cloud cave to oversee the destiny of humanity. As the 9 dragons soared into the sky, they gradually vanished from the sight of the crowd. After assuming the leadership position, Shen Nong devoted himself tirelessly to the prosperity and advancement of humanity. He always remembered Fu Shi's earnest counsel and governed with a compassionate heart. Whether addressing clan matters or interacting with each individual, he exhibited a profound sense of responsibility and impartiality, prioritizing the welfare of his people, earning their deep respect and affection. Under Shen Nong's sagacious leadership, the lives of humanity blossomed with vibrancy, allowing them to freely enjoy joyous moments. Moreover, with the unwavering support of the 12 guardians, Shen Nong successfully mastered the cultivation techniques for 5 additional varieties of rice, selflessly imparting these skills to his people. Immediately thereafter, he patiently instructed everyone on the art of taming and raising livestock and poultry. Ultimately, he identified 6 principal categories of domesticated animals: horses, cattle, sheep, chickens, dogs, and pigs. These would later be referred to as the 6 livestock by humanity. Consequently, under the guidance of Xian, humanity ushered in a prosperous era characterized by abundant harvests and thriving livestock, embarking on a significant agricultural development journey in the annals of human civilization. However, as time progressed, Xian gradually discerned that many members of humanity lacked understanding of natural laws, such as the changes of seasons, the passage of time, and the cyclical nature of years. Thus, he once again sought the wisdom and strength of the 12 guardians, and, through relentless effort, swiftly grasped the underlying principles. He then resolutely made a grand vow to the celestial order, proclaiming, "The celestial order is supreme. Today, there exists a Xian among humanity who perceives their ignorance of the celestial timings, the distinction between days and months, and the transitions of seasons. Henceforth, in the name of the Emperor of humanity, I shall establish the 12 zodiac guardians to protect humanity and delineate the 12 earthly branches: Zirat, Chou ox, Yin tiger, Mao rabbit, Chun dragon, Si snake, Wu horse, Wei goat, Shun monkey, Yu rooster, Su dog, and Hai pig, thus creating a unique system for humanity and instituting a corresponding calendar based on the 12 earthly branches. This system aims to assist humanity in better understanding the celestial timings and adapting to climatic changes, enabling them to grasp the passage of time more clearly. Upon sensing Xian's earnest intentions for humanity, the celestial order was deeply moved and subsequently bestowed upon him a celestial merit as a reward. This merit was evenly divided into 13 portions, each granted to one of the 12 zodiac guardians. In an instant, the auras surrounding these guardians underwent a remarkable transformation, with each individual achieving a significant breakthrough in their cultivation and greatly enhancing their strength. From that point onward, under the protection of the 12 zodiac guardians, humanity was able to more accurately align themselves with celestial timings and adapt to climatic fluctuations, leading to a more stable, orderly, and prosperous existence. The realms of the 12 zodiac guardians, sustained by the celestial merit, reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage. Their attainment of this merit was largely due to the foresight of Hanzhi Xian, who had earlier guided them to assist Xian and accompany him, resulting in their current achievements. Now, all 12 were filled with joy in their hearts. They then bid farewell to Xian and returned to the side of Hanzhi Xian. The 12 zodiac guardians hurried back to the location of Hanzhi Xian. Upon seeing her, they promptly approached, bowing deeply in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed lady, for your assistance. Without you, we would not have achieved our current status, and we might have perished long ago." Hanzhi Xian smiled gently, raising her hand to signal them to rise, and softly remarked, "There is no need for such formalities. You are my guardians, and your success is part of my plan. It is merely my duty. Your journey has been quite successful, and with the merit you have gained, your cultivation has also advanced, which is indeed commendable." After a careful assessment of their radiant auras and growing cultivation, she nodded in satisfaction. "It is all thanks to the lady's efforts that we have achieved this." The 12 zodiac guardians echoed her sentiments. "There is no need for excessive gratitude. You may rise," Hanzhi Xian replied. "Understood," they responded in unison. Hanzhi Xian continued to converse with them for a while before waving her hand, allowing the 12 zodiac guardians to take their leave. While instructing, "You must swiftly return to Xian's side and discreetly ensure the safety of others. Not let your guard down." The 12 zodiac guardians replied in unison, affirming her words, and turned to depart. Once they had left, Hanzhi Xian sat alone, slightly bowing her head in contemplation. Soon after, she seemed to recall something important, murmuring to herself, "During Xian's reign, there remains a matter of merit to be obtained: the establishment of a measurement system and the introduction of copper coins for the exchange of equivalent goods. However, I already possess the measuring tool, which I acquired during my battle with Ran Deng, known as the Qian Kun ruler, perfectly suited for this method. Yet the copper coins remain unaccounted for. Upon reflection, it seems that only the falling treasure money in Xiao Sheng's possession may suffice. Therefore, I must make a journey to Wui Mountain." With her decision made, Hanzhi Xian no longer hesitated and instantly vanished from her location. She soared on clouds, like a streak of light racing towards the horizon. Along the way, her hands were busy calculating the direction to Wui Mountain. Before long, Hanzhi Xian paused her movements and proceeded toward a specific direction. Shortly thereafter, she caught sight of a majestic mountain range. Approaching the mountain, she slowed her pace and gracefully descended at its foot. Gazing around, she realized it was indeed a rare cultivation site, filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, a picturesque landscape shrouded in mist. Subsequently, Hanzhi Xian utilized her divine powers to search every corner from the base of the mountain, hoping to find Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao. Although she arrived slightly early, they should have emerged by now, making the search seemingly uncomplicated. After searching for some time, Hanzhi Xian finally spotted two figures halfway up the mountain. There, in the belly of the mountain, two cultivators sat facing each other, engaged in lively conversation. Before them lay an exquisite chessboard, with black and white pieces arranged in an intricate pattern, indicating that they were deeply engrossed in their match. Noticing their auras, Hanzhi Xian discerned that they had just recently emerged from their seclusion, their cultivation barely reaching the celestial immortal realm. Hanzhi Xian then gracefully approached, her voice ringing clear and melodious, akin to a yellow aureole emerging from the valley, as she inquired, "Might you two be Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao?" However, the two individuals, startled by the sudden appearance and inquiry of Hanzhi Xian, were taken aback. Having only recently emerged from their cave dwelling for less than 3,000 years, they were largely ignorant of the outside world and were perplexed as to how this unfamiliar celestial being could possibly know their names. Exchanging glances filled with confusion, they scrutinized Hanzhi Xian, unable to discern the depth of her true cultivation. One of them, Qiao Bao, cautiously asked, "May I inquire, esteemed elder, from whence do you hail, and what brings you here?" Hanzhi Xian, sensing their uncertainty, straightforwardly replied, "I am but a wandering cultivator, having sensed that this place harbors a fateful object of significance to me, hence my visit today to claim it." She did not disclose her true identity, merely stating that she was a passing cultivator. After all, they were destined to perish soon. There was no need for unnecessary elaboration. The two remained puzzled, unable to comprehend her words, and pressed further, "What kind of fateful object do you speak of?" Hanzhi Xian smiled gently and replied, "It is an object resembling a copper coin, adorned with a pair of wings on either side, gleaming in golden hues." Upon hearing this, both individuals were taken aback, particularly Xiao Sheng, whose expression shifted dramatically. It turned out that the treasure Hanzhi Xian described was indeed a supreme, innate spiritual treasure he had acquired not long ago, and its appearance matched her description perfectly. Confounded, he wondered how this person could possibly know of his possession. In a fit of anger, Xiao Sheng shouted, "You must be mistaken, esteemed elder. That treasure is mine, which I acquired not long ago and have never revealed. How could it possibly be linked to you? Where did you learn of it?" Unfazed by Xiao Sheng's inquiry, Hanzhi Xian responded calmly, "All treasures of heaven and earth possess their own spirits, and only those of virtue may claim them. I have always held compassion in my heart, bestowing blessings upon the world. It is only natural that I would sense a connection to this object, which rightfully belongs to me." "Humph, you wild cultivator. Attempting to covet our treasures while speaking so grandiosely. How shameless." Qiao Bao interjected, unable to contain his indignation at the perceived audacity of the female cultivator. "Ha, my friend, you seem to be losing your composure. While treasures are indeed valuable, one must also consider whether one possesses the virtue to deserve them," Hanzhi Xian retorted, unperturbed. "Humph, you audacious thief, let me show you what it means to have someone beyond oneself, and a heaven beyond the heavens." With that, Qiao Bao unsheathed a sword imbued with supernatural power, lunging toward Hanzhi Xian. "You wretched being, heaven has provided a path for you, yet you choose not to walk it. Today, I shall teach you the meaning of true power." Upon concluding her words, Hanzhi Xian immediately executed the 5 elements' great escape, vanishing from her original position. Qiao Bao, wielding his celestial sword, struck air in vain and turned to scan the surroundings, hoping to uncover the hiding place of this rogue. However, Hanzhi Xian would not grant him the opportunity to find a flaw. Instead, she produced the 9 treasures jade rui from mid-air and hurled it towards his head. Xiao Bao, be cautious. Quickly dodge. Xiao Sheng, with keen eyes and swift hands, noticed the treasure hurtling towards Xiao Bao's head and urgently shouted at him. Time was of the essence. In a flash, Xiao Sheng took out an object and tossed it into the air. Exclaiming joie, at that moment, the 9 treasures jade rui, which was meant for Xiao Bao, veered sharply and flew towards Xiao Sheng, ultimately landing alongside a winged copper coin on the ground, which Xiao Sheng promptly picked up. Observing this, Xiao Bao immediately taunted Hanzhi Xian, proclaiming, "You wretched maid, let us see whose power prevails now." Unperturbed by his words, Hanzhi Xian mused silently. Indeed, it seems the tales of future generations were not in error. My earlier act of throwing the 9 treasures jade rui was a test to confirm my suspicions, and now it is validated. It cannot be delayed any longer. I must act swiftly, addressing the 2 miscreants. She declared, "Since you dare to seize my spiritual treasure and bind yourselves to me by fate, today it seems you must conclude this destiny with me." With a flick of her wrist, she cast the heaven-opening Xianhuang merit ruler towards Xiao Bao's head, striking him with such force that his skull shattered, leading to his demise. Xiao Sheng, witnessing this, was consumed by rage and grief, tears streaming down his face as he confronted Hanzhi Xian. "Since you have slain my companion, you must pay with your life." At that moment, Xiao Sheng was driven to madness. His companion of a millennium had been killed before his very eyes. Fuming, he hurled the falling treasure money into the fray. However, this time, the falling treasure money, upon touching the Xianhuang merit ruler, exhibited no reaction and simply fell to the ground. Xiao Sheng, astonished, quickly retrieved a jade flute and began to play, unleashing a wave of sound that surged towards Hanzhi Xian with piercing force. Yet, Hanzhi Xian, sensing the impending danger, summoned the 9-colored glazed ribbon, which instinctively appeared to shield her from the onslaught. She then commanded the Xianhuang merit ruler once more, striking towards Xiao Sheng's head. He stood frozen, dazed, and then collapsed, unable to comprehend how the falling treasure money had failed him. Unbeknownst to him, the falling treasure money could not be used against treasures, a consequence of his incomplete refinement of it. Once she had dealt with the 2 of them, the entire conflict transpired in but a fleeting moment, for their power was vastly inferior to that of Hanzhi Xian. Subsequently, she collected her treasures, approached the falling treasure money, and picked it up, along with Xiao Sheng's flute and Xiao Bao's celestial sword. Using the 3-flame true fire, she incinerated their corpses before ascending the mountain peak. As Hanzhi Xian traversed Wui Mountain, she followed the winding path leading to its summit. Remarkably, she had journeyed for nearly half a month. At long last, she reached the pinnacle of Wui Mountain, where the breathtaking vista before her surpassed the beauty of the lower slopes, leaving her in a state of bliss and wonder. Elated, she began to stroll around the mountaintop. Before long, she arrived at a hilly region and, with her keen senses, detected a subtle fluctuation of an array. Drawing upon her years of cultivation and profound understanding of formations, she instantly recognized that this disturbance signified the concealment of a precious treasure. Without hesitation, Hanzhi Xian retrieved the 99 merit needle she always carried. Channeling her power to thrust it towards the source of the disturbance, a light pu echoed as the seemingly indestructible array was swiftly pierced, revealing a small opening. Seeing this, Hanzhi Xian quickly stowed her treasure and, with a flicker of her form, glided into the opening like a wisp of smoke. Her success in breaching the array was largely thanks to the 99 merit needle. Renowned as the nemesis of various prohibitive formations, upon entering the cave, the sight that greeted her momentarily stunned Hanzhi Xian. A towering tree stood majestically at the center of the cavern. With nothing else in sight, she approached it, examining it closely, her heart racing with excitement. Could this be the legendary Wui Mountain Dahong Pao tree? Elated at this realization, she hastily cast a spell to secure it within the sea-calming pearl for safekeeping. After acquiring the treasure, Hanzhi Xian did not rush to depart. She knew that this cave was a rare place for cultivation and decided to enhance the original array, fortifying it for future disciples to use as a training ground. Once her arrangements were complete, she left Wui Mountain, satisfied with her work. After a lengthy journey, Hanzhi Xian finally returned to the human settlement where she resided. After a brief rest, she immediately set about refining the falling treasure money obtained from Shaoshang. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before she realized it, a century had passed. One day, while in seclusion refining the falling treasure money, Hanzhi Xian suddenly sensed a powerful force surging within her. Gradually, she opened her eyes, gazing at the shimmering money in her hand, murmuring to herself, "Now that the falling treasure money has been successfully refined, it is time to seek out the human emperor, Xian." With that, she rose from her secluded space, stepping lightly towards the domain of the human sovereign. On this day, Hanzhi Xian arrived at the realm of the human sovereign, escorted by a trained contingent of guards. She approached the hall where the human emperor, Xian, was attending to matters. Upon entering the grand entrance, she beheld Xian seated upon a mat crafted from grass, his demeanor commanding respect and awe. Hanzhi Xian quickly approached, paying her respects to the human emperor. Subsequently, she articulated the purpose of her visit, expressing her desire for the human sovereign to join her in vigorously promoting and implementing the measures for measurement and currency exchange throughout the realm. Xian, intrigued by her proposition, nodded slightly in agreement. Thus, the two engaged in a detailed discussion within the spacious, tranquil hall, meticulously considering each step and nuance of how to execute these new initiatives. Unbeknownst to them, time swiftly passed, and 3 months elapsed before Hanzhi Xian and Xian concluded their deliberations, emerging with a comprehensive and feasible plan. Together, they departed the hall, setting forth to disseminate their ideas across the numerous tribes scattered across the vast land. Tirelessly, they traveled, patiently imparting the concepts and methods of measurement and currency exchange to the leaders and populace of each tribe. Once all tribes had successfully implemented and commenced the operation of this new system, Hanzhi Xian felt a wave of relief wash over her as she returned to the domain of the human emperor alongside Xian. Upon their return, the assembly sprang into action, swiftly preparing a table with an array of sumptuous offerings. Once everything was in place, Hanzhi Xian, with a solemn expression, stood before the table, gazing up at the vast expanse of the sky, and proclaimed, "Today I, Hanzhi Xian, disciple of the upper clear celestial, having witnessed that the beings of the human race remain unaware of the art of barter and the means to measure the value of goods, therefore, I have joined forces with the human sovereign, Xian, to establish the principles of measurement and currency exchange, utilizing the powers of the Qian ruler and falling treasure money, with the aim of enlightening all beings to the exchange of goods for currency and a measurement of all things." As her words echoed, a resonant thunder rolled across the heavens, the Tao of heaven responding to Hanzhi Xian's establishment of the principles of measurement and currency exchange. In an instant, a brilliant golden light descended from the heavens, landing directly in Hanzhi Xian's hands, the supreme merit bestowed by the Tao of heaven. This merit was divided into 4 parts. 1 entered Xian's body. 1 was given to Hanzhi Xian, who set it aside for future use. 1 entered the Qian ruler, endowing it with an additional restriction, and the last entered the falling treasure money, rectifying its previous flaws, allowing it to be utilized without limitations, resolving the prior issue of its 3-use constraint that had depleted one's fortune. After this, Hanzhi Xian gathered her 2 treasures and bid farewell to Xian, returning to her place of seclusion among the human realm to contemplate her recent gains. Upon her return, she encountered Caiyan Xian, who approached with a smile, accompanied by her clever disciple, Caiyan Xian then expressed, "Senior sister, I have come today to bid you farewell, as I wish to take my disciple Kai back to the East Sea." She inquired if Hanzhi Xian would like to accompany them on their journey back to the East Sea. Hanzhi Xian gently shook her head and replied, "I still have some matters to attend to here, so I need to stay a little longer. Junior sister, you should return first." After exchanging farewells, the two parted ways. Meanwhile, within the realm of humanity, the divine farmer was in a state of great busyness. He witnessed the numerous predicaments facing the human race, where many suffered from ailments or were afflicted by poison, leading to physical distress and even loss of life. Moved by such scenes, the divine farmer felt a deep compassion, unable to bear the suffering endured by the people. Thus, after diligently organizing the affairs within the human realm, he resolutely set forth with his retinue on a quest across the mountains and fields in search of medicinal remedies. At this moment, the divine farmer had embarked on his journey of tasting 100 herbs, wholeheartedly serving the people. It is said that the divine farmer had a beloved daughter named Nuwa. One day, Nuwa discovered that her father, the divine farmer, was not at home. Thinking that she had already explored every corner of their dwelling, she felt a profound sense of boredom. An idea struck her. She decided to quietly slip away from her mother and the attendants, and with a heart full of excitement, she made her way to the shores of the Eastern Sea, reveling in her freedom and leisure. Just as Nuwa was lost in the joy of her play, she inadvertently stirred the third Prince Zhao Bing of the Dragon Palace beneath the sea. He emerged onto the surface, observing a young girl frolicking in the water, and questioned her, "Whose child are you, and why are you causing such a stir upon the sea?" To his surprise, Nuwa, unfazed by his sudden appearance, retorted, "And who might you be?" Zhao Bing replied, "I am the third prince of the Eastern Sea." Upon hearing this, Nuwa proudly declared, "I am the princess of the human emperor." Unaware of her identity, Zhao Bing engaged in a quarrel with her. Angered by her, he unleashed his powers, summoning waves that tragically drowned Nuwa. Witnessing this, Zhao Bing swiftly retreated to the Eastern Sea. Shortly after his departure, Nuwa's lifeless body transformed into a Jingwei bird, which flew to the high mountains, repeatedly carrying large stones and casting them into the sea. Vowing to fill the Eastern Sea, after Nuwa's demise, the divine farmer, who was foraging for wild herbs, suddenly felt a tightness in his heart, as if gripped by an invisible hand as he paused his work. Furrowing his brow in confusion as he surveyed his surroundings, pondering to himself, "What could have happened? Why do I feel such unease?" However, apart from the lush wild grasses and the occasional passing birds, there seemed to be nothing amiss. After a brief hesitation, the divine farmer resolved to continue his task of gathering herbs. He bent down, cautiously extending his hands, carefully discerning each wild plant. Perseverance bore fruit, and before long, he discovered a rare and radiant spirit herb amidst the depths of the underbrush. This herb's leaves were as green as jade, its stem crystal clear, adorned with twinkling starlight, resembling a treasure of unparalleled rarity. The divine farmer, filled with joy, plucked it, thinking, "Such a spirit object must surely be of great benefit. Perhaps it is an extraordinary treasure indeed." Without hesitation, he placed the spirit herb into his mouth and began to chew. However, to his dismay, shortly after swallowing, he was seized by excruciating pain in his abdomen, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart, an agony unbearable. Clutching his belly in torment, cold sweat poured down his forehead. Soon, the pain intensified, and the divine farmer felt his vision darken, his body swaying uncontrollably. Ultimately, he could no longer withstand it and collapsed to the ground. Losing consciousness at that moment, a sudden flash of light appeared in the sky, and a figure materialized beside the divine farmer. It was the Taoist Duobao. The Taoist had sensed the divine farmer's peril from afar during his cultivation, prompting him to rush over to offer assistance. Without delay, Duobao took out a pill and placed it in the divine farmer's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, releasing a cool essence that flowed down his throat, spreading throughout his body. Before long, the divine farmer slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually returning. Upon recognizing the figure before him as his teacher, Taoist Duobao, he hastily rose to his knees in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Were it not for your timely arrival, I would surely have perished." Taoist Duobao smiled, helping the divine farmer to his feet, and asked with concern, "There is no need for such formalities, Emperor of humanity. What has transpired to lead you to such a state?" The divine farmer, filled with regret, recounted the events, expressing that he had believed the spirit herb to be a rare treasure, only to discover it was, in fact, the highly toxic heartbreak grass. Upon hearing this, Taoist Duobao nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He then elaborated on the toxicity and characteristics of heartbreak grass, cautioning the divine farmer to exercise greater caution in the future when foraging for herbs. The divine farmer, tearfully grateful, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Recalling the earlier encounter, he hurriedly retrieved a wooden bamboo book he always carried, meticulously recording the shape, color, scent, and toxicity of heartbreak grass. After completing this task, the divine farmer thanked Taoist Duo Bao once more. Observing the diligent and eager-to-learn divine farmer, Taoist Duo Bao's eyes glimmered with approval. After a moment's contemplation, he produced two magical artifacts from his sleeve and presented them to the divine farmer. Point one was a long whip of reddish-brown hue, capable of effortlessly identifying various spirit herbs. The other was a small, exquisite cauldron, which the divine farmer cherished and named the divine farmer's cauldron. With the acquisition of these two precious treasures, the divine farmer felt as though he had struck gold. Thereafter, with the guidance of Taoist Duo Bao and the assistance of the two artifacts, his herb-gathering endeavors became remarkably smooth. In no time at all, he successfully collected and cataloged 365 varieties of herbs, documenting the efficacy of each before establishing the divine farmer's materia medica in the realm of heavenly laws. In response, the heavens bestowed upon the divine farmer the merits of the heavenly path, which he accepted before returning to his retinue, bringing them back to the realm of humanity, eager to share his invaluable experiences and findings for the benefit of the populace. After the divine farmer's departure, the site of heartbreak grass came to be known as Jiang Ziya, ensuring that his name would echo through the ages. Upon returning to the human realm, the divine farmer wasted no time in widely disseminating the newly registered divine farmer's materia medica among his people. This compendium was the culmination of his years of labor, containing extensive records of the characteristics and benefits of countless herbs, significantly contributing to the advancement of humanity. Once this matter was properly arranged, the divine farmer took a moment to rest and then summoned an attendant to inquire, "Where is Nuwa at this moment?" However, the attendant shook his head in confusion, indicating he was unaware, having not even caught a glimpse of Nuwa. Alarmed, the divine farmer recalled the unsettling feeling he had experienced that day, filled with urgency, yet maintaining his composure. Dismissing the attendant, he ventured forth, relying on the profound blood bond and spiritual connection with his daughter, resolutely embarking on the quest to find Nuwa. Throughout his journey, he tirelessly traversed mountains and valleys, ultimately arriving at the vast and boundless shores of the Eastern Sea. From a distance, he spotted a small green bird tirelessly carrying stones and casting them into the sea, all the while emitting cries of Jingwei. Jingwei! The divine farmer focused intently and instantly recognized this green bird as his beloved daughter, Nuwa, transformed. Yet he could not fathom what had transpired to cause such a change. Overwhelmed with sorrow, he hurriedly approached, gently cradling the Jingwei bird in his arms before hastily returning to the dwelling of humanity. Upon reaching the realm of humanity, the divine farmer rushed to the secluded retreat of Hanzhi Xian. When he finally met Hanzhi Xian, he wasted no time on pleasantries, directly conveying his purpose and earnestly requesting her assistance in caring for his daughter. Hanzhi Xian listened quietly to the divine farmer's words, contemplating briefly before nodding in agreement. She then spoke softly before the divine farmer, "I shall take her as my disciple, making her my foremost student of the third generation." Upon hearing this, the divine farmer's heart soared with joy. It was well known that he had previously crossed paths with Hanzhi Xian, and he understood that this seemingly modest celestial being was, in truth, a formidable figure of great capability. The opportunity for his daughter to be taken under her wing was undoubtedly a remarkable chance for Nuwa's growth, promising her a path to future accomplishments. With this thought, the divine farmer's anxious heart found a measure of peace. With matters thus settled, the divine farmer expressed his profound gratitude to Hanzhi Xian. After repeatedly thanking her, he departed with a sense of relief, returning to immerse himself in the vital endeavors of the human race. After the divine farmer's departure, Hanzhi Xian gazed at the Jingwei bird before her, her heart sinking. The bird's eyes were vacant, clearly indicating that its spirit had been tainted by malevolent energy, leaving its essence nearly shattered, reduced to mere instinct. Without a moment's delay, Hanzhi Xian summoned her powers. She parted her lips and began to chant, conjuring a pristine 12-petal white lotus that radiated a holy light. This lotus was an exceedingly rare treasure in the world, possessing formidable purifying powers. As Hanzhi Xian executed her incantation, the 12-petal white lotus floated gracefully above the Jingwei bird, showering it with streams of white light, enveloping it entirely. The malevolent aura entwined around the body of the Jingwei bird swiftly dissipated upon encountering the sacred light emitted by the white lotus. Akin to ice and snow melting in the presence of fire, gradually fading into the void. However, merely purging the malevolent aura was far from sufficient. The celestial being, Hanzhi, was acutely aware that in order to restore the Jingwei bird to its former state, it was imperative to replenish its damaged spirit. Thus, with a graceful wave of her jade hand, she summoned a radiant sphere of golden light, a manifestation of virtuous merit. This sphere, imbued with boundless goodwill and blessings, represented one of the purest forces in existence. Hanzhi meticulously infused this sphere of merit into the consciousness of the Jingwei bird. As the golden light merged, the bird's once dull form began to shimmer with a delicate golden glow, its aura stabilizing with each passing moment. That moment, there was no time to delay. Hanzhi called out with conviction, amplifying her magical energy. A melodious bird's song resounded, and the divine light enveloping the Jingwei bird surged forth, its brilliance becoming increasingly resplendent. Moments later, the divine light receded, revealing a figure within. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the girl of yore, Enhua. Although she had just awakened, Enhua remained in a state of confusion. Fortunately, thanks to the infusion of the merit light, her consciousness had nearly returned to clarity. Upon recognizing Hanzhi, she instantly understood that it was this venerable elder who had intervened to save her. Granting her a second chance at life, struggling to rise, Enhua knelt upon the ground, respectfully bowing to Hanzhi, exclaiming, "I am forever grateful for your grace in granting me rebirth. This kindness shall remain etched in my memory. Should you ever require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to traverse fire and water." Hanzhi smiled gently, helping Enhua to her feet, and spoke warmly, "Please rise. Your father has entrusted me with a task. Now that you have returned to normal, you shall enter my fold as a disciple of the third generation. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Jingwei. Here, I present you with a mid-tier innate spiritual treasure, a 6th-grade white lotus and a 5-colored stone, both of which shall serve as your protective artifacts." With that, Hanzhi offered the 2 treasures to Jingwei. Overjoyed, Jingwei accepted the artifacts, expressing her heartfelt gratitude to her venerable master. Subsequently, Hanzhi instructed her to stand aside and, after a moment of contemplation, decided to summon the Xian. Upon the arrival of the Xian, Hanzhi conveyed her instructions, commanding him to escort Jingwei back to the East Seas Xianxia Island, ensuring that she was entrusted to Shiji, who would guide her diligently. The Xiangui acknowledged the command and promptly led Jingwei away towards the East Seas Xianxia Island. On that day, after the Xiangui departed with Jingwei, Hanzhi resumed her seclusion for a period. Having received the enhancement of the heavenly merit, she meticulously reforged the Qian Kun ruler, observing the changes that occurred after breaking through the constraints. During this process, she unexpectedly attained an advanced spatial technique. Hanzhi could not suppress the smile that graced her face as joy illuminated her countenance, pondering how best to apply her newfound mastery. After deep contemplation, she resolved to merge this technique with her already adept skill of the One Qi conquering hand. Thus, she embarked on a new endeavor of merging these 2 abilities during her seclusion. After a while, Hanzhi successfully fused the 2 techniques into a cohesive whole. That moment, this new divine ability had undergone a remarkable transformation, retaining its formidable offensive power while acquiring the extraordinary ability to traverse space freely. Hanzhi felt immense satisfaction with this fusion and, in her excitement, bestowed upon it a new name, Qian Kun Divine Palm. Once all preparations were complete, Hanzhi emerged from her seclusion, eager to step outside for a breath of fresh air. That on this particular day, she found herself in an unfamiliar tribe, where she observed a young boy intently sketching on the ground with a wooden stick. Occasionally, he would look up at the sky, seemingly lost in thought, before returning to depict animals and other figures on the earth. Intrigued, Hanzhi approached the boy and softly inquired, "Young lad, what is it that you are drawing upon the ground?" Hearing her voice, the boy looked up, blinking his bright, expressive eyes, and replied, "Venerable one, I am drawing. Look, this is a cow, and over there is the sun." He pointed to the patterns on the ground with the stick in his hand. Hanzhi, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully, as if struck by a revelation. She then smiled at the boy and said, "Ah, I too can draw, and I have created far more than you. Would you care to learn alongside me?" The boy's eyes sparkled with delight at her words, and without hesitation, he eagerly agreed, "Yes, yes, I would love to." Thus, a bond was forged between the two. The boy led Hanzhi to his home, where his mother welcomed her warmly. Hanzhi spent some time there, and through her interactions with the boy, she became certain that he was destined to become the future character Xian, the progenitor of written language. Later, in the presence of Xian's parents, Hanzhi accepted him as her disciple. She declared, "Today, I take you under my wing as my disciple. I am Hanzhi, a direct disciple of the sage of the upper clear, and you shall be my fifth direct disciple, known as Xian. I shall now impart to you the high-grade, innate spiritual treasures, the ninth-grade white lotus, the heart-piercing lock, and the run-ding seal, to serve as your protective treasures. May you diligently cultivate virtue and care for all beings." Having completed her instructions, Hanzhi transmitted the upper clear, celestial techniques for him to practice. Once everything was settled, she bid farewell to Xian's parents and took him back to her secluded training location among the human race, where they commenced their shared period of seclusion. Thereafter, Hanzhi and Xian engaged in their seclusion and cultivation together. During this time, Hanzhi devoted herself to imparting various ancient celestial scripts and demonic texts to Xian, guiding him to observe and emulate the diverse phenomena of nature, such as mountains and rivers, encouraging him to enhance his learning and progress through personal insights. As time flowed onward, during the period of Hanzhi's teaching, unbeknownst to them, the human race was on the verge of a historically significant moment, the birth of the last human emperor, Xian. Legend has it that in the ancestral land of the human race, amidst numerous tribes, there existed one known as the Xian tribe, situated by the beautiful banks of the Jishui River, led by Xian. After enduring a lengthy pregnancy, Xian's wife finally gave birth to a healthy baby boy on this momentous day. However, at the very moment the boy entered the world, a sudden stirring occurred within the heart of the primordial heavenly venerable atop Kunlun Mountain. He promptly summoned his favored disciple, Guangchengzi, and solemnly instructed, "In the eastern part of the human realm lies a tribe where the last human emperor shall be born today. You must hasten there to accept this child as your disciple and guide him well. For this task, I bestow upon you the Flip Heaven Seal to aid you." Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, Guangchengzi wasted no time. He immediately set forth, employing his divine abilities to traverse the land and reach the Xian tribe. Upon arrival, Guangchengzi introduced himself to Xuanyuan's parents and the gathered crowd, successfully accepting the newborn boy as his disciple, naming him Xianyuan. From that point onward, Guangchengzi took Xianyuan under his wing, diligently educating him. As days turned into weeks, Xianyuan gradually matured into a young man. That on the same day that Xianyuan was born, another baby boy emerged in a different tribe, the Zhuli tribe, whose destiny was also inextricably linked to the future of the human race. This boy displayed extraordinary wisdom from birth, prompting his parents to name him Qiyu. Remarkably, he was born alongside a total of 81 brothers at that very moment, far away in the realm of the human ruler. Shen felt a powerful premonition that his time to abdicate was approaching. Consequently, he promptly arranged human affairs and embarked on a journey to seek the next human ruler. On this day, Shen traveled to the banks of the Jishui River and entered the Xian tribe, where he fortuitously discovered a young man highly revered and loved by the local populace. Curiosity piqued, Shen decided to delve deeper into the matter. After some inquiries, he learned that the young man's name was Xianyuan. And astonishingly, Xianyuan had also become a disciple of the sage Guangchengzi. Upon witnessing this, Shen was struck with realization, understanding that Xianyuan was likely destined for greatness, akin to himself, and he believed that this young man might be the chosen successor to the position of the human ruler. Thus, he approached Xianyuan and engaged him in conversation. Throughout their exchange, Shen increasingly recognized Xuanyuan's erudition and exceptional insight, leading him to regard the young man with newfound respect. Consequently, Xian opted to temporarily reside in the Yoxiong tribe. On one hand, he was able to closely observe and study Xian. On the other hand, he seized the opportunity to fervently promote the Shinong Benchao Jing, a compendium he personally authored, to the people of the Bear Clan. As time quietly passed, Xian unknowingly matured into adulthood, smoothly succeeding his father as the chief of his clan and beginning to independently manage various affairs within the tribe. It is worth noting that Xian possessed a unique talent and aptitude for tribal governance. He not only established a series of effective regulations that ensured order and organization within the clan, but also frequently approached the human race with compassion and understanding, earning their heartfelt support and affection. Even the experienced Xian would occasionally seek his opinions on certain matters, to which Xian would respond fluently, showcasing his profound knowledge and keen intellect. Simultaneously, Xian approached tasks with calmness and expertise, meticulously handling significant issues that affected the welfare of the human race. Consistently adhering to principles of benevolence and selflessly striving for the betterment of all, before long, Xian perceived Xuanyuan's great capacity for empathy and magnanimity, thus inviting him to express his intentions, preparing to pass on the position of the human race's sovereign. Initially, Xian hesitated, claiming he was unfit for such a role, but after Xian's persuasive words, he ultimately agreed. Once arrangements were made within the Bear Clan, they set forth to the realm of the human sovereign to prepare for the transfer of power. Upon Xuanyuan's return with Xian to the domain of the human sovereign, half a year had swiftly elapsed. During this time, Xian had diligently followed Xian, learning the ways of governance and the management of numerous human tribes. As soon as they returned, Xian wasted no time in instructing, "Prepare swiftly, for in 3 days a propitious date will arrive, and I shall hold the ceremony of abdication here to pass the position of Emperor of Humanity to Xian." Once this news spread, it sent ripples throughout the entire human race, akin to a stone cast into water, igniting a fervor. After all, they had personally experienced the previous abdication ceremony and understood the immense benefits it entailed. Consequently, all were filled with excitement, their faces radiant with joy, and they quickly set to work. People busied themselves, meticulously preparing offerings and presenting various precious tributes for the sacrificial rites. In an instant, the scene became a bustling spectacle. With everyone laboring in hopeful anticipation of the future, time flew by, and soon the appointed day arrived. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air, but on the sacrificial altar, the 6 holy beings representing the primordial universe were enshrined: the great Clarity Laozi, the original heavenly venerable of Jade Clarity, the celestial teacher of supreme clarity, the goddess Niwa, and the Western guides, Jin and Juni. The atmosphere was solemn and dignified at that moment. A figure suddenly manifested in the sky. It was the Taoist Dubao descending. Clutching a pure white paper, he gracefully approached. With an ethereal presence and extraordinary demeanor, he evoked a sense of reverence. Upon reaching Xian, he exchanged respectful greetings with both Xian and Xian, who hastily welcomed him, mindful of Dubao's status as Xian's nominal mentor. After the formalities, Dubao cleared his throat and began to read the decree aloud. By the will of the heavenly Tao, the 3 teachings and 3 purities decree. The celestial teacher of supreme clarity has instructed that Xian, the chief deity and ruler of the human race, has diligently served since succeeding the heavenly sovereign Fuxi. He has tirelessly established the 12 zodiac and 12 earthly branches, greatly facilitating the lives of the human race. He has educated the human race about the myriad changes of heaven and earth, enlightening them about the 4 seasons, personally leading his kin to cultivate and educate the masses, enabling them to better adapt to their environment, and assisting the goddess of compassion in formulating measurement standards and currency exchange. Furthermore, he has been diligent and responsible, harboring the well-being of all living beings in his heart, even venturing into perilous realms to sample countless herbs, teaching others to identify various medicinal plants, ultimately compiling the Xian Benchao Jing, a medical tome that has rescued countless beings from suffering. His deeds are truly commendable. Thus, he is hereby conferred the title of Earth Sovereign and will ascend to the Fire Cloud Cave today to oversee the fate of the human race. As Du Bao finished reading, Xian excitedly stepped forward to receive the sacred decree. That moment, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, celebrating yet another historic event. Subsequently, the heavenly Tao resonated, bestowing merits that split into two, with the largest portion, comprising 80%, entering Xian's body. The instant the merits infused into him, Xian felt an unparalleled surge of power coursing through his meridians, and without hesitation, he absorbed all the merits he had accumulated over the years. In that fleeting moment, his cultivation skyrocketed, catapulting him from an ordinary mortal to the realm of sub-saints. At that moment, Xian radiated a formidable aura that resonated with the very essence of heaven and earth. The remaining 20% of the merits, akin to birds returning to their nests, flew towards Du Bao. Upon receiving these merits, Du Bao proclaimed slash, and a figure burst forth from above his head. This figure shone with resplendent radiance, clearly breaking through to the quasi-saint realm due to this fortuitous moment. Once the dust settled, the sky above became adorned with auspicious clouds and radiant energies as a treasure carriage drawn by 9 colossal dragons approached. Seated within was the divine Fuxi, wearing a smile as he personally came to welcome Xian. As Xian approached, Fuxi clasped his hands and said, "Congratulations, esteemed brother, on your successful attainment of the Tao and ascension today. A tremendous fortune for our human race." Xian promptly returned the gesture, expressing, "Thank you, elder brother, for coming to greet me. I am immensely grateful." Afterward, Xian solemnly handed the Kongtong seal, emblematic of the supreme authority of the human race, to Xian, meticulously detailing several important matters to him. Once everything was arranged, Xian took to the skies alongside the 12 zodiac, landing steadily atop the treasure carriage. At the Fuxi's command, the 9 dragons roared in unison, propelling the carriage towards the Fire Cloud Cave. There, the fate of the human race resided, and Xian's journey was to jointly safeguard it alongside Fuxi, ensuring the prosperity and continuity of the human race. Meanwhile, Xian officially ascended as the new sovereign of the human race, taking on Xian's responsibilities in educating the people in the realm of cultivation. The immortal Hanzhi became aware of Xian's attainment and, after some calculations, discerned that Xian was born with a murderous aura, destined to govern through martial prowess, which would lead to incessant conflicts among the various human tribes, plunging the human world into chaos. Thus, Hanzhi paid no further heed, as this was a matter pertaining to the later teachings. She then summoned Sangja, taking him back to the Eastern Sea. During her extended stay among the humans, she had significantly advanced her cultivation to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. With matters concluded, she returned to the Eastern Sea, just in time for her master's millennial teaching day. Hanzhi, accompanied by Sangja, streaked across the sky like a meteor toward the Eastern Sea. Along the way, they traveled swiftly, soon arriving at the vast expanse of the Eastern Sea. Within this boundless ocean lay an island known as Lubishan. This mountain, situated about 7,000 miles from the Eastern Sea's edge, was enveloped in mist, resembling a celestial realm. On this Lubishan resided a rare mythical beast, immense in size and resembling a water buffalo. Albeit with slight differences, its body was covered in a layer of azure fur, smooth as silk and shimmering with a faint glow. Unlike ordinary cattle, this beast lacked sharp horns, possessing only a single robust hoof. When this mythical creature traversed the waters, it was always accompanied by tempestuous winds and torrential rains, resembling a waterfall cascading down or tumultuous waves crashing, a spectacle of grandeur that left observers in awe. Simultaneously, the beast radiated a dazzling brilliance, akin to the luminescence of the sun and moon, illuminating the entire oceanic expanse. Even more astounding was the beast's roar, which resonated like thunder, shaking the heavens. Whenever it opened its colossal mouth to bellow, the very earth trembled and the skies darkened. According to later legends, this mythical beast was called Kuei, also known as Kuei Niu.I in later times. The Yellow Emperor was fortunate to encounter Kuei with the assistance of the celestial Xian Nu, fashioning its hide into a war drum. The drumsticks were made from the bones of the thunder beast. Once this kuei drum was completed, the Yellow Emperor struck its surface with the thunder beast's bone mallet, producing a sound that could be heard 500 miles away. With the power of this divine drum, the Yellow Emperor commanded respect from all directions, vanquishing the adversary Qiyu and unifying the realm under his rule. I could see this moment. Upon witnessing the legendary Kuei Nyo, Hanzhi felt a stir in her heart. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she cast a masterfully intricate spell, instantly enveloping Kuei Nyo within her magical grasp. The creature struggled fiercely against the binding spell, but ultimately could not escape Hanzhi's control. After successfully subduing Kuei Nyo, Hanzhi did not cease her actions. With a delicate gesture, she sent a transmission directly to Xian Island. Upon receiving the transmission, the disciples on the island promptly set forth, making their way towards the cave dwelling on Jinao Island, prepared to await the return of immortal Hanzhi. After completing these arrangements, immortal Hanzhi smiled gently and continued her swift journey towards Jinao Island. Accompanied by Jiang Ziya and the subdued Kuei Nyo, upon their arrival at Jinao Island, immortal Hanzhi led Jiang Ziya forward. Soon, they came upon a serene and elegant cave, rich in spiritual energy. This cave was a sanctuary for cultivation, personally established by immortal Hanzhi on Jinao Island, surrounded by lush trees and vibrant blossoms, resembling a celestial realm. I could see this moment. Hanzhi's disciples had already gathered here, respectfully awaiting their master's return. Immortal Hanzhi's gaze slowly swept over the crowd, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. The disciples appeared invigorated and possessed an extraordinary aura, clearly having made significant progress in their cultivation during her absence. Immortal Hanzhi nodded approvingly and introduced Jiang Ziya to them, allowing him to become acquainted with the disciples. Once introductions were made, she gently raised her hand, signaling the other disciples to temporarily withdraw. Thus, the disciples respectfully took their leave, leaving only the direct disciples and grand students present. These direct disciples included Shiji, Yuanyangzi, Balianzi, Beixinjun, and Jiang Ziya, while the grand student was Jingwei. Once everyone was settled, immortal Hanzhi began to inquire about the challenges they had encountered in their cultivation over the past years, patiently providing answers and guidance. After a thorough exchange, the disciples felt immensely enlightened, gaining deeper insights into their paths of cultivation. Subsequently, immortal Hanzhi waved her delicate hand, and 3 beams of light shot forth from her palm, landing before Jiang Ziya, Balianzi, and Yuanyangzi respectively. These were divine beasts that she had acquired during her recent travels. With a smile, immortal Hanzhi remarked, "Jiang Ziya, this divine beast is a yellow dragon that I tamed by the banks of the Yellow River. Its scales are covered in armor, capable of summoning clouds and rain, with vast powers. Today, I bestow it upon you as your steed. May you treat it well." Hearing this, Jiang Ziya was overjoyed and stepped forward respectfully to receive the dragon. He gently stroked its hard scales, sensing the power contained within, and excitedly thanked immortal Hanzhi. "Thank you for your generous gift, Master. I shall not disappoint and will treat this divine beast with the utmost care." Next, immortal Hanzhi turned her gaze towards Balianzi, her eyes filled with affection. She softly said, "This second divine beast is one I fortuitously acquired while returning to the East Sea, passing through a place called Liubo Mountain. It is named Kuei Nyo, an ancient and extraordinary beast whose roar resonates like thunder, instilling fear across the lands." Balianzi stepped forward to receive it. "Today, fate has brought you two together, and I shall gift it to you as your mount." Balianzi, unable to contain her joy, hurriedly approached and carefully accepted the Kuei Nyo with both hands. She deeply bowed, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your kindness. I will surely take good care of Kuei Nyo." Finally, immortal Hanzhi turned her attention to Yuanyangzi, speaking earnestly. "The third divine beast is one I tamed during the reign of the human emperor Fulevin. It is known as the Nian beast, which emerges at the turn of the year to devour humans and livestock. However, it has now been tamed by me and can be used by you. Yuanyangzi, I hope you will wield the power of this beast to vanquish evil and protect the people." Yuanyangzi solemnly stepped forward to accept the Nian beast, expressing his gratitude to immortal Hanzhi. Thank you for bestowing such a remarkable steed upon me. Master, I will diligently follow your teachings and utilize the Nian beast power to uphold righteousness and aid the world. After all three disciples received their mounts, immortal Hanzhi slightly turned her head, her gaze falling upon the Xian nearby. He, having already been gifted a jade qilin as a steed, required no further consideration. She then looked toward Shiji, who stood quietly with a clear gaze. Noticing this, immortal Hanzhi smiled gently and asked, Shiji, I have yet to bestow a steed upon you. What are your thoughts on this matter? Shiji promptly bowed and replied, Master, during my recent travels, I was fortunate enough to tame a Qingwan as my steed, so there is no need for you to trouble yourself further. Immortal Hanzhi nodded lightly in approval. However, Shiji continued, Moreover, during this journey, I not only acquired the Qingwan, but also unexpectedly obtained a fateful weapon, the Taiye sword. With that, Shiji produced the Taiye sword, presenting it before immortal Hanzhi. The blade gleamed with a cold light. Adorned with gemstones on the hilt, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. Subsequently, Shiji informed immortal Hanzhi that during her visit to Jinao Island, she was gifted the Bagua Cloud Light Scarf and the Bagua Dragon Whisk Scarf by Tongtian, who claimed they were items of fate meant for her. Immortal Hanzhi understood in her heart, recognizing them as destined treasures for Shiji. As Shiji concluded her report, Jingwei, who had been quietly standing at the back, could no longer contain her excitement and hurriedly stepped forward, exclaiming, Master, Master, what about me? I want a steed too. Seeing her fellow disciples receiving magnificent steeds from immortal Hanzhi, Jingwei felt envious of the awe-inspiring divine beasts and mustered the courage to request one for herself. However, before immortal Hanzhi could respond, Shiji suddenly admonished, Jingwei, do not be so disrespectful before Master. The atmosphere in the room grew tense for a moment. Nonetheless, immortal Hanzhi merely smiled and gently waved her hand, signaling Shiji that it was acceptable. Then, turning her attention to Jingwei, she spoke in a soothing tone, Do not worry. After we finish listening to the teachings of the Master, I shall personally take you to the Dragon Palace in the EC to find you a steed that suits you well. Upon hearing this, Jingwei's face lit up with joy, and she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, Great! Thank you, Master! She then jumped around in excitement. Observing her delight, immortal Hanzhi couldn't help but smile, gently patting Jingwei's little head. She instructed the others to withdraw and focus on solidifying their own cultivation for a while. While she herself prepared to enter a period of secluded practice, as time passed. It was not long before a crisp and melodious voice suddenly reached immortal Hanzhi's ears, bearing the message from Tongtian that the long-awaited annual teaching session had arrived, urging her to hasten to Bo Palace. Upon hearing this, immortal Hanzhi wasted no time and exited her seclusion, summoning her disciples to assemble as they made their way to Bo Palace together. Along the way, the atmosphere was lively, filled with laughter and conversation. As they walked, a graceful figure appeared not far ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, accompanied by a spirited young man. Upon meeting, both parties exchanged respectful greetings. Immortal Hanzhi then quickly urged her disciples to approach and pay their respects to the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. The disciples greeted her, We have met the Master Ant, and wish you well. Dear disciples, there is no need for excessive formalities, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit replied, then called for the young man behind her to step forward to go. Greet your Master Ant. She instructed Yuanyuan. Yes, Master, Yuanyuan replied. I am Yuanyuan. I have met my Master Ant, and wish you well. Dear disciple, no need for excessive formalities, immortal Hanzhi said, and subsequently gifted him a fire apricot fruit as a token of their meeting. After the greetings, immortal Hanzhi learned that he was indeed the immortal Yuanyuan of the One Qi, and the group continued together towards Bo Palace. Upon arriving at Bo Palace, seeing that most had gathered, immortal Hanzhi noticed that many of her disciples had already arrived. She saw the fairy of colorful clouds seated upon a mat with her disciple Cai, and nearby were the three sisters, Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao, who had hurried back from Taishan with the Jade Bisha monarch, sitting together with Zhao Gongming. Immortal Hanzhi acknowledged them with a nod before following behind the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and leading her disciples to their own mat, where she also nodded to her senior brothers and sisters, Taba, Guiling, and Wudong, before settling down to meditate and await Tongtian's appearance. Before long, Immortal Hanzhi opened her eyes to see Tongtian Master appearing mysteriously, radiating a sacred aura, his form ethereal. She sensed a subtle enhancement in her master's cultivation. Following this, Tongtian began his discourse. After the teachings concluded, Immortal Hanzhi instructed her disciples to return to Xian Island, retaining Zhao and Jingwei. She turned to Zhao, saying, "Now you shall return to the realm of humanity, aiding Emperor Xian in your spare time, delve into the matters I have taught you. Perhaps a great merit awaits you to fulfill." "Yes, disciple obeys that. I take my leave," Zhao replied, clasping his fists respectfully. "Good go," Immortal Hanzhi said. Once she finished speaking, Zhao mounted the dragon steed and soared into the sky, departing Jineo Island towards the human realm. After Zhao left, Immortal Hanzhi turned to Jingwei, saying, "Let us be on our way as well, to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea." "Very well, Master Ancestor," replied Jingwei joyfully, and the two then unleashed their escape light. Heading towards the Dragon Palace, Hanzhi Xian lightly brushed her sleeve. Her garments fluttering gracefully, she accompanied Zhao to the vast and boundless East Sea with a wave of her jade hand. A tremendous surge of magical power erupted, causing the once turbulent waters to obediently part like a tamed beast, revealing a wide and straight passageway. The pair then descended into the East Sea, traversing this channel, with the surrounding waters refraining from touching them. Before long, a resplendent palace, shimmering with pearls and treasures, came into view. It was the Crystal Palace of the East Sea Dragon King. Just as they approached the grand entrance, a massive yiksha swiftly emerged from the sea. This yiksha bore a fierce countenance, with its fangs bared, yet upon seeing Hanzhi Xian, it dared not be lax, promptly bowing low and exclaiming, "Greetings. Great Immortal, may I inquire the purpose of your visit to the Dragon Palace?" Hanzhi Xian nodded slightly, her expression serene as she replied, "I am a disciple of the Tongtian Saint from Golden Aojiao Island. Here today to pay a visit to your Dragon King for a matter of great importance that I kindly request that you relay this message." Upon hearing this, the yiksha was taken aback, hastily responding, "Ah, it is indeed an honor to have you, Great Immortal. Please wait a moment. I shall report to the Dragon King at once." With that, it turned and hurried into the Crystal Palace. Before long, the yiksha returned, respectfully saying, "Great Immortal, please follow me." Thus, the yiksha led the way, with Hanzhi Xian and Zhao closely behind. Soon arriving at a pavilion before the entrance of the Crystal Palace, the yiksha halted. Turning to Hanzhi Xian, "Please wait here for a moment. I shall go inform the Dragon King." Having said this, it swiftly entered the palace. At that moment, within the Crystal Palace, the East Sea Dragon King was seated upon the throne, wholly engrossed in admiring the graceful dancers below. The elegant figures, accompanied by melodious music, rendered the Dragon King entranced, completely immersed in the spectacle. Just then, a hurried voice echoed from afar, "Your Majesty, Dragon Emperor, trouble is afoot. A celestial maiden from the requests an audience, claiming to have urgent matters to discuss with you." The East Sea Dragon King, startled by this announcement, snapped back to attention, rising abruptly to scold the yiksha. "What a disarray! Do you not know which celestial friend from has arrived?" The yiksha, trembling, replied, "Your Majesty, I do not know, fool." The East Sea Dragon King bellowed, "Why do you not hasten to welcome our esteemed guest?" Before the yiksha could respond, the Dragon King had already stepped out in haste. As he approached, he soon spotted a graceful and serene celestial maiden patiently waiting in the exquisite pavilion. Noticing this, the East Sea Dragon King quickened his pace, approaching her with a face full of apologies. "I truly regret having kept you waiting. Esteemed maiden, may I inquire how I should address you? And what brings you to seek me?" The maiden, known as Hanzhi Xian, looked at the Dragon King as he neared and softly spoke. "I am Hanzhi Xian, an inner disciple of the Tongtian Saint from Golden Aojiao Island. I have come today to discuss a matter of causality that requires resolution." Upon hearing this, the East Sea Dragon King exhibited a look of confusion, pondering, when have I ever had any entanglement with this beautiful celestial maiden? Yet he maintained a smiling facade, responding, "Ah, may I ask what kind of causality you refer to? I cannot seem to recall." Hanzhi Xian, unfazed, raised her delicate hand, gesturing towards the nearby Jingwei, and slowly spoke. "Do you know who she is?" Dragon King, the East Sea Dragon King, followed her, and after careful inspection, shook his head gently, replying, "I truly do not know who this young lady is at this moment." Hanzhi Xian let out a melodious laugh. Before continuing, "There is no need for the Dragon King to be so anxious. This maiden is my third-generation chief disciple, Jingwei. However, she possesses another identity as well. She is the daughter of the Earth Emperor, Xian, known as NWS." Soon as Hanzhi Xian finished speaking, the East Sea Dragon King's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked once more at Jingwei, muttering, "So she is of such noble origin." He then collected himself, asking urgently, "What, then, is the causality you mentioned?" In truth, he already had an inkling, but was reluctant to confront it. Hanzhi Xian smiled gently, replying, "During the reign of the Earth Emperor, an incident occurred where the third prince of the East Sea Dragon clan drowned a girl in these waters. This girl is she, and we are here to resolve this matter." The East Sea Dragon King, caught off guard, inquired, "How does the esteemed maiden wish to proceed?" "I propose," Hanzhi Xian stated, "that the one who caused her demise be made her mount for 1,000 years. "What?" the East Sea Dragon King scoffed. "Is this not somewhat excessive?" "Oh, you do not agree, Dragon King?" Hanzhi Xian countered. "Such a request seems rather unreasonable." "Very well," the East Sea Dragon King conceded. "If you do not comply, then do not blame me if the third prince faces calamity in the future. For I have warned you today." "What does that mean?" the East Sea Dragon King asked in confusion. "That which cannot be spoken," Hanzhi Xian replied mysteriously, shaking her head. "If you please." The Dragon King was about to urge her for more explanation when suddenly the Dragon Palace trembled, the entire Crystal Palace beginning to shake. The Dragon King was alarmed, realizing that someone was evidently breaking through the array. With a furrowed brow, he focused intently, muttering incantations. In an instant, a towering, fierce-looking Yiksha appeared before him. The Yiksha respectfully saluted the Dragon King and recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that a man clad in a Taoist robe had appeared outside, his demeanor imposing, yet his eyes betrayed an air of arrogance and disdain. He stood before the Dragon Palace's entrance, boldly declaring that he demanded the Dragon King surrender a being of the Dragon Clan, or he would raise the Crystal Palace to the ground. Upon hearing this report, the East Sea Dragon King was consumed with fury. He thought to himself, "What day is it today that so many come seeking my Dragon Clan?" Resolving not to delay further, he summoned the aquatic beings to accompany him outside to assess the situation. The Dragon King prepared to lead his entourage. Hanzhi Xian and Jingwei followed suit, stepping out of the Dragon Palace alongside them. Upon arriving outside, they beheld a man standing proudly before the entrance of the Crystal Palace, dressed in a flowing golden robe, adorned with a golden belt set with dazzling gems. He held a magical staff, his gaze piercing as it fixated on the Dragon King who had just emerged. The Dragon King, incensed by the man's rudeness, stepped forward and demanded, "Who are you to recklessly disturb my abode?" The man, unfazed by the Dragon King's inquiry, smirked slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. In a haughty tone, he replied, "I'm the disciple of the second sage of the Western teachings, known as Zhao Gongming Taoist. I have come today on my master's orders to demand a being of the Dragon Clan, that if you are wise, hand them over promptly to avoid suffering." The Dragon King, now even more enraged, widened his eyes and glared at the arrogant figure before him, exclaiming, "You impudent fool! What abilities do you possess to claim such a title? Do you truly believe our Dragon Clan is so easily bullied?" Zhao Gongming, undeterred by the Dragon King's ire, burst into laughter. After calming, he mocked, "Ah, you ignorant old dragon! The age of your clan's supremacy has long passed. If you refuse my demands today, I shall ensure that your Dragon Palace knows no peace." In response, the Dragon King shouted, "You disgraceful wretch, prepare to face my wrath." The two then clashed, and in no time, the East Sea Dragon King unleashed a divine treasure upon Zhao. The latter, seeing this, raised his staff to defend. But his powers were no match for the Dragon King, causing him to stagger back repeatedly. Realizing the dire situation, Zhao Gongming's fury erupted as he bellowed, "You old dragon dare to bully me? Witness my divine skill, the Vajra exorcism technique." With that declaration, he swiftly raised his palm, unleashing a blinding golden light. The arcane force surged forth like a torrential flood, enveloping an immense golden hand that thunderously surged toward the Dragon King of the East Sea. Upon witnessing this, the Dragon King did not dare to exhibit even the slightest hint of inattention. He bellowed, "Dragon Pearl, emerge!" In that instant, a resplendent dragon pearl materialized above his head, emanating waves of formidable and mysterious magical energy. This dragon pearl resembled a radiant moon suspended in water, its brilliance unwaveringly repelling the oncoming assault from the void. Subsequently, the Dragon King channeled his immense magical power with unwavering determination, continuously infusing it into the dragon pearl. As he bellowed once more, "Go!" the dragon pearl transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the void with the ferocity of a raging beast. Faced with this overwhelming strike, the void found itself struggling to withstand the force. With a resounding bang, he was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the coral reef. Yet, the Dragon King had no intention of relenting. Seizing the moment, he summoned all his strength to deliver a fatal blow to the void, determined to obliterate him entirely. However, at that moment, the previously fallen void suddenly widened his eyes, his pupils trembling violently. Ignoring all else, he shouted for help into the ethereal void. "Senior brother, save me!" Upon hearing this cry for assistance, the Dragon King felt a jolt of alarm, realizing that this individual had allies. Indeed, before the Dragon King could retract the magic he had unleashed, a fierce golden light streaked through the void. Following this, a luminous treasure orb, shimmering with an extraordinary glow, sped towards the dragon pearl, crashing into it with tremendous force. With a resounding clang, the once mighty dragon pearl was deflected from its original trajectory. The Dragon King seized the opportunity, swiftly reclaiming the dislodged dragon pearl into his grasp. Holding the dragon pearl, the Dragon King fixed his cold gaze upon the suddenly appearing figure, questioning in a deep voice, "Who are you to dare intervene in my affairs?" The figure smiled slightly, joining his hands in a gesture of respect, and replied, "I am the disciple of the Western Two Saints, the great strength Bodhisattva, here to guide those predestined in the West." Then, with a piercing gaze, the great strength Bodhisattva surveyed the void before shifting his attention back to the Dragon King, slowly articulating, "Dragon King of the East Sea, you dare to harm my disciple. Are you unaware of the consequences of your actions? In my humble opinion, it would be prudent for you to respectfully present that individual connected to my teachings, along with a few exquisite spiritual treasures, thus resolving this karmic entanglement. What do you say, Dragon King?" Upon hearing these words, the Dragon King was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he glared at the great strength Bodhisattva, exclaiming, "What audacity from the Western teachings, to twist words and turn black into white, and to speak of karma so eloquently. How shameless!" Observing the Dragon King's obstinacy, the great strength Bodhisattva's expression darkened. With a cold snort, he unhesitatingly cast forth his magic treasure, the Mani Pearl, declaring, "Since the Dragon King remains obstinate and unwilling to compromise, I shall personally subdue you to resolve this karmic matter." With that, he darted toward the Dragon King. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle, a dazzling display of light and energy erupting around them. Meanwhile, the fallen void, struggling against his injuries, managed to rise, a glimmer of resentment flashing in his eyes. Resolving to avenge his wounds inflicted by the Dragon King, he soared into the fray, joining forces with the great strength Bodhisattva to besiege the Dragon King. The three clashed fiercely, each combatant vying for supremacy. Not long after, the great strength Bodhisattva, realizing the stalemate was unsustainable, turned to the void and exclaimed, "Junior brother, the situation is dire. If we do not employ our secret techniques, victory will elude us. Let us unleash our ultimate means to decisively shift the balance." The void responded without hesitation, "Yes, senior brother." As their voices fell silent, both began chanting incantations and forming intricate hand seals. Moments later, a brilliant golden light burst forth above their heads, round and resplendent like a sun suspended in the sky. Witnessing this spectacle, the observing Hanzhi fairy gasped in astonishment, murmuring to herself, "Could it be the legendary Sarira?" It appears these two exceptional disciples of the Western teachings have begun to comprehend the profound doctrines of later generations. They are indeed earnest in their endeavors. That moment, the golden light in the air began to coalesce into two towering golden forms, exuding an awe-inspiring aura that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. The Dragon King, overwhelmed, was knocked to the ground, spitting blood. Seeing the Dragon King wounded, a glint of cunning flashed in the eyes of the two combatants. The great strength Bodhisattva turned to the void, who understood his intention without needing further words. "Yes, senior brother." Without hesitation, they activated the mysterious secret arts of their Western teachings once more. Simultaneously, they grasped the Sarira, glowing with an uncanny radiance, and chanted their incantation. This spell, derived from the teachings of their Western saints, possessed extraordinary power. In this moment, they plotted to seize the opportunity to transform the Dragon King into an ally. Should they succeed, the boundless expanse of the EC would naturally fall under their dominion. However, just as they were poised to execute their plan, Hanzhi Fairy, who had been observing silently, suddenly sprang into action. With a graceful wave of her hand, she summoned the 5-tai Sarira treasure chi, which she had never before utilized. With a subtle parting of her lips, she uttered an enigmatic incantation, commanding, "Go!" In an instant, the 5-tai Sarira treasure chi surged forth like a dazzling comet, darting towards the Sarira of the great strength Bodhisattva and the void from an unexpectedly cunning angle. In a heartbeat, a sharp crack echoed as the two seemingly indestructible Sarira shattered instantly. The immense magical power contained within them was swiftly siphoned away by the 5-tai Sarira treasure chi. Following this, the 5-tai Sarira treasure chi executed a deft maneuver, akin to a returning bird, and rapidly returned to Hanzhi Fairy's grasp. Confronted with this sudden turn of events, the great strength Bodhisattva and the void were struck with disbelief. Their eyes widened in astonishment, their expressions reflecting utter incredulity as their bodies trembled involuntarily. With the Sarira destroyed, their magical prowess plummeted dramatically, their faces turning pale as paper, a trickle of blood escaping their lips. After a prolonged moment, the great strength Bodhisattva regained his composure, coughing violently as he glared at Hanzhi Fairy, demanding, "Who are you, friend, to dare so brazenly interfere in our Western teachings?" Little did he realize that he had long been wary of Hanzhi Fairy. But her passive observation had led him to underestimate her. He never anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous woman possessed a treasure capable of counteracting his secret arts, leaving him utterly blindsided. Anger and regret filled his heart as he scolded himself for being overly complacent. Yet, in response to the great strength of Bodhisattva's inquiry, Hanzhi Fairy remained calm, replying softly, "I am Hanzhi Fairy, disciple of the Tongtian Saint. I extend my greetings. I could not bear to witness you two miscreants, emboldened by the Western teachings, descend into the path of darkness. Hence, I had no choice but to intervene." With that, a powerful aura emanated from her, commanding respect and caution. The great strength Bodhisattva felt insulted, realizing that the harbored such formidable figures. Acknowledging her possession of a counteracting treasure, he refrained from further confrontation, snarling, "Since you have meddled in this karmic affair, we shall settle it another day," before swiftly retreating with the void. The Dragon King approached Hanzhi Fairy, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, friend, for your assistance. Guang is immensely appreciative. The Dragon King need not stand on ceremony." The immortal Hanzhi was soon invited by the Dragon King of the EC to the Grand Hall of the Crystal Palace, where she was presented with an array of fruits and delicacies to savor. The two then engaged in leisurely conversation, eventually returning to their previous topic. This time, the Dragon King did not decline. Instead, he summoned his third son, Prince Ao Bing. Initially filled with rage, Ao Bing, upon having the cause and effect pointed out by Hanzhi, revealed that he would inevitably face a life-and-death tribulation in the future, and promised to bear it in his stead. Only then did Ao Bing acquiesce, agreeing to become the mount of the mythical bird Jingwei for a millennium. Jingwei was overjoyed and expressed her gratitude to Hanzhi. Seated regally upon his dragon throne, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang gazed at Jingwei, who danced with joy in front of Hanzhi. Nearly losing her bearings, he could not help but feel a twinge of annoyance and discomfort in his heart. The thought of his son becoming someone else's steed was truly a source of embarrassment. With a slight frown, he turned to Ao Bing and sternly commanded, "Rebellious child, take this immortal maiden for a stroll around our dragon palace. I have matters of great importance to discuss with her." Ao Bing, upon hearing his father's words, quickly responded with a respectful bow, "Yes, father." He then turned to Jingwei with a smile, and together they began to exit. Once the two had departed, the East Sea Dragon King redirected his attention to Hanzhi, his expression softening with gratitude as he sincerely remarked, "Today, events owe much to your timely assistance. Dear friend, had it not been for you, the consequences would have been dire. Ao Guang wished to bestow upon you a precious spirit treasure as a token of my appreciation." Hanzhi smiled lightly and replied, "Your kindness is truly overwhelming, Dragon King, that I am curious. What manner of treasure could inspire such generosity?" Ao Guang did not answer directly, but instead feigned mystery, saying with a chuckle, "Ah, dear friend, why not follow me and see for yourself?" With that, he rose and stepped towards the grand hall's entrance. Feeling a flicker of curiosity, Hanzhi followed Ao Guang's lead without further inquiry. They soon arrived before a magnificent palace, and as she looked up, Hanzhi noticed a plaque elegantly inscribed with the words "Treasure Pavilion." Upon stopping, Ao Guang began to chant softly, his hands weaving intricate gestures. Moments later, a deep rumble echoed as the heavy doors of the Treasure Pavilion slowly creaked open. Ao Guang stepped aside, gesturing with a welcoming hand. "Please enter, dear friend." Hanzhi nodded in acknowledgement before gracefully stepping inside the Treasure Pavilion. Upon entering, she was immediately awestruck by the dazzling array of treasures on display. The spacious room was filled with an assortment of rare and exquisite artifacts, each meticulously organized on elegant shelves. Some radiated a brilliant light, while others exuded peculiar fragrances, overwhelming the senses. With a smile, the East Sea Dragon King gently encouraged, "Do take your time to explore, dear friend. Surely, there are treasures here that will catch your discerning eye." Hanzhi nodded in understanding and began to meander towards the shelves laden with treasures. Each item sparkled with an enchanting brilliance, captivating her imagination. Some seemed to possess immense power, while others appeared deceptively ordinary yet held an allure of their own. The sheer variety of extraordinary items left her momentarily entranced. However, as she wandered among the treasures, she suddenly felt a subtle tremor from the 12th grade white lotus within her. Intrigued by this unusual phenomenon, Hanzhi pondered, could it be that something here resonates with a lotus? Following her intuition, she moved deeper into the pavilion until she halted before a particular artifact. Upon closer inspection, she found it to be a basin-shaped item, unassuming in design yet rich in charm. Pointing at the object, she turned to Ao Guang and declared, "Dragon King Ao Guang, I shall choose this one." Observing her choice, Ao Guang scrutinized the artifact, finding it rather plain and lacking in extraordinary features. Though he felt indifferent, he maintained a cordial demeanor and replied, "Excellent. If this treasure has captured your interest, then it must indeed be fated for you." With that, Hanzhi accepted the treasure, and together they departed from the Treasure Pavilion. After leaving, they walked side by side, engaging in lively conversation until they reached the Crystal Palace. In the spacious and illuminated hall, they sat facing each other, continuing their delightful exchange. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away quietly. Eventually, Hanzhi recalled that it was getting late and summoned Jingwei, preparing to bid farewell to the East Sea Dragon King. Rising, she offered a respectful gesture, saying softly, "Dragon King Ao Guang, we have overstayed our welcome in your palace. It is time for us to return to our abode. That I hope for your understanding as we part ways today." The East Sea Dragon King, upon hearing this, swiftly rose and urged, "Why must you leave in such haste? Would it not be better to linger a while longer, allowing Ao Guang to extend his hospitality? Hanzhi smiled gently and graciously declined. Your generosity is truly overwhelming. Dragon King, I am deeply grateful for your warm reception. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I will certainly visit again. With that, she took Jingwei by her side and gracefully departed, leaving the East Sea Dragon King gazing after their retreating figures. Lost in contemplation, Hanzhi and Jingwei strolled away from the Dragon Palace. Their silhouettes gradually faded into the distance. After exiting the palace, Hanzhi and Jingwei turned to embark on their journey home. Walking gracefully across the sea, soon they found themselves midway when Hanzhi felt a sudden inspiration to seek a secluded spot to refine the treasure she had just acquired. Thus, she led Jingwei toward a desolate island. Before long, the two alighted lightly upon the island. Hanzhi scanned her surroundings and selected a suitable location, waving her sleeve to summon her celestial powers, quickly establishing a simple cave dwelling. Following this, she performed intricate hand gestures to set up multiple protective formations around the cave. Once everything was arranged, she carefully instructed Jingwei to remain inside the cave and not wander off before confidently extracting the basin-like treasure obtained from the Dragon King's treasury. Seated upon a lotus platform, Hanzhi closed her eyes and began to weave her hands in intricate patterns, channeling streams of spiritual light from her fingertips into the basin-like artifact. As time passed, the glow emanating from the pot grew increasingly radiant, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. After considerable effort, Hanzhi successfully refined the treasure. In that moment, a wealth of information regarding the artifact began to flood her mind. It turned out that this basin was known as the Purifying Spirit Nurturing Treasure Basin, possessing remarkable abilities to nurture one's primordial spirit, and was a personal treasure of the purifying demon god from the primordial chaos. Recalling the epoch when the mighty Pangu split open the heavens and the earth, the basin had unfortunately been struck by Pangu's axe, causing its internal restrictions to fall. Although it no longer retained its former glory, it remained a rare, innate top-grade spirit treasure. At this time, Hanzhi was unaware that this artifact would later save Zhao Gongming. That would be revealed in due course. As she gazed at the purifying spirit nurturing treasure basin in her hands, Hanzhi contemplated, I am now on the verge of transcending the realm of corpse severing. Could it be that fate is guiding me toward this path of purification? A myriad of thoughts surged through her mind, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Yet, despite not grasping the key to her reflections, Hanzhi did not relent, but instead continued to devote herself to comprehending the laws of purification embedded within the basin. While Hanzhi was immersed in her meditative retreat on the desolate island, not far from this location, two individuals were locked in a fierce battle, their clash reverberating through the surroundings, leaving chaos in its wake. The intensity of their struggle was truly breathtaking, and within this turmoil, unforeseen changes were quietly brewing. Before long, Jingwei, who had been accompanying Hanzhi in her retreat, was stirred awake by the sounds of the battle and opened her eyes. Glancing towards the direction of her masteress meditation, she noted that Hanzhi had yet to awaken and, feeling a bit bored, decided to step outside the cave to witness the commotion. Outside the cave, Jingwei observed the sky where two figures were engaged in combat, one male and one female, each wielding their own magical powers. Before long, they resorted to their respective spirit treasures in the fray. Jingwei soon noticed that the female immortal was struggling against the male, her body swaying perilously. Without a second thought, she swiftly launched her sixth-grade White Lotus to shield the female immortal from the oncoming attack. The male, noticing the interference, shouted, "Who dares to meddle in the affairs of our Chan sect?" Upon hearing the term Chan sect, Jingwei's expression instantly changed. She was well aware of her masteress' warnings about the arrogance of those from the Chan sect, who often took pleasure in bullying the weak and engaging in group brawls. The sudden encounter left her feeling anxious and flustered. However, after a moment's consideration, she remembered that her master was within the cave, providing her with a sense of reassurance. With unwavering resolve, she straightened her posture and responded fearlessly, "I see that you are utterly shameless, pursuing a female cultivator relentlessly and engaging in a brawl here. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by the world?" Just then, The fairy beside her hurriedly stepped forward to support Jingwei's arm, her face etched with concern as she advised, "Friend, please hold your horses. This person is the Huanglong Zhenren of the Chanjiao sect, possessing unfathomable powers far beyond our capabilities. We should retreat swiftly. I am deeply grateful for your righteous assistance, dear friend, but I sincerely do not wish for you to be embroiled in my troubles. I implore you to leave at once." With heartfelt sincerity, Mabu was solely intent on preventing her own issues from implicating others, urging Jingwei to depart quickly to avoid any repercussions. However, Jingwei paid no heed to these words, instead offering comfort to Mabu. "Do not worry, dear friend. The resolution of this matter will reveal itself in due course." Upon witnessing this, Huanglong Zhenren's eyes widened in fury as he spat, "You insolent little girl. From which family do you hail? How dare you utter such nonsense here?" Yet, Jingwei stood undaunted, her head held high as she replied, "To answer your inquiry, esteemed uncle, I am Jingwei, a disciple of the Hanzhi sect under the Jiejiao. By lineage, you indeed qualify as my esteemed uncle. However, I must boldly inquire about the purpose of your actions today, which seem aimed at inflicting harm upon this friend." Jingwei had hoped that her respectful inquiry would elicit an explanation from Huanglong Zhenren. To her dismay, he merely snorted disdainfully and retorted, "My affairs are not for a mere junior like you to question. Should you persist in your lack of discretion and refuse to vacate this place, do not blame me for disregarding the bonds of our sect and treating you harshly." Faced with Huanglong Zhenren's threat, Jingwei felt a flicker of trepidation within, yet she remained resolute, seemingly intent on saying more when Huanglong suddenly raised a celestial sword towards them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jingwei hastily recited an incantation, summoning a sixth-grade white lotus. The lotus radiated a gentle light, enveloping her in a protective aura. Simultaneously, she and Mabu charged at Huanglong Zhenren, plunging into a fierce battle. However, despite their valiant resistance, they ultimately proved no match for Huanglong Zhenren. With a thunderous crash, he unleashed a formidable force towards Jingwei, who, unable to evade, was struck down and sent flying several paces away. Seeing her companion injured and collapsed, Mabu was struck with alarm. She immediately brandished her longevity staff, launching herself towards Huanglong Zhenren like a tempest. The air resounded with the clashing of their magical artifacts, sparks flying in all directions. Yet it was not long before Mabu, outmatched, revealed a flaw in her defense. Seizing the opportunity, Huanglong Zhenren struck fiercely, sending Mabu soaring like a kite with its strings severed, accompanied by a pained cry. "Humph! Are you now convinced? Will you agree to relinquish your cave to me?" Huanglong Zhenren proclaimed triumphantly. I could see this moment. Mabu, gravely injured and coughing blood from her lips, struggled to rise, realizing she lacked the strength to continue fighting. Just as she prepared to acquiesce to Huanglong's demands, a clear voice rang out, "Stop! Why must you resort to such anger, friend? Let us speak civilly. How can you bully a mere woman thus?" Huanglong Zhenren turned towards the source of the voice, and there emerged a graceful fairy from the cave, Hanzhi Xian. Upon recognizing her, Huanglong Zhenren's expression shifted slightly, and he clasped his hands in greeting. "Ah, esteemed friend Hanzhi Xian, it has been some time. What brings you to this place?" Hanzhi Xian smiled gently and replied, "This cave bears no sign of ownership. I am free to be here. Moreover, to bully the weak and seize another's abode is hardly an honorable to her words." Huanglong Zhenren frowned, his tone turning grave. "Friend, this matter is not one for you to interfere with. I am here on behalf of my master, the Yuan Tianun, to establish a sacred ground at Mabu Cave on Xian Mountain. I hope you will refrain from meddling." Hearing this, Hanzhi Xian furrowed her brows, pausing before responding. With a graceful lift of her jade hand, a surge of powerful magic erupted forth, gently lifting the fallen Jingwei and Mabu. Following this, she flicked her wrist, sending two gleaming droplets of Sanguang, divine water, into the bodies of the two women. As the divine water entered their systems, the pallor of Jingwei and Mabu's faces gradually brightened, their previously weak breaths stabilizing. Mabu was the first to regain her composure, feeling her wounds heal rapidly. her heart swelling with joy as she thanked Hanzhi Xian. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely assistance." Hanzhi Xian nodded in acknowledgement, while Jing Wei cheerfully added, "Thank you, revered ancestor. He has bullied me," pointing accusingly at Huang Longjinren. At this moment, Hanzhi Xian recalled Huang Longjinren's earlier words and scrutinized Mabu closely, pondering, "It seems this individual before me is the legendary Mabu. This cave the one from the famed tale of Mabu Present's longevity? How curious! It feels as if this name belongs to a fairy's abode. Yet, in later tales, it is said to belong to Huang Longjinren. Surely, there must be some hidden story behind this. How fortuitous that I should stumble upon this matter today. Entangled with a sage, indeed a difficult situation to navigate." With this in mind, Hanzhi Xian turned to Huang Longjinren, her expression serious as she stated, "Friend, it is not my intention to intrude upon this matter. However, the act of forcibly seizing another's dwelling is unbecoming of our righteous kind, that if word of this spreads, would it not tarnish your reputation?" Huang Longjinren scoffed. "What is reputation? Once I eliminate her, who will know of this affair? This is of no concern to you. I ask you to hand over Mabu, or else what?" Hanzhi Xian retorted. Huang Longjinren replied, "Then it will be a matter of enmity. I cannot abide your bullying of a female fairy. If you wish to take her, you must first pass through me," Hanzhi Xian declared defiantly. Mabu, witnessing this exchange, felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that her troubles would inadvertently bring unnecessary danger upon Hanzhi Xian. She implored, "Esteemed elder, please, you must leave this place at once. I do not wish for you to be drawn into this matter." However, Huang Longjinren, undeterred, launched his attack, bellowing, "Today, I shall experience the arts of your Jiejiao." With that, a brilliant lightning bolt streaked across the sky, resembling a ferocious beast bearing its fangs, hurtling towards Hanzhi Xian. Unfazed by the ferocity of the assault, she calmly stepped forward, summoning a 12th grade white lotus that radiated a sacred glow. Firmly protecting her, with a flick of her hand, she produced a crystal-clear, resplendent Jiubao Yuli from her grasp, swiftly throwing it forward to counter the oncoming divine lightning. With a fierce cry, Hanzhi Xian commanded, "Shanqing divine lightning, go!" Instantly, another bolt of thunder roared forth, enveloped in a faint azure mist, emanating a chilling aura as it raced towards Huang Longjinren. Realizing the imminent threat, Huang Longjinren wasted no time, channeling his internal magic to grip his sword tightly. Swinging it upward to cleave the oncoming divine lightning, a resounding crash echoed as the two forces collided, unleashing a massive energy wave that seemed to tear the very air apart. Ultimately, bolstered by Huang Longjinren's formidable power, he successfully split the divine lightning in two. Hanzhi Xian, observing the scene, felt a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes, but quickly regained her composure. She understood that Huang Longjinren was no ordinary foe. Although later tales would label him as the foreknown Taoist, it was clear that easily overcoming him would be no simple feat. Thus, she did not falter. Instead, her fighting spirit surged, and she redirected her power. Executing the Qian Kun divine palm, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, infused with primordial energy, crashing down towards Huang Longjinren's head. Recognizing the danger, Huang Longjinren swiftly activated his protective talisman. As the enormous palm struck the ground, a massive crater emerged, marked by the imprint of a hand. The illustrious Huang Longjinren had already employed the art of earth escape, manifesting in a different direction. With a heart racing with peril, Huang Long deftly evaded the colossal palm that blotted out the sun. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, firmly locked onto the figure of Hanzhi Xian ahead, and he declared in a voice laden with authority, "Fellow Taoist, your actions are truly excessive. Such arrogance shall not go unchallenged. Today, let you experience the formidable powers of my Chan teaching." Having uttered these words, Huang Longjinren wasted no time and immediately unleashed the mastery of the Five Thunder Divine Art, a technique he had painstakingly grasped within the Chan sect. With hands forming intricate seals and incantations flowing from his lips, he bellowed, "Five Thunder True Law, take flight." In an instant, the heavens transformed, the winds swirling ominously as the five elemental thunders, gold, Wood, water, fire, and earth danced in a mesmerizing display. Accompanied by howling gusts, torrential rains, and blinding flashes of lightning, the forces of Yuling surged forth like a ferocious dragon, baring its fangs as it lunged towards Hanzhi. Yet, Hanzhi, witnessing such a fierce onslaught, remained unperturbed. A subtle smirk graced her lips as she coolly remarked, "You possess a modicum of skill, but to think such trifling tactics could harm this fairy is to underestimate me gravely. After all, I am quite proficient in this divine art as well." With that, she swiftly recited her own incantation, her hands sweeping gracefully, causing the 5 bolts of lightning that were poised to strike her to crumble and dissipate into mere wisps of air. Almost immediately, Hanzhi raised her delicate hand, channeling a resplendent 5 thunder true law that thundered down upon Huanglong Jinren. Startled, Huanglong Jinren hastily sidestepped, simultaneously invoking the Yuling celestial technique, enveloping himself in a layer of crystalline light to withstand Hanzhi's formidable blow. However, it was evident that Hanzhi had no intention of relenting. Observing Huanglong's desperate evasion, she continued her assault without pause. With a flick of her wrist, 12 sea-settling pearls shot forth like meteors racing towards him. Each pearl radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding an aura of boundless power and bearing the might of the seas, crashing down upon him with overwhelming force. Dazzled by this unexpected onslaught, Huanglong Jinren found himself disoriented. His senses spinning as golden stars danced before his eyes. Staggering, he struggled to maintain his footing, panic surging within him. Realizing he was no match for his adversary, Huanglong Jinren's heart raced with dread. Without a moment's hesitation, he invoked the golden light escape technique. Darting away like a flash of lightning as he fled, he shouted, "If you dare meddle in the affairs of cause and effect, I shall certainly report this matter to my esteemed master." Yuanshi Tianziwen. With that, his voice faded into silence, leaving no trace of his presence behind. Magu watched helplessly as Huanglong Jinren was effortlessly routed by Hanzhi, her face betraying a hint of remorse. She bowed her head towards Hanzhi and said, "I truly apologize for the trouble I have caused you, esteemed senior." Seeing her distress, Hanzhi gently waved her hand, offering comfort. "There is no need for such self-reproach. The might of a sage is beyond our capacity to contend with. Now that events have unfolded, it is best not to dwell too much on them. However, in light of this incident, you must never return to Magu Cave. You must seek another refuge." Magu quickly acquiesced. "I understand, and I will defer to your arrangements, esteemed senior." Hanzhi nodded slightly, expressing her satisfaction, before continuing, "Though your Magu Cave is indeed a blessed place, it has caught the attention of the sage, making it unsuitable for your continued residence. Presently, the East Sea is dotted with numerous islands, many of which serve as excellent sanctuaries for practitioners. In this vast expanse of ocean, I happen to know of an island renowned as a haven for wandering cultivators. For now, accompany me there, and once we arrive, I shall explain further." Magu's heart leaped with delight at these words, and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed senior. I shall heed your guidance." Hanzhi lightly nodded, her voice soft. "Rise now. With matters here concluded, we shall depart." As her words fell, she waved her hand, summoning a snow-white cloud to descend gracefully before them. Subsequently, Hanzhi, with Magu and Jingwei, ascended upon the cloud, transforming into a streak of light as they sped towards the horizon. That very moment, far away in the Yushu Palace, Yuanshi Tianziwen sat in serene meditation upon his cloud bed, eyes gently closed as he engaged in quiet contemplation. Suddenly, a flicker of awareness stirred within him, prompting him to open his eyes, revealing a thoughtful expression. In the Yushu Palace atop Kunlun Mountain, Huanglong Jinren had returned, soon to be summoned by the sage. Upon recounting the events, Yuanshi's anger flared, and oh wonder, he had felt that stirring in his heart. It seemed he was on the verge of erupting, yet moments later, he settled back on his cloud bed. Having calculated that Tongtian Zhao Master had already intervened on Hanzhi's behalf, and that Magu had not returned to Xian Mountain, he then instructed Huanglong Jinren to promptly establish a foundation at Magu Cave upon Xian Mountain. "Yes, master, your disciple will comply." Huanglong Jinren affirmed. After Huanglong Jinren departed, Yuanshi gazed into the distance, murmuring, "Dare to meddle in the affairs of the Chan teaching, and you shall surely face retribution in the days to come." Meanwhile, Hanzhi Xian guided Ma Gu and Jing Wei through the clouds, soon arriving at an island suspended in mid-air. This island was none other than the famed Penglai Island, a place Hanzhi Xian had previously visited. Since Tongtian Saint established his foundation on Jianzhiya Island in the East Sea, this locale had become a magnet for numerous wandering cultivators. Moreover, many disciples under Tongtian had opened their own abodes on this island to devote themselves to their practice. Notable figures like Yui Xian, Yin, and Feiji had all made their homes here at this moment. Jingwei curiously surveyed the surroundings, exclaiming in awe, "Master Ancestor, this place is truly vast. It rivals even Jianzhiya Island." Ma Gu nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, esteemed senior, the innate spiritual energy here is exceptionally rich. It is indeed a perfect sanctuary for our cultivation." Hanzhi Xian slightly inclined her head in approval, then spoke softly, "Now that we have arrived, let us descend and explore." With a graceful flick of her sleeve, she guided the cloud down gently onto the island. Upon landing, Hanzhi Xian began to introduce the location to the two beside her. This place is known as Penglai Island, a renowned overseas celestial isle, due to the establishment of Tongtian Saint's foundation at Jianzhiya Island. Many cultivators have flocked here. Ma Gu, you may search for a tranquil spot on this island to create your own abode as your sanctum. There are many disciples of my GS sect here. Should you encounter any urgent matters, feel free to seek their assistance. Furthermore, I shall bestow upon you a jade talisman, should any significant events arise. Simply activate this talisman, and I will perceive it instantly and come to your aid." Ma Gu, deeply moved by this gesture, promptly bowed in gratitude, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for considering my needs so thoroughly that I shall remember this kindness." After acknowledging her thanks, Hanzhi Xian nodded affirmatively and instructed, "You shall cultivate diligently here on Penglai Island, while we shall return to our own island." With that, Hanzhi Xian departed Penglai Island with Jing Wei, heading back to her own sanctuary, Xianxia Island. Before long, the two arrived at Xianxia Island, whereupon Hanzhi Xian sent Jing Wei to seek out her master, Shiji, and retreated into the Zhoushuan cave. After a period of solitary cultivation, she emerged to take a stroll through the Qianghua garden. Observing that the garden flourished splendidly under the management of Yazi, she noted the effort he had invested and chose not to summon him. Instead, she exited the garden, finding her disciples engaged in their own meditative practices, and returned to Zhoushuan cave to continue her seclusion. In this moment, Hanzhi Xian sat in her Zhoushuan cave, immersed in her solitary practice. Above her head hovered a resplendent, purifying treasure basin, radiating brilliant light. The ethereal glow within the basin flowed like a stream, illuminating the entire cave in a dreamlike aura. With her eyes closed, Hanzhi Xian resembled a tranquil statue, wholly absorbed in contemplating the pure principles contained within the basin. Time seemed to stand still in this serene space, and as moments turned to eternity, she maintained her meditative posture, diligently cultivating in the profound stillness of her cave. At a certain moment, an extraordinary sensation surged within her heart, akin to ripples spreading across a placid lake. Without hesitation, she ceased her contemplation of the pure principles and gently beckoned, causing the treasure basin to obediently settle into her palm. She then extended her delicate fingers to begin calculating swiftly. After a while, Hanzhi Xian finally discerned that this sensation originated from her fifth disciple, Zhang, who was at a crucial juncture in grasping the written language of humanity. The bond of fate between teacher and disciple was tightly woven, and she felt the connection deeply. Thus, when Zhang reached a critical juncture, Hanzhi Xian was also able to sense it, upon becoming aware of the specific circumstances. Hanzhi Xian hesitated not for a moment and immediately rose to break through her confinement. With a swift movement, she transformed into a streak of flowing light, instantaneously departing from her own sanctuary and hastening towards the realm of humanity. She traversed the skies with remarkable speed, navigating through layers of clouds and mountains, as well as rivers. Upon her arrival in the territory of the human race, she proceeded directly to the residence of the human sovereign in search of Tsang. Ultimately, she found him ensnared in a state of obsession within a humble abode. That moment, Tsang seemed to have lost all awareness of the external world, muttering incessantly, words spilling from his lips. At times, he would curl up in a corner of the room, cradling his head in his hands, deeply contemplating. At other times, he would suddenly burst forth in excitement, shouting to the heavens. Observing this scene, Hanzhi Xian could not help but furrow her brow slightly, yet her eyes were filled more with compassion than discontent. She approached him gently, placing a hand on Tsang's shoulder, signaling him to accompany her. From that moment onward, Tsangja followed closely by Hanzhi Xian's side, matching her every step. In the days that followed, Hanzhi Xian devoted herself wholeheartedly to teaching Tsangja the profound mysteries of the written language of humanity. She imparted not only various in-depth theoretical knowledge, but also personally demonstrated how to grasp the structural forms of the characters. Tsangja listened intently, occasionally nodding in contemplation, and at other times bursting into laughter as he grasped new insights. Whenever inspiration struck, he would eagerly pick up branches from the ground, fervently inscribing on the earth, sketching imaginative characters that depicted the grandeur of the primordial universe and the wondrous mysteries of the cosmic realm, including representations of the heavens, earth, humanity, birds, beasts, and fish. As time flowed inexorably by, over the course of 150 long springs and autumns, Tsangja, under the meticulous guidance and generous instruction of Hanzhi Xian, dedicated himself day and night to his studies and eventually succeeded in creating a total of 3,000 characters. On this particular day, under the bright sun and gentle breeze, Tsangja brimmed with joy and anticipation as he hurried to seek out the current human emperor, Xian Yuan, eager to present the fruits of his labor and articulate his intentions for coming. Upon learning of this matter, Xian Yuan was overjoyed beyond measure. Without hesitation, he issued commands for his subordinates to prepare various offerings required for the ritual. Having gone through similar preparations numerous times, everyone was well practiced, and before long, all the arrangements were successfully completed amidst their collective efforts. Subsequently, Tsangja ascended the solemn sacrificial altar alongside Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan smiled and nodded slightly at Tsangja, who, in response, wasted no time and strode forward with purpose. With his head held high, he gazed up at the vast expanse of the sky and, channeling his inner energy, proclaimed in a voice as resonant as a great bell. Today, I, Tsangja of the human race, reflect upon the lament that our people lack a proper written language to inherit civilization and enlighten the masses. Fortunate am I to have the full assistance of my esteemed teacher, Hanzhi Xian, enabling me to comprehend these 3,000 cultural characters. Henceforth, may these characters replace the primitive and rudimentary method of knotting ropes for record-keeping. O my primordial human race, listen closely as I elucidate further. As he spoke, Tsangja was graced by the unseen support of the heavenly Tao, his voice resonating through the heavens, clear and thunderous. With each character he enunciated, such as heaven, earth, humanity, mystery, yellow, sun, moon, mountain, river, virtue, wisdom, essence, and system. These 3,000 characters seemed to come alive, swirling and dancing around Tsangja's head. Simultaneously, the heavenly Tao, recognizing the monumental significance of Tsangja's actions for the development of humanity, unleashed a cataclysmic heavenly tribulation. Tsangja was taken aback, momentarily losing his composure, but soon heard Hanzhi Xian's calming voice, urging him to steady himself, explaining that this was a trial from the heavenly Tao due to the potential revelation of celestial secrets contained within the 3,000 characters, leading to this divine punishment. Hanzhi Xian advised him to unite the faith of humanity to resist the heavenly retribution. Upon hearing this, Tsangja dared not delay, promptly conveying the situation to Xian Yuan. Understanding the gravity of the matter, Xian Yuan promptly issued orders, and soon, a multitude of willing spirits from all corners of humanity surged forth to lend their support to Tsangja. Meanwhile, Tsangja utilized the 9-tiered white lotus to shield himself against the heavenly punishment. And with the backing of the collective will of the people, the tribulation was swiftly abated, and the calamity was averted as the heavenly Tao bestowed its merits. It divided into 4 parts, with approximately 60% of the merit flowing towards Zhang Ziya, causing his cultivation to break through to the pinnacle of the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal. 1/10 of the heavenly merit infused itself into the 3,000 cultural characters, transforming them into an extraordinary spiritual treasure. Half of the merit descended upon Xian, while another portion transformed into a pen of human merit, manifesting from the branch Zhang Ziya held. The remaining 2/10 of the merit journeyed to the secluded retreat of Hanzhi Xian. Thus, Zhang Ziya joined Xian in disseminating the 3,000 characters across the lands of humanity. At this moment, we shall momentarily set aside Hanzhi Xian and turn our attention to her benevolent manifestation, the Wangsheng Nyang. After parting from her original self, she moved like lightning, racing toward the underworld. Her purpose was to take up residence in the eastern Baodu mountain of the underworld on behalf of Hanzhi Xian. Swift as a bolt of lightning, she soon reached the entrance of the underworld. Just as she prepared to step inside, she passed by a vast sea of blood. Suddenly, a piercing wail echoed from behind. A formidable force surged from the blood sea, crashing toward her like a tidal wave. Caught off guard, Wangsheng Nyang was struck hard in the back. She let out a muffled grunt, staggering forward a few steps before ultimately collapsing heavily onto the blood sea. Blood spilling from her lips into the crimson depths below. Who dares to launch such a despicable ambush? Wangsheng Nyang gritted her teeth, her eyes wide with fury as she shouted toward the rear. However, the only response was a profound silence. At that moment, the blood sea began to ripple violently, and a blood-red figure gradually emerged from the depths. Upon closer inspection, she saw a figure standing firmly atop a massive 12-tiered fiery red lotus. Defiantly hovering above the blood sea, a surge of alarm gripped Wangsheng Nyang's heart, and she exclaimed, "Mingi Laozu!" Indeed, the figure before her was none other than the infamous Mingi Laozu, renowned throughout the blood sea. With a cold, sinister expression, he glared at Wangsheng Nyang, chillingly uttering, "You insolent wretch! I had thought you possessed some considerable strength, yet here you are, lacking in power, daring to convert my followers from the underworld. Today, I shall endeavor to eradicate you completely, thus bringing an end to the causal relationships that bind us." Upon hearing these words, the Lady of Rebirth understood the gravity of the situation. It was evident that this encounter would not conclude amicably. Yet, she did not falter in fear. Instead, she stood tall, unyielding in the face of the murderous gaze of the ancestor of the underworld river, and calmly addressed him, saying, "Ancestor, please temper your wrath. The intricacies of this matter are surely known to you upon reflection. How can blame be cast upon a junior? As for the affair concerning the transformation of the Pai Mo Luo under the tutelage of the immortal Hanzhi, the Lady of Rebirth pondered privately. How could the ancestor of the underworld river, with his formidable abilities, have remained oblivious to this matter until now? What unknown reason could have compelled him to refrain from direct confrontation previously, only to resort to such a stealthy attack today? The ancestor of the underworld river retorted with a disdainful huff. Even if there's a reason behind this, what of it? The fact remains that you have led astray my disciples. Today, a resolution must be reached. With that, the ancestor's countenance darkened, and he swiftly formed incantations with his hands. In an instant, two shimmering celestial swords, exuding fierce and chilling brilliance, hurtled toward the Lady of Rebirth like bolts of lightning. These swords were no ordinary weapons. They were the treasured artifacts of the ancestor, the Yuan Tu and the Abijna swords. Upon witnessing this, the Lady of Rebirth felt a surge of alarm, but dared not slacken her resolve. She quickly recited an incantation, summoning forth a 12th grade, white lotus radiating pure and sacred light, enveloping herself within its protective embrace. Immediately thereafter, she wielded her own 9-colored glaze belt, making a vigorous attempt to withstand the onslaught of the celestial swords. A resounding crash echoed as the swords collided with the glaze belt, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks and formidable shockwaves. Despite her utmost efforts, the might of the celestial swords was overwhelming, and she was forced to retreat several steps. Nevertheless, the Lady of Rebirth did not yield. Regaining her footing, she declared resolutely, "I beg your pardon, ancestor." With that, She executed a swift maneuver, causing her nine-colored glaze belt to dance like a serpent as it surged toward the ancestor. Observing the approaching belt, the ancestor's lips curled into a smirk, and he coldly scoffed. Such trifling skills, yet you dare to flaunt them before me. No sooner had he spoken than he waved his hand, conjuring a vast and boundless sea of blood that materialized effortlessly countering the attack of the glazed belt. Realizing the futility of her efforts, the Lady of Rebirth understood she was no match for the ancestor of the underworld river. Thus, she made a swift decision, using her mental connection with her true self to convey the perilous circumstances, hoping for guidance in devising a countermeasure. Turning her gaze back to the ancestor, she implored, "Ancestor, why must you pursue this matter so relentlessly? Surely, all things can be negotiated." Meanwhile, the immortal Hanzhi contemplated ways to delay until her true self could arrive. However, when faced with the words of the Lady of Rebirth, the ancestor remained as unyielding as an iceberg, his expression cold and devoid of any emotion. In a flash, the ancestor of the underworld river launched an all-out assault, unleashing a tremendous and earth-shattering power. With a swift motion, he approached the Lady of Rebirth like a wraith, wielding the fearsome Yuan Tu Abijna sword, infused with boundless killing intent, aiming directly at her. The Lady of Rebirth's expression shifted dramatically, yet she was not without means of defense. With a fierce cry, she summoned the full might of her protective 12th grade White Lotus. In an instant, the lotus burst forth in a resplendent display, forming an immensely sturdy shield in an attempt to withstand the ancestor's cataclysmic strike. Alas, the disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Though the 12th grade White Lotus possessed remarkable strength, it proved insufficient against the indomitable sword chi of the Yuan Tu Abijna sword. With a thunderous crash, the sword chi collided with the shield, causing the once brilliant light to dim significantly. Simultaneously, the Lady of Rebirth, seated upon the lotus, was jolted by the overwhelming force, nearly toppling into the churning, blood-soaked sea below. Ultimately, she managed to stabilize herself. However, before she could catch her breath, the ancestor of the underworld river unleashed his second wave of attack. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned forth a torrent of blazing karmic fire, resembling a ferocious dragon, surging toward the Lady of Rebirth. Upon witnessing this spectacle, her heart sank, knowing that to be ensnared by this karmic fire would spell disaster. Thus, she spared no effort, channeling her entire reservoir of magical power into the 12th grade White Lotus, hoping to repel the fiery onslaught. Yet, contrary to her intentions, despite her utmost exertions, her protective artifact could not withstand the ancestor's terrifying assault of karmic flames. A crisp cracking sound resonated as the 12th grade White Lotus's radiance vanished entirely, transforming into a stream of light that swiftly entered the Lady of Rebirth's body. Exposed to the ravages of the karmic fire, the Lady of Rebirth found herself facing imminent demise. The ancestor of the underworld river, laughing uproariously, proclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Young one, how will you now maintain your arrogance? Prepare to perish." No sooner had he spoken than he thrust the Yuan Tu Abijna sword toward the Lady of Rebirth, who lay amidst the blood-soaked Sei. In an instant, sword light flickered, and murderous intent surged, enveloping the scene in a tense atmosphere that set hearts racing. At this moment, the Lady of Rebirth realized the gravity of her situation. She understood that her great calamity had come, yet her true self had not arrived to rescue her. Contemplating her fate, she slowly closed her eyes, sitting quietly as she awaited the arrival of death, thus fulfilling the myriad causes and effects of your. Just as the piercing, formidable sword chi was about to reach her head, a deafening sound reverberated through the air. Suddenly, 24 luminous divine pearls streaked through the sky like meteors, accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder. Simultaneously, a resounding voice echoed over the blood sea. "Ancestor of the underworld river, I implore you to show mercy. Do not harm my teacher, the immortal Jiya." At that moment, far away in the realm of humanity, the immortal Hanzhi felt a sudden jolt in her heart, as if summoned by some mysterious force. Instantaneously, she sensed the peril and gasped in alarm. Not good. The good corpse is in danger, Without delay, she opened her eyes wide, her figure shifting as she executed her learned divine art, the five elements' great escape. Surrounding herself with swirling five-colored brilliance, she propelled herself like lightning toward the direction of the Blood Sea in the Netherworld. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming, witnessing the ancestor of the underworld river oppressing his senior sister, initially intended to approach with respect, wishing to inquire why the ancestor would commit such a heinous act against his sister. However, midway through his thoughts, he suddenly sensed the urgency of the situation. The ancestor's treasured artifact was hurtling toward the Lady of Rebirth with the speed of a tempest, in a moment of crisis. Zhao Gongming's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed at the ancestor. "Do not harm my teacher." His voice reverberated like a bell, echoing through the skies. Almost simultaneously, a resounding crash echoed as the 24 divine sea pearls, seemingly aided by divine forces, appeared before the Lady of Rebirth, intercepting the devastating blow just in time. This unexpected turn of events transformed the Lady of Rebirth's dire predicament into a narrow escape. Upon closer inspection, she beheld a figure materializing before her, none other than the hastily arriving Zhao Gongming. At this moment, he held the 24 divine sea pearls aloft, which spun rapidly in his hands, emitting dazzling five-colored light that was blinding to behold. Seeing someone dare to thwart his intentions, the ancestor of the underworld river was consumed with rage, immediately rebuking, "You presumptuous wretch, who bestowed upon you the audacity to interfere in my affairs. Today, you shall meet your end here." With that, he unleashed the full brilliance of the Yuan II Abijna swords, directing their overwhelming might toward Zhao Gongming. In the face of this ferocious assault, Zhao Gongming did not betray any sign of anxiety. Rather, he discreetly acknowledged the gravity of the situation. With a deft flick of his wrist, he hurled the 24 divine sea pearls forward. In that instant, the pearls transformed into 24 streaks of light. Flying forth with a deafening roar, 12 of the pearls radiated brilliant light, forming an indestructible barrier to staunch the advance of the ancestor's swords, while the other 12, like nimble fish, artfully evaded the blades and surged toward the ancestor himself with astonishing speed. The ancestor of the underworld river, taken aback by this unexpected turn, felt a jolt of surprise. Yet, seasoned by countless battles, he quickly regained his composure. With a subtle tremor, the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus beneath him quivered, propelling him forward rather than retreating. At the same time, a colossal banner materialized behind him, the northward Xian Yuan water controlling banner, its surface billowing in the wind, inscribed with glowing runes, resonating with the sound of roaring waves. Evidently, the venerable ancestor of the river of the underworld had exerted his utmost effort, intent on overwhelming and tormenting Zhao Gongming. With eyes wide open and murmuring incantations, the ancestor unleashed formidable supernatural powers once more. In an instant, a scarlet light, as vivid as blood, erupted from within him, coalescing into menacing figures drenched in blood, known as the Blood Gods. These blood gods emitted a series of piercing screams, akin to vengeful spirits as they lunged ferociously towards Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming felt an unprecedented and overwhelming pressure. Yet undaunted, he immediately summoned the full might of 24 sea calming pearls, radiating a dazzling brilliance to form a solid shield in an attempt to withstand the frenzied assault of the blood gods. However, despite Zhao Gongming's utmost efforts, his magical prowess ultimately paled in comparison to that of the ancestor, and after a brief resistance, his defenses were shattered by the formidable force of the blood gods, sending him crashing to the ground. Witnessing this, Wangsheng was consumed by anxiety and, without hesitation, hurled the colorful glazed ribbon in her hand. The ribbon, resembling a nimble dragon, soared towards the fallen Zhao Gongming with a fierce swiftness. Gritting her teeth, Wangsheng exerted every ounce of her strength to pull Zhao Gongming out of the blood god's attack range. Yet in that very moment, she too was cowed by the terrifying aura of the blood gods, exacerbating her already grievous injuries, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhao Gongming, seeing Wangsheng worsen her injuries in her attempt to save him, felt a surge of urgency and anger, shouting, "Senior sister, are you gravely harmed?" As Wangsheng coughed violently, she struggled to respond. "Junior brother, You must flee. Do not concern yourself with me. You are no match for the ancestor. Hurry and leave this place. Do not mind me. Go quickly. At this moment, the ancestor showed no sign of relenting, grinning wickedly as he continued his assault, roaring, "None of you shall escape today. All shall perish." Before his words faded, a razor-sharp sword light surged toward Zhao Gongming and Wang Sheng, carrying an overwhelming force. Just as the situation seemed dire, a crisp sound echoed, and a pure white Rui suddenly appeared, striking the sword aimed at them with impeccable precision. The immense shockwave caused both sides' attacks to dissipate into nothingness, revealing a graceful female immortal in midair. This celestial being was none other than Hanzhi, who had arrived just in time from the underworld, wielding the 9 treasures jade Rui. The ancestor of the river of the underworld narrowed his eyes upon recognizing Hanzhi and sneered derisively. "You wretched maid, you have finally deigned to show yourself." Hanzhi, with her brows arched defiantly, reproached ancestor as a powerful figure. "How can you stoop to assaulting juniors? Are you not afraid of retribution from our master, the Tongtian?" In response, the ancestor burst into a fit of laughter, dismissively retorting, "Tongtian, you say? Humph, he would hardly trouble himself over 2 insignificant juniors like you. Moreover, why would he care about such trifles? Besides, it is you, the audacious junior, who dare to convert the disciples of my sect first. If Tongtian were to hold me accountable, I would be in the right." Upon hearing this, Hanzhi quickly explained, "Indeed, I was remiss. My actions were hasty and lacked consideration. However, given how events have unfolded, I implore the ancestor to offer guidance on how best to resolve this matter. Although I did convert your disciples, it was not without cause. I have treated them with respect, nurturing them as my own, without any harshness." "Humph! Do you still believe yourself justified?" The ancestor sneered contemptuously. "Then, pray tell, how do you wish to resolve this matter?" Hanzhi, opting for directness, inquired straightforwardly. The ancestor squinted slightly, contemplating for a moment before feigning calmness as he declared, "If you can present me with a 12-petal white lotus, this matter shall be settled once and for all." Upon hearing this, Hanzhi promptly shook her head, resolutely stating, "That is absolutely out of the question. Ancestor, please propose another condition." Inwardly, she contemplated that the ancestor had deliberately drawn her out for the sake of her 12-petal white lotus. It was no wonder, given his possession of the 12-petal karma fire red lotus. Acquiring another 12-petal white lotus would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation immensely. "Then there is nothing to discuss," the ancestor growled, preparing for battle. Hanzhi interjected, "Hold on, ancestor. What more do you have to say?" He glared at her, his tone icy. Hanzhi's heart raced, yet she maintained her composure as she replied, "Ancestor, while I cannot provide what you seek, I do possess a precious 9-petal white lotus, which I can offer to you to resolve this matter. What say you?" The ancestor, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes, falling into contemplation. After a considerable pause, he slowly responded, "Very well, I shall accept your proposal." With the ancestor's agreement, Hanzhi's previously anxious heart finally found some relief, and she exhaled softly. Without delay, she reached in her robe and carefully produced a resplendent 9-petal white lotus. This lotus appeared as if sculpted from flawless jade, translucent and exuding a captivating fragrance. With a gentle wave of her sleeve, the lotus soared towards the ancestor as if it possessed sentience. The ancestor, maintaining an impassive demeanor, extended his right hand to receive the 9-petal white lotus with poise. After examining it closely, he nodded in satisfaction and murmured, "Good. This matter is hereby resolved." No sooner had he spoken than a crimson light enveloped him, and he vanished without a trace, as though he had never been there at all. Hanzhi remained silent as she watched the ancestor depart. After a moment, she regained her composure and turned to Wang Sheng and Zhao Gongming, then gestured with her hands, chanting incantations. As the incantations resonated, a peculiar light surged from beneath her feet, enveloping the 3 of them tightly. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into 3 streaks of light, hurtling towards the Wangshan cave in the underworld's Baodu Mountain. Upon returning to the underworld, Hanzhi gracefully waved her sleeve, leading the benevolent corpse Wangsheng and Zhao Gongming into the Wangshan cave. Once deep within the cave, she paused, gently waving her hand to release the two from her sleeve. At that moment, both Zhao Gongming and Wang Sheng were grievously wounded, their breaths faint, evoking a sense of pity. Observing this, Hanzhi furrowed her brows and quickly retrieved two exquisite jade vials from her robe, cautiously pouring a single drop of the shimmering, mysterious Sanguang divine water from each. The Sanguang divine water resembled the most precious elixir in existence. Upon contacting Zhao Gongming and Wang Sheng's bodies, it swiftly permeated their forms that in an instant, a miraculous scene unfolded. Their previously battered bodies began to visibly heal, with their wounds glowing faintly with golden light. As if enveloped by a surge of vibrant life force. Before long, Zhao Gongming was the first to open his eyes, feeling the revitalizing energy within him, his face alight with joy that he turned to Hanzhi. Bowing respectfully, "Thank you, senior sister, for your timely assistance in healing my wounds." Wang Sheng also slowly rose, graciously bowing to Hanzhi. "Thank you, esteemed one, for saving me. I shall never forget this great kindness." Hanzhi smiled gently, responding, "There is no need for such formality. Both of you are kin. Why all the politeness? Moreover, you both suffered these trials because of me. I could not stand idly by." With a glance filled with gratitude directed at Zhao Gongming, she added, "I must also thank you for arriving in time to rescue Wang Sheng. I shall remember this kindness." Zhao Gongming, hearing this, waved his hand humbly, smiling. "Senior sister, you flatter me. I merely happened to pass by and sense the waves of Qingjing magic below. I thought perhaps my fellow disciples were in danger, so I rushed here, fortunate enough to arrive in time." Hanzhi, contemplating this revelation, nodded thoughtfully, reflecting, so that is how it was. She then suddenly recalled that Zhao Gongming had successfully rescued her benevolent corpse, Wang Sheng, using the 24 Calming pearls, while she herself possessed 12 Calming pearls. Yet since those pearls had come in her possession, she had seldom drawn them out for combat. Tea has long been quietly cherished within oneself, rendering it as if it has lost its rightful brilliance and purpose. Akin to a pearl covered in dust. Why not take this opportunity today to pass it on to Zhao Gongming? Hanzhi pondered silently in her heart, filled with bewilderment. After a moment, she seemed to grasp some crucial points and resolutely made her decision. With a smile, Hanzhi approached Zhao Gongming and softly remarked, "Junior brother, just now when I witnessed your fierce battle with the ancestor of the underworld river, you displayed 24 wondrous beads. Coincidentally, I possess 12 similar beads. Upon reflection today, I discern they bear a remarkable resemblance to those you possess. Thus, I thought it would be fitting to bestow these 12 beads upon you, as a token of gratitude for your timely intervention in my rescue from demise. What say you?" As she spoke, Hanzhi carefully retrieved the 12 beads, emanating a radiant kaleidoscope of light, and presented them to Zhao Gongming, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Upon seeing the 12 beads, Zhao Gongming felt a powerful resonance from the 24 beads hidden within his consciousness. In an instant, he realized that these 12 beads were likely the legendary sea-subduing divine pearls, perhaps originally part of a singular entity. Faced with such an unexpected and invaluable gift, Zhao Gongming was taken aback, hastily waving his hands in refusal. "Sister, this is far too much. I am unworthy of receiving such a precious treasure." Observing this, Hanzhi quickly reassured him. "Junior brother, do not feel embarrassed about this. It is merely my heartfelt intention. Had you not appeared in time to rescue me, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Therefore, I implore you to accept them without further hesitation." Hearing Hanzhi's sincere words, Zhao Gongming ultimately could not resist her insistence and gratefully accepted the 12 sea-subduing divine pearls. After a moment of contemplation, he thought to himself, "Could this be the arrival of my fortune?" With this thought, he ceased his hesitation and promptly accepted the precious items, placing them carefully aside. Hanzhi, observing this, nodded slightly in approval and then gently said to Zhao Gongming, "Junior brother, in my view, you might consider entering seclusion here in the underworld for a short while to calm your mind and gain deeper insights. You may find unexpected rewards." After a brief pause, her gaze flickered as if she wished to say more. But ultimately, she subtly hinted at Zhao Gongming, She then divulged to him some secrets and findings she had discovered during her own refinement of the items. Zhao Gongming, upon hearing her words, contemplated briefly and found merit in Hanzhi's suggestion. He expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture and slowly exited the rebirth cave. Once outside, Zhao Gongming surveyed his surroundings until he found a secluded place rich in spiritual energy. Entering, he sat cross-legged, took out the recently acquired sea-subduing divine pearls, and began to focus on his seclusion and refinement. He could see that moment. Only Hanzhi Xian and her benevolent corpse remained in the rebirth cave after Zhao Gongming's departure. Hanzhi Xian turned to her benevolent corpse and said with concern, "You have truly endured great hardship this time, bearing such a heavy tribulation on my behalf, nearly causing us to lose all our previous efforts." The rebirth smiled slightly and replied, "Why must you be so courteous? We are but one entity, indistinguishable from each other. You are me, and I am you. Thus, there is no talk of suffering. However, it must be noted that I am now missing a precious 9-petal white lotus. I fear that only one remains." Hanzhi Xian, upon hearing this, nodded slightly in agreement and then spoke. "In truth, bestowing it upon another is not an issue. After all, I have resolved not to take any more disciples. The surplus 9-petal white lotus would serve little purpose for me." With a gentle sigh, she expressed a sense of relief in her gaze. Thinking of the two, it seemed they had both found their rightful places, fulfilling their purposes. "You need not worry about this," the rebirth responded. Hanzhi nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, if that is the case, then you should take this opportunity to rest and recuperate, restoring your vitality as soon as possible." The rebirth replied, "Yes, my lord, that is precisely my intention." With that, she turned and left, finding a tranquil spot nearby to begin her secluded cultivation. Watching the rebirth fade into the distance until she was no longer visible, Hanzhi paused for a moment before summoning Pimo Luo. Once he approached, she recounted in detail the events that transpired in the Blood Sea, saying, "The karmic ties between us and the ancestor of the underworld river have now been severed. Henceforth, should you encounter the ancestor or any members of the Azura clan, you need not harbor feelings of betrayal or guilt." Upon hearing this, Pimo Luo initially fell silent, but deep inside, he gradually felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, Hanzhi Xian engaged Pimo Luo in casual conversation about recent happenings in the underworld. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, seeing that there were no pressing matters to address, Hanzhi Xian gestured for Pimo Luo to depart. After Pimo Luo left, Hanzhi Xian summoned Zhou Qi and Ji Kong to the rebirth cave. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived in haste. Upon their arrival, Hanzhi Xian carefully examined their cultivation progress and patiently addressed each of the challenges they faced during their training. Time quietly passed, and before they knew it, a considerable amount of time had elapsed. Once all matters were resolved, Hanzhi Xian finally allowed them to leave. After Zhou Qi and Ji Kong departed from the rebirth cave, Hanzhi Xian sat alone, gently closing her eyes to adjust her breathing and enter a state of selfless meditation. On this day, after concluding her practice, Hanzhi Xian emerged from her seclusion in the rebirth cave. She gracefully stepped out, and in the blink of an eye, found herself within the underworld. The place was eerie and dark, filled with a dense aura of yang energy, but for Hanzhi Xian, who had long since grown accustomed to it, there was no discomfort whatsoever. As she strolled along the paths of the underworld, she silently reflected. It had been quite some time since she last set foot here, and now it seemed the underworld had gradually restored its order. With each being fulfilling their roles in an orderly manner, she observed numerous ethereal beings, including the yin-yang emissaries, the ox-head and horse-face, the ghost kings, and the 4 great yin deities, leopard-tailed, bird-mouthed, fish-gilled, and hornet present. The yin-yang emissaries were diligently guiding the departed souls from the yang realm. The ox-head and horse-face were responsibly patrolling, swiftly capturing any wandering souls attempting to escape, while the ghost kings ensured the numerous spirits within the underworld did not act recklessly. Additionally, the 4 yin deities oversaw the passing of life among beasts, birds, fish, and insect from the yang realm, their titles clearly indicating their respective domains. As Hanzhi Xian walked, she observed the various happenings in the underworld. Witnessing this orderly scene before her, she could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Such smooth operations were undoubtedly the result of Lady Pingxin's efforts. Contemplating this, she wandered around the underworld, ensuring there were no irregularities before turning back to the rebirth cave. Soon after, Zhao Gongming and the rebirth completed their own practices and emerged from their secluded locations. This time, Zhao Gongming, having refined the sea-subduing divine pearls with Hanzhi's subtle hint, did not merely refine them for familiarization as he had previously. Instead, he meticulously studied them, embarking on a journey of comprehension he had never before undertaken. Perhaps it was due to the assembly of the sea-subduing divine pearls. Or perhaps his fortune had arrived, but he had begun to grasp some of the secrets of the pearls and understood a fragment of the celestial energy on his way. He encountered the rebirth, and the two journeyed together to the entrance of the rebirth cave. Upon arriving, they entered and approached Xian. The three exchanged smiles and engaged in casual conversation, after which Xian inquired of Zhao Gongming. "Junior brother Gongming, do you plan to return to your cave, or do you have other arrangements?" Zhao Gongming shook his head slightly and replied with a smile, "I currently have no concrete plans." Seeing this, Xian turned to the rebirth and, after a moment of thought, said, "In that case, I will need to prepare for a visit to the realm of humanity shortly. You must stay here to oversee the rebirth cave, as there may be important matters in the underworld that require the directives of Lady Pingxin." The rebirth responded affirmatively. "Understood, my lord." After giving her instructions, Xian ensured the rebirth was prepared to guard the cave. Randomly, she bestowed upon her a vial of Sanguang divine water, just in case. Then, with a gentle smile, Xian turned to Zhao Gongming and softly suggested, "Junior brother, since you currently lack further plans, why not accompany your senior sister on a journey through the realm of mortals?" Zhao Gongming furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement, responding, "That sounds agreeable. I shall accompany you on this excursion." Upon hearing Zhao Gongming's consent, Xian also nodded and hurriedly made arrangements for everything within the underworld. Once all matters were attended to, she set off with Zhao Gongming, both departing from the underworld towards the realm of humanity. Throughout their journey, they did not rush. Instead, they ambled leisurely, relishing the experience. Along the way, they encountered rare opportunities, which they eagerly seized, effortlessly collecting them as they went. Occasionally, they faced provocations from less discerning individuals, yet these adversaries were no match for Zhao Gongming, who dispatched them with effortless ease. When they encountered locations with caves or met virtuous and powerful practitioners, they would engage in discussions about the Tao, often sitting in circles to jointly explore the mysteries of the heavenly principles, with each participant gaining insights. After their philosophical discourse concluded, the two would either employ their divine abilities to soar through the clouds towards the realm of mortals or descend to stroll upon the vast, untamed wilderness, delighting in the breathtaking scenery as they explored mountains and waters, thoroughly enjoying themselves. One day, perhaps fortune had finally smiled upon them, as Xian was plucking a vividly radiant spiritual flower alongside Zhao Gongming. He suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and thoughtfully remarked to her, "Senior sister, I feel as though there is an opportunity emerging nearby. Would you be interested in joining me to seek it out?" Xian considered his words for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Indeed, junior brother, you speak wisely. Since an opportunity lies ahead, we must hasten to avoid missing it and encountering unforeseen complications." Upon hearing her response, Zhao Gongming laughed heartily. "Excellent. Let us set forth post-haste." With that, the two of them flickered and soared like shooting stars towards the source of the opportunity, swiftly transforming into a stream of light as they departed the area. When they finally arrived at their destination, they were struck with realization about the nature of Zhao Gongming's opportunity. Before them stood a majestic mountain, soaring high into the clouds. The mountain was lush with verdant trees, resembling a vast green ocean, and the air was thick with rich spiritual energy, invigorating their spirits. From a distance, they could see numerous monkeys agilely climbing and leaping among the branches, some frolicking and playing, while others foraged and rested, creating a lively atmosphere. Witnessing this scene, the two exchanged knowing smiles and lightly tapped their toes, gliding gracefully downwards towards the base of the mountain. intent on locating the hidden protective stone tablet within. After a thorough search, their efforts bore fruit as they ultimately discovered the stone tablet, upon which were elegantly inscribed the powerful characters of Mei Mountain. Hanzhi Xian gazed at these characters and suddenly comprehended, reflecting to herself that this mountain indeed held a profound connection to Zhao Gongming. Without delay, the two continued their journey towards the source of the opportunity. Soon, they were pleasantly surprised to uncover a remarkable weapon of immense power, named the Divine Whip. This weapon emitted a formidable aura, demanding respect. Overjoyed at acquiring the Divine Whip, Zhao Gongming resolved to establish a cave residence at this location, naming it Luofu Cave. Subsequently, he and Hanzhi Xian entered the Luofu Cave for a tour, after which Zhao Gongming intended to enter seclusion to cultivate and enhance his strength, while Hanzhi Xian leisurely wandered nearby. Meanwhile, let us shift our focus back to the underworld. Shortly after Hanzhi Xian and Zhao Gongming's departure, a figure descended from the skies above the underworld. This individual, now in human form, possessed a significant true identity. He was none other than Qi Yu, the chieftain of the current Jiuli tribe. His visit to the underworld was specifically to pay a call on Lady Pingxin. This action stemmed from a recent, fortuitous unlocking of long-buried memories, revealing to him that he was originally of the shaman lineage, and notably, the famed great shaman Qi Yu. Unfortunately, during the catastrophic battle between the shamans and the demons, the great shaman Qi Yu had perished, yet inexplicably, he did not succumb to the warm and nurturing embrace of Panga's earth, but instead fell into the cycle of reincarnation, reborn as a member of humanity. As time passed, humanity had evolved into a critical period marked by territorial disputes among various tribes. At this moment, Qi Yu resolutely entered the underworld, determined to seek out Lady Pingxin and request her assistance in summoning a portion of the shamans to aid him. It was known that some members of the shaman tribe had been brought back to the underworld by Lady Pingxin to assist in the daily operations of the realm. This was the impetus for Qi Yu's journey to the underworld. Upon finally arriving, Qi Yu diligently searched and successfully located Lady Pingxin. He approached her respectfully, articulating the purpose of his visit. However, initially, Lady Pingxin was reluctant to involve the shaman tribe in the tumultuous affairs of the primordial world once more. After all, the shamans were no longer as they once were. They could scarcely endure further upheaval. Moreover, the shamans residing in the underworld held significant responsibilities and missions. Yet, Qi Yu was not one to easily relent. With eloquent persuasion, he passionately articulated various reasons and arguments to Lady Pingxin. He meticulously analyzed the current state of conflict among the human tribes, emphasizing that the assistance of the shamans would be of paramount importance, not only for his personal stakes, but also potentially bringing peace and stability to humanity. Lady Pingxin listened intently to Qi Yu's entreaties, her heart wavering slightly. Although she understood the potential unpredictable consequences of the shaman's involvement, the earnestness of Qi Yu's request and the vision he painted ultimately softened her resolve. After careful deliberation, she acquiesced to Qi Yu's persistent persuasion and agreed to his request. Subsequently, she personally arranged for the wind and rain shamans to emerge from the mountains, accompanying Qi Yu back to the realm of humanity to aid him in the impending territorial conflicts. With the wind and rain shamans at his side, Qi Yu hurriedly returned to the Jiuli tribe. Upon entering the tribal lands, he wasted no time resting and immediately convened with the two esteemed shamans in a spacious tent to discuss pressing matters. Qi Yu, with a grave expression, took his seat at the head, his broad chest rising and falling with each breath. The wind and rain shamans respectfully positioned themselves on either side, their gazes fixed upon Qi Yu, awaiting his words. Brothers, during my recent explorations, I discovered that humanity is undergoing numerous transformations. Qi Yu's deep voice broke the silence as he elaborated on the conflicts between the tribes, the shifting power dynamics, and the emergence of formidable new adversaries. The wind and rain shamans listened attentively, occasionally nodding in agreement. After Qi Yu concluded, the three engaged in a profound discussion regarding these developments. Qi Yu shared his thoughts and strategies for addressing the current situation. While the wind shaman proposed leveraging wind and rain to enhance the Jiuli tribe's combat prowess, the rain shaman contributed unique insights from the perspective of shamanic arts. Through vigorous exchange, they ultimately reached a series of agreements. Once their discussion wrapped up, Qiyu instructed his subordinates to escort the two shamans to their resting quarters, allowing them to recuperate their energy as many fierce battles lay ahead. Days later, when the wind and rain shamans emerged from their chambers, revitalized, Qiyu had been waiting. Clad in battle armor, he exuded an imposing presence, flanked by a cadre of formidable Jiuli warriors. "Brothers, follow me into battle," Qiyu commanded, and the crowd responded with a resounding cheer. Thus, this formidable contingent led by Qiyu surged forth like a tiger descending from the mountain, sweeping across the surrounding tribes. The strength of the Jiuli tribe stemmed, in part, from the offspring produced through intermarriage with humanity and the shaman tribes that once thrived in the primordial world. These individuals, imbued with shamanic blood, inherently possessed astonishing combat abilities and immense strength. However, to truly awaken the latent powers within, they must engage in constant strife to unleash the fierce energies within them. During those tumultuous times, Qiyu not only demonstrated exceptional leadership, but also, through his fearless courage and extraordinary prowess, attracted many like-minded individuals. Among the most pivotal were the 81 brave warriors of humanity who had been born alongside him. These individuals, sharing a profound camaraderie with Qiyu, forged an unbreakable brotherhood, collectively forming an indomitable legion. Utilizing the Jiuli tribe as their stronghold, Qiyu and his brethren waged relentless campaigns, achieving resounding victories in their endeavors. Before long, they successfully dominated a significant portion of the human territories, ascending to the status of regional overlords. However, in the absence of warfare, Qiyu did not allow himself to grow complacent. He understood that the prosperity of the tribe hinged on the diligence of every member. Thus, personally immersing himself in the development of the community, he assisted his kin in the innovation of bows and arrows, enhancing the efficiency of both hunting and combat. He guided them in the crafting of long spears and sharp blades, significantly elevating the tribe's armament standards. Under Qiyu's leadership, the Jiuli tribe flourished, its people living in harmony and abundance, engaging in daily training to bolster their physical prowess. Time passed as Qiyu dedicated himself to the tribe's advancement, and before long, an extensive period had elapsed. During this time, the Jiuli tribe continued to grow stronger, a testament to Qiyu's exceptional leadership skills. At this juncture, Qiyu found himself no longer content with merely subjugating the nearby smaller tribes. He cast his gaze toward broader horizons, particularly the vast Xian tribe, led by the formidable Emperor Xian. He pondered to himself that if he could successfully conquer this territory, he might unify the world and claim the throne of the human emperor in place of Xian. This thought stirred a tempest of emotions within him, but he swiftly recognized a crucial concern. He lacked adequate weaponry and magical artifacts. If he were to launch an impulsive attack, he risked failure. Consequently, he immediately commanded his subordinates to swiftly gather various precious materials for forging, enabling him to create an unparalleled divine weapon. After arranging these matters, Qiyu did not rest. He mounted his magnificent steed, the iron-eating beast, and galloped into the depths of the mountains and forests. Along the way, he traversed mountains and rivers, searching for rare ores and extraordinary materials. Fortune favored the diligent. After days of relentless searching, Qiyu finally made significant discoveries. He not only uncovered high-quality ores, but also gathered the hostile energies he encountered along his journey, both innate and acquired. Upon collecting these treasures, Qiyu hastened back to the tribe. Upon his return, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his subordinates had indeed followed his orders, procuring numerous invaluable materials for forging, including some exceedingly rare treasures. Furthermore, the powerful shaman's Feng bow and Yushur generously gifted him a drop of precious blood from their lineage. With such a wealth of celestial and earthly treasures at his disposal, Qiyu confidently retreated to a secluded chamber, commencing the refinement of the weapon he had long yearned for. Time flowed silently. Day after day, month after month, Qiyu devoted himself entirely to the weapon's refinement. Finally, on a serene and sunny morning, a thunderous roar erupted from the chamber, followed by a blinding light that shot up into the heavens. Piercing through the clouds, Qiyu emerged from the chamber with a smile, cradling the newly forged weapon in his hands. This remarkable weapon resembled a razor-sharp blade, the hilt intricately adorned with exquisite patterns shimmering with a cold light. The blade itself exhibited a crimson hue, as if soaked in the blood of countless foes, exuding an aura of dread. The mere appearance of this weapon sent shockwaves through the Jiuli tribe, leaving everyone in awe. The potent aura emanating from the hilt delighted Qiyu, who promptly named the blade Tiger Soul Blade, for he had infused it with the essence of a primordial tiger spirit during the refinement process. Not content with merely acquiring this weapon, he, upon the council of Feng Bo and Yu Shi, utilized the remaining materials to forge 12 banners, reminiscent of the 12 heavenly gods, capable of forming formidable formations. With his exquisite weaponry in hand, Qi could no longer contain his restless anticipation and swiftly rallied the young warriors of the tribe, launching a fierce assault against the Xian Yuan tribe, led by Emperor Xian Yuan. At that moment, the Xian Yuan tribe was caught completely off guard, and in the face of Qiyu's sudden onslaught, panic ensued. In their haste, they dispatched envoys to inform Emperor Xian Yuan. Upon receiving this urgent news, he wasted no time and began to organize a response. Without hesitation, he commanded his followers to swiftly assemble and head to the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the two factions collided in a breathtaking clash. Engaging in a fierce and tumultuous battle, as the conflict intensified, tensions escalated, but due to the overall superiority of Qiyu's Jiuli tribe, the Xian Yuan tribe found itself gradually at a disadvantage, retreating amidst heavy casualties. Observing the increasingly dire situation, Xian Yuan, with no other choice, emphatically gestured for the remaining members to evacuate. Recognizing that relying solely on his own strength would not suffice against Qiyu, Xian Yuan quickly summoned his esteemed advisors, including Li Mu, Song Jia, Chang Xian, De Hong, and Ding Long, to deliberate on strategies to address this critical crisis. Meanwhile, Qiyu, emboldened by his recent victory, triumphantly led his returning warriors back to the Jiuli tribe. Seated in the spacious and luminous palace of the human sovereign, Emperor Xian Yuan found himself surrounded by numerous esteemed ministers and wise sages, their expressions grave and brows furrowed as they conferred in hushed tones about the ongoing predicament. However, as time ticked away, despite the various opinions voiced, a consensus remained elusive, and effective solutions were nowhere to be found. In this moment of mounting anxiety, the sage Li Mu stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Emperor Xian Yuan, earnestly proposing a bold suggestion. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, we might consider inviting your esteemed teacher, the immortal Guang Chengzi, to assist us. Xian Yuan paused, taken aback by the suggestion, and contemplated it for a moment. After a brief reflection, he slowly nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit of the proposal. After all, Guang Chengzi was a transcendent being, possessing immense powers. Gaining his assistance would undoubtedly prove invaluable in overcoming the current challenges. Thus, Xian Yuan promptly ordered the preparation of an incense altar. Personally lighting fragrant incense, as the smoke ascended, he devoutly communicated the tribulations and monumental crisis they faced into the void. Simultaneously, far away in his secluded cave, Guang Chengzi was engrossed in meditation when he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, sensing the call for aid from Emperor Xian Yuan. Puzzled yet aware of the urgency, he quickly set out for Kunlun Mountain. Upon arriving at the Jade Void Palace atop Kunlun Mountain, Guang Chengzi respectfully greeted Yuanshi Tianzuan and detailed the message relayed by Emperor Xian Yuan. After pondering the matter, Yuanshi Tianzuan utilized his profound foresight to assess the situation. After a brief moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan opened his eyes, his expression serious as he addressed Guang Chengzi. This incident has far-reaching implications, affecting the well-being of the entire world. You must swiftly summon the other 11 disciples to the Jade Void Palace. I will personally instruct them to accompany you to the realm of humanity and assist Emperor Xian Yuan in resolving this crisis. Guang Chengzi complied without hesitation, and soon, the 11 celestial disciples, including Yu Ding Jinren, Qi Jingzi, and Huang Long Jinren, arrived at the Jade Void Palace. Once they were gathered, Yuanshi Tianzuan elucidated the sequence of events. Upon hearing the account, the disciples' faces brightened, for they understood that aiding Emperor Xian Yuan in quelling the turmoil would not only accumulate immeasurable merit, but also provide an exceptional opportunity for commendable achievement. Thus, without hesitation, they collectively affirmed, "We shall obey your command. We are willing to accompany Brother Guangchengzi to the human realm and fully support Emperor Xian Yuan in overcoming this crisis." At this moment, Emperor Xian Yuan appeared disheartened and demoralized following his recent crushing defeat. After conveying the message to his teacher Guangchengzi, the gathered ministers returned to their previous deliberations, their brows furrowed and faces etched with concern. The atmosphere palpably tense. Limu, witnessing Emperor Xian Yuan's despondent demeanor, felt a surge of urgency. He stepped forward and advised, "Your Majesty, the current situation is dire. It seems our existing strength may prove insufficient to withstand the formidable Jiuli tribe. In my view, it would be prudent to issue a proclamation throughout the realm, posting notices in various locations, summoning all outstanding individuals to our Xian Yuan tribe, pooling our resources to collectively combat Jiuli." Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan nodded slightly in agreement. Recognizing it as a sound strategy, he considered it a promising approach and promptly instructed his aides to take swift action in implementing this plan. However, just as he finished speaking, a subordinate hurriedly rushed in from outside the door and reported loudly, "Your Majesty, there are 12 individuals seeking an audience, claiming they were specially summoned by the human emperor to assist you, and they possess the ability to help resolve the numerous challenges you currently face." Upon hearing this joyous news, Xian Yuan was instantly elated, and the gloom on his face was swept away in an instant. He quickly rose, and alongside the many esteemed sages present, strode out of the grand hall. Once outside the palace doors, Xian Yuan focused his gaze, and, as expected, saw 12 extraordinary figures standing before him. Each of these 12 beings bore a distinct appearance, yet all radiated a subtle glow, exuding an air of otherworldliness. They embodied an ethereal grace, displaying elegance in every gesture. Their faces were kind and benevolent, reminiscent of enlightened masters, seemingly endowed with boundless wisdom and virtue. Xian Yuan, witnessing this, could not help but silently express his admiration, feeling that his encounter with these exceptional individuals was indeed a boon from the heavens. Leading the 12 was his master, the Taoist Guangchengzi, who was now the renowned master of the Taoyuan Cave on Nine Immortals Mountain. Following closely behind were the 11 fellow golden immortals who accompanied him on this journey. Among them was the formidable Jingzi from the Yuxiao Cave on Mount Taiwa, the current Huanglong Jinren residing in the Magu Cave on the second Immortal Mountain, as well as the venerable Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan from the Yuxiao Cave on Wulong Mountain, whose profound Taoist arts instilled awe in all. Puxin Jinren from the Baihe Cave on Jiogong Mountain, who was held in high esteem for his virtue, and Qingshu Dao Jinjuan from the Ziyang Cave on Qingfeng Mountain, known for his deep cultivation and vast powers. Lingbao Dashi from the Yuanyang Cave on Kongtong Mountain, equally formidable. As for Yuding Jinren from the Jinxia Cave on Yuling Mountain, his swordsmanship was unparalleled. The Taoist Juliusin from the Feiyun Cave on Jialong Mountain was renowned for his unique earth escape technique. Tai Jinren from the Jingguang Cave on Qianyuan Mountain wielded diverse powers, capable of endless transformations. Sihang Taoist from the Luojia Cave on Putuo Mountain, compassionate and dedicated to saving lives. And lastly, the Daoxing Tianzuan from the Yu Cave on Jinting Mountain. Possessing extraordinary abilities, these 12 golden immortals were collectively known as the 12 golden immortals within the Chan teaching, their fame widespread and recognized across various sections from a distance. The 12 golden immortals spotted Xian Yuan, the human emperor, emerging from the palace. Guangchengzi hurriedly stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, "Disciple Xian Yuan, we have received your letter indicating that there is a significant matter requiring our assistance. Therefore, I have brought my esteemed uncles along, acting under the orders of our master, the primordial heavenly sovereign, to lend you a hand, hoping to accomplish this noble endeavor." Xian Yuan, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with joy, his face instantly lighting up with ecstatic gratitude. He quickly performed a deep bow to Guangchengzi, expressing his heartfelt thanks. "Thank you, Master, for your support, and thank you to all my esteemed uncles for your tireless journey to assist me. Xian Yuan is profoundly grateful." However, the 12 golden immortals immediately stepped aside, shaking their heads earnestly, indicating that they could not possibly accept such a grand gesture from the human emperor. Subsequently, Xian Yuan warmly welcomed the 12 golden immortals into the magnificent grand hall. Once everyone was seated, Xian Yuan eagerly turned to Guangchengzi and asked, Master Guangchengzi, given the current urgent situation, what course of action should we take? Is there a clever strategy to break the deadlock and triumph over our enemies? Guangchengzi slightly shook his head, not directly answering Xuan Yuan's question, but instead, with an air of mystery, said, Disciple Xian Yuan, do not be anxious. You need only wait patiently until tomorrow at that time. Everything will naturally come alight, and the answers will be revealed. After this statement, silence enveloped the hall. Xian Yuan pondered briefly, nodded to indicate his understanding, and then summoned his attendants to ensure the 12 golden immortals were well accommodated for rest. After the 12 golden immortals departed, Xian Yuan gestured for the esteemed sages to likewise take their leave to eye in the vast palace. Xian Yuan was soon left standing alone, deep in thought, with a slight furrow in his brow, as if contemplating something of great importance. The following morning, sunlight cascaded over the expanse of land, and a gentle breeze stirred the banners of the marching army. Xian Yuan had already assembled a formidable force. A grand procession of over 100,000 elite soldiers, resolutely heading toward the battlefield, their spirits high and determined to confront Qiyu, but on the other side, Qiyu similarly commanded a substantial and imposing army of over 100,000 troops. Standing ready, when the two sides finally met, the atmosphere became palpably tense, as though the very air had solidified. The sight of old foes ignited intense emotions, especially between Qiyu and Xian Yuan, where their gazes seemed to spark with fury. Qiyu, radiating an imposing presence, sat upon his fearsome steed, the iron-eating beast, and slowly advanced. His robust form emanated a chilling aura as he gripped the formidable tiger blade, casting a provocative glare at Xian Yuan across the battlefield. Shouting loudly, Xian Yuan, you dare to come and challenge me today. Have you perhaps brought reinforcements? But do not blame me for not warning you in advance. What formidable allies can a defeated foe like you possibly summon? Once I thoroughly defeat you, it shall be the moment I, Qiyu, dominate the world and unify humanity. Ha ha! As Chiyu's boastful words echoed, his army erupted in raucous laughter. In stark contrast, Xuan Yuan's forces stood united in righteous indignation. Their anger boiling, Xian Yuan, incensed, raised a sword and pointed it at Qiyu, rebuking, Qiyu, you fiend, do not be so arrogant. Do not presume victory is assured. Remember, there are always greater powers beyond your ken, and soon, a hero will emerge to subdue you. In an instant, the two sides clashed, and the battle commenced, a whirlwind of dust rising as Qiyu charged forward to engage Xian Yuan in fierce combat. For a brief moment, Xian Yuan found himself at a disadvantage against Qiyu, unable to withstand the force of Qiyu's tiger blade, and was sent flying backward at this critical juncture. The 12 golden immortals manifested in the air, with Tai Zhenren stepping forward to confront Qiyu, declaring in a deep voice, Fiend, cease your actions. Do not be so audacious. Your reckless deeds have brought calamity upon humanity and suffering to countless souls. Surrender to the human emperor at once, or face dire consequences today. Qiyu, upon hearing this, merely let out a cold laugh and retorted, Who are you, wretch, to speak such arrogance? Do you not fear that the wind may cause your tongue to falter? If you dare utter more nonsense, I shall ensure you spill blood on this very ground, tasting the might of Qiyu. Tai Zhenren, enraged, shouted back, I am Tai Zhenren, disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign. Today, I shall engage you in battle. Prepare to face your doom. With that, Tai Zhenren brandished his dual swords and charged at Qiyu. Qiyu, seeing this, snorted disdainfully, then wielded his tiger blade, charging forth on his iron-eating beast to meet Tai Zhenren. The two engaged in a fierce duel, with Qiyu a hybrid of human and shaman, wielding his tiger blade, each strike infused with dark malevolence, as if to rend the very fabric of space. Tai Zhenren, stepping on clouds, skillfully deflected Qiyu's attacks with his dual swords. Yet, Qiyu grew more vigorous in battle, utilizing the strength of his steed to leap high and strike down at Tai Zhenren. Caught off guard, Tai Zhenren suffered a wound on his left arm. However, he quickly chanted a spell, staunching the bleeding, though the malevolent energy from the wound remained stubbornly within him. Realizing a direct confrontation was unwise, Tai Junren unleashed his celestial powers, summoning countless sword energies to shoot toward Qiyu. Qiyu, swinging his tiger blade, conjured a whirlwind to deflect the sword energies back. Seizing the opportunity, Tai Junren summoned his treasured artifact, the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield, unleashing 9 fiery dragons that roared forth to ensnare Qiyu. Yet Qiyu was undeterred by the flames, charging straight toward the shield, gripping his tiger blade, and delivering a powerful strike. Sparks flew as the Divine Fire Shield began to crack, just as Qiyu reveled in his apparent triumph. Tai Junren uttered a truth incantation, secretly drawing upon the celestial energy of the heavens to infuse the shield. In an instant, the Divine Fire Shield blazed with renewed brilliance, trapping Qiyu within. Enraged, Qiyu roared, repeatedly crashing against the shield's walls, while Tai Junren seized the moment to replenish his powers, preparing for a decisive strike against Qiyu. However, Tai Junren seemed to underestimate Qiyu. In a mere moment, Qiyu broke free from his confinement and retaliated with a swift strike of his tiger blade. Tai Junren struggled to defend himself, hastily casting the Jade Purity celestial method to shield his body. Yet moments later, he was knocked to the ground by Qiyu's force. The remaining 11 golden immortals immediately admonished Qiyu. "Fiend, do not harm the innocent." With that, the 11 immortals launched a coordinated assault on Qiyu from various directions. Qiyu, facing the sudden onslaught of 11 golden immortals, quickly found himself encircled. Nevertheless, he stood tall and unyielding. Displaying no fear, he threw his head back and let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens, amplifying his already formidable presence. With this roar, his aura surged like a volcano erupting, intensifying manyfold. Gripping the tiger blade tightly, Qiyu spun rapidly, creating a colossal black vortex with a diameter of several dozen yards. The inky vortex loomed like a ferocious beast, gaping wide its blood-soaked maw to voraciously consume the torrent of spell attacks that surged forth. In a swift motion, Qiyu brandished his tiger soul blade with great force, unleashing a black blade of malice that soared through the air, racing towards the assembly of golden immortals with the might of a thunderstorm. The golden immortals, taken aback, were struck with fear, hastily employing their agile techniques to evade the impending assault. Simultaneously, they dared not to exhibit even a hint of negligence, hastily summoning their protective spiritual treasures in a desperate attempt to withstand this terrifying strike. At that moment, Feng Bo and Yu Shi, standing behind Qiyu, along with his 81 valiant brothers, were incensed by the sight of the Chan sect's disciples, who, in a display of utter disregard for martial ethics, conspired to overwhelm Qiyu with their numbers. Feng Bo bellowed in outrage. "You shameless wretches! How dare you act so brazenly?" Yu Shi, equally infuriated, exclaimed, "Today, you shall learn the consequences of your actions." With that, both figures swiftly leapt forward. Feng Bo immediately engaged in a fierce confrontation with the formidable Xian Junren, and upon their first clash, sparks erupted and energies flared. Meanwhile, Yu Shi faced off against the Taoist Jiang Ziya, with both sides exchanging blows in a relentless struggle, neither yielding an inch. In the meantime, Qiyu's 81 brothers, refusing to be outdone, swiftly divided into several groups of 5 to 10, launching themselves towards the other golden immortals of the Chan sect. Chaos reigned upon the battlefield, with cries of battle resonating incessantly. Various celestial treasures danced and intertwined in the air, dazzling the onlookers. An array of spells illuminated the scene with a bewildering brilliance. Taoist Guangchengzi, a master of the Chan sect, found himself embroiled in an especially fierce duel with Qiyu. Despite Guangchengzi's considerable prowess, he ultimately faltered against the unmatched might of Qiyu, who possessed the formidable body of a shaman. Before long, Guangchengzi began to struggle, finding it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught of Qiyu's tempestuous attacks. Recognizing the dire situation, Guangchengzi made a decisive choice, drawing forth a formidable treasure, the heaven-overturning seal, from within his robes. This artifact, bestowed upon him by the primordial heavenly venerable, was a treasure capable of wreaking havoc upon heaven and earth, capable of turning the tides of battle. At this moment, with the heaven-overturning seal in hand, Zhao recited incantations, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to Qi Yu. However, he underestimated Qi Yu's agility, as the latter deftly evaded the attack in an instant. The Tiger Soul blades slipped from Qi Yu's grasp, and they resumed their fierce confrontation. Zhao, witnessing this, immediately resorted to using his treasure for defense. The battle raged on for an extended period, with several individuals suffering grievous wounds as Qi Yu's blades cut through their garments, infusing them with malevolent energy. Aware of the formidable strength of his opponent and the futility of capturing him today, Zhao resolved to rally his companions and converge with Xian Yuan and the others.